Chapter 1. Peach Blossom Village, Sister Taohua. Peach Blossom Village lies at the foot of Longquan Mountain, but a crystal-clear stream meanders down the mountainside, cascading into a small waterfall approximately 5 to 6 meters high at the steep base of the mountain. Beneath the waterfall, the enchanting widow, Xu Taohua, is bathing. The scenery is exquisite, and the beauty of the woman in the water is even more captivating. Her garments are placed in a nearby bamboo basket, drawing attention that in the village. The simple-minded Song Qian approaches, one hand carrying the bamboo basket and the other holding a tree branch, a mouthful of straw protruding from his lips. He arrives at Xu Taohua's bamboo basket, casually picking up a scant piece of fabric and admiring its patterns with a foolish grin, only to set it down and reach for another. While Xu Taohua is rinsing herself, she suddenly catches sight of a figure and lets out a startled scream, hastily covering her body with her hands. Who is rummaging through my things? Upon hearing the cry from beneath the waterfall, Song Qian looks up, grinning foolishly. Hee, Taohua, sister, it's me, Song Qian. Relieved to see it is merely the simpleton Song Qian, Xu Taohua exhales deeply. I thought someone was spying on me while I bathed. I didn't expect it to be you, you silly boy. What are you messing around with? Song Qian holds up a small piece of clothing, comparing it to himself. Red. Pretty. I want to wear it. Seeing Song Qian's foolish demeanor, Xu Taohua's laughter ripples through her. Oh, silly boy, that is for women. How could a grown man wear a woman's clothing? Put it down at once. With a silly grin, Song Qian complies and sets down the garment. Okay. Xu Taohua silently laments the folly of Song Qian. Were he a normal person, she might have felt the need to cover herself. But with Song Qian, whose intellect resembles that of a 5 or 6-year-old, she feels no such compulsion, and does not shield her form. Aside from food, Song Qian comprehends little else. Yet despite his simplicity, there is an undeniable charm to Song Qian. His handsome features are quite pleasing to the eye, making him far from unpleasant. Xu Taohua, a woman of normal desires, having been widowed for over 2 years, finds herself inspired by a daring thought upon Song Qian's unexpected arrival. The parched land yearns for rain. Stepping out from behind the waterfall, she glances around and, seeing no one else present, beams at Song Qian. Come here, sister has something delicious for you. Upon hearing the promise of food, Song Qian's eyes instantly sparkle. Delicious. I want to eat candy. Xu Taohua's smile broadens, a sense of mischievous triumph enveloping her. Silly boy, I have grapes and fresh peaches. Would you like to eat them? Song Qian looks around, unable to spot any fruit, then bends down to rummage through the bamboo basket. Where are the grapes? Where are the peaches? Xu Taohua feels speechless, inwardly cursing Song Qian's ignorance. With such a stunning beauty just a few meters away, how could he not see the feast before him? The grapes and peaches are right in front of his eyes. If it were Wang Mazi, he would have understood immediately. Come here, sister will conjure up some fruit for you, she calls. Oblivious to the double meaning in her words, Song Qian naively believes the fruits have been hidden away. He chuckles and strides towards Xu Taohua. At the age of 23, Song Qian was not always a fool. His parents bestowed upon him this name in the hope that as he matured, fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to ascend to great heights. Yet the name always bore an odd resonance. 2 years ago, having graduated from the provincial medical college, he was poised to embark on a promising career at Jiangxing Hospital, when an unforeseen incident altered his course. Just days before his official start, he and his girlfriend went out for barbecue, only to have her harassed by another patron. At a brawl ensued, and the assailant, wielding a wooden stool from the stall, struck him viciously on the head. From that moment forth, he became a fool. Song Qian approached Xu Taohua, grinning foolishly as he gazed at her. Peach, I want to eat peaches. Faced with the charming young man, Xu Taohua felt a twinge of conflict, wrestling with the notion of being a wicked woman. Was it truly appropriate to coax a simpleton into such antics? After a brief hesitation, she resolved to proceed, reasoning that Song Qian was merely a knave boy. As long as he remained discreet afterward, all would be well. Turning away, she slipped into the pool beneath the waterfall, presenting only a delicate shoulder to him. I am exhausted from work today. My shoulder aches terribly. Would you be so kind as to massage it for me? I promise to buy you some candy when we return, she suggested playfully. All right. Song Qian nodded eagerly, placing his hands on Xu Taohua's shoulder, gently kneading it while his thoughts lingered on sweets. No lying, I want candy. Xu Taohua lifted her gaze to meet his. Sister-in-law isn't deceiving you that if you massage well, you'll earn peaches and grapes, and he'll also get you candy. She coaxed, her heart fluttering at the thought of his simple joy. Lost in thoughts of treats, Song Qian beamed foolishly. As he felt his large hands kneading her shoulder, Xu Taohua reveled in the sensation, her mind drifting into fantasies. Since her partner had departed, she found herself yearning for a man's touch, the pressure. It's acceptable, she murmured softly, her heart racing like a startled deer. Dear fool, let us play a game. You shall do as I say. If you obediently comply, I'll grant you any treat you desire in the future. How does that sound? Xu Taohua enticed him, her body feeling languid, her alluring eyes slightly glazed. Obediently, I want candy. Song Qian stuttered, still fixated on food. Yet, in the presence of such exquisite beauty, he remained oblivious, truly foolish in his innocence. If he merely lowered his gaze, he would behold all that was lovely. Xu Taohua turned back, her heart racing as she regarded Song Qian. Go beneath the waterfall and wash up. You smell quite foul, she thought to herself, coaxing the simpleton gently, understanding that one cannot rush such matters. Patience was essential. Song Qian hesitated slightly, shaking his head. I want to help, sister-in-law. Massage your shoulder. Xu Taohua arched an eyebrow, casting him a stern look. No more massaging, hurry, and take a shower. Only after you're clean will there be candy. If you don't listen, there will be nothing for you. Panic surged within Song Qian, and he quickly released Xu Taohua. Listen to sister-in-law, I'm going to shower. He took 2 steps back and swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a robust physique and well-defined muscles, brimming with vitality. Xu Taohua turned around, leaning by the water's edge to gaze at Song Qian, who was robust and muscular. She licked her red lips. Foolish boy, you exude such strength. The prospect of her cherished plans was almost within reach. Xu Taohua's heart raced as she squinted her eyes, her cherry lips slightly parted. Hurry up, foolish boy. Yes, just a moment. Almost done. Song Qian grinned, carelessly tossing aside his outer garment. Little did he know, his moment of glory was drawing near. Chapter 2. Do not bully Sister Taohua. Song Qian remained blissfully unaware that his joyful days were about to begin. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Xu Taohua, how lonely you must be. Here you are, enticing a fool. Allow me to keep you company. Gazing at the enchanting figure in the water, Wang Mazi's eyes gleamed with a lecherous glint as he rubbed his hands together, swiftly advancing toward the pair. After searching for quite some time, he had finally found Xu Taohua in this spot. Her beauty had captivated him for ages, and today he was determined to claim her. Stay back, Xu Taohua screamed as she submerged into the water. Ever since the departure of the men, the older Wang Mazi had been coveting her, but Xu Taohua had consistently rebuffed his advances. The reason was straightforward. Wang Mazi was far too unattractive. Though frightened, Song Qian trembled as he spread his arms wide, shielding Xu Taohua behind him. Do not bully Sister Taohua. Wang Mazi took 2 steps forward, seizing Song Qian and yanking him backward, causing him to tumble into the damp underbrush. Go play in mud. As Wang Mazi approached, Xu Taohua was filled with dread. She positioned herself in the middle of the small pond, revealing only her head. If you dare to misbehave, do not blame me for being unkind. What do you mean by misbehaving? Wang Mazi retorted, tearing at his own clothing, preparing to leap into the water. Your mother has already accepted my betrothal gift of 180,000. You are my wife now. So let us consummate our union. As Wang Mazi prepared to assault Xu Taohua, Song Qian scrambled to his feet and rushed to Wang Mazi's back, wrapping his arms tightly around him in an attempt to pull him away. Bad man, do not bully Sister Taohua. Wang Mazi, furious, turned around and broke free from Song Qian's grasp. You stupid fool, how dare you ruin my plans? Cursing, Wang Mazi kicked Song Qian to the ground. Ouch. Song Qian cried out in pain, curling up and clutching his head. Do not hit him. Xu Taohua shrieked, ready to emerge from the water to assist Song Qian. As she surfaced halfway, she was instantly exposed, prompting her to shake her head in resignation and retreat beneath the water. Yet the water was too clear, even submerged. Her alluring figure and graceful curves remained unmistakable. Wang Mazi, Song Qian is just a fool, do not bully him. Wang Mazi, hearing this, grew even angrier. This Xu Taohua would rather entice a fool than be with him. Could it be that he was inferior to a fool? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Bullying him? I intend to kill him. Wang Mazi approached Song Qian, lifted him up, and then, with a swift motion, slammed him headfirst onto the rocks. With a resounding thud, Song Qian's anguished cries abruptly ceased. Scarlet blood oozed from his head. Witnessing Wang Mazi's brutal actions, Xu Taohua could no longer concern herself with her own safety. She surged from the water and forcefully shoved Wang Mazi aside. You scoundrel! You're committing murder! Wang Mazi fixed his gaze upon Xu Taohua, his throat tightening. Her figure was utterly exquisite. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to win Xu Taohua over. Having long coveted her, this was a chance bought with money he could not afford to squander. He's just a fool if he dies. So be it. I am not killing him. I am liberating him from his suffering. Ha ha. Wang Mazi laughed maniacally, lunging to embrace Xu Taohua. Taohua, this fool's Song Qian knows nothing, but I am experienced. Let me be with you. Ha 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 ha. I have liked you for a long time. Please grant me this wish. In a state of desperation, Xu Taohua pushed and shoved at Wang Mazi with all her might. Yet, as a frail woman, she was no match for him. Regardless of how fiercely she struggled, it was futile. At that critical moment, Xu Taohua seized Wang Mazi's arm and bit down with all her strength, causing him to yelp in pain and release his grip. How dare you bite me, you filthy dog? Wang Mazi approached Xu Taohua's bamboo basket, seized her clothing, and quickly returned to bind her hands and feet. You wretched woman, once I tossed the fool into the devil's cave to feed the demons. I shall return to you. You better behave. The devil's cave, as he referred to it, was said to harbor demons. Its depths were unfathomable, and strange sounds had been reported emanating from within. Those who had fallen into the cave had never been seen again, their remains lost to the abyss. Thus, Longquan Mountain was often called Demon Mountain, and Taohua Village, in turn, was known as Demon Village. A few hundred meters from the small waterfall lay the entrance to the devil's cave. Generally, people avoided approaching its mouth. Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua was filled with dread. If Song Qian were to be thrown into the devil's cave, it would spell his doom. Help! Someone Wang Mazi is killing. She struggled desperately, her voice rising in frantic cries for help. In his haste, Wang Mazi grabbed a piece of clothing from Xu Taohua's basket and used it to gag her. He hoisted Song Qian onto his shoulder and began his trek toward the devil's cave. Over 10 minutes later, panting heavily, Wang Mazi returned. Taohua, I'm back. Now, I shall take you to new heights. Woo woo woo. Xu Taohua fought against her bindings, producing muffled whimpers. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, it was to no avail. After Wang Mazi had left, she had contemplated every possible means to free herself, but despite her utmost efforts, she remained ineffectual. Her hands and feet were bound, and her mouth was stuffed. There was no escape, no one to hear her pleas. Xu Taohua sank into utter despair. Wang Mazi approached her, lifted her up, and headed towards the pool. Be good, let us play in the water like mandarin ducks. Woo woo woo. Chapter 3. The Lotus Fairy Emperor Xu Taohua cried out in despair, struggling with all her might. Yet, the more she fought, the more exhilarated Wang Mazi became. Particularly enchanted by her desperate pleas. Be obedient and cease your struggles. Within the depths of the demon cave, Song Qian gradually regained consciousness. As he awakened, he was astonished by the scene before him. The cave emanated a dim glow, and at the very center of this light stood a captivating woman clad in red. She resembled a celestial being, utterly enchanting. Where is this place? Where am I? Song Qian trembled as he gazed at the woman and inquired. The woman slightly parted her crimson lips, replying with a hint of amusement, Silly boy, this is the demon cave, and you have been cast here. Are you the legendary demon? Song Qian asked, simultaneously realizing that his mind was clear and he was no longer a fool. The woman smiled and nodded. I suppose I am a demon. Taken aback by her affirmation, Song Qian exclaimed, you consumed those who fell into the demon cave, as well as livestock? The tales from the outside world are true? The woman chuckled, but did not provide a direct response. I cured your foolishness, and now you question me? Let us set aside that for now. You and I are fated. I shall grant you a great fortune, allowing your life to soar to unprecedented heights. You shall have wealth if you desire it, and beauty if you wish for it. Will you accept? What man does not yearn for wealth and beauty? Realizing that his folly had been cured by this woman, Song Qian promptly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I could not wish for anything more. The beauty nodded with satisfaction and began, before I bestow upon you this great fortune, allow me to share a story. My name is Hong Lian, known in the celestial realm as the Lotus Fairy Emperor. 2 millennia ago, a calamity befell the outer celestial realm, resulting in countless casualties among cultivators. I was framed, defeated, and cast down to your planet, ultimately finding myself trapped within this cave. During my fall, my primordial lotus and my consciousness lotus scattered across your world. Upon hearing her mention the lotus, Song Qian glanced at the lotus pendant around his neck, only to discover that the lotus had long since been in the possession of the Lotus Fairy Emperor. This pendant was a treasured heirloom from his ancestors, said to be a gem that had fallen from the heavens, passed down through generations to Song Qian. At this moment, the Lotus Fairy Emperor continued. The lotus around your neck is my primordial lotus, while my consciousness lotus shattered into 9 pieces, which were acquired by 9 exquisite beauties. I intend to impart my lifetime of knowledge to you, but I have one condition. You must assist me in locating the fragments of my consciousness lotus. Having endured great hardships over the years, Song Qian, regardless of his capabilities, eagerly agreed. I will comply with any request you have. Seeing his willingness, the Lotus Fairy Emperor nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, a plethora of wondrous knowledge surged into Song Qian's mind, causing him excruciating pain, as if his head might burst, nearly causing him to faint. The 9 heavens and earth technique, the 18 needles of Yanluo, the Lotus Heavenly Eye, the Lotus Space, hypnosis, the curse technique, the youth preservation technique. Countless pieces of knowledge overwhelmed Song Qian. Your innate talent is too poor. I have already implanted the supreme dragon bone within you, and your blood has been replaced with that of the 9 heavens golden phoenix. In your blue star, you are now invincible. I have discerned from your consciousness that you are not foolish. Rather, you have been rendered so by another. Seek vengeance upon that individual. Song Qian clutched his head, the pain threatening to explode. He scarcely absorbed what the Lotus Immortal Emperor had articulated. After a lengthy period, the agony began to subside. Thank you, Lotus Immortal Emperor. Thank you, Master. Song Qian knelt and bowed thrice before the Lotus Immortal Emperor, then rubbed his eyes and gazed upwards at her. At that moment, his pupils constricted. The enchanting beauty clad in red had transformed into a frail old woman with white hair, her appearance decrepit and fragile. Had it not been for her crimson attire, Song Qian would scarcely have recognized her as the same person. Master, how have you changed so? The Lotus Immortal Emperor replied feebly, Song Qian, I have expended my remaining essence to impart all my lifelong teachings to you. Our destinies are now irrevocably intertwined. Within 3 years, you must locate my consciousness lotus and reassemble it for me to awaken. Should you fail to do so, we both shall perish. Within the lotus space lies a treasure pavilion where I shall enter a state of slumber. It contains boundless knowledge, should you encounter confusion. Your consciousness may access the pavilion to comprehend the relevant information. The voice of the Lotus Immortal Emperor grew fainter, her lotus gradually enlarging before engulfing her form entirely. To Song Qian's astonishment, the lotus then shrank to the size of a thumb and flew into his dantian. This spectacle left him utterly stunned. He touched his abdomen, feeling no abnormalities. After a considerable time, he regained his senses. Fear not, Master. I shall undoubtedly find the fragments of your lotus and reassemble them, ensuring your revival. As the Lotus Immortal Emperor's form entered the lotus space, the entire demon cave was plunged into darkness. Oh no, how will I escape? At that moment, Song Qian was paralyzed by the surrounding blackness. The demon cave, as legend had it, was unfathomably deep, and he had no idea where he was or how to exit. Wait, do I not possess the Lotus Heavenly Eye? Song Qian attempted to activate the eye with his thoughts. After a brief effort, he was filled with joy. Good heavens, the capabilities of the Lotus Heavenly Eye are astonishing. It can pierce through this inky darkness. How incredible! Unable to contain his excitement, he let out a scream, which echoed through the cave, resonating in layers that lingered, fading slowly into the distance. Does this not imply that all the legacies bestowed upon me by the Lotus Immortal Emperor are indeed genuine? Am I not truly destined for greatness? Song Qian clenched his fist and struck forward with a powerful blow. The earth trembled violently with a resounding roar. Countless boulders plummeted rapidly, creating a vast chasm ahead. How terrifying! Song Qian gasped in astonishment. He had merely waved his hand casually, yet he had unleashed such formidable power, nearly causing the entire mountain to collapse. This is unacceptable. I must restrain my strength, for with a mere flick of my fist, I could easily reduce an elephant to mere pulp. Amidst his elation, Song Qian found himself awestruck by his own capabilities. A question lingered in his mind: if the Lotus Immortal Emperor had imparted her prowess to him, and he was so formidable, it stood to reason that she must be even more powerful. Yet, why could she not escape? After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian arrived at a conclusion. She currently lacked the divine consciousness Lotus, rendering her unable to harness her full strength. Resolute, Song Qian pledged to locate the divine consciousness Lotus of the Lotus Immortal Emperor in the shortest time possible, to awaken her once more. After a while, Song Qian noticed a glimmer of light. Where there was light, there must be an exit. Soon, he arrived directly beneath the source of illumination, in a place that was exceedingly damp, with water stains scattered across the ground. Looking up, he discerned that the opening was no larger than a mung bean, leading him to preliminarily assess that the demon cave was at least 1,000 meters deep. How could one possibly escape from such a profound abyss? Secretly, Song Qian invoked the 9 heavens and earthly principles, then leaped into the air. To his astonishment, he not only vaulted out of the cavern, but also found himself able to control his speed and direction while airborne. Is this what it means to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth? This is remarkably formidable. As he soared through the air, Song Qian could not suppress an exclamation of wonder. It was at this moment that he fully comprehended the Lotus Immortal Emperor's words: "You are already invincible in this world." With such unparalleled skills, coupled with the myriad of legacies he had received, Song Qian was convinced that his life was poised for ascension. Moments later, he emerged from the demon cave. Alas, Sister Taohua is in peril. I must save Sister Taohua. Chapter 4: The absurd request of Brother Taizhu. Sister Taohua, please do not come to any harm. At that moment, Song Qian suddenly recalled the matter concerning Xu Taohua. With a single leap, he traversed the distance in mere seconds, arriving beside the small waterfall. However, he found neither Xu Taohua nor Wang Mazi. The sky had already begun to darken. As Song Qian searched the surroundings, he could not locate the two and thus decided to pick up his bamboo basket and head towards Taohua village. Perhaps Xu Taohua had already returned home. He needed to visit her residence to ascertain the situation. He could only hope that she was safe. Half an hour later, he returned to Taohua village. Upon entering the village, he spotted Zhao Taizhu squatting on the stone bench at his doorstep, his face clouded with gloom as he smoked in silence. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Zhao Taizhu inquired, "Foolish Song Qian, where have you been, looking so dirty?" Song Qian handed over the basket and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "I went up the mountain to gather mushrooms and almost lost my way." Zhao Taizhu took the bamboo basket and glanced inside. "Not a bad haul," he remarked, though his expression soon turned somber again. For years prior, he had married the stunningly beautiful Zhou Chunhua, an event that had caused quite a stir in the village and evoked envy among the onlookers. However, the bliss was short-lived as troubles began to pile up. A year later, noticing that Zhou Chunhua's belly showed no signs of life, the couple went to the hospital for a checkup. The outcome revealed that Zhao Taizhu was afflicted with infertility. In essence, the couple's aspiration to conceive seemed nearly impossible, and the doctor suggested they consider in vitro fertilization. Desperate for a child, Zhao Taizhu was willing to do anything. For the next 3 years, they tirelessly worked away from home, living frugally to save money for the IVF process, spending a total of 150,000 yuan over 2 attempts. Yet, despite their efforts, the procedure failed. The couple became the subject of ridicule, with others claiming they had been duped by a disreputable hospital. Disheartened, they abandoned the hope of IVF. 2 months ago, a fierce argument erupted between them. Zhou Chunhua threatened Zhao Taizhu, declaring that if he could not perform, she would seek another man to bear her child, or else she would divorce him. Given Zhou Chunhua's beauty, Zhao Taizhu was unwilling to consider divorce. In this era, finding a bride was no small feat, especially one as lovely as Zhou Chunhua. The whole region was aware of his infertility, and if he divorced her, he would likely never wed again. Now, seeing the simple-minded Song Qian, an unconventional idea began to form in Zhao Taizhu's mind. Since Zhou Chunhua intended to find another man to conceive, why not seek the help of this fool? He was naive enough not to speak indiscriminately afterward. Observing Zhao Taizhu's troubled expression, Song Qian inquired, "Did you argue with your sister-in-law again?" Zhao Taizhu, in a foul mood, failed to notice that Song Qian was speaking quite fluently and was no longer the simpleton he once was. He exhaled a smoke ring, discarded the half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and let out a deep sigh. "Indeed, even you are aware of it." At this juncture, Zhao Taizhu shifted the conversation. "Foolish Song Qian, do me a favor and help Chunhua conceive a child. I shall reward you with delicious food and a generous red envelope." Zhao Taizhu, while speaking, rummaged through his belongings and produced 200 yuan, which he handed to Song Qian, saying, "Take this to buy some candy." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. In Taohua village, Zhou Chunhua was indeed a stunning beauty, and the thought of a potential story unfolding was undeniably alluring. However, upon reflection, he scolded himself for his inappropriate thoughts. What was he contemplating? Zhou Chunhua was Tieju's wife. How could he entertain such improper notions or engage in such absurdities? Brother Taizhu, I took a fall on the mountain, and suddenly my mind is cleared. I'm no longer a fool. This isn't right. Please don't act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu burst into laughter. Is that so? Well, that's wonderful. My brother. You truly aren't foolish anymore? Song Qian nodded emphatically. I am indeed not foolish, and I was originally studying medicine. I can help you with your ailment. So please do not put me in a difficult position. With Song Qian's affirmative response, Zhao Tieju's joy intensified as he placed his strong hands firmly on Song Qian's shoulders. Brother, since you have recovered, that is even better. You must assist me. I will give you a generous red envelope, Zhao Taizhu said, glancing back towards the house, only to find that Zhou Chunhua had not emerged, prompting him to conspiratorially drape his arm around Song Qian's shoulder. Let us discuss this over there. Song Qian, somewhat reluctant, followed Zhao Taizhu to a secluded corner. Brother Taizhu, this matter is not appropriate, Zhao Taizhu replied, somewhat distressed. A few months ago, Chunhua was clamoring to find someone else to have a child. Rather than seeking another, why not you? Song Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, yet in his mind, he couldn't help but envision Zhou Chunhua's graceful figure. Each smile and frown was a captivating scene. Brother Taizhu, I can treat your condition, so please do not trouble me further. If I assist you, I will be able to cure you swiftly. Although Song Qian had studied medicine, he had never worked in a hospital, and Zhao Taizhu was not inclined to believe him. Moreover, Zhao Taizhu had been taking medication for years without any improvement. So how could Song Qian possibly heal him? Ignoring Song Qian's suggestion, Zhao Taizhu insisted, let us not speak of treatment any longer. I ask you plainly. Will you help with this? If you refuse, you shall no longer be my brother. Zhao Taizhu spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for Song Qian's refusal. Brother, even if I beg you, I assure you, I will not let you suffer. Once this is accomplished, I will reward you with 2,000 yuan. Zhao Taizhu was not being obstinate. This matter had been broached by Zhou Chunhua several times, and she was indeed capable of acting upon it. The alternative could lead to divorce, a fate Zhao Taizhu vehemently wished to avoid. It was better to seek Song Qian's assistance. Faced with Zhao Tieju's request, Song Qian felt a flicker of temptation. After all, at the age of 23, he was still quite inexperienced. Brother Taizhu, setting aside the matter of money, would Sister Chunhua even be agreeable? You must not let this cause discord between you. Hearing the hint of acquiescence in Song Qian's tone, Zhao Taizhu breathed a sigh of relief. He placed his robust hand on Song Qian's shoulder. Rest assured, I have my methods. However, I still find some aspects rather inappropriate. No buts, Zhao Taizhu exclaimed joyfully. Trust me on this matter. I assure you she will agree. As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu pulled Song Qian into the small courtyard. Wait here. I shall discuss this with her and return in just a few minutes. Do not leave, remember. All right, I shall await your good news. Chapter 5. How are you? Well, I await your good news. Song Qian softly responded with an seated upon a small wooden stool in the corner. Watching Zhao Tieju's silhouette depart, Song Qian felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He found himself genuinely intrigued by Zhao Tieju's proposal. He had been present at the wedding of Zhao Taizhu and Zhou Chunhua, and in that moment, he vowed to seek a spouse as beautiful as Zhou Chunhua. Not only was she stunning, but she also possessed a remarkable understanding of others. Little did he expect that Brother Taizhu would request such a favor from him. After contemplating, Song Qian decided that if Zhou Chunhua agreed, he would fully commit to the endeavor. After all, he had nothing to lose, and there was no need for pretentiousness. His heart raced with excitement. Inside the room, Zhou Chunhua donned her nightwear, her figure striking yet her expression far from pleased. Over the years of marriage, she had grown weary. While her friends had already welcomed their second child, she found herself unable to conceive. Taizhu, it seems we cannot have children. Perhaps you should let me go. I do not wish to burden you any longer. Zhao Taizhu approached, gently taking Zhou Chunhua's hand. My dear, I have been taking medication. My health has improved significantly. If you could grant me another year, I am certain we will succeed. Zhou Chunhua brushed his hand away, rolling her eyes. I can give you a maximum of 3 months. If I am still not pregnant, we shall divorce and go our separate ways. Zhao Taizhu, feeling helpless, could only nod in silence. Why not give it another try? Perhaps a change of approach will lighten the mood, and success may follow. As he spoke, he rose and approached the cabinet, retrieving a roll of plastic tape and a dark silk scarf. Allow me to cover your eyes. Let us play a romantic game. You must not speak throughout the entire duration. Perhaps this will bring us fortune. Although somewhat reluctant, Zhou Chunhua acquiesced. All right, let us consider it a diversion. Zhao Taiju gently blindfolded her with the silk scarf, securing it with the tape to ensure it would not slip and to guarantee her vision was obscured. Let us see if you can perceive anything, he said. Zhou Chunhua tugged at the tape and adjusted the scarf, finding it tightly bound and utterly blinding. Precisely. Zhao Taiju smiled. As this is our first time engaging in such a game, we must treat it earnestly. You must cooperate fully and refrain from speaking. If you perform well, I shall reward you with 600 yuan. Zhou Chunhua chuckled. This is what you promised. Indeed, I assure you 600. She responded with an her heart racing with anticipation. Surprisingly, she felt a sense of thrill. Zhao Taiju took Zhou Chunhua by the hand and led her to the bedroom. With his assistance, she prepared herself. Taiju, I feel so nervous. Relax, he encouraged. Then shifted the conversation. I will step out to close the door. I shall return shortly. Please hurry back. I am frightened, Zhou Chunhua exclaimed with excitement. I will be back momentarily, Zhao Taiju replied, turning to leave. Outside in the courtyard, Song Qian sat on a stool, his palms clammy with nervousness, genuinely looking forward to the unfolding events. Just then, Zhao Taiju pushed open the door and approached Song Qian. In this manner, Zhao Taiju recounted the events to Song Qian, instructing him on how to proceed so that Zhou Chunhua would remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother, your strategy is truly remarkable. I shall remember it. Zhao Taiju reiterated, do not utter a word. Be careful not to give yourself away. Once this is accomplished, I promise to reward you with a red envelope of 2,000. Just perform well and do not let me down. My happiness rests upon you. Song Qian, overwhelmed with anxiety, nodded silently. Soon after, he entered the room. The moment he laid eyes on Zhou Chunhua, his blood surged, his mouth parched, and he swallowed hard. Zhou Chunhua's figure was nothing short of stunning. Her graceful curves and skin, smooth as jade, captivated Song Qian's senses, leaving him exhilarated. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Chunhua turned and said, Taiju, hurry up. I am afraid of the dark. Her sudden remark caught Song Qian off guard. He was at a loss for words, knowing that any sound would betray him. After a brief pause, he hissed softly. Zhou Chunhua quickly understood, nodding, I forgot. You mentioned not to speak. From now on, I shall remain silent. At this moment, beads of sweat dotted Song Qian's forehead. He was exceedingly nervous. He wiped his sweat and casually hung his outer garment on the coat rack. However, upon retracting his hand, he nearly toppled the rack over. Quick to react, he steadied it, yet still managed to create quite a commotion. Zhou Chunhua furrowed her brow in concern. Hurry up, you're so clumsy, just quicken your pace. Shoo. Song Qian employed his earlier tactic, hushing again. Zhou Chunhua found it peculiar, thinking to herself that Zhao Taiju was overly serious about this. Why was he refusing to speak at all? Taiju, I am anxious, she said, twisting her delicate form, her voice sweet and mellifluous. As she continued to speak, Song Qian became utterly flustered. What was he to do? In his panic, he leaned closer to Zhou Chunhua, but in his clumsiness, he tripped over a slipper and fell forward. Though he reacted swiftly, he still collided with Zhou Chunhua. She gasped in surprise, exclaiming loudly. Hastily, she pulled away her scarf, and upon recognizing Song Qian, she froze in disbelief. Song Qian, how is it you? Chapter 6. She agreed. Their eyes met, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Song Qian found himself captivated by Zhou Chunhua, unable to divert his gaze. Sister-in-law, it's Taiju who sent me, he stammered. His head bowed low like a child caught in wrongdoing, standing sheepishly to the side. Observing Song Qian's foolish demeanor, Zhou Chunhua felt no anger. Instead, her tone softened. You may step outside and call in Taiju. Song Qian nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Taiju had returned to the roadside, inhaling smoke and exhaling rings into the air. Leaning against a tree by the door, he was determined not to let Zhou Chunhua file for divorce. Though the situation seemed absurd, he was aware that a similar scenario had unfolded in the neighboring village. Extinguishing his cigarette, he silently mused, Song Qian, I hope that through your name, you can grant your brother a child. My happiness hinges upon you. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the door creak open. Turning around, he saw Song Qian approaching with his head lowered. Is this over already? Zhao Taiju thought, this lad is utterly incompetent. Song Qian wore an expression of embarrassment, shaking his head helplessly. Before it even began, he had been discovered. Perhaps it was best to abandon the endeavor. With that, he prepared to turn away. Wait, wait, wait. Zhao Taizhu grasped Song Qian firmly. Don't be hasty. I will discuss it with her. Please wait here. Song Qian shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Brother, spare me this. She will never consent. Just let me go. As he spoke, he attempted to push past Zhao Taizhu, who held on tightly. Brother, I'm at my wit's end, which is why I came up with this idea. Just give me a few minutes to persuade her. She will surely agree. You must wait for me. I beg of you. Caught in a difficult position, Song Qian could only nod silently. He longed to rush to Xu Taohua's home to check on her situation, yet he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Unable to leave or stay, truly a dilemma. Seeing Song Qian finally acquiesce, Zhao Taiyu turned and entered the house. At that moment, Zhou Chunhua sat at the edge of the bed, her face clouded with worry. Zhao Taizhu, is this your idea of a game? She exclaimed, hurling tape and a scarf at him. Confronted by Zhou Chunhua's reproach, Zhao Taizhu remained unperturbed. He caught the items thrown at him and settled beside her. Chunhua, you once said we should find someone to assist us. Song Qian is a talented medical student with commendable qualities, which is why I considered this. Please, just agree to it. Zhou Chunhua received Zhao Taizhu's explanation with disdain. How could you even think of this? A fool is hardly a suitable choice. Even if we must proceed, why choose someone so incompetent? In response to her complaints, Zhao Taizhu chuckled. After he had recovered from his fall earlier that day, he had confirmed Song Qian's readiness before inviting him in. Is that so? Zhou Chunhua glared at him, her curiosity piqued. If that is the case, it might be worth considering. In the picturesque Peach Blossom Village, Song Qian is renowned as a dashing young man, standing at an impressive height of 178 centimeters, adorned with a physique of well-defined muscles. Furthermore, he is a distinguished medical student in the village. A young man of such striking appearance is indeed worth considering. Taizhu, if you truly go through with this, would you harbor resentment towards me? She asked tentatively, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Zhao Taizhu quickly shook his head. How could I possibly resent you? I would be overjoyed. He added, he is waiting outside, and I had to exert considerable effort to persuade him. If he were to change his mind and leave, it would be a pity. Allow me to invite him in. Please cooperate fully. With a face flushed with shyness, Zhou Chunhua lowered her gaze and remained silent. After several seconds, she let out a gentle hum, a sign of her acquiescence, and turned her head away. Unable to meet Zhao Taizhu's eyes. Noticing her agreement, Zhao Taizhu smiled and rose. Wait here. I shall fetch him. As Zhao Taizhu took a couple of steps, Zhou Chunhua stood up and grasped his arm once more. Taizhu, you truly won't resent me, will you? Zhao Taizhu embraced her gently, patting her fragrant shoulder. How could I ever resent you? It is settled, just cooperate well. To reassure her, he provided an example. Do you remember the old man Wang from the neighboring village? He took in an orphan and raised him with great care, only for that child to turn into an ingrate, abandoning his adoptive father. You would agree, right? Listening intently, Zhou Chunhua nodded softly. All right, let him in. At this, Zhao Taizhu breathed a sigh of relief, pleased with her understanding. I will go and bring him in. As he turned to head outside, Zhou Chunhua added, wait a moment. After you bring him in, please close the door and take a stroll outside for a bit. Such matters can be quite awkward, especially if you are present. Understood, Zhao Taizhu responded, turning back to envelop her once more in his arms, gently patting her shoulder to encourage her to perform well. Outside the door, noticing Zhao Taizhu's delay, Song Qian felt a mix of emotions. He realized that the situation might not proceed as planned. He found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to stay or leave. If he left, what would happen if Zhao Taizhu emerged and found no one there? Yet, staying could lead to Zhou Chunhua's refusal. If she were to agree, Song Qian would have no qualms, as he stood to lose nothing in this arrangement. After all, it is an act of goodwill. Moreover, there was no guarantee that their assistance would succeed. As a medical student, he understood better than anyone that if the timing were not right, their efforts would be futile. Just as Song Qian's thoughts were swirling, the door creaked open, and Zhao Taizhu appeared behind him with a cheerful demeanor. You may enter. She has agreed. Perhaps we should reconsider. Song Qian hesitated. I have always felt uneasy about this matter. Enough of that. Hurry inside. I have just negotiated with her, and now you come with your doubts? Do you expect me to kneel and beg you? Zhao Taizhu spoke while feigning a gesture of kneeling. Song Qian swiftly grasped his arm, saying, do not act this way. Is it not enough that I have already promised you? He released Zhao Taizhu and turned to take a few steps, but Zhao Taizhu hurriedly caught up with him, exclaiming, "Do well. I have faith in you, brother." Chapter 7. At Wang Song Qian was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the implications of the situation. How should one express such matters? Wasn't it all rather straightforward? Zhao Taizhu, with no other recourse, elaborated further. Upon hearing his explanation, Song Qian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Watching him enter the house, Zhao Taizhu finally exhaled in relief. He produced a cigarette, grinning as he lit it. After years of troubling uncertainty, today he finally glimpsed a ray of hope. After numerous tribulations, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Xu Taohua was not only beautiful but also gentle and considerate. It was indeed a rarity for a woman of her caliber to reside in a place like Taohua village. Should he divorce Xu Taohua, Zhao Taizhu was certain he would never encounter such an attractive woman again, and it was highly likely he would remain a bachelor for life. Moreover, he was afflicted with infertility. What woman would ever look kindly upon a man like him? As he exhaled smoke rings, a faint smile graced his face. After a few puffs, he felt it inappropriate to linger outside, so he clutched the cigarette between his lips, closed the door behind him, and strolled toward the western edge of the village. Inside, Song Qian found Xu Taohua clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, seated on a small stool, a gentle blush adorning her cheeks. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Taohua inquired, "Little Qian, I heard from your brother Taizhu that after your fall, you seem to have regained your senses." The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and Xu Taohua hesitated to broach the main topic. She diverted the conversation, feigning concern for Song Qian's well-being. Embarrassed, Song Qian scratched the back of his head. "I fell today, and unexpectedly, I seem to have come to my senses. I'm uncertain if it will last." Xu Taohua rose, taking hold of Song Qian's arm. "You silly boy, if you are well, then you are well. How could you possibly revert to your previous state? Your illness has passed, and you must cherish this newfound clarity. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I will cherish it." Song Qian responded in a manner reminiscent of a child, adhering to decorum. To alleviate the tension, Xu Taohua further inquired, "Your brother hasn't he pressured you, has he? If you're unwilling, please don't feel compelled." Song Qian shook his head. "Brother Taizhu hasn't coerced me. It's just that this feels somewhat improper, and I worry about causing you distress." Pausing briefly, he added, "Is it that Brother Taizhu is urging you to do this? Perhaps we should reconsider." With a trembling voice and a heart racing like a drum, Song Qian spoke. Xu Taohua, entwining her arm with his, emanated a subtle fragrance that entranced him. This must be what they call a woman's allure. Xu Taohua gently shook her head. "Brother Taizhu did not compel me. This is my desire. Though I did not wish to put you in a difficult position. What difficulty could there be for a man like me?" Song Qian replied, unable to quell his quickening heartbeat. Xu Taohua's sin enveloped him, stirring his senses. Aside from a past girlfriend, this was the first time he had been so intimately close to a woman. Xu Taohua's delicate hand was warm and soft. Her voice, sweet and melodious, along with her every gesture, captivated him. "Please turn off the light and secure the door," Xu Taohua said. Nodding in compliance, Song Qian stood to extinguish the light. Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped in darkness. Bang, bang, bang. "Is Taohua at home?" The sound of knocking was accompanied by the voice of Aunt Wang. "Damn it. What does Aunt Wang want?" Xu Taohua lamented, her expression darkening. "Sister-in-law, what should we do?" Upon hearing Aunt Wang's voice, Song Qian asked nervously. He was in a state of disarray. If this matter were to be known by the gossiping Aunt Wang, it would surely spread like wildfire. This incident absolutely must not leak out. Standing there, Song Qian was at a loss for what to do. Having just turned off the lights, he instinctively switched them back on. Xu Taohua rose, her face filled with resentment. "Why does Aunt Wang come now of all times? I don't owe her any money. Why is she causing trouble? Truly unfortunate." Caught in a dilemma, Xu Taohua pondered whether to ignore the persistent knocking. Knowing Aunt Wang's stubborn nature, she would undoubtedly continue to knock. If she opened the door, the good moment would be disrupted. At such a critical juncture, why must she complicate matters? Xu Taohua merely wished to accomplish something significant in her life. Why was it so difficult? Just when it seemed all was set, Aunt Wang barged in. How infuriating. Bang, bang. "Is Taohua at home?" "It's Aunt Wang." The knocking resumed, louder than before. With no choice left, Xu Taohua realized she would have to open the door and send her away before returning to her own concerns. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Xiao Qian, stay hidden inside. I will send her away and come back to you." Song Qian nodded quietly, cautioning her softly, "Be careful, don't let her find out." Reluctantly, Xu Taohua opened the door. "What do you want?" she asked, feigning sleepiness. Aunt Wang squinted, scrutinizing Xu Taohua from head to toe. Why are you in pajamas? Why sleep so early? Xu Taohua rolled her eyes, complaining. I'm not feeling well today, so I went to bed early. You woke me up. Yet, throughout this exchange, her thoughts remained on Song Qian. If only Aunt Wang hadn't interrupted, they would have already set off with the pedal to the metal. Aunt Wang joked. Seeing you in pajamas, you weren't with Taiju, were you, about to engage in something intimate? Her blunt just sent a chill down Xu Taohua's spine. Although Aunt Wang had not guessed correctly, she was close enough, for Xu Taohua's flushed cheeks betrayed her. Immediately flustered, Xu Taohua retorted, You're so improper. What nonsense are you saying? She quickly clarified, Taiju and I had a small quarrel, and he stepped out for a smoke. He hasn't returned yet. If you have something to discuss, please come in. Noticing that Aunt Wang showed no signs of leaving, Xu Taohua had no choice but to step aside and let her enter. Once in the living room, Aunt Wang finally spoke. Taohua, your eyesight is quite good. Could you help me check if there is a splinter in my hand? It hurts quite a bit. As she spoke, Aunt Wang extended her hand towards Xu Taohua. Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua felt an overwhelming discomfort. This old woman had come to seek her out in the dead of night for such a matter. Why hadn't she addressed it sooner? Truly. However, outwardly, Xu Taohua could not display her irritation and could only strive to maintain her composure while hastily sending her on her way. She took Aunt Wang Er's hand and glanced at it briefly. Indeed, there was a large thorn embedded within. I shall fetch a needle to assist you in extracting it. Chapter 8. I will adhere to your arrangements. Indeed, it has throbbed from the sting. This area is swollen. Fortunately, I came to seek your assistance tonight. Otherwise, by tomorrow, my finger would resemble a swollen radish. Aunt Wang complained, examining the injury closely while gently massaging it with her other hand, wincing in pain. Xu Taohua brought a needle to assist her in extracting the thorn. With a deft motion, the thorn was soon removed. Isn't it just a prick? Why the excessive dramatics? You're grimacing as if your husband is chastising you. After having birthed several children, I've never heard you lament so much over pain. Xu Taohua teased with a mischievous grin. Aunt Wang, feeling embarrassed, replied, Ever since I had that last child, I've developed an acute aversion to pain. I cannot fathom why. She continued to rub her wound. Xu Taohua fetched a band-aid to apply on it. The thorn is gone. You may return now. As we are preparing for bed, Aunt Wang remained glued to the sofa, reluctant to rise. Why the rush for me to leave? You appear rosy and healthy. Hardly someone unwell. Why the urgency to send me away? Aunt Wang protested, not wanting to depart. I truly feel unwell. I just had a quarrel with Taiju and lack the spirit to engage in idle chatter. You should head home, Xu Taohua asserted, pulling Aunt Wang to her feet. Go home. Go home. I genuinely need to sleep. The more Xu Taohua insisted, the less Aunt Wang wished to leave. You, child, with your persistent urging. Could it be that a man is hidden within this room? You are quite the scandalous one, Xu Taohua retorted. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I shall silence you. As she scolded, she added mockingly, You're the one with such thoughts. Perhaps you should seek out Wang Mazi. That old bachelor is quite sturdy. Get lost. Aunt Wang grimaced at the mention of Wang Mazi. That fellow is riddled with pockmarks. He is enough to make one feel nauseous. And he is both short and dark. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single. Even in the dark, it would be the same, Xu Taohua jested. Outside, Song Qian listened intently to their banter. Aunt Wang's loose tongue was notorious. Should the old woman burst into the room, it would spell disaster. Cold sweat trickled down Song Qian's back, wishing he could dig a hole to escape. He contemplated slipping out the window but feared it would create a commotion. At that moment, it would be akin to giving himself away. He hoped Aunt Wang would leave swiftly, otherwise, the night would surely turn disastrous. This Aunt Wang was infamous for her propensity to gossip. Finally, after a few minutes, Aunt Wang departed. Hearing her footsteps fade away, Song Qian released a sigh of relief. 2 minutes later, he heard Xu Taohua close the door. Only then did he exhale a breath of pent-up anxiety. He patted his chest, relieved. He had narrowly avoided a significant predicament. Seeing Xu Taohua return, Song Qian inquired, Aunt Wang must have departed completely. Yes? Xu Taohua smiled softly, her tone transforming into a gentle whisper. She has undoubtedly left. Even if she returns, she will not be able to enter, as I have secured the front gate tightly. Our household member cannot enter either, Xu Taohua remarked, drawing closer to Song Qian. Outside, on the road, Zhao Taiju glanced at the time on his phone. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since he departed from home. Under normal circumstances, his wife should have arrived by now. He retrieved his last cigarette, discarding the empty pack onto the ground, and lit it with his lighter. During these 20 minutes, he consumed 5 or 6 cigarettes. As a man, he found himself in such a predicament, feeling utterly helpless. Had there been another option, he would not have resorted to this. However, the deed was done, and there was nothing to regret. To avoid divorce, this was his reluctant choice. In comparison, such a decision was certainly preferable to separation. He even pondered that this course of action should have been taken 3 years prior, which would have spared him the unwarranted expenditure on in vitro fertilization. Over 100,000 yuan, gone in an instant. Zhao Taiju could only hope that tonight's endeavor would bear fruit. He exhaled smoke rings, his mind swirling with thoughts. After finishing his cigarette, he flicked the butt away, watching as it arced through the air before landing. Noticing it still smoldering, he approached and extinguished it beneath his foot. Just then, his phone rang. "Taiju, come back. It's done." Upon hearing Zhou Chunhua's voice, Zhao Taiju could not help but inquire, "Is everything all right?" Zhou Chunhua, breathing heavily, replied softly, "All went smoothly. Hurry back." The moment he heard those reassuring words, Zhao Taiju smiled broadly. He had done what needed to be done and put forth his best efforts. The rest was left to fate. He fervently hoped for divine mercy. "I will return right away," he exclaimed, hanging up the phone, his heart brimming with joy. The task was accomplished, and its success was now in the hands of destiny. In Zhao Tieju's living room, the flush on Zhou Chunhua's face had yet to fade. "Little Qian, only the 3 of us know about this matter. Please do not let it slip." Zhou Chunhua, feeling somewhat uneasy, cautioned him. Such matters, if disclosed, would not bode well for anyone, especially with Song Qian being from the same village. Song Qian sat up straight, nodding earnestly. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I am no longer the fool I once was. I would never divulge this, as long as you and Brother Taiju are not put in a difficult position." Zhou Chunhua shifted closer to Song Qian. "Little Qian, I understand that there is a certain probability of success in such endeavors. It is not guaranteed. If this attempt does not succeed, I may need to ask for your assistance until we achieve our goal." Her concerns arose mainly from the fact that the timing today was not optimal for the highest likelihood of success. Had they waited a couple more days, the outcome might have been more favorable. Yet, she had no choice but to rely on Song Qian, as he had agreed today, but might not be as willing tomorrow. Upon hearing Zhou Chunhua's words, Song Qian's spirits lifted. He was rather keen on the situation. Ideally, this attempt would not succeed, allowing for another opportunity in the future. However, on the other hand, if there are several consecutive failures, it may become somewhat awkward, as we often encounter one another. Success is undoubtedly within reach. Song Qian nodded with emphasis. Just then, Zhao Taiju entered the room. Observing the two seated on the sofa, he refrained from commenting and approached Song Qian, offering him a knowing glance. Noticing Zhao Tieju's return, Song Qian rose to his feet. "Brother Taiju, Sister Chunhua, it's getting rather late. You should rest early. And I must also return home." Zhao Taiju grasped Song Qian's arm, saying, "Brother, as I entered, I overheard your conversation, and I believe you are correct. Once you have resolved to undertake this endeavor, you must persist until you achieve success. If this attempt does not yield results, you must not refuse the next opportunity." Song Qian contemplated briefly before nodding slowly in agreement. "Very well, I shall follow your guidance." Chapter 9. Are you a human or a ghost? Come on. I'll walk you home, Zhao Taiju said, wrapping his arm around Song Qian's shoulders as they made their way towards the door, handing him the bamboo basket. "Don't wander off. Your foolish illness has just improved. Return home promptly and share the good news with your parents." Song Qian nodded with a smile. "That's precisely what I intend to do." He grasped the bamboo basket and headed homeward, humming a cheerful tune. Today, he had experienced an array of events in a short span, marking a significant turning point in his life. His mind replayed the occurrences at Zhao Tieju's house. As he passed by Xu Taohua's home, Song Qian halted. Earlier at Longquan Mountain, Wang Mazi had been ruthless, attempting to bully Xu Taohua. He wondered how she was faring. Grasping the bamboo basket, he approached Xu Taohua's doorstep. With the legacy he had received, Song Qian possessed exceptional hearing. Even before nearing the entrance, he could hear the soft sounds of weeping emanating from within. "Song Qian, it's all your sister-in-law's fault. Your parents are still unaware that you have passed. Sister-in-law, burn more paper money for you. Whatever you desire, don't deny yourself. You must be well down there." Xu Taohua sobbed while burning paper money. The courtyard was ablaze with a fierce fire, and standing outside, Song Qian could smell the smoke wafting through the air. Listening to Xu Taohua's lament, he found it amusing. This woman was already burning paper money for him. Convinced he had met his demise. Knock, knock, knock. Song Qian lifted the latch on the wooden door and gently tapped. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Taohua's cries echoed from inside. Wang Mazi, what do you want? I've already promised to marry you, so why do you continue to disturb me? Just leave. Xu Taohua had mistaken herself for Wang Mazi, which made Song Qian chuckle. Sister Taohua, it's me, Song Qian. Please open the door. Upon hearing his voice, Xu Taohua was startled. Song Qian, don't frighten me. It was Wang Mazi who harmed you. Each grievance has its source. Go seek vengeance from Wang Mazi. To Song Qian, the small wooden door at Xu Taohua's house could be easily crossed with a simple leap, yet he refrained from doing so. Such an act would frighten her further, leading Xu Taohua to believe he had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Sister Taohua, I am not dead. And no, not dead. Xu Taohua trembled, clutching a wooden stick. She ventured a few meters towards the door, but remained hesitant to open it. Are you a human or a ghost? Song Qian chuckled. Of course, I'm human, a living person. Stop crying and quickly open the door so I can see you. You truly haven't died? Xu Taohua tightened her grip on the stick yet still hesitated to unlock the door. Although the voice outside belonged to Song Qian, it lacked the typical cadence of his speech. Song Qian was slow in his speech, often stuttering and struggling to form complete sentences, unlike the smoothness of his current tone. I am alive. If you don't open the door, I will jump in. At the thought of him jumping in, Xu Taohua broke into a cold sweat. Please, please. Do not jump in. Your sister-in-law is opening the door for you. But truly, it is Wang Mazi who has brought you to this brink. Do not harm her. As Xu Taohua's trembling voice reached his ears, Song Qian found himself stifling a laugh. What kind of theory was this, wishing for his own demise? Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? I am very much alive. Please, open the door quickly. I worry that Wang Mazi may be troubling you, and I came specifically to see you. Standing in the courtyard, Xu Taohua glimpsed a tall figure through the crack of the door. You are really not dead? After a brief pause, she inquired further. You used to stutter when you spoke, unlike your current fluency. How can I trust you? Song Qian chuckled lightly. I forgot to mention, sometimes misfortune brings fortune. After Wang Mazi gave me a good beating, my foolishness has vanished. You are no longer foolish? Xu Taohua's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. She discarded her wooden stick, gathered her courage, and approached the door to open it. Song Qian stepped into the courtyard, cradling a bamboo basket in his arms, standing tall and proud before Xu Taohua. Not only am I alive, but I am also no longer foolish. With a trembling right hand, Xu Taohua reached out towards Song Qian. If she could grasp him, it would confirm his existence. If not, then the figure before her might truly be a ghost. Song Qian remained still, holding the bamboo basket. It was not until Xu Taohua's hand made contact with him that he smiled and said, See, I am perfectly fine. Why do you not believe me? A warm sensation emanated from him. Xu Taohua sighed with relief, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Silly Song Qian, I thought you were dead. She snatched the bamboo basket from his hands and placed it on the ground, wiping her tears away before enveloping him in a warm embrace. You scared me half to death. I truly believed you were gone. Sob, sob, sob. Once again, she was overcome with tears of joy, cascading like rain. Sister Taohua, please do not cry. Xu Taohua wiped her tears, patted Song Qian twice, and confirmed he was indeed a healthy young man, transforming her sobs into laughter. She picked up a broom and swept away the remnants of unburnt paper money that lay scattered across the room, casting the broom aside. With a smile, she said, You must be hungry. Let me prepare you something to eat. Hearing her words, Song Qian offered an awkward smile. To be honest, after the intense exertion earlier, he was indeed feeling hungry. However, at that moment, he longed to return home swiftly. He had already spent a considerable amount of time at Zhao Tieju's house, and if he tarried too long, his parents would undoubtedly worry. Xu Taohua seemed to sense that her words could be misinterpreted, quickly adding, I will prepare you some noodles right away. Song Qian waved his hand, smiling as he replied, No need to trouble yourself. I will eat when I get home. He bent down to lift his basket. Xu Taohua turned back, casting him a playful glare. When I offer you food, just accept it. There is no need for politeness with your sister-in-law. After you eat, you can return. I still owe you for today. During her speech, she unceremoniously pulled Song Qian into the house. You stay put. I will go boil some noodles. Unable to refuse her generous invitation, Song Qian acquiesced. A few minutes later, Xu Taohua approached Song Qian with a bowl of 3 delicacies noodles. You must be famished. Hurry and eat, she urged. Noticing that there was only a single bowl, Song Qian paused for a moment. Sister Taohua, why aren't you eating? Xu Taohua smiled radiantly. I've already had my fill. Indeed, Song Qian was quite hungry. After a soft grunt, he began to eat. Sister Taohua, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Observing Song Qian devouring the noodles, Xu Taohua chuckled warmly. Song Qian, do you remember what transpired today at Longquan Mountain? What did I tell you then? Song Qian lifted his head, speaking between bites. Of course I remember. Sister Taohua, you promised to treat me to honey peaches and sweets, though we never got to enjoy them. Chapter 10. The challenges faced by Xu Taohua. Xu Taohua believed that Song Qian had been foolish at the time, thinking that he would not remember a word of what he had said on Longquan Mountain. However, she was taken aback to discover that he recalled every single detail. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment washing over her. Now that Song Qian was no longer foolish, the handsome young man was becoming increasingly appealing to her. Rather than allowing Wang Mazi to benefit, she preferred to give her affection to Song Qian. May I inquire if you still wish to partake? Xu Taohua asked, her demeanor a delightful mix of shyness and charm, enhancing her beauty. Sitting opposite Song Qian, she propped her chin on her hands, her sparkling, expressive eyes gazing at him with longing. Song Qian smiled and nodded. If possible, of course I would like to. Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua's heart raced uncontrollably. It seemed that Song Qian had indeed acquiesced. Not wishing to conceal her intentions any longer, she decided to be forthright. Little Qian, I implore you for a favor. You are aware that my mother and brother have been urging me to marry Wang Mazi, yet I am unwilling. I sincerely hope you will assist me. The news of Xu Taohua being coerced into marrying Wang Mazi was not only known to Song Qian, but had circulated throughout the entire Taohua village. Do you truly wish to marry him? Song Qian inquired between bites of his meal. Xu Taohua quickly shook her head. Wang Mazi may possess some wealth, but his disfigured face and diminutive stature haunt me. If he were to lie beside me at night, I would surely be plagued by nightmares. At this point, her expression darkened, and she sighed deeply before continuing. When I was on Longquan Mountain, I initially thought Wang Mazi spoke in jest, only to later learn that my mother had indeed accepted an 180,000 yuan betrothal gift from him. Upon hearing this, Song Qian straightened up in astonishment. This Wang Mazi, though unattractive, is surprisingly generous. Is it true he offered 180,000 yuan? His disbelief prompted him to seek confirmation again. Indeed, Xu Taohua clarified. My mother accepted his money and discreetly informed him of my whereabouts near Longquan Mountain. That is how he located me beneath the waterfall. Recalling the events on Longquan Mountain, Song Qian frowned. After Wang Mazi knocked me unconscious, did he mistreat you? If he dared to bully you, I would seek vengeance on your behalf. He set down his chopsticks, his fists clenched in indignation. Xu Taohua, her face darkening, sighed once more. She then recounted how Wang Mazi had bound her with his clothing, stuffed fabric into her mouth, and threatened her. After she finished her tale, Song Qian's fist cracked ominously. You vile Wang Mazi, just wait until I deal with you. After uttering this threat, Song Qian asked, does this mean your innocence has been tarnished by Wang Mazi? Xu Taohua shook her head, explaining, I was on the verge of being victimized, but then I had a moment of clarity and consented to his terms. Since my mother had already accepted the betrothal gift, as long as he refrained from forcing himself upon me, I would marry him in a few days. This statement proved to be quite effective. Upon hearing it, Wang Mazi relinquished his nefarious intentions, ultimately refraining from bullying me. Oh, how I weep. Reflecting on that moment, Xu Taohua couldn't help but sob once more. Although the situation did not escalate to the worst possible outcome, she was nonetheless thoroughly scrutinized by Wang Mazi and subjected to his unwelcome advances. Wiping away her tears, Xu Taohua felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. After listening, Song Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that a grave error had been averted. During the time Song Qian was rendered foolish, Xu Taohua had treated him with exceptional kindness, often preparing delectable meals and even purchasing a couple of garments for him. Now that he had regained his senses, he vowed to reciprocate her kindness by protecting her whenever possible, ensuring she remained unharmed. Why are you crying again when he didn't succeed? Song Qian, perplexed, could only offer her words of comfort. Xu Taohua, still sniffling and wiping her tears, lamented. Though he did not succeed, he saw me completely and even held me in his embrace. That detestable Wang Mazi, I truly wish to loathe him. One day, I shall avenge you. Please, stop crying, Song Qian declared, finishing his noodles in a few large bites. After setting down his chopsticks, he let out a hearty burp. By the way, when you asked for my help just now, you must have meant the matter concerning Wang Mazi, right? How can I assist you? Xu Taohua bit her red lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her lips were soft and full, and her complexion had taken on a rosy hue. Little Qian, I realize this request may be somewhat excessive and perhaps unfair to you, but I am at a loss, and this is the only idea I could conceive. I implore you to help me." Xu Taohua spoke at length without revealing how she wished for his assistance. Song Qian inquired, "You seem hesitant. Just say what you need. I will certainly help you as long as it is within my power." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xu Taohua bashfully confessed, "Little Qian, I truly do not wish to marry Wang Mazi. How about you take me instead? If I become yours, I can openly refuse Wang Mazi." Her face flushed with embarrassment. Her breathing became erratic. For a woman to utter such words to a man, Xu Taohua felt immense shame, yet she felt compelled to speak her mind. "Sister-in-law is a widow, and I understand this may be a burden for you, but I cannot think of a better solution. You must assist me." Rising from her seat, Xu Taohua, with her slender waist, approached Song Qian, sitting closely beside him. She placed her delicate hand upon his knee, her face flushed as she gazed at him. Song Qian was taken aback, realizing that Xu Taohua's notion of assistance was quite different than he had anticipated. She appeared as beautiful as a star from the screen. To speak candidly, Song Qian found himself quite enamored. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. Xu Taohua was even more stunning than Zhao Tieju's wife, Zhou Chunhua, and considerably younger, her voice melodious. Despite her rural origins, she had maintained herself remarkably well, her skin smooth and fair, her figure tall and graceful. To be with such a captivating woman would be the dream of any man, and Song Qian harbored such thoughts in his heart. After some contemplation, he felt an odd sensation lingering in the air. "Sister Taohua, as a grown man, what grievances could I possibly have? Rather, it is you who deserves better." Xu Taohua extended her delicate hand, grasping Song Qian's wrist. "I am willing to do anything as long as I am not forced to marry Wang Mazi. I genuinely have affection for you. Will you not grant me this request?" she implored, her grip tightening around his wrist. The man beside her was tall and handsome, a distinguished scholar from Taohua village, and his newfound maturity made Xu Taohua's admiration for him grow ever deeper. "Rest assured, little Qian, I shall not cling to you. Even without the matter of Wang Mazi, I hold a sincere fondness for you. Will you please say yes? Even if it means being your confidant, I would be content." Xu Taohua declared, biting her crimson lip, her voice sweet and melodious, stirring one's heart with a delightful resonance. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian responded with a smile. "As a man, I am not at a disadvantage. Of course, I am willing." However, he quickly shifted the conversation. "Yet, even if we are temporarily together, Wang Mazi will still pursue you, and that does not resolve our predicament." Upon hearing his willingness, Xu Taohua felt a surge of joy within her. "In that case, why wait for a more auspicious day? Let us be together today. Once I become yours, we shall devise a plan to deal with Wang Mazi, as well as my mother and brother." Song Qian turned to glance at the enchanting Xu Taohua beside him, his heart fluttering. This captivating widow was undeniably alluring. His gaze first fell upon her cheek, which was as tender and fresh as a peeled lychee. Her gently arched willow-like brows and long eyelashes adorned her eyes, which resembled the tranquil waters of autumn. Chapter 11. The shadow, a delicate pair of crimson lips, warm and full, exuding a luscious allure. Below them lies a slender porcelain neck, adorned with exquisite collarbones, and a patch of alabaster skin, accentuated by a profound decolletage. Noticing Song Qian's gaze fixed upon her, Xu Taohua did not shy away. In comparison to Wang Mazi, Song Qian could be deemed a diamond bachelor. The thought of marrying him, or perhaps indulging in something more intimate, filled Xu Taohua with willing anticipation. Moreover, faced with her current predicament, she would rather willingly offer herself to Song Qian than endure torment from Wang Mazi in the days to come. Adjusting her garment to reveal a glimpse of her fragrant shoulder, she inquired playfully, "Is it beautiful?" Xu Taohua glanced at Song Qian, biting her red lip with a mischievous smile. "Beautiful? No, I mean." Caught off guard by Xu Taohua's sudden display, Song Qian's cheeks flushed crimson, his words stumbling. "Look at you, dazed and foolish, your old habits are resurfacing," Xu Taohua teased as she rose from her seat. "Come, follow me into the inner room." Clenching his teeth, Song Qian thought of the situation with Wang Mazi, but decided to follow Xu Taohua without concern for his own predicament. "Is this really all right?" he inquired. Trailing behind her, Xu Taohua turned, her face flushed, suppressing a giggle. "Still calling me sister-in-law? From now on, just call me sister." With a playful grin, Song Qian replied, "I shall heed my sister's wishes. It has been years since the Chenggu departed, and it indeed feels inappropriate to continue calling you sister-in-law. I had intended to call you Sister Taohua, but feared you might be displeased. Since you have said so, I shall henceforth call you Sister Taohua." Xu Taohua felt a peculiar sensation at his words, her cheeks growing even rosier as she playfully poked Song Qian. "You tongue twister." Just then, a low voice from outside interrupted. "Wife, are you asleep?" Upon hearing Wang Mazi's voice, Xu Taohua's anger flared. That accursed Wang Mazi had pestered her once at Longquan Mountain. Then again upon returning to the village, and now he dared to intrude once more. "Xiao Qian, Wang Mazi is bothering me again. You should hide in my room for a moment while I deal with him," she whispered urgently. However, Song Qian seized Xu Taohua's arm, preventing her from leaving. After a moment's contemplation, a wicked smile spread across his face as he leaned closer to Xu Taohua's ear, whispering a few words. Upon hearing his scheme, Xu Taohua's face lit up with delight. "You rascal, you truly have a plethora of clever ideas. Let us do as you suggest. It will surely scare that scoundrel Wang Mazi senseless." "Huh, wife, are you asleep?" Wang Mazi gently knocked on the door, inquiring once more. Xu Taohua, uninterested in responding, returned to the living room, retrieving some paper money from the cabinet before turning towards the courtyard. Her home was a quaint courtyard-style residence. Wang Mazi's shouts prompted Xu Taohua to mutter in annoyance. "What are you shouting for? It's like a death sentence." Unfazed by her reprimand, Wang Mazi chuckled. "I knew it. Your lights are still on. You must not be asleep. Open the door. I have something to discuss with you." "What business do you have at this late hour?" Xu Taohua retorted, clutching the paper money as she opened the door. Upon seeing the paper money in Xu Taohua's hands, Wang Mazi's expression momentarily froze. "My dear wife, what are you doing?" Xu Taohua turned around and approached the spot where she had just burned the paper money. Under the light in the courtyard, traces of the burnt offerings were still visible, along with scattered ashes throughout the yard. "I dozed off on the sofa for a while and dreamed of Song Qian. He lamented his suffering, claiming it was all your doing. I had just burned some paper money for him, but it felt insufficient. I need to burn more now," Xu Taohua said as she began to ignite the paper money. "Since you are here, you might as well contribute some for him as well." Wang Mazi glanced around the courtyard, where remnants of paper money ashes lay scattered, a chill creeping down his spine. In a fit of rage, he had cast Song Qian into the demon's den, and now, reflecting on it, he felt a pang of regret. He needn't have acted so harshly. After all, he was but a fool. Why extinguish the life of a simpleton? A careless move could lead to legal troubles, which would be far from advantageous. Holding the paper money, Wang Mazi threw it one by one into the flames. "My dear wife, you are the sole witness to today's events. Please refrain from speaking carelessly, or we shall both find ourselves entangled." His unease prompted him to return to Xu Taohua. "It's not merely a matter of speaking recklessly, it's about Song Qian. Just now, while in the living room, I saw a shadow by the window blurry, yet it resembled Song Qian. When I stepped outside, there was nothing to be found. Were you by my window?" A sudden chill ran down Wang Mazi's spine as he tossed the paper money into the fire. Scanning the surroundings, there was no shadow to be seen. "Was it not you?" Xu Taohua provocatively inquired again. "I clearly saw a shadow by the window. I thought it was you lurking there, making quite a commotion." The more she spoke, the more fear gripped Wang Mazi. "Impossible. I did not enter." "Truly, it was not you?" Xu Taohua retorted deliberately. "No wonder the shadow bore a striking resemblance to Song Qian. He was cast into the demon's den because of your actions. Hurry and burn the paper money. He must be here to claim his life." "Oh, Song Qian, the fault lies with Wang Mazi, not me. If revenge is sought, let him come for you. Do not speak so foolishly." Despite his fear, Wang Mazi managed to suppress it, continuing to burn the paper money while scanning the area. Finding no signs of disturbance, he allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet at that moment, his pupils constricted in horror. In the living room, a tall figure stood beneath the light, casting a long shadow that seeped through the window. "A shadow! A shadow!" Wang Mazi exclaimed, pointing towards the silhouette in the living room, his voice rising in alarm. Xu Taohua played her part perfectly, bursting into tears. Chapter 12. Wang Mazi was terrified. Song Qian. "It is indeed you. Wang Mazi is right here. Hurry and seek your vengeance. It was Wang Mazi who caused your demise." Xu Taohua cried, clutching Wang Mazi tightly. Trembling uncontrollably, Wang Mazi felt a wave of fear wash over him, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Song Qian, I never intended to harm you." Before he could finish his sentence, he attempted to flee, only to discover that his feet seemed glued to the ground, immovable. At that moment, Song Qian stood beneath the dim light of the living room, shrouded in dark clothing, rendering his face invisible. Within the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor, there existed a spell known as the 9 Heavens and Earth Formula, which encompassed many formidable techniques. Currently, Song Qian was casting a binding spell. Under its influence, Wang Mazi found himself completely paralyzed. Dealing with someone like Wang Mazi required cunning. Restraining him was far more effective than physical confrontation. In an instant, Song Qian vanished from the light and extinguished all the lights in the living room and courtyard. As the darkness enveloped the space, Song Qian leisurely approached the courtyard, causing Wang Mazi to tremble in fear. He yearned to escape, yet his legs remained unresponsive. Taohua, I believe I am ensnared and cannot move. Quickly drive Song Qian away. Do not allow him to come closer. Wang Mazi stammered, desperately struggling. However, no matter how he fought, he remained utterly immobilized. It felt as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, as if they were coated in a powerful adhesive. As Song Qian drew near, Wang Mazi felt utterly helpless. Song Qian, I did not wish for your death. I implore you to spare me. I shall burn paper money for you daily. Please, grant me mercy. Despite being a rough man who typically dismissed the supernatural, the gravity of the situation compelled him to believe. He had clearly seen the figure in the living room, clad in the same attire Song Qian wore during the day, save for the dark covering on his head, which was not Song Qian's. With all the lights extinguished, the flickering flames from the paper money cast eerie shadows in the courtyard, heightening the tension. Song Qian spoke in an exaggerated, slow manner. Wang Mazi, you have brought me unimaginable suffering. I fell into the abyss of demons, torn to shreds by their hands. My demise was tragic, truly tragic. Each word dripped with a chilling resonance as he advanced toward the fire, his stiff gait amplifying Wang Mazi's terror. Seeing Wang Mazi quaking in fear only fueled Xu Taohua's resolve. Song Qian, it was Wang Mazi who caused your death. He still wishes to bully me. Take him away. Do not let him remain to torment me. As Song Qian drew ever closer, Wang Mazi's fear escalated. His pupils dilated, his temples throbbed relentlessly, and his heart raced as if it were lodged in his throat. Sweat poured down his back like rain. Taohua, you must plead for me. Urge Song Qian not to approach. I feel as though he has me under his control, and I cannot escape. It's over. Seeing Wang Mazi in such a cowardly state, Xu Taohua could hardly suppress her laughter. This detestable Wang Mazi, who had been so arrogant during the day, constantly causing her trouble and even casting Song Qian into the devil's den, now appeared frightened. Song Qian, hurry over and take Wang Mazi away. He is the one who caused your demise, the one who cast you into the devil's den to be devoured by demons. I cannot endure his constant bullying any longer. Xu Taohua exclaimed, deliberately hiding behind Wang Mazi. She extended her delicate hand to nudge him, only to discover that he was completely rigid with fear. Wang Mazi trembled uncontrollably. And at that moment, a pungent odor of urine trickled down his thigh, instantly soaking the ground beneath him. He had been so frightened that he lost control of himself. Wrinkling her nose at the stench, Xu Taohua took a few hurried steps back. Meanwhile, Song Qian approached slowly. I died a miserable death, and it is all your fault. He spoke with an agonizing slowness, deliberately constraining his voice, making it sound dry and haunting, as though it originated from the depths of hell. Each word he uttered was steeped in terror. Do you know what happened? The demon in the devil's den tore off both my arms, then my legs, devoured my innards bite by bite, and finally twisted off my head. Even my eyeballs were gouged out by the demons. In that den, there were 9 demons who, after consuming me, demanded that I capture another soul, or else they would confine my spirit, preventing me from being reincarnated. Wang Mazi, you are the reason for my demise. Come with me. As Song Qian spoke, despite his slow pace, the confines of the courtyard were limited, and he had already reached Wang Mazi. No, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I never intended to harm you. Please, I beg for my life. Wang Mazi trembled as he pleaded desperately. For a fleeting moment, he nearly fainted from fear. At that moment, he yearned to flee, yet his legs refused to obey, leaving him helplessly begging for mercy. Xu Taohua, standing behind Wang Mazi, could barely contain her amusement at his tearful pleas. She stifled her laughter, reveling in Wang Mazi's misfortune. Finally, you are tasting your own medicine, she thought. Simultaneously, she grew increasingly impressed by Song Qian's performance. His slow, deliberate speech was truly chilling. Were it not for her prior knowledge of their scheme, she might have been genuinely frightened. What astonished Xu Taohua even more was Song Qian's remarkably stiff gait, mimicking the movements of a ghost with uncanny precision. In the flickering firelight, he indeed resembled a vengeful spirit, which explained Wang Mazi's terror. It is Wang Mazi who caused your death. You must take him away, she urged. At this point, Wang Mazi had lost all will to resist, watching helplessly as Song Qian stood before him, unable to move. Song Qian, I implore you. If you spare my life, I promise to take care of your parents and sister, he begged, desperation evident in his voice. He. Song Qian chuckled, his voice echoing with an eerie resonance reminiscent of the infernal. My demise is truly tragic. I would stake my life for it. Song Qian tore away the fabric from his head, revealing a visage that was nothing short of ghastly. His eyes, smeared with a dark pigment, appeared hollow, as if devoid of pupils. Below his eyes, he had applied a touch of crimson, which in the dim light of the night resembled blood. This macabre makeup had been hastily concocted moments ago, a frantic stroke of genius that took mere seconds to achieve a truly terrifying appearance. At that moment, he indeed looked extraordinarily frightful. Witnessing such a scene, Wang Mazi let out a blood-curdling scream. The sight of Song Qian startled Xu Taohua as well. Had it not been for the earlier moment when he had prepared noodles for Song Qian, grasped his hand, and shared tender exchanges, he might have believed that Song Qian was truly dead. Chapter 13. Otherwise, Xu Taohua might mistakenly believe that Song Qian had perished, and the figure before her could very well be the ghost of Song Qian. How tragically I have died. Song Qian extended his hands, poised to grasp Wang Mazi's throat. However, once his hands reached out, they hesitated in midair. If he were to truly make contact with Wang Mazi, the ruse would be immediately revealed. His hands bore warmth, which Wang Mazi would surely notice. Come at me. Wang Mazi trembled, his face ashen, illuminated by the flickering firelight. His complexion was devoid of color, a ghastly pallor. Spare me. Help. Xu Taohua stood behind Wang Mazi, gesturing for Song Qian to halt, signaling him not to frighten Wang Mazi to death. Understanding Xu Taohua's intent, Song Qian kept his hands suspended in the air, mimicking the act of throttling Wang Mazi, yet refrained from proceeding. He then gradually retreated, deciding to spare Wang Mazi. As Song Qian withdrew, he lifted the immobilizing spell he had cast upon Wang Mazi, causing Wang Mazi to relax entirely and collapse to the ground. Realizing he could move again, he scrambled on hands and knees, tumbling out of the door while wailing in a most pitiful manner. It was only after Wang Mazi had fled that Xu Taohua closed the door behind him. You filthy mutt, urinating in my courtyard. Were it not for your pathetic state, I would have made you clean it up. Xu Taohua muttered under her breath as she approached Song Qian. Little Qian, I didn't expect your acting skills to be so remarkable. Song Qian chuckled, making his way to the living room, where he grabbed several tissues to wipe away the remnants of soy sauce and nearby lipstick from around his eyes. I too was taken aback by Wang Mazi's cowardice. He was so frightened that he wet himself. Tonight will be a memorable one for him. Indeed, he deserves it. Who told him to bully you? Xu Taohua scolded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Song Qian. By the way, you were thrown onto the rocks by Wang Mazi today, and it seems you hit your head. Turn your head. Let me have a look. Song Qian initially intended to refuse but eventually tilted his head. A bit of skin is broken, but the wound has healed. Xu Taohua cradled Song Qian's head, parting his hair to inspect, and was relieved to find no visible injury. Fortunately, the wound has indeed healed. Although she said this, a sense of doubt lingered in her heart. She had witnessed the scene clearly. Song Qian's head had indeed been injured, and the wound was deep, bleeding profusely. Under such circumstances, the wound should not have healed so quickly. But why was it so? Song Qian appeared to bear no injury at all. Unbeknownst to Xu Taohua, Song Qian's injuries had been treated by the Lotus Immortal after he was thrown into the demon's cave by Wang Mazi. Had it not been for the lotus jade pendant around Song Qian's neck, the Lotus Immortal would not have been able to save him after being cast into the abyss. Thus, he might have already found himself in the realm of the King of Hell. Go wash your face, cleanse away the soy sauce and lipstick. Let us continue what we were doing earlier. Wang Mazi should not return. As Xu Taohua spoke, she leapt into Song Qian's embrace. Little Qian, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Your sister finds you quite endearing. How did I not notice this before? Song Qian embraced Xu Taohua, gently patting her fragrant shoulder. What are you saying? I've always been handsome, you know? Xu Taohua smiled sweetly. You truly have a thick skin. As they conversed, they stepped outside, where Song Qian began to wash his face. Just as he finished, Xu Taohua's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Song Qian's sister, Song Yao. Sister Taohua, my brother went to forage for mushrooms and hasn't returned yet. Since you're working near Longquan Mountain today, have you seen him? Song Yao asked urgently on the other end of the line. Xu Taohua paused, contemplating her response. If she revealed that Song Qian was with her, the ensuing situation could become complicated, something she wished to avoid. Yet, to withhold the truth felt dishonest. She could sense Song Yao's deep concern for her brother. It was evident she was quite anxious. After a brief moment of reflection, Xu Taohua replied, Your brother, he just passed by my home after foraging and is currently here. He will be back shortly, so there is no need to worry. Oh, you scared me. I thought something might have happened to him. Song Yu sighed in relief. Since he is with you, I feel better. At this point, Song Yao's tone shifted. By the way, Sister Taohua, it's getting late. It may not be appropriate for him to stay with you. Please ask him to come back soon. Rest assured, I will send him back right away. Xu Taohua ended the call, releasing a long sigh. Little Qian, your family is urging you. I can't keep you here tonight. Perhaps another evening or some other day? She felt a pang of reluctance, but also a sense of inevitability. Song Ye was indeed correct. It was quite late. And it would be inappropriate for Song Qian to linger any longer, especially given the circumstances. Moreover, Song Qian's health was improving, and he needed to return promptly to share this good news with his family. You're eager to send me away, but surely I deserve some reward for it? Song Qian said with a playful grin as he dried his hands. Xu Taohua leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Is this sufficient? Now hurry back. With that, she opened her arms and embraced Song Qian tightly, reluctant to let him go. Don't worry, there will be other opportunities, Song Qian reassured her as he released her. When you take a break, make sure to close the doors and windows to guard against Wang Mazi. He is not a good person. Understood, Xu Taohua nodded gently. You shouldn't dare come here. Even if he does, he won't be able to enter. I'll secure everything. With a bamboo basket in hand, Song Qian turned to leave. Little Qian, do visit your sister when you can. I'll be waiting for you. Our matters are not yet settled, so don't forget. Xu Taohua gazed after him with a wistful expression. During this period of solitude, she had been living a life of simplicity and restraint, and she truly yearned for a man, especially one who was both handsome and robust. Song Qian, tall and handsome, perfectly fits her taste. Through the recent events, Xu Taohua has also realized that Song Qian is willing to be with her. Given this, she must seize the opportunity without delay. In Taohua village, men like Song Qian are rare to find, especially considering that Xu Taohua is a widow. As Song Qian carries a bamboo basket, he walks while deep in thought. Wang Mazi had given him a severe beating today, nearly sending him to the underworld, and although he had frightened Wang Mazi just moments ago, he still feels a lingering sense of injustice. Furthermore, Wang Mazi continues to pursue Xu Taohua, and unless this matter is resolved once and for all, he is certain to remain a persistent thorn in her side. Chapter 14. A family in ruins recently. I have found the time to resolve this matter once and for all. Meanwhile, Xu Taohua has captured Song Qian's eager anticipation. This enchanting widow, delicate and radiant, possesses a voice as melodious as a nightingale, destined to weave a tale with Xu Taohua. Xu Taohua was correct. When one has time, they must seek her out. Regrettably, it is too late this evening, coupled with concerns at home. Otherwise, Song Qian would have already returned. The graceful silhouette of Xu Taohua lingers in his mind. Particularly vivid are the scenes from earlier by the waterfall, where Xu Taohua's figure was simply breathtaking. As he approached his doorstep, Song Qian noticed his sister, Song Yao, tilting her head against the doorframe, her gaze fixed intently outside. Brother, why are you only just returning? Upon seeing him, Song Yao hurried over, taking the basket from his hands, unable to suppress her complaints. Honestly, you left in the morning and only just came back. I told you not to wander off. Yet you never listen. You've worried our parents sick. Come inside quickly. You must be hungry. I'll go heat up some food for you. Listening to his sister's grievances warmed Song Qian's heart. He had gotten lost in the mountains today, causing him to return later than expected. The day's events were indeed bewildering, especially regarding the inheritance he had received, which he preferred to keep from his family for the time being. He could only fabricate a vague excuse about getting lost. After all, during the past 2 years of his mental decline, he had often roamed aimlessly, sometimes even staying out overnight. This explanation would suffice. These past 2 years had burdened Song Qian's family greatly. Fortunately, through the efforts of his parents and sister, the 4 of them managed to scrape by, albeit in poverty. Glancing at their destitute home, Song Qian felt a swell of emotion. Years ago, he had been beaten, dragging the entire family down with him. Once he had settled matters at home, he would seek vengeance on the one who had wronged him. The way he had been assaulted then would be repaid tenfold. The suffering he had endured over the past 2 years would be visited upon that wretch. Upon entering the house, Song Qian closed the door behind him. Song Yao, carrying the bamboo basket, headed towards the kitchen. He rushed after her, grabbing her arm. No need to heat up the food. Sister Taohua has already made me a bowl of noodles, and I've eaten. Song Yao turned, her eyes wide with astonishment. Brother, you're not stuttering anymore? Since his beating. Song Qian had been slow to respond, his speech halting and labored, often struggling to form complete sentences. Yet now, as Song Yao listened, she realized he spoke with remarkable fluency, as if he had transformed entirely. Song Qian gently ruffled Song Yao's hair. Little Yao, not only have I stopped stuttering, but I am no longer foolish. You have endured so much these past 2 years. I will protect you from now on. Hearing the smoothness of his brother's voice, Song Yao felt tears welling in her eyes. You truly are no longer foolish? She gazed up at Song Qian, her heart brimming with emotion. Song Qian nodded earnestly. I fell today, and suddenly my mind cleared. Now, let's hurry inside and share this good news with our parents. Song Yao tossed aside the bamboo basket and rushed towards the living room. The assorted mushrooms within the basket scattered across the floor. She forcefully pushed open the door and exclaimed, Dad, Mom, my brother is no longer foolish. Her father, Song Yongfu, and her mother, Lu Shufan, exchanged bewildered glances as they witnessed Song Yao's exuberant display. A few seconds later, Song Yongfu regained his composure first. You silly girl, if your brother has lost his wits. It seems you've caught his affliction. Quickly, go warm up some food for him. He must be hungry. Rushing into the room, Song Yao sat between her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm not joking. My brother speaks clearly now. He is truly not foolish anymore. He has really recovered. Ha ha ha. Tears of joy sparkled in her eyes as she danced with glee. Just as Lu Shufan was about to respond, Song Qian entered through the door. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Little Yao is right. My foolishness is gone. The couple, upon hearing Song Qian's articulate voice, stood up in excitement, exchanging incredulous looks. Little Qian, you're truly better? Song Yongfu stared wide-eyed as he limped towards Song Qian. Song Qian rushed over to support his father. Dad, I'm really okay now. You two have suffered so much these past 2 years. From now on, I will take care of this family and earn money to support you. Seeing her son speak normally brought tears of joy to Lu Shufan's eyes. It's wonderful that you're well. It's truly wonderful. She approached Song Qian and grasped his hand tightly. The family of four embraced, overwhelmed with emotion. After 2 to 3 minutes, they finally ceased their tears. Song Yongfu wiped his eyes and, with Song Qian's assistance, sat back down on the dilapidated sofa. Son, how did you suddenly get better? Song Qian fabricated a tale, claiming that he had fallen and hit his head, and upon waking, he had returned to normal. Concerned, his parents examined his head, discovering no injuries, which allowed the family to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Heaven be praised, you are finally well. Overcome with emotion, Song Qian reflected on the past, memories flooding his mind like a film reel. He recalled the day he was beaten when he had not yet completely lost his senses, sometimes sharp, sometimes slow to react. On the second day after the assault, his parents sought out the perpetrator, only to find that he was a privileged offspring of a powerful official, exceedingly arrogant. Soon after, they secretly ordered their subordinates to attack Song Yongfu. Since that day, his father had sustained a broken leg, and in a bid to save costs, he sought the help of a barefoot doctor, spending only a few dozen yuan to bandage it with herbal remedies, neglecting proper treatment. Lu Shufan had also endured slaps to the face, injuring her facial nerves, resulting in frequent thunderous ringing in her ears and occasional spasms of her mouth and eyes. That incident profoundly impacted the family of four, nearly dragging them into an abyss from which they could not escape. During these 2 years, Song Yongfu, limping, worked as a sanitation worker in the village, overseeing the garbage station, earning a meager monthly salary of 500 yuan, a total of 6,000 yuan a year. Though the income was scant, it barely sufficed for their survival. In the heart of the village lies a road approximately 1 kilometer in length, inevitably strewn with pebbles and leaves. My father's labor consists of wielding a broom to diligently sweep away this debris, a task that can be described as exceedingly arduous. At the western edge of the village, there exists a refuse incineration site. Although termed an incineration station, it is essentially a pit constructed from bricks, into which villagers dispose of their waste. Every 3 to 5 days, Song Yongfu must visit this site to consolidate the refuse and ignite it into flames. Earning a mere 500 a month for such toil is indeed a considerable burden. Meanwhile, my mother undertakes various odd jobs. At times, she assists a proprietor in harvesting vegetables, laboring tirelessly for a meager 80 yuan a day. On other occasions, she lends her efforts at construction sites, mixing mortar for a daily wage of 120 yuan. Although the remuneration is higher, the nature of the work is undeniably grueling. Chapter 15, The 18 Needles of Yanluo. At times, there exists the unsettling possibility of not receiving one's wages. Memories of the past incessantly flooded Song Qian's mind. Observing his parents, whose temples were grayed with age, a pang of sorrow pierced Song Qian's heart. All of this turmoil stemmed from him. Rising to his feet, Song Qian solemnly apologized to his parents. Father, Mother, I am deeply sorry for the burden I have caused you. If only I had endured my hardships back then, we would not be in this predicament now. I regret dragging everyone down." With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Shufan quickly waved her hand. "Oh, my child, it is enough that you have recovered. There is no need for such apologies." Song Zhongfu nodded with a smile. "It is a relief that you are well again. Now, take a few days to rest. If your health remains stable, you should seek employment promptly. You are aware of our situation. We barely scrape by and are burdened with significant debt." With a heavy sigh, Song Yongfu lamented the deteriorating state of their family. Under normal circumstances, having just recovered, Song Qian would be advised to rest longer. However, given their dire circumstances, he felt compelled to act. "What are you saying?" Lu Shufan interjected. "The child has just regained his health. He needs more time to recuperate. After a few months, when he is fully recovered, he can seek work." Presently, it was true that Song Qian appeared well. Yet, 2 years prior, his health had fluctuated unpredictably. Who could ascertain that he would not relapse again soon? Lu Shufan fervently hoped that fate would spare her child from future ailments. As for financial matters, their family had endured such hardship for 2 years. Another year or so would not make a difference. With Song Qian newly recovered, it was imperative not to impose undue pressure upon him. As long as he remained in good health, Lu Shufan felt that her own struggles were inconsequential, even if it meant laboring at multiple jobs. Song Yao chimed in. "We have weathered 2 years of adversity. A few more days won't matter. Let my brother rest a bit longer." At this juncture, Song Yao shifted her gaze towards Song Qian. "Brother, do you not agree?" Song Qian shook his head. "I am completely recovered. You need not worry about me. I will begin working in a couple of days. Rest assured, within a month, I will ensure an improvement in our circumstances." After a brief pause, he added, "Please continue your conversation. I shall step out for a moment." With that, Song Qian turned and walked towards the door. The home of the Song family was a modest courtyard. The courtyard was square-shaped, with 2 main rooms constructed of cement bricks at its center, topped with asbestos tiles, rendering it unbearably cold in winter and stifling in summer. In front of the main house, on either side, were 2 small rooms, similarly roofed with asbestos, providing little relief from the biting winter winds or the oppressive summer heat. The first room on the left served as Song Qian's bedroom. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him. Inside the bedroom was a simple wooden bed, upon which lay a disheveled and tattered quilt. This was Song Qian's humble sanctuary. At the head of the bed rests a long bench, upon which lies a haphazard assortment of clothing. This is the wardrobe of Song Qian, as rudimentary as it could possibly be. Observing the meager bedroom and contemplating the family's plight, Song Qian resolutely vowed to amass considerable wealth in a short span of time. It was imperative to alter their living conditions and elevate their standard of life. In such dismal circumstances, even the doghouses of affluent families seemed superior to Song Qian's humble bed. Gazing at his sleeping quarters and thinking of his parents and younger sister, he surmised their situation was similarly dire. Their family conditions were indeed deplorable. Seated at the edge of the bed, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and his consciousness entered the lotus space. Before him unfolded an astonishing scene, a miniature world filled with mountains, waters, and peculiar creatures. However, Song Qian's mind was not occupied with the beauty of the landscape. He sought the legendary treasure trove. Soon, he espied a small wooden cottage. Inside lay a woman, adorned in flowing red garments, her hair white and skin wrinkled. She was the Lotus Immortal, now with eyes gently closed, her complexion pale, resembling one who had slipped into slumber. Song Qian stepped forward and knelt before the Lotus Immortal. "Master, thank you for bestowing your legacy upon me. I shall swiftly locate the 9 women to assemble your consciousness lotus, so that you may awaken." Despite his earnest words, his mind was a tumult of confusion. Where were these 9 women, and what manner of individuals were they? He was utterly in the dark. The most pressing concern was that he had but 3 years. Should he fail to gather the consciousness lotus, both their souls would be lost when the time elapsed. 3 years indeed felt insufficient. Rising, Song Qian began to rummage through the small cottage. The Lotus Immortal had mentioned the Yama's 18 needles, a specific acupuncture technique that must be found to aid his parents' ailments. The cottage was exceedingly sparse, containing only a few chests filled with elixirs and an array of bizarre items whose names eluded him, leaving no time for examination. Was this truly the treasure trove? He mused to himself as he approached a shelf. On the shelf lay an assortment of boxes. Upon opening them, he discovered some contained elixirs while others held rare medicinal herbs. After a cursory glance, he noticed an ancient wooden box prominently inscribed with the words, "Yama's 18 Needles." Inside, He found 18 silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses, each adorned with a skull at the base. The skull must signify Yama, he thought, a smile brightening his countenance. With these silver needles, his parents would be saved. With a focused thought, he returned to the realm of reality. Holding the silver needles, he attempted to channel these treasures. With another mental command, the needles vanished back to the wooden cottage, and upon another mental shift, they reappeared in his grasp. Song Qian was elated, a radiant smile gracing his face. This has become much more convenient. In the future, whenever he wishes to retrieve something from the Lotus space, a mere flicker of thought will suffice. Similarly, returning items will follow suit. After several attempts, Song Qian could scarcely contain his joy, almost bursting into laughter. He had never dreamed that he would possess something akin to the legendary spaces found only in novels and television shows. Moreover, his version was even more advanced than others. However, at this moment, Song Qian could only project his consciousness into the space and wondered if, in the future, he would be able to enter it physically, or whether others could as well. The immediate priority was to treat his parents' ailments. As for other matters, he could delve into them at a later time. He was certain he would eventually understand. With a silver needle in hand, he made his way into the room, approaching his father to assist in examining his foot. Chapter 16. Treating Father, I once pursued the study of medicine. Although I have meandered aimlessly these past 2 years, I have not forgotten my medical knowledge. Allow me to administer a few acupuncture needles. It may alleviate some of your pain, or perhaps even offer a chance of healing. Song Qian proposed, his tone tentative and suggestive. Seeing the silver needles in Song Qian's hand, Lu Shufan hastily shook her head. Little Qian, your father's condition is exceedingly grave. Do not act recklessly. If your efforts fail, it may worsen his ailment. Song Yao added, indeed, Father's foot was broken and treated inadequately at the time, and it has since become a chronic issue, frequently flaring up. If his condition deteriorates, we lack the means to afford medical care. Their words rang with stark truth. It was not merely a matter of insufficient funds. They were burdened with significant debt. To support Song Qian's education, the family had already endured considerable hardship. And after Song Qian was beaten, the expenses for his treatment had further strained their finances. The protests from his mother and sister were anticipated by Song Qian. After all, in light of his current situation, their concerns were valid. He pondered briefly, then decided to broach the matter with them cautiously. It's merely a few acupuncture needles. Even if it doesn't cure him, it shouldn't exacerbate his condition. Let me give it a try. Turning to his father, Song Yongfu, he continued, Father, it's just a few needles in your foot. There is no inherent danger. Allow me to attempt to relieve your pain temporarily. Upon entering the room earlier, Song Qian had observed his father in considerable distress, undoubtedly suffering from his leg ailment, hence his rationale. Song Yongfu hesitated, lifting his knee and gently rubbing it. He too was torn, contemplating whether to permit Song Qian to proceed with the acupuncture. After several seconds of indecision, he ultimately chose to trust his son. His leg was already a source of relentless pain, a burdensome affliction. Perhaps a few needles could indeed provide some relief. Very well, you may try, but exercise caution. Do not damage any nerves or blood vessels, or we will be in dire straits, he acquiesced. Upon receiving his father's consent, Song Qian retrieved the silver needles. Ready to begin the procedure, Lu Shufan rushed over, casting a disapproving glance at Song Yongfu. The child is inexperienced, and you two seem to lack judgment. He has been aimlessly wandering for 2 years. How could he possibly remember what he once learned? Do not indulge his folly. If he inadvertently strikes a blood vessel, we have no ambulance on hand. Holding the needle, Song Qian turned to his mother. Mother, have no fear. You are well aware of my academic performance. It is merely acupuncture. I am confident in my abilities. Song Yongfu chimed in. Let him give it a try. My leg is already incapacitated and I cannot walk. It is worth a shot. Lu Shufan wished to voice her objections again, but observing the resolute determination in both father and son, she fell silent. As Song Qian poised the needle to pierce his father's skin, his sister cautioned him once more. Be careful. Do not make any mistakes. Rest assured, I am aware. Song Qian replied, and with that, he inserted the first silver needle. Strange, I feel no sensation, Song Yongfu thought, a sense of foreboding washing over him moments later. Song Qian smiled gently, hastily reassuring his father. The injection you just received was intended to numb your senses, sparing you from pain. Once I have completed the treatment, you will regain feeling. Just bear with it for now. With that, Song Qian bent down, lifting his father's leg. With the aid of the Lotus Heavenly Eye, he could see the shattered bones within. Grasping his father's knee joint with one hand, and pressing on the fracture with the other, he meticulously repositioned each fragmented bone. In certain areas, the bones had grown together haphazardly. Song Qian had to resort to his ultimate technique, first crushing the bones to forcibly separate them, before reassembling them anew. Once all the bones were realigned, he retrieved a silver needle and precisely inserted it at the site of the fracture. One needle for pain relief, and a second to mend the bone. While others might perceive his father's injury as a grave concern, to Song Qian, it was merely a minor ailment. Just 2 needles were sufficient to restore his father's health. Lu Shufan stood nearby, fretting like an ant on a hot pan. Hearing that Song Yongfu had lost sensation only intensified her anxiety. "Old Song, do you have any feeling now?" Song Yongfu shook his head, devoid of any sensation. As if under the influence of anesthesia. "I can no longer feel my lower leg at all. Xiao Qian, you must stop immediately. We need to find a way to take your father to the hospital. This isn't right. You'll only harm him." Lu Shufan wrung her hands, pacing nervously. Song Yao's eyes glistened with tears. "I told you not to act recklessly. Look what has happened. Dad has completely lost sensation." Faced with his mother and sister's distress, Song Qian could only offer solace. "Father's leg is fractured, and I have just realigned it using my technique. I numbed his nerves intentionally to alleviate his pain. The treatment is complete. Do not fret. He will recover in no more than 10 minutes." At this juncture, anxiety would serve no purpose. They could only wait patiently. As seconds ticked by in a tense atmosphere, 10 minutes soon elapsed. Song Qian noticed that his father's leg had healed. He removed the silver needle and placed it back in its case. "Father, try moving your leg. It should be better now." Song Yongfu exerted every ounce of strength to control his leg. After more than 10 seconds, he finally sensed a flicker of feeling. It seems there is sensation. As time progressed, joy illuminated Song Yongfu's face. "My leg. It no longer hurts. Xiao Yao, quickly help me up." Lu Shufan and Song Yu each took one of Song Yongfu's arms, cautiously assisting him to stand. Tentatively moving, Song Yongfu felt a surge of exhilaration. "It's working. It seems truly healed. Let go. I want to try walking." Song Qian smiled softly, encouraging them to release him. His father should be fine, though he might just need a moment to adjust. Lu Shufan and Song Yao, still somewhat apprehensive, slowly loosened their grip on Song Yongfu. Amid the eager gazes of several onlookers, Song Yongfu tentatively took a small step, a seemingly insignificant movement that, in truth, marked a monumental stride in his life. For he realized that he could exert pressure on his feet once more. Remarkable! It appeared that he was truly healed. A radiant smile illuminated Song Yongfu's face as he could not contain his exuberance. "Incredible! This was nothing short of miraculous." He shouted with glee and attempted to walk a few more steps. The more he walked, the more elated he became, eventually accelerating to a jubilant leap. "Ha! I have truly recovered." With laughter spilling forth, Song Yongfu spread his arms wide and began to jog around the living room, only to feel a twinge of discomfort after a few steps, prompting him to dash out of the yard. Song Qian and the others hurriedly followed him. "Dad, you're not quite accustomed yet. Take it a bit slower to avoid falling. In due time, you'll be able to leap as you wish." Yet, with his legs suddenly restored, Song Yongfu paid little heed to their advice. Chapter 17. Perhaps it was a conspiracy for 2 years. He had been unable to exert any strength in his foot. On good days, he could manage a few hesitant steps, but during painful moments, it felt like a burden. However, at this moment, not only was his leg pain-free, but it also brimmed with vigor. In these 2 years, he had never felt such joy. This is splendid. Slow down." Lu Shufan stepped forward to obstruct Song Yongfu's path. "Listen to the child. Don't be reckless." Song Yongfu halted, yet his exuberance remained unquenched. And he bounced a few times in place, filled with delight as he bent down to inspect the area that had been interrupted. Upon examination, Song Yongfu let out a scream of astonishment. Not only had his leg healed, but even the old scar had vanished. "The scar has disappeared?" Lu Shufan exclaimed, her face filled with confusion as she hurriedly leaned down to check as well, her joy evident as she beamed. "Incredible, the scar is truly gone." Song Yao rushed over, skeptical, and conducted her own inspection. Instantly, her heart swelled with joy as she shouted, "Oh my heavens, my brother's medical skills are extraordinary." "Of course," Song Qian chuckled. "Let us not forget how well I performed in my studies back in the day, hee." Seeing their parents' elation, Song Qian couldn't help but join in the laughter. After the laughter subsided, Song Yao, puzzled, remarked, "Father's foot seems to be healed, but I still have my doubts. How can merely inserting silver needles yield such miraculous results?" "Brother, what did you do?" Song Yongfu echoed her inquiry. Indeed, We have a practitioner of silver needle therapy in our town, and he has treated me as well. Yet it has only ever alleviated the pain slightly. Could you elucidate the distinction? Let us discuss this inside, Song Qian suggested as he turned to walk ahead. With his father's foot healed, the next step was to provide treatment for his mother. At that moment, Song Qian too was perplexed. It was merely the insertion of silver needles, without any elaborate techniques or medicinal aids. Yet, why had the results been so astonishing? After much contemplation, Song Qian arrived at a possibility. These 18 silver needles possessed a unique material, endowing them with remarkable efficacy. He recalled the words of the Lotus Immortal. The 18 Needles of Yanluo could revive the dead and mend broken bones. Did this imply that by employing the 18 Needles of Yanluo, one could rescue a person from the clutches of the King of Hell? How extraordinary that would be! Song Qian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the day he could experiment with his technique on someone freshly departed. Upon entering the living room, the family settled down, and after a moment of reflection, Song Qian spun a tale woven from imagination. In these past 2 years, I've often dreamed of a fairy clad in red, named Hong Lian, who claimed to be a celestial being. Throughout this time, she has frequently imparted her medical knowledge and martial skills to me, essentially teaching me countless things. The technique I used on Father earlier was exactly the method she bestowed upon me, approached merely with a spirit of experimentation. I never expected it to be genuine. The family listened to Song Qian's story with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Such a narrative would be deemed too far-fetched for even a television drama. However, since his leg was already healed, they were disinclined to press for further details. Song Qian's words held an air of authority, dismissing trivial matters with ease. After recounting a tale, he turned his gaze toward Lu Shufan. Mother, your facial nerves seem injured, causing your mouth to twitch frequently. Allow me to assist you. A single acupuncture treatment will suffice. Lu Shufan, smiling, inquired, can mine truly be cured? Of course, Song Qian asserted confidently. The healing arts bestowed upon me by divine beings can remedy any ailment. Your condition is as simple to treat as a common cold. It shall be resolved in no more than 10 minutes. Lu Shufan's smile blossomed even brighter at the prospect of relief from her suffering. For the past 2 years, she had endured a constant ringing in her ears, tears streaming from her eyes, and uncontrollable spasms at the corners of her mouth, a torment that felt unbearable. Some had warned her that she might be at risk of a stroke. Terrified yet powerless, she had persevered, fueled by the formidable will to care for her 2 children and her incapacitated partner. The thunderous cacophony in her ears was an experience few could bear. She even contemplated that losing her hearing might be preferable to the relentless buzzing. The tumult in her ears accompanied a throbbing headache, rendering her existence almost intolerable. Many times, she had considered that perhaps death would be a more dignified escape from such misery, questioning the very essence of life while enduring such humiliation. Yet, thoughts of her children and her injured husband compelled her to endure, no matter the pain. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to try, Lu Shufan declared, leaning closer to Song Qian. With precision, Song Qian inserted a silver needle into the Yifeng point behind her ear, followed by another at the Qiangliao point on her cheekbone. Once the treatments were complete, the family resumed their conversation. However, a certain topic shattered Song Qian's composure. Song Yao revealed that the individual who had rendered Song Qian incapacitated had begun a relationship with his ex-girlfriend shortly after his misfortune, and they were rumored to be planning a wedding. Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt a chill run down his spine. The timeline suggested that they must have known each other prior to his incident, and the flirtation with his girlfriend could have been a calculated provocation, designed to incite him before the subsequent attack. That night replayed in his mind. Before the barbecue outing, his girlfriend had insisted on going, leading him to that very restaurant. The more he reflected, the more apprehensive he became, as if he were the unwitting pawn in a larger scheme. He resolved to confront his ex-girlfriend to uncover the truth and seek vengeance for the suffering he had endured over the past 2 years, ensuring that they would repay their debts in full. Just then, Song Yao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother, those 2 scoundrels have caused our family great harm. Now that you have just recovered, it would be wise to avoid them and refrain from seeking revenge. Song Yongfu added, I later learned that your ex-girlfriend's new partner is a wealthy heir. We must tread carefully. It is best to keep our distance from them, as far as possible. To alleviate her family's worries, Song Qian could only nod in agreement. Rest assured, the immediate priority is to enhance our living conditions. I scarcely have the time to engage with them. Lu Shufan wished to interject, but with silver needles embedded in her face, she hesitated to speak and ultimately clamped her lips shut, resorting instead to offering Song Qian a warning glance. to Lu Shufan's astonishment. Ever since Song Qian had applied the silver needles, the twitching at the corners of her mouth had ceased, and her eyes no longer wept. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes had elapsed. Song Qian carefully removed the needles and placed them into a storage box. Mother, your ailment should be alleviated now. We shall leave it at that for today. Should you experience any discomfort in the next couple of days, I will provide further treatment. Lu Shufan nodded with a smile, as if genuinely improved. From that moment until now, her eyes had remained dry, and her mouth had not twitched. As for the ringing in her ears, she currently felt no discomfort. With the absence of the ringing, she appeared no different from an ordinary person. Chapter 18. Wang Mazi's fright. Typically, it takes 2 to 3 days for one's ears to ring. So one must wait a few days to ascertain whether the issue has resolved. Lu Shufan, beaming with joy, rubbed the corners of her mouth. Let's check back in 2 days. It should be fine. After exchanging a few cheerful words, everyone retired to their respective quarters. Song Qian returned to his room, feigning sleep. However, shortly after entering, he turned back and stepped outside. He made his way to the kitchen, pretending to draw water, and then, using a paper towel, wiped some soot from the pot's bottom, stashing it in his pocket as he prepared to confront Wang Mazi. Earlier, at Xu Taohua's house, Wang Mazi had been thoroughly frightened by him, and Song Qian felt it was too lenient to let him off so easily. Moreover, he was concerned that Wang Mazi might return and trouble Xu Taohua again, so he deemed it prudent to check in on the situation. Arriving at Xu Taohua's doorstep, he noticed the lights were off and the house was enveloped in silence, which eased his anxiety somewhat. Song Qian activated his Lotus Celestial Eye and surveyed the interior, confirming that Xu Taohua had indeed gone to bed before making his way to Wang Mazi's home. Song Qian was resolute. He could not let Wang Mazi off without ensuring he was thoroughly subdued. Nevertheless, contemplating the notion of eliminating him made him reconsider. Wang Mazi had indeed been brutal today, tossing Song Qian to the ground and ultimately casting him into the abyss. Yet, this encounter had also granted Song Qian the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged that Wang Mazi was both an adversary and a benefactor. He resolved to teach him a lesson that would prevent any further harassment of Xu Taohua and dissuade him from seeking trouble with Song Qian again, thus allowing him to be spared. At Wang Mazi's residence, having fled Xu Taohua's home as if escaping for his life, he exerted great effort to roll and crawl back home. After resting for a while and realizing that Song Qian had not pursued him, Wang Mazi felt a slight sense of relief, though worry still gnawed at him. A half-hour passed without any sign of Song Qian, allowing him to gradually relax and begin to tend to his personal hygiene. The trousers he had worn earlier reeked of urine, prompting him to change them and wash them in the yard. After several minutes, the trousers were finally clean. Once hung out to dry, Wang Mazi retrieved a kitchen knife and set it beside him before sitting down on a chair in the yard to rest. The events at Xu Taohua's house puzzled him immensely. Why had Song Qian approached him so closely, yet he found himself unable to move? As he contemplated this, it seemed as though a mysterious force had bound him, rendering him immobile. But from where could such power originate? After much contemplation, only one explanation emerged. Perhaps Song Qian had died, and his ghost had ensnared him. The thought was utterly terrifying. After pondering for a considerable time, Wang Mazi took the kitchen knife and returned to the living room, gathering incense, paper money, and preparing a bowl of offerings. With these items in hand, he returned to a corner of the yard. He arranged the offerings, lit the incense, and then knelt on the ground, beginning to burn paper money, hoping to rid himself of the ghost of Song Qian. Song Qian, I never intended to harm you. The deeds have been done, and I sincerely apologize. I implore you, do not haunt me any longer. I will burn you more paper money, plenty of it. If you ever find yourself in need, feel free to visit me in a dream, and I will gladly burn it for you. I only ask that you do not cling to me any further. The scene at Xu Taohua's house lingered vividly in Wang Mazi's memory. That paralyzing sensation, for a fleeting moment, made him feel as though death itself beckoned him. A thought that still sent shivers down his spine. Kneeling on the ground, as he burned the paper money, he muttered to himself, essentially pleading with Song Qian to cease his torment. Upon reaching the threshold of Wang Mazi's home, Song Qian, noticing the flickering flames within, peered through the courtyard wall with his lotus eye and couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that the arrogant Wang Mazi would succumb to fear, resorting to burning paper money for himself. What a comical sight. It seemed that Wang Mazi genuinely believed he had met his end. Ah, Wang Mazi, where is that bravado of yours from earlier today? Why do you appear so timid now? He mused, laughing softly while observing Wang Mazi through the wall. Having inherited a unique ability, Song Qian possessed an acute sense of hearing. Even through the barrier, he could clearly discern Wang Mazi's murmured words. It was evident that fear had indeed gripped him. Song Qian retrieved some soot from the bottom of a pot and smeared it around his eyes, carelessly applying some to his face as well. With everything prepared, he leaped gracefully, his body surprisingly light, and entered the courtyard. He moved with utmost stealth, not making a sound. Once in the shadows of the yard, he stood still, watching as Wang Mazi continued to burn paper money and mumble to himself, a smile threatening to break as he felt an impulse to spare Wang Mazi. Song Qian, I truly did not wish for your demise. Please, let me go. This paper money is for you. Spend it slowly below. I am sorry. I am so very sorry. Wang Mazi incessantly chanted as he burned the paper money. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. Wang Mazi, I died so tragically. Song Qian's words were articulated slowly, each syllable almost a struggle, his voice hoarse and rasping, as if he were wrestling with the depths of hell. Wang Mazi turned around, frozen in shock. Song Qian, please, do not haunt me. He instinctively grabbed a kitchen knife, quickly rising to his feet and pressing against the corner of the courtyard wall, brandishing the cold blade towards Song Qian. Do not come closer. I have a knife. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he was overtaken by that same immobilizing sensation he had experienced at Xu Taohua's house. At that moment, his limbs stiffened, rendering him unable to move. Even with the knife in hand, he found himself powerless. Song Qian, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. Wang Mazi's body was rigid, his mouth the only part still functioning. Step by step, Song Qian approached Wang Mazi. Immediately, he effortlessly seized the gleaming kitchen knife from Wang Mazi's grasp, brandishing it at his throat. The immobilization spell proved remarkably effective, allowing him to easily control Wang Mazi. You have wronged me gravely. I seek vengeance. Wang Mazi trembled, a warm stream once again dampening his trousers. No, spare me. I realize my mistakes. Faced with Wang Mazi's pleas for mercy, Song Qian merely furrowed his brow. The knife was poised at Wang Mazi's neck, yet it inflicted no harm. Instead, he employed a form of hypnosis, compelling Wang Mazi to strike himself. With resounding slaps, Wang Mazi delivered numerous blows to his own face. As the moment approached its climax, Song Qian decided to release him. Wang Mazi, you are forbidden from pursuing Sister Taohua. If I catch you in such an endeavor again, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Below Wang Mazi, droplets fell, accompanied by a pungent odor. The weight of Song Qian's warning left him no choice but to comply. I will never trouble her again. I shall retrieve the betrothal gifts tomorrow and cease all pursuit of Xu Taohua. I implore you, spare me. Chapter 19, The Village Beauty. Zhang Yibei, remember what you said, or the consequences will be dire. With those words, Song Qian hurled the kitchen knife to the ground and leaped into the air, vanishing instantaneously before Wang Mazi's eyes. Wang Mazi stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle. A full minute passed after Song Qian's disappearance before Wang Mazi could muster the strength to move. He felt utterly drained, collapsing against the wall. Song Qian, I beg you, spare me. At that moment, Wang Mazi was convinced that Song Qian was deceased. Otherwise, how could a normal person float effortlessly into the air? The scene he had just witnessed was undeniably ghostly. Slumped in the corner, it took him a while to gather himself and stand. I must find a master immediately to exorcise Song Qian's spirit. Otherwise, I shall never find peace. Wang Mazi muttered to himself, swaying as he stumbled back into the house. In just a few hours, he had been tormented by Song Qian multiple times. The recent encounter was particularly harrowing. The icy blade of the knife had been poised at his throat, and a mere flick would have severed his head from his body. As he walked, he rubbed his aching cheek, haunted by a mysterious force that compelled him to strike himself, an influence he could not resist. The more he contemplated, the more fear took root in his heart. He needed to summon an expert to deal with Song Qian as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Song Qian returned home, cheerful and carefree. He lay upon his bed, contemplating his next steps. First, he needed to earn money swiftly to improve his family's living conditions, though he had little idea of how to achieve this. Secondly, he sought to locate the fragments of his consciousness. This endeavor could afford to be postponed, as he had 3 years at his disposal. However, the urgency of generating income was paramount. As he reclined on his bed, he pondered deeply. After some time, an idea finally struck him. I've got it. I may not make a fortune, but I can earn a little to address our immediate needs. The following day, Song Qian rose early. He acquired a fishing net, preparing to catch fish. On Longquan Mountain, a brook flowed down to form the Longquan River, which subsequently fed into Longquan Lake, teeming with sizable fish. Catching some to sell should net him a few thousand yuan. As he grasped the fishing net, ready to depart, he noticed his sister, Song Yao, emerging from her room, rubbing her eyes. "Brother, where are you off to so early with that fishing net?" "Just to catch a couple of fish to improve our living situation. I'll be back shortly," he replied while walking. Song Yao rushed over, handing her phone to him. "Dad and Mom are worried about you going alone. Take my phone so we can stay in touch." Song Qian accepted the phone, tucking it into his pocket. "When I have money, I'll buy one for myself." With the inheritance he received, Song Qian possessed the ability to traverse distances in the blink of an eye, reaching Longquan Lake in an instant. However, he dared not act upon such thoughts. If he did, it would not be long before the villagers discovered his secret, branding him a monster and potentially affecting his parents as well. Given the current circumstances, he could only remain honest and straightforward. Song Qian, with a fishing net in hand, hurried towards Longquan Lake. Moments later, he arrived at the lakeside. Just as he was about to cast his net, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. "Silly Song Qian. Are you here to fish?" Song Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would be up even earlier than he was. This familiar face belonged to Zhang Yibei, the daughter of the village head, Zhang Yukai. She was the epitome of beauty in Taohua village, delicate and enchanting. Zhang Yibei was Song Qian's classmate, and they had graduated from university together. "Zhang Yibei, are you also here to fish?" Zhang Yibei was indeed charming, her beauty rivaling that of any flower in the village. During their university days, they had shared a fleeting connection, yet circumstances had prevented them from becoming a couple. "I'm not here to fish," Zhang Yibei replied. "I came to the lakeside yesterday and lost my necklace. I suspect it may have fallen nearby, and I worry someone might find it. I specifically came to look for it." "Have you found it?" Song Qian inquired. Zhang Yibei shook her head, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. "I arrived before dawn and have searched everywhere, yet I still haven't found it. I spent over 2,000 on it. It's such a pity." As she spoke, she looked at Song Qian with hope. "Silly Song Qian, could you help me search? If you find my necklace, I'll help you catch fish later, and I guarantee you'll catch a big one." Today, Zhang Yibei wore a cream-colored blouse paired with jeans and athletic shoes. The fitted jeans accentuated her figure perfectly, and she was undeniably attractive. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, swaying gracefully behind her, with a few strands playfully tousled across her forehead. Zhang Yibei tossed her hair back and gazed at Song Qian with optimism. "Perhaps it has been picked up by someone else. If you search for so long, it might be futile to keep looking. Instead of searching for the necklace, why not help me catch fish?" As Song Qian prepared to begin fishing, Zhang Yibei stepped forward and pressed down on his fishing net. With her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, she gazed intently at him. "Hey, why are you speaking so fluently today?" "Really? I hadn't noticed," he stammered, feigning his previous awkwardness. "Perhaps it's because I'm in the presence of a stunning beauty, causing my blood to rush and my speech to normalize. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, he deliberately maintained a fixed gaze on Zhang Yibei. To his surprise, the more he looked at her, the more captivating she became. Her well-proportioned figure, with curves in all the right places and none where they shouldn't be, was simply breathtaking. Her graceful neck and the alluring glimpse of her neckline accentuated her perfect silhouette. "What are you staring at? You lecher." Zhang Yibei playfully pouted, hastily adjusting her collar. "I am speaking to you. Why are you no longer stuttering today?" she teased. "I was merely jesting," Song Qian explained with a smile. "My foolishness has been cured. Please refrain from calling me foolish Song Qian again. If you dare to do so, I shall gaze at your bosom with a silly drool." Zhang Yibei was notably voluptuous, her figure truly exceptional. During their school days, she had developed remarkably. Among their peers, those lecherous male classmates secretly referred to her as Big Chest Sister, which speaks volumes about her physique. Zhang Yibei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, taken aback by Song Qian's playful banter. His speech was now smooth, his thoughts quick, and he could even jest with her. It seemed his foolishness had indeed vanished. With wide eyes, she incredulously inquired, "Your ailment has truly been cured? When did this happen? Who is your healer?" Chapter 20. An unusual fishing method. Song Qian spoke softly. "Suddenly, it just happened. Suddenly, it just happened? Is such a miraculous occurrence possible?" Zhang Yibei listened in disbelief, her face a portrait of skepticism. She straightened her chest, unable to fully grasp the situation, and gazed at Song Qian. "This is incredible. You mustn't be deceiving me, right? I managed to heal myself, so that counts for something, doesn't it? And don't forget, During our university days, my academic performance surpassed yours. Song Qian, not wishing to delve into the matter, replied, I want to discuss this further. My family is quite impoverished, and I seek to catch some fish to sell and perhaps prepare a sour fish dish. If you're willing to join me, let us commence. If not, please do not hinder me. From the way Song Qian spoke, it was evident he had indeed recovered. Zhang Yibei remained in shock, unable to process the revelation. This affliction that Song Qian had, deemed a perplexing ailment, had cost his family a fortune in medical expenses and countless visits to doctors. Yet it remained unresolved. Who could have possibly cured him? It seemed implausible that, as he claimed, he had healed himself. Such a notion was exceedingly difficult to believe. Song Qian, be honest, who healed you? Zhang Yibei extended her arms, seeking clarity. As a medical student running a small clinic in Taohua village, she was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. My dear aunt, please step aside. I am in urgent need of fishing now. We can discuss this later. Why can't we discuss it now? Zhang Yibei retorted, though she felt the oddity of her own words. It seemed she had been led astray by Song Qian's demeanor. The term now not only signified the present moment but could also serve as a verb, carrying a unique connotation at times. Forget it. If you wish to fish successfully, it won't be that simple. I still haven't found my necklace. You must help me locate it before you can fish, or I won't allow you to proceed. Zhang Yibei declared, beginning to act a bit petulantly. She pouted, extending her arms to block Song Qian. My dear aunt, this is not how it works. If you do not step aside, I shall take action, so beware of my ambush. Song Qian warned, his fingers poised like claws as he reached out with his right hand. With gritted teeth, Zhang Yibei closed her eyes. If you have the skill, then ambush me. Left with no choice, Song Qian conceded. 10 minutes, you guide me in a circle. If we do not find the necklace within that time, you cannot obstruct me. And you must assist me in fishing. Zhang Yibei clenched her teeth and slowly opened her eyes. I searched for 20 minutes without success. You can't expect to find it in just 10. At the very least, we need 20 minutes. Zhang Yibei persisted, and Song Qian's expression darkened. Fine. Let us make haste then. He cast aside the fishing net and began to help Zhang Yibei in her search for the necklace. Having received a legacy, Song Qian possessed exceptional vision. He utilized his enhanced perception to aid Zhang Yibei in her quest. Meanwhile, he took a moment to appreciate Zhang Yibei's flawless figure. Her curves were truly remarkable. The title of busted beauty was well-deserved. According to Zhang Yibei's recollections, the two of them meandered along the lakeside path, searching high and low, even scouring through the grass, yet Song Qian left no stone unturned. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, no trace could be found. Before they knew it, over 20 minutes had elapsed. Let's abandon this futile search, if it troubles you. I promise that once I've earned some money, I shall gift you a necklace, she said. The financial situation of Song Qian's family was notoriously dire. Even if he possessed wealth, acquiring such a necklace was beyond his means, let alone presenting it to Zhang Yibei. To spare Song Qian's feelings, Zhang Yibei feigned a cheerful demeanor. You mentioned it first. I shall remember. When the time comes, I shall personally choose a piece worth 4,000 or 5,000, and I will extract a handsome sum from you. All right. Enough of this chatter. Let us hasten to catch some fish. Approaching the fishing net, Song Qian picked it up and ventured to a deeper area of the water, casting the net into the depths. His fishing net was a large seine, equipped with some bait. Initially, he had no intention of using bait, but its presence served as a cover for his true intentions. As fate would have it, the bait now found its purpose. You claim to have recovered from your foolishness, yet here you are, casting that net into the water. I doubt you will catch anything for quite some time, Zhang Yibei remarked, hands on her hips, observing the spectacle. The fishing net Song Qian possessed included a larger seine, which he had just thrown into the water, and a smaller one meant for scooping fish. In the tranquil moments by Longquan Lake, the grass carp would come to the shore to graze, and using the smaller net was far more effective than the larger one, potentially yielding a couple of catches. However, merely tossing the larger net into the water and scattering bait, waiting for the fish to willingly swim into the net was an impractical strategy. The larger net was not as efficient as the smaller one. Zhang Yibei's derision did not faze Song Qian. How could she comprehend his methods? You simply do not understand. There is an adage, Jiang Taigong fishes, and those who wish to bite will take the bait. My bait has been specially treated. No fish can resist it. And within 10 minutes, the net will be full. Uft, what a tall tale. I would be better off using the smaller net. It's unlikely to yield any results. Zhang Yibei scoffed, shaking the small net in her hand. Do not disrupt. Merely observe from the sidelines, Song Qian urged as he noticed Zhang Yibei's intention to catch fish. Within the legacy of the Lotus Fairy Emperor, there existed a remarkable technique known as hypnosis, capable of inducing a trance not only in humans but also in flora and fauna. By employing this technique, Song Qian could easily hypnotize the fish within a specific range, guiding them into the larger net. This method made fishing a breeze. His assertion of a full net was no mere boast. That is utterly ridiculous. Why don't you claim the fish in the lake dance to your tune, willingly leaping into your net? Zhang Yibei laughed heartily, taking no heed of his words. Meanwhile, Song Qian stood by, swiftly invoking the art of hypnosis. Soon, Song Qian discovered that several large fish he had hypnotized were approaching the net and had entered it. To be frank, the net was superfluous for Song Qian. He could simply employ his hypnotic powers to beckon the fish over, capturing them with his bare hands. The presence of a net was merely a fade. If you don't believe me, that's your choice. Song Qian remarked nonchalantly. In 10 minutes, we shall witness a miracle. Perhaps even sooner. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yibei noticed that in the vicinity of the large net, a school of fish was causing quite a commotion in the water. Oh, it seems there really are fish, she exclaimed. Shoo. Song Qian feigned mystery and shushed her. If you scare the fish away, I shall treat you as a large fish and sell you on the street for money. Keep your voice down. Zhang Yibei covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The splashes in the area where the net was placed grew increasingly vigorous. Chapter 21. A magnificent fish. She often caught fish, and upon witnessing such a scene, the fishing net contained at least several sizable catches. Zhang Yibei tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Song Qian and excitedly whispered, "It's truly astonishing that we can catch fish like this." Song Qian chuckled softly at Zhang Yibei's astonishment. Do you think I would deceive you? There is nothing peculiar about it. Now, lend me a hand and prepare to haul in the net. As Song Qian tugged on the rope, Zhang Yibei assisted from behind. During the struggle, Song Qian's elbow brushed against Zhang Yibei, and she felt a warm, soft sensation, remarkable in its elasticity. Zhang Yibei's cheeks flushed, and she let out a soft retort. Together, they exerted their strength and soon managed to pull the fish up. The net was brimming with over a dozen large fish, and upon inspection, Song Qian estimated their total weight to be nearly 100 pounds, a bountiful catch indeed. How do you feel now? Are you convinced? Song Qian proclaimed proudly, surveying the abundance of fish. Zhang Yibei's face turned a deeper shade of red as she shivered slightly, still feeling the remnants of discomfort from Song Qian's earlier collision. She understood it was unintentional and refrained from voicing her discomfort. You were right. We truly caught this many large fish. I'm a bit curious about how you prepared the bait. It's remarkably effective, Zhang Yibei said, her cheeks still flushed as she couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She then rubbed her chest, aware of a lingering ache. Noticing Zhang Yibei's awkwardness, Song Qian offered an embarrassed smile. I apologize for bumping into you. Zhang Yibei waved her hand dismissively, remaining silent. Her clear eyes were fixed on the thrashing fish, and she once again gave Song Qian a thumbs up, continuing her inquiry. Your bait is incredibly impressive. How did you manage it? Would you teach me? If I could catch fish like this, I could make a fortune. Interested in learning? Song Qian teased. If you truly wish to learn, call me brother Song Qian, and perhaps I shall impart my knowledge. They had grown up in the same village, classmates since childhood. Though not in the same class during university, as childhood friends, they shared an unspoken bond. Song Qian felt comfortable enough to jest with her. Zhang Yibei giggled as she tugged at Song Qian's sleeve, pouting her lips, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Brother Song Qian, please teach me. I run that shabby clinic and barely scrape by. If you could show me how to make bait, I could earn some money, and people would remember your kindness. Would you please teach me? The earlier scene of catching fish had truly astonished her. At this moment, she genuinely yearned to learn. Her voice was soft and sweet as she gently swayed Song Qian's sleeve, her eyes filled with longing. If she could catch fish like this. With the abundant resources of Longguan Lake, she could certainly prosper and no longer need to run that dilapidated clinic. Not sincere enough. We shall discuss it later, Song Qian replied, as he began to collect the valuable fish, placing them into the fish basket, while discarding a few less valuable ones. Zhang Yibei observed this with an expression of discontent. How could you let them go after we went through so much trouble to catch them? Those are grass carp. Worth quite a bit, Zhang Yibei chided, but Song Qian paid no heed to her reproach. Releasing a few grass carp did not trouble him at all. With a touch of hypnosis and a little investment of time, he could easily capture finer specimens. Why bother with small fish? His intent was to catch larger, more valuable ones to sell. It would be a waste of effort to pursue the less valuable. What do you understand? They're just a few small fish. I can catch bigger ones later, and we can raise these small ones. They will also be ours in due time. Song Qian set the net properly and turned to Zhang Yibei. Yibei, I recall you have a tricycle. Would you kindly lend it to me? I am certain I can catch more fish, and without a vehicle, I cannot transport them to sell. Zhang Yibei pouted, somewhat reluctant. If you use my tricycle to haul fish, it will reek of fishy odor, and you'll dirty my vehicle. How will you compensate me for that? With a mischievous grin. Song Qian gazed at her. If you insist on compensation, then I shall offer myself in return. Zhang Yibei clenched her delicate fist and playfully struck Song Qian. Go away. Not wishing to tease her any further, Song Qian returned to the matter at hand. How about this? Since you just called me brother, I won't let you lose out. Lend me the tricycle, and we can sell the fish together. Afterward, I shall give you 20% as depreciation for the tricycle. Zhang Yibei rubbed her cheek, contemplating. The fish they just caught could easily fetch several hundred yuan. At this rate, selling could yield over 1,000. A quick calculation revealed that borrowing the vehicle could indeed be quite lucrative. She smiled and nodded. Deal. However, her expression soon turned sour. It takes at least half an hour to walk back to Taohua village. That is too exhausting. I want to watch you catch fish and don't wish to return just yet. How could you be so foolish? Song Qian shot her a disapproving glance. Can't you just call your father and have him bring the tricycle over? Indeed, I am rather dim-witted. Zhang Yibei's face flushed as she sheepishly scratched her head and took out her phone to call her father. Song Qian jested. What do they say? That you are quite the airhead. You are a textbook example of that. Zhang Yibei lowered her gaze, her cheeks burning. How had he suddenly become so audacious? She distinctly remembered that the old Song Qian, while playful, was never so shameless. But today, he seemed different. His previous comment felt like a self-deprecating jab. Yet it also seemed like a compliment. Was there anything wrong with being airhead? You are the real airhead, Zhang Yibei retorted, her face still flushed. Song Qian waggled a finger in front of her. You are mistaken. That saying pertains to women. It is impossible for a man to be airhead, haha. At first, Zhang Yibei was taken aback. However, after a moment of contemplation, her face instantly flushed crimson. How could Song Qian possess such a plethora of risque jokes? Without further ado, I must make a phone call. Zhang Yibei grasped the phone and dialed her father, Zhang Yukai. Upon hearing that a substantial catch had been made, he readily agreed and informed Zhang Yibei that he would arrive shortly. In just a few minutes, the two of them hoisted the fishing net, revealing an even more bountiful harvest than before, with nearly 20 sizable fish. The net was nearly bursting at the seams. They busily dragged the net from the water. What magnificent fish! We are on the brink of prosperity. Zhang Yibei danced with exuberance, leaping to great heights. She bent down and lifted a hefty carp weighing over 10 kilograms. How enormous! It must weigh around 20 kilograms. The fish thrashed in her grasp, causing her to sway. Chapter 22. The village beauty falls into water as Song Qian gazed out. The scenery unfolded before him, boundless and magnificent. Indeed, it was vast, so large and so white. Zhang Yibei, upon hearing this remark, felt an odd sensation. She raised her head to look at Song Qian, only to discover that he was fixated upon her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I was referring to this fish, which is quite substantial. Song Qian retorted, and indeed, the fish was impressive, its belly a pristine white. If his assumptions were correct, it must be a male. Go away. Zhang Yibei playfully scolded, as Song Qian's mischievous gaze betrayed his intentions. Placing the fish into the keeper, they had accumulated nearly 30. Similar to before, the slightly smaller ones, lacking an aesthetic appeal, were swiftly released back into the water. Zhang Yibei stood by, feeling a pang of sympathy with every fish set free. Each one released meant a few less coins in her pocket. Though she was not financially strained, being the daughter of the village chief, losing money still tugged at her heartstrings. Don't release them, it's a pity. Catch the larger ones, leave the small ones. Song Qian exclaimed, once again feigning seriousness as he dipped the net back into the water. After several successful hauls, each net teeming with fish, over half an hour had passed. Looking into the keeper, he was elated to see over 100 pounds of fish. And with the additional catch from the nearby pond, the total exceeded 1,000 pounds, bringing him immense joy. This bounty could fetch a handsome profit exceeding 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, they had also caught 3 turtles, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, perfect for a nourishing soup. Of the 3, one would be kept for his family, while he intended to gift one to Zhang Yibei and the other to Xu Taohua. Despite the joy, Song Qian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, among all the fish caught, the largest barely approached 40 pounds. In his recollection, Longwan Lake was known for its larger specimens. He believed that his hypnotic abilities should have enabled him to capture a giant fish. Yet, where were the large fish? We have already caught so many. It's enough to earn a significant amount. Let us not overdo it, or we may not sell them all, and it would be a shame if they died. Zhang Yibei suggested. Yet I have not yet caught a big fish. Let me ponder this. Perhaps, being near the lake shore, the larger fish are not out in the open, and my hypnotic influence cannot reach them. To catch a big fish, I must venture into the water. You wait here while I dive in and catch a large fish with my bare hands. I will not be satisfied unless I succeed. With that, Song Qian quickly shed his shirt. Zhang Yibei's face flushed, and she hastily covered her eyes. Rogue, why are you undressing? Song Qian handed her his jacket. What is all the fuss? I am merely removing my shirt and pants. I still have clothes underneath. How can I catch fish without shedding my outer garments? Turning away, Zhang Yibei chose not to look at him. You truly are a rogue. Oh dear, Miss Yibei, are you feeling shy? This is not like you at all. If memory serves, when we were 5 or 6, we frolicked naked in Longquan River, so what is there to be bashful about? Zhang Yibei stood with her back to Song Qian, undeniably feeling a touch of shyness. In those days, we were naive. Now, as adults, we understand the distinctions between genders. Is it appropriate for you to disrobe in front of me? Let us not dwell on such matters. Please refrain from soiling my clothes. As Song Qian spoke, he handed Zhang Yibei his long pants as well. She accepted the garments and carelessly tossed them onto the nearby lawn. If they get dirty, so be it. It is of no concern to me. With a splash, Song Qian dove into Longquan Lake. Behind him, Zhang Yibei's voice rang out with caution. Be careful. Don't exert yourself if you can't catch anything. While it is indeed possible to catch fish with bare hands, capturing a large one and bringing it ashore requires considerable strength. Zhang Yibei held little faith in Song Qian's ability to catch a big fish. A full minute passed, yet Song Qian remained submerged. Zhang Yibei paced anxiously by the water's edge. Song Qian, if you can't catch anything, come back quickly. Where are you? She strained her voice, calling out desperately. But no matter how fervently she cried, Song Qian's figure remained elusive. Panic set in for Zhang Yibei. Could it be that Song Qian had sunk? It seemed unlikely. They had grown up together, and she was well aware of his swimming prowess. An accident should not have occurred. Yet, why had he not resurfaced? Song Qian, hurry up and come back. Zhang Yibei scanned the surroundings, shouting towards Longquan Lake. Still, there was no sign of him. She yearned to leap into the lake to search for him, yet fear held her back. Though she enjoyed water, she could not swim. In her past endeavors of catching fish and shrimp, she had only ventured into the shallow waters of Longquan River. If she jumped in, she would surely be in peril. Just as Zhang Yibei was in a frantic state, she noticed a series of bubbles about 5 or 6 meters ahead, and suddenly, Song Qian's head emerged. Song Qian, come up quickly. The moment she spotted him, relief washed over her. Song Qian paddled toward the shore, remarking, why the rush? I thought perhaps you had been devoured by a large fish. You've been under for 3 minutes, and I couldn't see you. You nearly frightened me to death. By the time he reached the shore, he gently pulled up the head of a large fish, which slowly surfaced, appearing to weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds. Goodness! He actually caught a big fish. The moment Zhang Yibei beheld the fish, she was struck with awe, exclaiming in delight. She rushed to the water's edge, eager to assist Song Qian in bringing the fish ashore. However, in her flurry, she lost her footing and fell into the water with a splash, inadvertently kicking Song Qian. Aware that Zhang Yibei could not swim, Song Qian acted swiftly to rescue her, wrapping his arms around her. With his assistance, Zhang Yibei finally managed to lift her head above the water. Soon, she returned to the shore, drenched and with her clothes clinging tightly to her skin, revealing her perfect figure, which sent Song Qian's heart racing. My dear, my big fish? Although Song Qian referred to it as a big fish, her gaze was one of condescension as she looked down at Zhang Yibei. Women undergo remarkable transformations as they mature, and indeed, Zhang Yibei had changed significantly. She lifted her head, blushing slightly as she glanced at Song Qian. Song Qian merely wished to assist her, but unexpectedly, her help had caused more trouble. The loss of that fish shall be on my account. You can keep my 20, I shall not claim it, she declared. Song Qian then took off her outer garment, using it to gently wipe the moisture from Zhang Yibei's cheeks, while also smoothing her disheveled bangs. You were not frightened, were you? She inquired, with tears in her eyes. Zhang Yibei gently shook her head. I was not frightened. It's just that your big fish is gone. It's my fault for being careless. I stand by my word. I shall not take the 20. During their conversation, Zhang Yibei's gaze was fixed upon Song Qian. Chapter 23. The necklace is found at this moment. Song Qian was clad only in a pair of shorts, his well-defined muscles undeniably captivating. Please, Don't stand before me like that. Hurry and put on some clothes. If my father sees you, he might think you have ulterior motives, Zhang Yibei remarked, as Song Qian assisted her to a safer distance. Just sit here, and don't go near the lake. I don't need your help. Nor do I wish for any disturbances. I still need to catch another one. Be cautious. You had me worried just a moment ago, she added, wringing the water from her clothes as a friendly reminder. Approaching the lakeside, Song Qian dove in with vigor once more. After approximately 3 minutes, he resurfaced, triumphantly hauling a sizable fish from the water. Zhang Yibei's heart swelled with joy at his success. Song Qian, I never expected you to be this skilled. Clambering ashore, he placed the fish into a nearby small pool. Had you not caused a ruckus earlier, this would have been my second catch already. Haha, I am destined to strike it rich today. Song Qian mused, astonished at the efficacy of his newfound hypnotic abilities. The legacy bestowed upon him by the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor was entirely self-contained. Achieving this inheritance meant reaching the pinnacle without the need for arduous training. Even his impressive physique had developed rapidly since receiving the legacy just yesterday. Someone said that catch was my responsibility. Am I not entitled to offer you 20 of the profit and help sell the fish for free? He teased, shaking his head with a faint smile. I was only jesting. As per our earlier agreement, you shall still receive 20. Just promise not to complicate matters further. Zhang Yibei felt a sense of regained hope upon hearing his words. She understood that he would not create any additional troubles. Dressed in her damp attire, she returned to the lawn, where she appeared serene and graceful, exuding an aura of elegance. Though Song Qian initially contemplated catching another large fish, he reconsidered, realizing that while catching fish was straightforward, selling them posed a greater challenge. If they could not be sold, the fish would perish, and the thought of that was disheartening. Once he donned his clothes, he settled beside Zhang Yibei. Your clothes are wet. Are you cold? I'm all right. My father will be here shortly. We can haul the fish back to the village and change. It should be fine. The two sat on the lawn, joyfully conversing. Zhang Yibei even began calculating how much money they could make from the unexpectedly large catch and how much she would earn. As she pondered, a smile spread across her face. Regardless of the outcome, she was certain there would be several thousand yuan involved. Song Qian's prowess astonished her. With a mere toss of the net into the water, the fish willingly swam right in. Such a technique was beyond her wildest dreams, yet he had achieved it. Zhang Yibei sensed that Song Qian had indeed changed. He seemed more handsome, and his demeanor had taken on a mischievous edge. Moments later, the sound of a tricycle approached from behind. Zhang Yukai, driving the vehicle, arrived in a hurry, dust swirling around him. Upon parking the tricycle, he was utterly astonished to see a large fish lying askew in the pond, and he let out a sharp scream. Did we really catch so many? The two of them had caught so many fish that one fish basket could scarcely contain them, so they temporarily housed the excess in a nearby small pond, which was bustling with activity. Zhang Yukai gazed around and estimated that there were at least 1,000 pounds of fish. Is there more? Zhang Yibei pointed to the fish basket in the water, and the group approached the fisherman, cautiously dragging the basket up. Fortunately, the basket was sturdy enough. Noticing his daughter's wet attire, Zhang Yukai expressed his concern, then inquired about Song Qian's health, asking how her condition had improved. As they chatted, they loaded the fish onto the tricycle. This tricycle, powered by fuel, had a spacious cargo area, and Zhang Yukai had previously lined it with plastic sheeting used for transporting water. Thus, a makeshift fish tank was ingeniously created, making the transport of fish exceedingly convenient. In the past, when farming, villagers had also used this method to carry water to irrigate their crops during dry spells, as it was simple, efficient, and cost-effective. The village chief, I feel quite embarrassed to ask you to make this trip. Please accept this turtle as a gift to make a nourishing soup, Song Qian said, handing over a turtle that had been pre-tied. Zhang Yukai accepted the turtle, his smile growing even brighter. Indeed, this makes for a delightful soup. I must have one as well. Zhang Yibei extended her hand towards Song Qian, hoping to snatch one of the two turtles he held. Song Qian stepped back, tossing one aside. I'll give you one another day. I need to keep these two. You're such a miser. Truly stingy. Zhang Yibei pouted, feigning annoyance. What do you need it for? Zhang Yukai retorted. We have enough with this one. I'll prepare it for you when we return. As Zhang Yukai drove along, the bumpy ride took them back to Taohua village. After a short distance, Song Qian suddenly spotted a necklace on the muddy roadside, which appeared to be brand new. Wait, he shouted, leaping off the tricycle. He dashed 10 meters forward, picked up the necklace, brushed off the dust, and confirmed it was a woman's necklace. Returning to the tricycle, Song Qian handed the necklace to Zhang Yibei, asking, could this be yours? How did it end up here? Zhang Yibei received the necklace, her heart brimming with joy. I can't believe it. I searched everywhere and couldn't find it. I'm so relieved it was right here. Haha. She cradled the necklace in her hands, elated. This trip had truly been worthwhile. Not only had she found her necklace, but she and Song Qian had also caught over 1,000 pounds of fish. What an extraordinarily fortunate day it was. Song Qian smiled and suggested, "You should keep it safe for now. I noticed that the clasp at the top is broken. We can sell the fish and then find someone in town to fix it." "You have such keen eyes. Thank you," Zhang Yibei replied, carefully tucking the necklace into her bosom. The tricycle continued its bumpy journey towards Taohua village, and soon they arrived at the village chief's home. After parking the tricycle, Song Qian grasped 2 soft-shelled turtles, intending to deliver one home while bestowing the other upon Xu Taohua, seizing the opportunity to change her attire. Given that Taohua village was rather small, this endeavor would only take a few minutes. During this interlude, Zhang Yibei could also change her clothes. Before reaching Xu Taohua's residence, Song Qian retrieved her sister's mobile phone and searched for Xu Taohua's number, dialing it promptly. "Is Sister Taohua at home? I have a precious treasure to bring over to you. I assure you, once you see it, you will be absolutely delighted," Song Qian thought, deliberately withholding the nature of the surprise, hoping to entice Xu Taohua into a guessing game. After all, capturing a soft-shelled turtle was no simple feat. They possessed a bite that could inflict pain when threatened. Presenting a soft-shelled turtle to Xu Taohua would indeed be a delightful surprise. Upon receiving Song Qian's call, Xu Taohua felt an immediate rush of joy, especially upon hearing that Song Qian was bringing a big treasure, which filled her heart with excitement and led her thoughts to wander in delightful anticipation. Chapter 24. The misunderstanding of Xu Taohua. She even believed that the great treasure mentioned by Song Qian referred to his own prized possession, which she had longed for immensely. However, she pondered on its size. Was it substantial? She hoped it wouldn't disappoint her sister. Xu Taohua chuckled softly, her heart brimming with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, Xu Taohua was alluding to something entirely different, and he nodded earnestly, assuring her that it was indeed considerable and would not let her down. Xu Taohua thought to herself that this young man finally seemed to understand, daring to flirt with her and promising not to disappoint. Her heart raced with excitement. The only drawback was that it was morning, making it somewhat inconvenient. If only he could come in the evening, it would be perfect. After a brief moment of hesitation, she parted her lips slightly, saying, "Then do come quickly. I'll keep the door open for you. Once you enter, close the door behind you. I'll take a quick shower first." Upon hearing this, Song Qian was both amused and bewildered. She wanted him to close the door after entering while she went to shower? Xu Taohua truly had a vivid imagination. What was she thinking? "Sister Taohua, the treasure I mentioned is not what you think. You've misunderstood. Once I arrive, you'll know." He needed to deliver the soft-shelled turtle to Xu Taohua before heading off to sell fish. Xu Taohua, however, was unconvinced. "Sister knows, don't be shy. I'll hold off on showering for now. Once you arrive, I want to see your treasure first." As she spoke, her face flushed with excitement. Her heart fluttered like a startled deer, brimming with anticipation. "Daylight is just daylight. There is nothing wrong with that," she declared. All right. Song Qian, wishing to avoid further explanations, decided to wait until he arrived to clarify. "You'll see the treasure soon, huh?" Just as he was about to hang up, Xu Taohua's voice came through again. "Yesterday by the waterfall, I was eager to see. Hurry over. The more you say, the happier I become. I'm so excited." Song Qian was utterly speechless and promptly ended the call. Upon arriving at Xu Taohua's home, he noticed the front door ajar. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Xu Taohua, looking vibrant and adorably charming. "You've really thought this through, preparing the nourishing turtle in advance. Come quickly, Xu Taohua laughed, turning to close the door behind her. "Sister Taohua, what are you thinking? This turtle is a gift for you. The great treasure I referred to is indeed the turtle." Xu Taohua's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she accepted the turtle from Song Qian's hands. "You mischievous brother, how ridiculous. Why didn't you just say it was a turtle? You made me misunderstand, thinking it was something else." With a playful smile, she gazed at Song Qian, her eyes roaming over him before she playfully poked him. "Why not come in and sit for a while? There is no one else around. Let us chat about some pleasant things." As she spoke, Xu Taohua gently linked her arm with Song Qian's. "Wait." Song Qian politely refused, saying, "If I give you a turtle, I still wish to take one home with me. We can converse further another time." Xu Taohua playfully chided, "You sly fellow. Are you deliberately causing misunderstandings for your sister? Regardless, I shall not relent. You must accompany me inside." With no other option, Song Qian divulged all about his fishing plans and intentions to sell the catch to Xu Taohua. Upon hearing this, she finally relented. Sister has temporarily spared you. Hurry and sell the fish. Once you've completed your errand, come to my house. I shall prepare the turtle stew to nourish you. Very well. I shall seek you out upon my return, he replied. Xu Taohua clung to Song Qian, reluctant to release him. Her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The more she gazed upon Song Qian, the more handsome he appeared to her. Her mother had already consented to betroth her to Wang Mazi, and the bride price had been received. It was uncertain when Wang Mazi might again harass her. Rather than marrying Wang Mazi, it would be preferable to wed Song Qian. Even if she could not become his bride, being his confidant would suffice. As it was certainly a better fate than marrying that unsightly Wang Mazi, whose face was riddled with pockmarks, and who was dark and short. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. After returning home with the turtle, Song Qian made his way to the village chief's residence. However, events seldom unfolded without turbulence. Upon arriving at Zhou Chunhua's doorstep, he was intercepted by her. Zhou Chunhua greeted him with a radiant smile. Little Qian, where are you off to? Song Qian candidly replied. I have some matters to attend to at the village chief's. Zhou Chunhua hesitated slightly, then said, if you could spare just 2 minutes, please come to my house. My sister-in-law has something to discuss with you. Although Song Qian initially intended to decline, the words failed to form on his lips. After a brief moment of contemplation, he acquiesced and stepped into the courtyard. Sister Chunhua, where is Brother Taizhu? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Song Qian to redirect the conversation. He has gone to the fields and will return only by noon, Zhou Chunhua replied, then shifted her tone. Little Qian, is it convenient for you? If so, please visit Zhang Yibei's clinic and procure some wound ointment for me. I have sustained an injury. As she spoke, Zhou Chunhua's face flushed a deep crimson. This predicament stemmed from Song Qian's actions. The repercussions of yesterday's events lingered, as she had sustained a minor injury. Feeling embarrassed, Song Qian offered a sheepish smile. Acutely aware that the fault lay with him, his clumsiness and lack of experience had led to the mishap. Sister Chunhua, I carry silver needles with me. Perhaps it would be best to forego the medicine. I could simply administer an acupuncture treatment instead. Zhou Chunhua hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. If the acupuncture does not yield improvement, you may still procure the medicine for me later. My body feels fiery and restless. I hardly slept well last night. Song Qian produced the silver needles and commenced treatment for Zhou Chunhua. After 4 or 5 minutes, the session concluded. Zhou Chunhua stared in astonishment. Her expression one of utter disbelief. How remarkable. Your medical skills are truly exceptional. With a note of apology, Song Qian replied, as for the healing, it is best that you keep it to yourself. It would be quite embarrassing if others found out. Zhou Chunhua, adjusting her attire, hurriedly shook her head. What are you thinking? How could I possibly divulge anything to others, not even to you, Brother Taizhu? Hiki. Zhou Chunhua smiled gracefully and then shifted the topic. Xiao Qian, regarding the matter from yesterday, I still feel it is rather precarious. How about you come over again tonight? And we can discuss it further? The meaning she intended to convey was not lost on Song Qian. Slightly awkward, Song Qian replied, let us not rush. You can discuss it with Brother Taizhu, and I will address my affairs before returning. No need to consult him. Zhou Chunhua's tone was resolute. He agreed last night. Listen to your sister-in-law and come over this evening. We shall see then, Song Qian said as he turned to leave. Zhou Chunhua hurried after him, tugging at the hem of his garment. If tonight is not feasible, we can talk now. Song Qian quickly shook his head. He still needed to sell fish. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk of his catch perishing, and moreover, Zhang Yibei was awaiting him. Chapter 25, Prosperity breeds jealousy. Moreover, at this juncture, even if Song Qian had the inclination, complications could easily arise. What if Aunt Wang were to come again? The events of last night were still vividly etched in Song Qian's mind. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Peach Blossom Village was not vast, and if word of the incident spread, it would undoubtedly become common knowledge throughout the village. Although Song Qian was once perceived as a fool, accustomed to the disdainful glances of others, he could afford to be indifferent. However, he could not allow others to suffer because of him. It was not convenient at present. Let us discuss it further once my affairs are settled. As soon as I find the time, I shall come over, and you should also confer with Brother Taizhu. Zhou Chunhua felt a sense of dissatisfaction, but found herself powerless. To be honest, she was still savoring the events of last night. She had never anticipated that Song Qian would be so formidable. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chunhua, Song Qian had inherited celestial teachings. resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his physical capabilities, which accounted for his impressive prowess. The outcome of events was significant, yet the journey was equally important. Xu Taohua craved not only the result but also the experience. "Very well, come over when you can," she replied, her eyes filled with lingering resentment as she watched Song Qian depart. Upon arriving at the village chief's home, Zhang Yibei had been waiting for quite some time. "Why are you so late? If you delay any further, by the time we transport the fish to town, they might perish. Who will buy them then?" she exclaimed, already seated on the tricycle, her discontent evident as she shot a glare at Song Qian, who was notoriously slow in his endeavors. However, Zhang Yibei was unaware that Song Qian had been entangled by Xu Taohua and then delayed further by Xu Taohua for several minutes. "I'll drive," Song Qian offered. Taking a seat, Zhang Yibei frowned slightly. "Never mind, I am more accustomed to this tricycle and can navigate it faster than you." Seeing that Zhang Yibei was adamant, Song Qian refrained from protest, hoping merely to reach town swiftly and sell the fish. Their family's financial situation was dire. He desperately needed the money. Selling all the fish could yield over 10,000, a substantial sum that would alleviate their economic burdens. Throughout the journey, Song Qian contemplated that while catching fish for profit was a temporary solution, to earn significant wealth, he needed to explore other avenues. After more than half an hour, the duo arrived in town, where it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, the prime time for people to purchase vegetables. Jiji Street Town had earned its name from the prevalence of chicken vendors in the past. Nearby, there were Cattle Street Town and Horse Street Town, each with simple yet historically significant names. The vegetable market in Jiji Street Town was bustling at that hour. Song Qian and his companion maneuvered the tricycle into the market, finding a relatively spacious spot to begin hawking their fish. Fresh fish for sale, caught just this morning from Longquan Lake, all at bargain prices. The smallest weighs 7 or 8 pounds. Come and buy. Longquan Lake's crystal-clear waters yielded fish that were highly regarded by the residents near Jiji Street Town, known for their substantial size and exquisite flavor. Upon hearing that the fish were freshly caught from Longquan Lake, several elderly individuals gathered around the tricycle, eager to ascertain the veracity of the claim. "How much for the catfish? And the grass carp?" exclaimed one. "My heavens, that grass carp is enormous." Various prices were quoted by Song Qian for the different species of fish. For him, catching fish was a leisurely endeavor. However, selling such a large quantity necessitated a careful pricing strategy. If the prices were set too high, it would be challenging to sell them all. Thus, adopting a strategy of modest profit margins, he slightly lowered the price of each type of fish by 1 or 2 yuan, facilitating a swifter sale. With the quality of the fish being excellent and their sizes impressive, paired with relatively low prices, a crowd swiftly gathered, all inquiring about the prices. Some individuals were particularly fixated on the colossal fish. "That grass carp must weigh at least 70 to 80 jin. I've never seen one so large." Indeed, typically, a larger grass carp weighs around 20 jin, but this one was undoubtedly no less than 80. "How on earth did you catch such a massive fish? It must be incredibly delicious." The crowd encircled the fish, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. With a smile, Song Qian enthusiastically introduced the fish. Of course, the water quality on Longquan Mountain is exceptional, and the abundant aquatic vegetation along Longquan Lake allows the grass carp to grow to such impressive sizes. This magnificent grass carp could well be deemed the king of Longquan Lake. "Young man, you truly possess remarkable skills. How did you manage to catch so many fish?" "This colossal grass carp is astounding," remarked an elderly gentleman wearing a hat, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Song Qian chuckled and replied, "We caught it using a net. It took 5 or 6 strong men to haul the grass carp onto the shore. I nearly fell into the water myself." He wove a tale so seamless that it left no room for doubt. If Song Qian claimed that he had caught such a large grass carp single-handedly, no one would believe him. Thus, he resorted to embellishing the story to lend it credibility. Zhang Yibei, overhearing the conversation, rolled her eyes at Song Qian. "This fellow," she thought, "where did he muster the strength to haul such a large grass carp onto the shore alone?" Yet, he claimed it took 5 or 6 people to bring it in. Such audacity in fabricating tales without a moment's hesitation, due to the attractive pricing. Over 10 fish were quickly sold, with cheaper varieties going for 5 to 6 yuan per jin and the pricier ones at 15 to 16. As he watched the money flow in, a broad smile adorned Song Qian's face. Setting aside other means of earning, simply fishing at Longquan Lake for a month could easily yield him several tens of thousands of yuan. However, Wang Guizhi, a woman who had been selling fish for a long time, grew displeased as she observed customers flocking to purchase the cheaper fish. How could she maintain her business under such competition? Wang, round and weighing at least 250 jin, donned an apron, and her expression darkened. She took out her phone and made a call. After hanging up, she approached Song Qian's stall once more. Young man, I perceive that the fish you present are certainly not from Longguan Lake. I have encountered many fish from that lake, and while some may be sizable, there cannot possibly be so many large specimens here. These fish must have been fed with artificial feed. Following Wang Guizhi's admonition, those contemplating a purchase found themselves engulfed in uncertainty, for her words held a kernel of truth. If these are indeed feed-raised fish, the taste would be compromised. Moreover, in certain cases, unscrupulous proprietors may resort to administering contraceptives to enhance the fish's growth, thus betraying their integrity. Fish that have been raised on such feed are simply inedible. Once others regained their composure, they too began to voice their criticisms towards Song Qian. Young man, I share the sentiment. Fish from Longguan Lake do not exhibit such size. And it appears that yours have also been nourished with artificial feed. Chapter 26. The tyrant ergo using feed-fed fish to masquerade as freshwater fish from Longguan Lake. The young man, despite his tender age, displayed a rather unscrupulous approach to business. I suspected as much, while others sold their fish at a premium. His were priced suspiciously low, revealing them to be artificially bred feed fish. I shall not take this fish. Return my money. I refuse to accept it. To Song Qian's surprise, an unexpected twist emerged. The hearts of men have grown cold. Even the fish vendor, in a moment of envy, audaciously uttered falsehoods, intentionally belittling her own wares. However, justice ultimately resides within the hearts of the discerning. Though these individuals lack discernment, there would inevitably be those who recognize the truth. Song Qian, undeterred by this skepticism, believed in the quality of his fish. How could such splendid specimens, offered at prices significantly below market value, possibly fail to sell? Thus, he raised his voice to clarify, listen to me, this fish genuinely hails from Longguan Lake. I am pricing it lower out of concern that it may not sell. Do not heed her unfounded claims. Zhang Yibei joined in. Both Song Qian and I are honest folk from Taohua village. We are not habitual traders. We did not procure such a plethora of feed fish. Please, rest assured, we are not deceiving you. We simply caught more fish than we anticipated selling. Hence the lower prices. This is indeed fish from Longguan Lake. The duo continued to explain fervently to the gathering crowd. Yet, despite their earnest assurances, doubt persisted. After all, Song Qian's prices were undeniably low. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The fish from Longguan Lake boasted commendable quality, and it seemed highly improbable that these two young individuals were not peddling feed fish. Young man, if these are indeed fish from Longguan Lake, there should be a variety of sizes, yet all you have are large fish. They cannot possibly be from Longguan Lake. Indeed, I purchased thinking they were from Longguan Lake. But upon reflection, it seems utterly implausible. Please, just refund us. There are not many of us here. Yes, please return our money. Given that these were feed fish, they would rather procure from Wang Guizhi's stock. A group of 5 or 6 previous buyers clamored for refunds. Despite Song Qian and Zhang Yibei's repeated explanations, their efforts proved futile. With no other recourse, they were compelled to issue refunds. Within 2 or 3 minutes, over half of the fish sold were returned. And Song Qian's spirits plummeted to despondency. What a wretched vendor Wang Guizhi was. Realizing her scheme had worked, she refrained from arguing, quietly returning to her stall. She mused that these two young men were still too naive. Competing for business without regard for the locale was tantamount to courting disaster. Such fine fish, sold at such an attractive price, needed only a slight provocation to ensure their swift sale. At that moment, commotion erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. Make way. Make way. Clear the path. Looking towards the source of the clamor, Song Qian beheld 4 individuals approaching. The leader, a robust figure with broad shoulders, donned a floral short-sleeve shirt, revealing a dragon tattoo coiling around his right arm, adorned with a hefty gold chain around his neck. He unmistakably belonged to the underbelly of society. The 3 subordinates trailing behind him were equally adorned with tattoos, brandishing rubber clubs, exuding an air of impending violence. Thugs? Upon seeing them, a jolt of apprehension surged through Song Qian. All he sought was to sell fish. He had not provoked these ruffians. Trouble brewed. For these men were the local bullies of Chicken Street Town, notorious for extorting protection fees, and this market lay within their jurisdiction. Zhang Yibei leaned closer to Song Qian, whispering a caution. Song Qian furrowed his brow and inquired, are they formidable? The leader, known as Wang Ergu, colloquially referred to as Brother Dog, had no set standard for his extortion. He demanded whatever sum he chose. Given the exceptional quality of their fish, they could anticipate a protection fee in the thousands today. As Zhang Yibei spoke, her countenance darkened. They merely sold fish. How had they drawn the attention of chicken street thugs? This was indeed troublesome. Do not worry. Just follow my lead. Stay behind me and be cautious of these brutes. I will handle them, Song Qian urged, pulling Zhang Yibei to shield her behind him. At that moment, Wang Ergu and his entourage approached their tricycle. With one hand resting on the vehicle's cargo area, he raised a foot and kicked the wheel twice, producing a resonant sound. Who allowed you to set up shop here? Have you paid your stall fee? Song Qian replied earnestly, not yet. How much is it? Observing Song Qian's apparent honesty, Wang Ergu smirked slightly. His eyes widened as he glimpsed the fish within the tricycle, sparkling like bundles of cash. Surveying the substantial load of fish, he estimated it to weigh over 1,000 jin, likely fetching upwards of 10,000 yuan. The quality of these fish was astonishingly high. Not much. The stall fee and parking is 20 a day, Wang Ergu concluded, breaking into a grin. Listening to Wang Ergu, Song Qian returned a faint smile. It appeared that despite their fierce appearance, adorned in flamboyant attire and tattoos, their actions were not excessively harsh. Was it merely 20 yuan? A trivial matter. He could pay and continue his business. Besides, paying 20 yuan for a stall at a market, though 10 yuan above the average fee, was not excessive. Earlier, when setting up, Song Qian had learned that others paid 10 yuan for their stalls, and given his additional vehicle, paying 20 seemed reasonable. He retrieved 20 yuan from his recent sales and handed it to Wang Ergu. With a raised brow, Wang Ergu accepted the money, tossing it back into the cargo area. Damn it, you think you can brush me off like a beggar? I said 20 a day for 30 days, that amounts to 600. For a whole year. That totals 7,200. I lack the time to collect daily. This is an annual fee. Fine, seeing as this appears to be your first time vending. I'll make it easier for you. I'll cut it down to 7,000. Wang Ergu chuckled broadly, and his three companions erupted in raucous jeering. The stalls in this bustling market have all been monopolized by the dog brother, who generously offers you a discount of 200. Hurry and settle your payment. With such a large tricycle loaded with an abundance of fish, it is implausible for you to be charged on a daily basis. Your stall fee must be paid annually. Indeed, even 20 yuan per day is not exorbitant, so do promptly remit the stall fee. Should you fail to do so, you shall be swiftly expelled from the market. Observing this scene, the neighboring vendors began to murmur amongst themselves. Sensing the weakness of this young man, dog brother, knowing the superior quality of his fish, prepared to exploit him ruthlessly. If payment is not rendered, he will have to part with his fish. Dog brother collects stall fees with a keen eye for his clientele. Chapter 27. A subtle lesson for Wang Guizhi, the plump fishmonger. Is the cousin of dog brother. Is this not evident? Wang Ergu was summoned by Wang Guizhi. By your account, these two young individuals are in trouble today. Having acquired a legacy, Song Qian's physical constitution has undergone a profound transformation. His bones have been replaced with the supreme dragon bones, and his blood now flows with the essence of the nine heavens golden phoenix. Thus, both his sense of smell and hearing are extraordinary, allowing him to overhear the conversations of the vendors nearby with crystal clarity. It is no wonder that Wang Ergu arrived so promptly. It turns out it was Wang Guizhi who made the call. In such a modest market, there exists a vast undercurrent. Indeed, the world of Jianghu is ever present. As he observed Wang Ergu and his companions flaunting their authority, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. Dog brother, I am only setting up for today. You can take the 20 yuan, but if you demand 7,000, I cannot comply. Wang Ergu leaned forward against the tricycle's cargo area, his gaze greedily fixed on the fish within. He then looked up at Song Qian. If money is an issue, let us barter with fish. I estimate the fish in your cart could fetch just over 10,000 yuan. Allow me to offer you a deal. Give me half your fish, and we shall consider the stall fee settled. You may use this stall freely in the future. Upon hearing Wang Ergu's proposition, Song Qian frowned. Dog brother, I am not a frequent trader. I cannot set up stalls every day. If this is the case, I will pay 20 yuan for today and in the future. I shall pay each time I come. Otherwise, we shall take our leave now. He turned his head towards Zhang Yibei. Yibei, let us find another place. Exchanging glances, the two moved towards the front of the tricycle. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? As they attempted to depart, Wang Ergu straightened up, glaring menacingly at Song Qian and Zhang Yibei, bellowing angrily. Song Qian turned back, his eyes now icy. It seemed that without imparting a lesson, they would not relent. However, before dealing with them, Song Qian intended to reason with them. After all, it is preferable to avoid conflict in the same town. Dog brother, Your stall fee is exorbitantly charged annually. It is simply not worth it for us, as we do not frequently engage in business. Therefore, we shall set up outside the market." As he spoke, he prepared to turn away again. "Stand still. Who authorized your departure?" One ergo menacingly obstructed their exit. "You have already set up here, and the stall fee must be paid, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, you shall not leave." Faced with such arrogance, Song Qian smiled coldly. He discreetly cast a spell of immobilization, rendering Wang go and his companions mute and as still as wooden stakes, unable to move. "Let us go. There is no need to mind them." He nudged Zhang Yibei, and they approached the tricycle. To Zhang Yibei's astonishment, the once boisterous Wang go and his companions now stood as if possessed, frozen in place. What is happening? Why are they no longer so brazen? They hesitated. But soon both had taken their seats on the tricycle. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Wang stood there in a daze, feeling an invisible force firmly restraining him, rendering him immobile and silencing his voice. His eyes darted around, and an overwhelming discomfort welled up within him. Clenching his fists, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. What was happening? Why was he suddenly unable to move? Squinting, he glanced at his companions, only to find that they, too, were frozen in place, mirroring his own state of shock. This scene sent fresh waves of cold sweat cascading down Wang Ergu's forehead. Why was everything so peculiar? Why could neither he nor his subordinates speak or move? Wang Guizhi observed this astonishing spectacle with growing concern. What on earth was happening? Wang Ergu's usual decisiveness was nowhere to be seen. He could never allow these two individuals to leave with the tricycle, which was certainly worth over 10,000 yuan. How could he simply watch them depart? Wang Guizhi cast furtive glances at Wang Ergu, attempting to signal him, but he and his companions remained utterly oblivious, standing motionless. Frustration gnawed at her, yet she felt powerless. She couldn't possibly call out to Wang Ergu in front of everyone, urging him to stop the tricycle and find a way to procure some money. Seated on the tricycle, Song Qian watched as it rolled slowly away. He directed a glance at the plump Wang Guizhi, then shifted his gaze to her fish pond, smirking disdainfully. At that moment, he employed a hypnotic technique on the fish in the pond, and in an instant, they reacted as if electrified. The fish leaped out of the pond in a chaotic frenzy, splashing water everywhere. Wang Guizhi stood dumbfounded. In a flurry, she scrambled to retrieve the fish that had leapt out, but as soon as she placed them back in the water, they would jump out again. "Damn it! What is happening?" she exclaimed, frantically trying to catch the fish. However, it was as if the pond were electrified. The moment the fish touched the water, they would leap out again. Concerned bystanders hurriedly advised her, suggesting that the pond might be leaking electricity and urged her to turn off the aeration machine. Yet, even after the machine was shut down, the fish continued to jump out. Little did Wang Guizhi know that this chaos was the result of having offended Song Qian, who had used his hypnotic powers to compel the fish to jump out. Watching her frantic efforts, Song Qian's gaze turned icy. This fish-selling matron was no saint. She had previously called Wang Ergu and boasted that her fish were farm-raised. As such, she deserved a lesson. The hypnosis he had cast upon the fish would last at least half an hour, by which time the fish would likely perish. The surrounding street vendors were equally astonished by the spectacle. How could Wang Guizhi's fish be so uncontrollably leaping out? Even more shocking was the fact that the tricycle had already moved a considerable distance, yet Wang Ergu and his companions remained dazed and unmoving. What could be the reason for this? Had Wang Ergu and his friends suddenly changed their nature? Wang Ergu was certainly not an easy adversary. Just moments ago, he demanded a staggering 7,000 yuan as a stall fee from those two individuals. How could he possibly allow them to leave without any repercussions? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Guizhi was still in a flurry, desperately trying to catch fish. Yet, as soon as she placed them into the fish pond, they leapt right back out. The area surrounding her pond was a chaotic scene, with fish scattered everywhere. After a considerable struggle, many scales had been shed, and some fish were left gasping for breath, their appearance quite unappealing, which distressed Wang Guizhi immensely. However, she found herself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why all the fish in the pond suddenly decided to jump out. Chapter 28. This is what you forced upon me not far from the vegetable market. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei parked their tricycle by the roadside and began to call out to passers-by. Although the crowd was sparse, they managed to sell a few fish in the span of 10 minutes. However, Song Qian was far from satisfied with this pace. He had over 1,000 pounds of fish in his cart. If sold in its entirety, it could fetch at least 10,000 yuan. Yet, at the current rate of sales, it would take an eternity to sell them all. Without an oxygen supply on the tricycle, the fish would suffocate if left too long, resulting in a drastic drop in price. Or worse, they might remain unsold. The high-quality fish he had painstakingly caught could not be left to waste. And this was not the outcome Song Qian desired. Zhang Yibei, standing beside him, shared his anxiety. However, her concern was not about the potential profits from the fish, but rather about the possibility of Wang Ergu and his gang pursuing them. Those individuals were not to be trifled with, and given their earlier demeanor, it was clear they would not let the matter rest easily. Yet, Zhang Yibei found it perplexing how those men, who had been so arrogant moments before, allowed them to leave without confrontation. Understanding her apprehension, Song Qian reassured her, stating, "This is the roadside, not the vegetable market. I refuse to believe they can prevent us from setting up here." Zhang Yibei acknowledged the logic of his argument, yet she remained wary. Wang Ergu and his companions were thugs by nature. If they were inclined to reason, they would have done so earlier. In their eyes, might equated to right. If Wang Ergu claimed this territory as his own, then regardless of logic, they would demand a stall fee. However, after a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yibei expressed her concern. "What if they do come after us? How will we respond?" Song Qian merely smiled at her worries. He had already given Wang Ergu a slight lesson at the market. Should they dare to pursue him again, they would be asking for trouble. It mattered not if faced with 4 thugs or even 40 or 400. He would remain unfazed. The legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor was not to be taken lightly. Song Qian knew he could handle such ordinary individuals without lifting a finger. He vividly recalled how, just yesterday in the Devil's Cave, a mere flick of his fist nearly caused the cave to collapse. And dealing with ordinary people was trivial in comparison. Had it not been for the ruckus at the market that hindered his ability to sell fish, he would have preferred to remain there. "Let us continue selling our fish. Should they dare to pursue us, I have my ways of dealing with them. Rest assured," he declared, before resuming his calls to attract customers. "Fish for sale. Fresh fish for sale. At Longquan Lake, the wild fish are plentiful." Although Zhang Yibei harbored concerns for Wang Ergu and his companions, she could not afford to delay her fish sales. Raising her voice, she joined in the lively calls. The wild fish from Longquan Lake were being sold at a bargain. Zhang Yibei, with her striking beauty and stunning figure, attracted many glances. Her ample bosom and enchanting presence earned her the moniker of the Busta Maiden, a title well-deserved. Her voice was melodious and captivating. Under their enthusiastic calls, more people gathered around. Within a span of 10 minutes, they managed to sell several hundred yuan worth of fish. Although some skeptics believed the fish could not possibly be from Longquan Lake, the allure of the low prices led many to make a purchase. As business began to flourish, Song Qian breathed a sigh of relief. However, amidst his bustling activity, Wang Ergu approached with a group of followers, radiating anger. Upon seeing them, Song Qian frowned. These persistent nuisances would need to be dealt with more decisively. Otherwise, they would continue to pester them without end. The earlier lesson had not been sufficient. While Song Qian had previously intimidated them, Wang Ergu and his crew had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, they would not dare approach. "Oh no. They're back," Zhang Yibei whispered, her voice trembling. "Do not worry. They cannot cause us any real trouble," Song Qian reassured her, stepping in front to shield Zhang Yibei. Just then, Wang Ergu and his group reached them, arms crossed and fierce glares directed at Song Qian and Zhang Yibei. "Who permitted you to set up shop here?" Wang Ergu demanded. In the face of his inquiry, Song Qian merely smiled coldly. "Wang Ergu, after standing in the market for over 10 minutes, it appears you remain unrepentant. What do you intend to do?" At these words, Wang Ergu began to sweat. Moments ago, after regaining their mobility, the 4 had retreated to a corner of the market for a discussion. They unanimously concluded that they must have been cursed. However, upon arriving at Song Qian's stall and hearing his bold words, they began to question whether the earlier events were somehow linked to him. Wang Ergu struggled to comprehend the situation, unable to fathom the connection. Before leaving the market, he had been informed that the fish vendors were indeed from Taohua village, with the male being named Song Qian, a former medical student who had become somewhat foolish. A fool, he thought, could possess no real capability. Yet today, it seemed Song Qian was anything but foolish. Despite this realization, Wang Ergu was reluctant to believe that the earlier incidents had anything to do with Song Qian. He clung to the belief that they had been cursed, even pondering whether Wang Guizhi's fish might also be cursed, explaining their bizarre behavior. Song Qian. The market in Jijia town, including the areas outside, is under my control. If you wish to set up your stall, you must pay the full fee of 7,200 yuan. I shall not offer you any discount. Pay up. Wang Ergu declared, placing his foot on the wheel of the tricycle, one hand gripping the cart, and raising his voice in a clear threat. In the face of Wang Ergu's threats, Song Qian remained undeterred. Are you certain you wish to collect the stall fee? Wang Ergu lowered his foot, straightening up against the cart. Do you think I'm jesting with you? This is your doing. Song Qian replied coldly, then employed hypnosis to put Wang Ergu's 3 brothers under a spell. In an instant, the 3 men clenched their fists. Wang Ergu burst into laughter. I am indeed forcing you. Smack. Before he could finish, one of his brothers delivered a resounding slap, nearly toppling him to the ground. The other 2 joined in, employing both fists and feet. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the sounds of punches and kicks, Wang Ergu erupted in a torrent of curses. Chapter 29. We help you sell fish, what the hell are you doing? Wang Ergu exclaimed, raising his fist to strike one of his companions, who fell to the ground in an instant. However, the fallen comrade, as if possessed, immediately sprang back to his feet and swung his fist at Wang Ergu. 2 others joined in, launching powerful punches. Thus, the 4 of them became entangled in a fierce scuffle, the sounds of fists and feet colliding, accompanied by the anguished cries of 3 individuals, creating a cacophony of chaos. Wang Ergu, outnumbered 3-1, struggled to defend himself. Observing the melee, Song Qian merely smirked coldly, thinking, if you wish to act so arrogantly, then let the fighting continue for a while. Fight on, give it your all. Zhang Yibei stood behind Song Qian, her face etched with astonishment. She could not comprehend why the group had suddenly turned against one another. Logically, Wang Ergu's 3 subordinates would never dare to lay hands on their leader. Yet, the situation was indeed bizarre. The 3 underlings showed no mercy as they assaulted their elder. Wang Ergu, relying on his tall stature and greater strength, retaliated fiercely. A large crowd of onlookers gathered around the tricycle, some recognizing Wang Ergu and whispering amongst themselves. What is happening? Why are they fighting? Indeed, as far as I know, those individuals are Wang Ergu's subordinates. Why would they suddenly attack him? Wang Ergu is known to be harsh. He must have offended his underlings for them to turn so violent. This should be quite the spectacle. Keep your voice down. Wang Ergu is not to be trifled with. Shoo. Just enjoy the show. The brawl raged on for a full 5 minutes, with Wang Ergu and his 3 companions sustaining various injuries. As they grappled with one another, Wang Ergu was filled with disbelief. How could the subordinates who usually fawned over him suddenly turn against him? It felt like an insurrection, defying all reason. Just then, Song Qian retracted his hypnotic influence. In an instant, Wang Ergu's 3 subordinates awoke from their stupor and, with a thud, knelt before Wang Ergu. Brother Dog, we don't understand what happened. Our bodies were not under our control. We did not mean to do this. Please forgive us. Yes, we were possessed, they chimed in. It was inexplicable. Attacking Brother Dog was not our intention. Please spare us. Wang Ergu paid no heed to their pleas, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and swiftly delivering a kick that sent all 3 sprawling to the ground. You insolent wretches. Your audacity grows by the day. Just then, Song Qian interjected coldly. Brother Dog, do not blame them. It is a consequence of your own misdeeds. They have indeed been bewitched. I advise you to leave quickly, or else. The ominous words hung unspoken in the air. Wang Ergu, feeling humiliated, was far from placated. Song Qian, you are merely a fool from Peach Blossom Village, and you dare to command us to leave? Do you believe that I will end your life today? Wang Ergu rolled up his sleeves and approached Song Qian. A strange, sinister smile crept across Song Qian's face. Wang Ergu clenched his fist and swung it towards Song Qian, but at that critical moment, his hand froze in midair. The sensation of rigidity overtook his body once more. Wang Ergu's fist remained raised but refused to descend. You 3, are you not going to strike him? Song Qian casually directed at the 3 kneeling figures on the ground. Just when Wang Ergu believed that Song Qian could not possibly command his brothers, an astonishing event unfolded once again. The 3 men, as if possessed, swiftly rose from the ground, rolled up their sleeves, and began to pummel Wang Ergu with a barrage of blows. At that moment, Wang Ergu stood stiff. His voice caught in his throat, unable to utter a sound as his brothers mercilessly beat him. It was then that Wang Ergu finally grasped the truth. The so-called possession he had witnessed at the market and the earlier scuffle were all intricately linked to Song Qian. He looked at Song Qian, his eyes filled with desperation. A minute passed, and Song Qian lifted the hypnosis. In that instant, Wang Ergu's 3 brothers fell to their knees before him once more, each delivering slaps to their own faces. Brother Go, we truly were possessed. Please, spare us. Our bodies were not under our control. We did not intend any of this. Song Qian coldly regarded Wang Ergu. Will you comply or not? Will you still collect the stall fee? How shall we deal with these fish? Wang Erge dared not defy him. From Song Qian's gaze, he discerned that everything that had transpired was indeed orchestrated by him. He could not fathom how Song Qian possessed such power. To oppose him further would surely lead to dire consequences. Song Qian, no, brother Song. What occurred earlier was merely a misunderstanding. We shall forego the stall fee. My brothers and I have delayed your fish sales. Allow us to assist you in selling them. We hope for your leniency. Wang Ergu's words left his three brothers perplexed. What was happening? Brother Go was actually addressing Song Qian as brother Song. Had the sun risen in the west? How could Wang Ergu, a fool from Peach Blossom Village, be referred to as brother? One younger brother stood up. Brother Go. Song Qian is the village fool. How can you call him brother? Isn't that a disgrace to us? Wang Ergu swiftly retaliated with a slap to the brother's face. Shut your mouth. After silencing his younger sibling, Wang Ergu turned back to Song Qian. My apologies, brother Song. My younger brothers lack understanding. Please do not hold it against them. He continued, by the way, brother Song, there are fewer fish sellers by the roadside. It would be better to go to the market. My brothers and I will assist you in selling the fish, and we will ensure it is all sold. Wang Ergu's demeanor was sincere, exhibiting utmost respect. Zhang Yibei, hiding behind Song Qian, was filled with astonishment. What on earth was happening here? She clearly observed that Wang Ergu clenched his fist, preparing to strike Song Qian, and it seemed as though Song Qian was on the verge of injury. However, to her astonishment, Wang Ergu suddenly froze. Even more surprising to Zhang Yibei was the fact that the imperious Wang Ergu had unexpectedly changed his demeanor. Referring to Song Qian as brother Song. What kind of performance was this? Song Qian, do not heed their words. If we venture to the market again, we are bound to be swindled. It is far better for us to set up a stall by the roadside, Zhang Yibei urged, anxious that Song Qian might acquiesce. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Ergu's forehead. The Song Qian before him was no longer the foolish individual of yore. He seemed to possess an understanding of some arcane arts, capable of effortlessly manipulating others. Should he fail to appease Song Qian, the brothers would surely face dire consequences. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Until Wang Ergu thoroughly comprehended Song Qian's nature, he must acquiesce to him. With a sly grin, Wang Ergu adopted a demeanor of obsequiousness. Chapter 30. Collision with a luxury car. What transpired earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. I, Wang Ergu, am a man of my word, and I shall certainly assist you in selling all the fish. I ask you, brother Song, to place your trust in me. As Wang Ergu spoke, his gaze shifted towards Zhang Yibei. Dear miss, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Come with us to the market. My brothers and I will help you sell the fish. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brow, hesitant to agree. Just as she was about to refuse, Song Qian interjected, saying, if Brother Go has said so, it would be rather impolite for us to decline, wouldn't it? With that, Song Qian gave Zhang Yibei a gentle push. Let us get in the vehicle and head to the market. Reluctantly, Zhang Yibei climbed onto the tricycle, her skepticism evident. After 4 or 5 minutes, they set up their stall once more at the market. To Zhang Yibei's astonishment, Wang Ergu and his companions were genuinely shouting and energetically promoting their wares. With their assistance, a crowd quickly gathered around the tricycle. Both Song Qian and Zhang Yibei found themselves in a flurry of activity. Not far away, Wang Guizhi stood disheartened in front of her stall, surrounded by a pile of dead fish, her expression one of despair. In stark contrast, the tricycle nearby, buoyed by the efforts of Wang Ergu and his friends, was experiencing a booming business. Wang Guizhi could not fathom why the very individuals she had summoned were instead aiding Song Qian. What could possibly be the reason? She yearned to rush over and confront Wang Ergu for clarification, but after a moment's consideration, she decided against it. At the tricycle, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei were busy beyond measure. In less than 20 minutes, more than half of the fish had been sold, and a rough estimate revealed earnings exceeding 7,000. At this rate, within another half hour, all the fish could be sold, potentially yielding around 15,000 in total. While not a fortune, it would suffice in a pinch. The ensuing sales process was remarkably smooth. Some market vendors, eager to curry favor with Wang Ergu, purchased over 10 fish from Song Qian's stall. Wang Ergu and his companions handled the shouting while Song Qian and Zhang Yibei managed weighing and collecting payments. Within half an hour, every last fish had been sold. Song Qian noted the sales total, which exceeded 14,000. At such a pace, even without engaging in other activities, if they focused solely on fishing at Longquan Lake, they could earn hundreds of thousands in a month. However, this rate of sales was somewhat disappointing. To rely on fishing for profit, they needed to establish stable buyers. Furthermore, the fishery resources at Longquan Lake were limited. If they fished daily, the supply would dwindle over time. The path of making money through fishing was not sustainable. Having recently acquired unparalleled medical skills, Song Qian realized that to truly prosper, he needed to explore opportunities in that realm. As he tidied up the tricycle, he turned his gaze towards Wang Erger. Brother Go, I am grateful to your friends. Shall we consider today as events concluded? By the way, will we need to pay for the stall next time? Wang Ergu, lacking the audacity, shook his head vigorously. Brother Song, you are welcome to have your fun here. As long as you come to sell fish, this stall will always be reserved for you. Wang Ergu, while speaking, retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. By the way, Brother Song, what is your phone number? I will call you, so when you come to sell fish, I can organize my brothers to assist you. The prospect of receiving assistance delighted Song Qian. He took out his sister's phone and saved Wang Ergu's contact information. Accompanied by 3 companions, Wang Ergu assisted Song Qian in cleaning the water stains from the tricycle before they reached the market. Brother Song, take care on your way. Next time you come to sell fish, remember to call me, Wang Erger. We will certainly help you sell all your fish. Song Qian nodded. All right then. Zhang Yibei mounted the tricycle while Song Qian sat beside her, both of them swaying as they headed towards Taohua village. After just a few minutes, a red sports car suddenly darted out from an alley. Zhang Yibei, unable to stop in time, collided with it, producing a loud crash. This is disastrous. Zhang Yibei's face turned pale at the sight of the luxury vehicle. Why is today so unfortunate? The car was a sports model, worth at least $1 million. While the two of them had only made a meager profit of over 14,000 from selling fish, this paltry sum would barely cover the repair costs. This is a catastrophe. Seeing Zhang Yibei so anxious, Song Qian hurriedly reassured her, do not panic. We were driving normally. It is their fault. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yibei felt a flicker of relief. However, a moment later, anxiety crept back in. In this world, where could one find reason? Power and influence reign supreme. The driver of the luxury vehicle would likely demand compensation, even if it was entirely their fault. Otherwise, a BMW driving woman would not dare to drive against traffic and assault someone. This is a complete disaster. Zhang Yibei sat on the tricycle, her eyes vacant. As if turned to stone, Song Qian, indifferent to her worries, offered her a brief comfort before jumping off the tricycle. At that moment, the driver's door of the red sports car swung open. The driver emerged and was instantly taken aback by the scene before her. The front of the sports car had collided with the tricycle. Remarkably, the tricycle appeared almost unscathed, while the sports car's front was severely dented, suggesting repair costs would be at least several thousand. The driver, Zhao Kiki, panicked upon seeing the damage. With her brows furrowed, she glared menacingly at Song Qian. How could you ride a tricycle like that? Facing her inquiry, Song Qian remained composed. After all, it was their fault, and he had no intention of engaging in a quarrel. Miss, you may have misunderstood. Although we are on a tricycle, we were on the main road, and it was you who collided with us. During his university days, Song Qian had learned about driving, though he had never had the opportunity to drive. He retained a clear understanding of the basic theoretical knowledge. His assertion was indeed correct. The fault lay with her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi's displeasure was palpable. You country bumpkin, you drive a shabby tricycle and dare to collide with our young lady's sports car. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Noting her unreasonable attitude, Song Qian decided not to yield. He shot her a glare, preparing to discuss the matter further. At that moment, the passenger door of a red sports car swung open, revealing a pair of long, slender legs adorned with striking red high heels. Shortly thereafter, a captivating woman emerged from the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, her eyes sparkling with a lively glimmer, framed by long lashes and delicately arched crescent-shaped brows. Her complexion was flawless and porcelain-like, reminiscent of an infant's soft skin. Her lips were a luscious crimson, and her pearly teeth gleamed with radiance. Each smile and frown she wore was a picturesque scene in itself. She swayed her slender waist as she took a few steps forward, approaching the front of the car to assess the damage, before shaking her head in dismay. Chapter 31. Lu Family, Lu Muyun Kiki. It is our responsibility to compensate the other party with 10,000 yuan so they can purchase a new tricycle. We must leave swiftly. Zhao Kiki, upon hearing this, was unwilling to be the scapegoat. Why should we compensate them when it is clearly their fault? This money cannot be given. They must cover the repair costs instead. The young lady Zhao Kiki referred to as named Lu Muyun, the general manager of the Lu Group in Jiang City. Possessing a beauty that could rival that of a goddess, her delicate oval face and sharp chin captivating all who beheld her. Faced with the helplessness of Zhao Kiki, Lu Muyun furrowed her brow. Kiki, these two individuals are from the countryside, undoubtedly facing economic hardships. Let us repair the vehicle ourselves and promptly compensate them the 10,000 yuan. Song Qian, standing beside the tricycle, felt a sense of relief upon hearing this reasonable woman insist on compensating them, since they were not making a fuss. Neither should they. The tricycle was not damaged. Why would they need the other party's money? Miss, since you acknowledge your responsibility, let us part ways without any compensation. Seeing the other party decline the payment, Zhang Yibei let out a sigh of relief. She stepped down from the tricycle and stood beside Song Qian. After all, it was their fault. If they were willing to pay, why not accept it? Moreover, the front wheel of their tricycle was somewhat deformed. In truth, the front wheel was not damaged at all. It was merely that the other driver had been too arrogant, demanding compensation, which had startled Zhang Yibei. She wanted to extract some money from them to ease her discomfort. Besides, the tricycle indeed belonged to their family. Zhao Kiki took out her phone, preparing to transfer money to Song Qian. Please provide me with your payment code. I will transfer 10,000 yuan immediately, and you can leave once you receive it. Song Qian took 2 steps back, disinterested in arguing with them. I already stated that I do not want your money. As he spoke, Song Qian glanced at Zhang Yibei and gestured for her to move the tricycle back a little. Zhang Yibei turned her head, rolling her eyes at Song Qian. And with a pout of reluctance, she began to reverse the tricycle. Seeing that the two were unwilling to accept money and were preparing to return to their vehicle, Lu Muyun turned back once more, approaching Song Qian while holding out her business card. I am Lu Muyun. Here is my card. We are in a hurry today, and I sincerely apologize for colliding with your tricycle. I never leave debts of gratitude unpaid. Since you do not wish for compensation, consider it a favor owed to you. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, come to the Lu Group in Jiang City, and I will certainly assist you. As Lu Muyun spoke, she handed her business card to Song Qian. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it. At that moment, Song Qian noticed that though Lu Muyun was strikingly beautiful, she was afflicted with late-stage cervical cancer. It was a tragic fate for such a young and radiant woman to suffer from such a dire illness. The chances of modern medicine curing late-stage cervical cancer were exceedingly slim, even if one were to be fortunate enough to survive. The ordeal of chemotherapy and radiation would demand several months to a year, causing immense suffering to the patient. Often, even when there exists a glimmer of hope for recovery, patients succumb to the weight of their afflictions and ultimately meet their untimely fate. This is especially poignant when the individual in question is a captivating and delicate female executive. If she were to learn of her cervical cancer diagnosis, the harsh reality would surely be unbearable, leaving her to suffer in anguish before departing to the realm of the afterlife. Song Qian glanced at the business card before tucking it away. In that very moment, as Lu Muyun approached him, the primordial lotus of the Lotus Immortal within Song Qian's dantian began to rejoice. However, he paid little heed to it. Miss Lu, I perceive you to be quite amiable, so I shall share a critical piece of information. You are gravely ill and must seek treatment post-haste. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun was instantly taken aback. How could this young man possibly know of her affliction? Just yesterday, she had experienced discomfort in her abdomen and had undergone imaging at the hospital. The diagnosis had only been revealed that very morning. Moments ago, the hospital had called, indicating the seriousness of her condition and urging her to return for further examination. Thus, Lu Muyun had been anxious, prompting Zhao Kiki to accelerate, which ultimately led to their collision with a rickshaw. As Lu Muyun prepared to speak, Zhao Kiki, with furrowed brows, pointed an accusatory finger at Song Qian, exclaiming, How dare you curse our young lady? Before Zhao Kiki could finish her sentence, Lu Muyun quickly interjected, Kiki, do not be rude. After a brief pause, she added, Kiki, do not forget why we were in such haste. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Kiki fell silent, lowering her head. Young man, Lu Muyun inquired, Are you truly able to discern the seriousness of my condition? Song Qian nodded solemnly. Miss Lu, I regard you highly, which is why I felt compelled to inform you that your health is indeed in a precarious state. However, there are certain truths I fear you may find difficult to accept. A sense of unease crept into Lu Muyun's heart, for she had just received a call from the doctor stating the severity of her illness and urging her to return for immediate consultation. Being a perceptive individual, she understood that if the doctor had conveyed such urgency, her condition was far from ordinary. Can you tell me what illness I have? After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian replied, You are in the late stages of cervical cancer. Late-stage cervical cancer? Lu Muyun was momentarily struck dumb. That is preposterous. She had entertained the notion of having a rare ailment, but the thought of being in the advanced stages of cancer was simply unacceptable. Denying the severity of one's illness is the gravest error a patient can make. Miss Lu, I share this with you because I believe you deserve to know. As for the confirmation of late-stage cervical cancer, you will soon receive the results from your hospital examination. I have said all that I can. I bid you farewell. With that, Song Qian turned and leapt onto the rickshaw. Wait. Lu Muyun took 2 steps forward, positioning herself in front of the tricycle. Allow me to make a phone call. Should your claims prove true, I shall reward you handsomely. However, should you dare to curse me, you will certainly pay the price. Song Qian, seated upon the tricycle, offered a faint smile. Then I would appreciate your haste. We must return home. Additionally, do inform Miss Lu that only I possess the ability to cure your ailment. Song Qian had ulterior motives for his words. The individual he addressed was Lu Muyun, the esteemed heiress of the Lu family, undoubtedly affluent. If he could assist in her healing, it would surely yield considerable financial gain. Presently, Song Qian found himself in dire need of funds. Thus, he felt compelled to seize any opportunity for profit. Lu Muyun did not respond directly to Song Qian's insinuation. Instead, she stood before the tricycle's front, retrieving her mobile phone to initiate a call. Earlier, a physician had contacted her, speaking in a hesitant and ambiguous manner, unwilling to disclose the nature of her illness. This presented a perfect opportunity to seek a definitive diagnosis. Lu Muyun made the call. Chapter 32. Lu Muyun requests medical treatment in a rickshaw. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei sat side by side. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brow and shot an irritated glance at Song Qian. What has gotten into him today? He seems intent on creating chaos. Just moments ago, when the other party offered compensation, he refused. Now, he had the audacity to claim that the other party had cervical cancer. This was disastrous. A single phone call from them could seal their fate. The other party was Lu Muyun, the young lady of the Lu family in Jiangcheng, and the general manager of the Lu group, a person of considerable stature. Why provoke someone like Lu Muyun? The young lady from the Lu family was certainly not someone to be trifled with. The more Zhang Yibei thought about it, the more distressed she became. Song Qian, what on earth is wrong with you? Knowing full well who Lu Muyun is, you still chose to curse her. Had I known you were this reckless, I wouldn't have come fish selling with you today. You've put me in a terrible predicament. Zhang Yibei clenched her fist, wanting nothing more than to punch Song Qian. This guy has stirred up trouble for no reason. Song Qian merely smiled faintly at Zhang Yibei's warning. Don't forget, I was an outstanding student back in university. When I say she has cervical cancer, there is a rationale behind it. If she is making a call, she must have already undergone some examinations. Zhang Yibei scoffed at his explanation. Even if you are aware that she is in the late stages of cervical cancer, what difference does it make? With your rudimentary medical skills, how dare you boast that you alone can cure her? Who do you think you're fooling? Zhang Yibei added, we are merely villagers. We cannot afford to offend a female CEO. Once she finishes her call, we must swiftly apologize. Seeing Zhang Yibei's grim expression, Song Qian wished to avoid further provoking her. All right, if she finishes her call and indeed does not have the disease, I will apologize, and then we'll head home. Hearing Song Qian's willingness to admit fault, Zhang Yibei felt a slight sense of relief. When it comes time to apologize, be sure to be sincere. We must earn her forgiveness, or else we are both doomed. As she spoke, Zhang Yibei clutched Song Qian's arm tightly. All right, I promise to be sincere. Zhao Kuku stood to the side, arms crossed over her chest, her eyes ablaze with fury, wishing she could take off her shoe and strike that young man. How dare he curse their young lady? To claim she is in the late stages of cervical cancer, how could such a thing possibly be true? Once the young lady finishes her call, that scoundrel must be taught a lesson. At that moment, Lu Muyun's face turned pale as she weakly hung up the phone, her legs giving way beneath her as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Zhao Kuku, quick on her feet, rushed to support Lu Muyun. Miss, what is wrong? Lu Muyun's face was ashen, her spirit waning. With Zhao Kuku's assistance, she managed to steady herself, but she was panting, her heart racing with panic. It's over. It's really over. I am in the late stages of cervical cancer. No wonder the hospital called, urging me to return immediately. It's all over. Lu Muyun uttered, her body once again succumbing to weakness. She is a person of vast knowledge and experience. In the case of advanced cervical cancer, it is said that 9 out of 10 patients are beyond hope, and wealth proves futile. Lu Muyun vividly recalls that 3 years ago, her elder sister, the financial director of the company, was diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. From the moment of diagnosis until her passing, She endured merely 8 months. Does this imply that Lu Muyun herself has only a few months left to live? Why is it so? Fate seems exceedingly cruel. Lu Muyun, who possesses an ethereal beauty, with a figure to rival the most exquisite and a face that is strikingly graceful, finds it incomprehensible that she has fallen victim to cervical cancer, especially in its advanced stages. As the general manager of the Lu Group and the future heir, she is just 28 years old, the prime of her youth. Why? Why must she suffer from cervical cancer? Zhao Kiki, supporting Lu Muyun, hurriedly reassured her, "Miss, please do not despair. It is possible that the diagnosis was erroneous." Nowadays, hospitals often exaggerate conditions for profit, labeling minor ailments as severe and severe ailments as terminal. Lu Muyun, however, paid no heed to Zhao Qi's words of comfort. She forced herself to regain composure and turned her gaze towards Song Qian. "How do you know I have cervical cancer, and that it is in the advanced stage? Please, I implore you to be truthful." Lu Muyun thought to herself. The young man had just boldly proclaimed not only his knowledge of her condition but also his ability to assist in her treatment. Consulting him could prove beneficial. Upon hearing Lu Muyun's inquiry, Song Qian smiled gently. "Miss Lu, I am a medical student, and I can discern your condition at a glance. If you doubt me, you may seek a second opinion. The legacy of the Lotus Immortal is no jest. Song Qian possesses medical skills capable of reviving the deceased. Though he had not yet attempted such feats, he firmly believes that treating cervical cancer is well within his capabilities. Moreover, his abilities have been validated through his parents' experiences. When he asserts he can heal, he is unequivocal. Not only can he address late-stage cervical cancer, but he is also confident he could restore even those whose souls have departed. Anyone he wishes to save must be returned by the King of Hell." "I do not yet know your esteemed surname," Lu Muyun inquired, her skepticism towards Song Qian tempered by a respectful curiosity to know his name for future correspondence. "I am Song Qian," he introduced himself, gesturing to the young woman beside him. "This is Zhang Yibei. We reside in Peach Blossom Village." Lu Muyun took out her phone to request Song Qian's number. "Mr. Song, can you truly cure late-stage cervical cancer?" Song Qian nodded emphatically, "Absolutely." Though Lu Muyun remained somewhat doubtful, a flicker of hope ignited within her. "If so, I implore you to treat me. Should you succeed, I, Lu Muyun, shall express my profound gratitude." As Song Qian stepped down from the tricycle, he shook his head slightly. "Miss Lu, I truly appreciate your trust in me. And while it is wonderful that you wish for my assistance, I kindly ask that you first return to the hospital for a re-examination to confirm the diagnosis. My fees are not modest. The treatment will cost 1 million. To Song Qian, 1 million is an astronomical figure. Even the entirety of Taohua village would struggle to muster such an amount. The reason Song Qian articulates this is to avoid unnecessary complications. He is a shrewd individual. Should Lu Muyun refrain from a follow-up examination and not find himself in a dire situation, he has no intention of offering treatment at this juncture. Such a scenario could result in no remuneration. On the other hand, if he were to heal the individual now and upon a subsequent visit to the hospital, it is revealed that there is no ailment, the patient might mistakenly believe it was a previous misdiagnosis. In such a case, having successfully treated the individual could yield no benefits, and Song Qian is unwilling to engage in endeavors that lack profit. Rest assured, Mr. Song, after my follow-up examination, if you are indeed able to assist me in my healing, the treatment fee will not pose a problem. Chapter 33. Wang Mazi seeks help to exorcise spirits. As Lu Muyun spoke, she turned and climbed into the sports car, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance. Zhang Yibei piloted the three-wheeled cart, the two of them proceeding at a leisurely pace. "Song Qian, why do you always invite trouble?" Zhang Yibei could not help but complain from the cart. "Lu Muyun is suffering from cervical cancer, and it is already at an advanced stage. Yet you claim you can cure her and demand a treatment fee of 1 million. Setting aside the question of whether you can actually heal her, she is no fool. How could she possibly part with that amount?" In response to Zhang Yibei's grievances, Song Qian merely offered a faint smile. He was acutely aware that Lu Muyun's condition was dire, and conventional treatments would undoubtedly prove ineffective. Only he, Song Qian, would dare to assert such confidence. He firmly believed that Lu Muyun would indeed seek him out, and the 1 million he requested would not be diminished by a single Sini Bei. "Remember this morning when we were fishing at Longquan Lake? You did not believe in me, and look at the result. We caught so many fish," Song Qian remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Earlier at the market, you also doubted whether Wang Ergu and his companions would assist us in selling the fish. What was the outcome?" Zhang Yibei's expression shifted at Song Qian's reminder. Indeed, everything had felt somewhat surreal, particularly the peculiar behavior of Wang Ergu and his crew. She remained utterly perplexed. What transpired this morning was indeed strange, but that does not imply you can cure cervical cancer. That is simply impossible, Zhang Yibei reflected, firmly dismissing the notion. Haha. Song Qian chuckled softly, glancing at Zhang Yibei. How about we make a wager? If Lu Muyan comes to me and provides the 1 million, you will lose. And you will have to call me Brother Qian from then on. Zhang Yibei pouted and huffed dismissively. What is so impressive about that? You are older than I, so I'll just call you Little Qian, brother. What difference does it make? After a moment's hesitation, she countered, and what if you lose? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Song Qian's mouth. If I lose, I'll become your live-in son-in-law. Zhang Yibei turned her head and shot him a fierce glare. This mischievous scoundrel was scheming for his own gain. How had he become so much worse than before? Get lost. Don't think you can take advantage of me. If she weren't riding the three-wheeled cart, Zhang Yibei would have loved to release the handlebars and deliver a punch to Song Qian. He was indeed quite incorrigible. Becoming a live-in son-in-law would mean she would have to marry him. Song Qian, to be honest, since you've suggested this, I not only accept your bet but shall raise the stakes. If you win, my little clinic will be yours. But if you lose, you must accompany me fishing for 3 consecutive days, and all the proceeds from our catch will belong to me. Do you dare? Zhang Yibei said, pouting, as if she had already secured victory over Song Qian. Lu Muyun was a female CEO, and even if she truly had cervical cancer, it was inconceivable that she would foolishly come to Taohua village seeking treatment from Song Qian, let alone offer him 1 million. It was indeed a far-fetched notion. Should Song Qian lose, his assistance in fishing for 3 days would yield at least 30,000 yuan, at which point she could hold him firmly in her grasp. There is no need to discuss everything. Half will suffice. Zhang Yibei firmly believed that Song Qian would hesitate to agree. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Song Qian smiled and nodded. This is your promise. Should I win, not only must you call me brother from now on, but you must also transfer ownership of your small clinic to me. Once a promise is made, it is difficult to retract. Fearing that Song Qian might change his mind, Zhang Yibei quickly nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her face as she resolved to have the upper hand over Song Qian. Arriving at the bustling streets of Jijia town, where several mobile phone shops lined the road, Song Qian instructed Zhang Yibei to halt their vehicle while he purchased a phone. Adjacent to the mobile store stood a shop specializing in the recycling of gold and silver jewelry. Song Qian led Zhang Yibei into the jewelry store, where she presented her necklace, and he assisted her in replacing the clasp. Only then did they mount their tricycle and set off toward Taohua village. Along the way, Song Qian distributed 3,000 yuan of the earnings from selling fish, having promised Zhang Yibei 20 earlier that morning. After a brief moment of hesitation, she accepted 2,000 yuan, reminding him to always invite her on future fishing trips. Song Qian readily agreed, and the two shared smiles, finally on their way home. Although the day's profits were modest, it marked a significant gain for Song Qian, totaling over 12,000 yuan. What delighted him further was the encounter with Lu Muyan, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family. He was confident that she would soon reach out to him, and he anticipated substantial profits from her. After a while, the pair returned to Taohua village, specifically to Wang Mazi's residence. At that moment, the gates of Wang Mazi's home were securely shut. Within the yard, a Taoist priest in his 50s, clad in a yellow bagua robe, held a talisman in his left hand and a peach with sword in his right. Before him lay an altar adorned with yellow satin, upon which incense burners, candles, and bells were arranged, with tendrils of smoke wafting from the burner. The priest's eyes were half closed as he recited incantations. Not far from the altar, Wang Mazi's expression was grave. The previous night at Xu Taohua's house, he had been controlled by Song Qian's ghost, followed by a terrifying encounter at his own home where a knife was held to his throat. Recalling the events sent shivers down his spine. In the yard, a hemp rope used for drying clothes was tied up, and several pairs of pants hung from it. Wang Mazi had been so frightened the previous night that he had lost control of his bladder twice, and the pants remained damp. Master, I beg you. It was in that corner where Song Qian held a knife to my neck. I nearly lost my life. His spirit then ascended gently. Wang Mazi, his voice trembling, recounted the experience once more. The exorcist nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He picked up 3 incense sticks, chanted a few incantations, and inserted the sticks into the burner before igniting several pieces of yellow paper and tossing them into the corner. By the order of the law, may the evil spirit disperse. Upon returning to Zhang Yibei's home, Song Qian parked the tricycle and made his way home alone. As he passed Wang Mazi's house, he heard the sound of bells from within, piquing his curiosity, prompting him to activate his Lotus Eye for a glimpse. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. In the courtyard of Wang Mazi's home, a master clad in a yellow robe stood with his eyes gently closed. In one hand, he held a peachwood sword, while the other grasped a bell, reciting incantations with fervor, the contents of which remained a mystery. Wang Mazi stood nearby, his expression tense, clearly still ensnared by the shadows of the previous night. The speed of this fellow was remarkable. It was barely noon, and he had already summoned a Taoist priest to commence an exorcism. It seemed that Wang Mazi truly believed himself to be doomed. Serves you right, Wang Mazi, for being so frightened. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian approached the door and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Came Wang Mazi's voice from within. Chapter 34. Am I still saved? Song Qian stood at the entrance, silent, while Wang Mazi hesitated momentarily before approaching to open the door. The instant the door swung open, Wang Mazi let out a piercing scream. A ghost. His face turned pale as he staggered backward. Song Qian remained quiet, observing Wang Mazi's cowardice, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Suddenly, the Taoist priest opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he turned towards Song Qian. A ghost? Where's the ghost? Clearly, the figure at the door was merely a person. Could it be that this was the ghost Wang Mazi had spoken of? Indeed, Wang Mazi crawled to the Taoist's side, squinting as he pointed at Song Qian, exclaiming, "The ghost is back. He is the ghost." With a leisurely stride, Song Qian walked into the courtyard. Well, Wang Mazi, have you a guilty conscience? Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Am I a man or a ghost? Approaching Wang Mazi, the latter recoiled once more, rubbing his eyes. He looked up at Song Qian. Something felt amiss. The ghost from last night did not resemble the person before him at all, regardless of how he scrutinized. Yet, fear still gripped him. After a hesitation of over 10 seconds, Wang Mazi managed to rise. Are you a man or a ghost? Song Qian took 2 steps forward, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Wang Mazi. What do you think? Am I a man or a ghost? The Taoist, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, discarded his talisman and approached Wang Mazi, questioning him directly. Is this the ghost you sought to expel? Yes, it is him. Wang Mazi nodded emphatically, but he was not like this last night. I saw him clearly as he floated out from that corner. He pointed towards a corner of the courtyard. The Taoist's expression darkened instantly. The corner he indicated had a wall standing 5 meters high and 50 centimeters wide. Even the most adept jumper would struggle to leap over it. Floating out? Utter nonsense. How could such a thing be? Where's the ghost? He's clearly a living person. The Taoist emphasized the words living person. However, Wang Mazi was still inclined to argue. Yet, the figure standing before him was undeniably a fully corporeal man. What, then, had transpired last night? At Xu Taohua's home, he had been unable to move, paralyzed by fear. The same sensation had engulfed him in his own yard when he attempted to strike Song Qian with a kitchen knife. His body had gone rigid. The knife rested from his grip. This was all too perplexing. Why was this happening? Wang Mazi's lips twitched, his back drenched in sweat, his confusion deepening. But he is indeed a man. The Taoist widened his eyes and cast another glance at Song Qian before addressing Wang Mazi. As we agreed, the exorcism costs 3,000. Hurry and pay up. I need to leave. With a mischievous grin, Song Qian glanced at Wang Mazi. Wang Mazi, it seems you have committed many misdeeds, leading to your hallucinations. I suggest you take heed. Otherwise, such illusions may return. As Song Qian spoke, he discreetly cast a spell to immobilize his adversary, Wang Mazi. Wang's expression faltered, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Fortunately, this paralysis lasted only a little over 10 seconds, once Song Qian exited the courtyard. His body regained its mobility. A few minutes later, Song Qian returned home, where the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Upon seeing him, Song Yao rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, you mentioned you caught a lot of fish. Did you sell them? How much did you earn?" Song Qian produced his phone and handed it to Song Yao. Would I deceive you? Take a look for yourself. I sold over 12,000, most of which was through mobile payments. Song Yao took the phone and, upon viewing the numerous transaction records, was overwhelmed with joy. My goodness, I have over 8,000 in earnings. The 8,000 she referred to all stemmed from mobile payments, while the remaining 4,000 was collected in cash, thus totaling just over 12,000. We've struck it rich. I've never had this much money in my phone before. This 8,000 is all mine. Ha ha ha. Song Yao gleefully clutched the phone. The mobile account belonged to her, so the funds naturally appeared in her account. Hearing the elation of the siblings, their father, Song Yongfu, and mother, Lu Shufan, hurried into the courtyard to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Song Qian had earned over 12,000, smiles spread across their faces as they gave him enthusiastic thumbs up. Seeing his parents and sister so joyful brought a smile to Song Qian's face as well. Mom, Dad, little sister, today's earnings are modest. This is merely the beginning. I will certainly earn substantial amounts in the future. For the past 2 years, you've all taken care of me during my illness. And now it's my turn to provide for you. You deserve a break. As he surveyed the surroundings of his family's modest courtyard, he continued, once I start making money, we will tear down this dilapidated house and rebuild it. Our family will have a lovely villa. Brother, stop boasting, Song Yao pouted, rolling her eyes at him. You were just lucky today to catch so many fish and sell over 10,000. Longquan Lake is only so vast. One cannot expect to catch large fish every day. We should remain grounded. Their father, Song Yongfu, added, having such aspirations is commendable, but your sister is right. We need to be practical. All right. Enough with the dampening of spirits, Lu Shufan interjected. The children are hungry. Let us eat. The family gathered in the living room to commence their meal. Given their small home, they typically dined in the living room. A few minutes later, the small table was laden with delectable dishes. In addition to the soft-shelled turtle caught by Song Qian, his mother had prepared a pot of sauerkraut fish and stewed a nourishing old hen. The array of 7 or 8 dishes was both visually and gastronomically delightful. Seated around the table, the family enjoyed their meal with broad smiles. Since Song Qian's unfortunate incident that rendered him mentally impaired, the family's spirits had plummeted, and even during festive occasions, they had never dined so lavishly. Today, they could finally indulge in a sumptuous feast. In the office of the director at Jiangqing Hospital, Miss Lu, the MRI results confirm that you are indeed in the advanced stage of cervical cancer, and the situation is quite severe. You must prepare yourself mentally. Lu Mian, holding the MRI scans, stared blankly. She could only hope for a misdiagnosis. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow. Indeed, she was in the late stages of cervical cancer, and the gravity of her condition far exceeded her worst fears. Director Sun, is there still hope for me? After a long pause, Lu Muyan finally asked, her expression dark. Truthfully, I did not wish to convey this in your presence, but since you are already aware, I hope you are psychologically prepared. In a small place like Jiaqing, your situation is undoubtedly beyond our capabilities. I suggest you expedite your travel arrangements to seek expertise abroad. Perhaps there remains a slender chance there, Director Sun stated. His words tinged with resignation. A patient of Lu Muyun's caliber could have generated substantial revenue for the hospital if treatment were feasible, yet Director Sun felt powerless to act. Chapter 35 Lu Muyun was caught in a tempest of indecision. As an oncologist, he had encountered a myriad of tumors. Yet the late-stage cervical cancer afflicting Lu Muyun posed a daunting challenge. Even with the most optimistic projections, achieving a successful treatment outcome for 2 or 3 patients out of 100 would be considered exceptionally high. He hesitated to proceed with her treatment, fearing it might bring trouble to the hospital. Listening to Director Sun's words, Lu Muyun felt as though her strength was sapped, nearly collapsing to the ground. Beside her, Zhao Kiki supported her with unwavering diligence, anxious that her mistress might falter in any way. After a prolonged silence, Lu Muyun inquired once more, Director Sun, I am aware that Jiangqing Hospital boasts numerous experts in oncology. Would you be so kind as to summon them for a thorough consultation? Director Sun, an esteemed authority in the field, had already grasped the gravity of Lu Muyun's condition, and his candid words reflected that understanding. Faced with her earnest request, he found it difficult to decline. Very well, Miss Lu, please hold on a moment. He retrieved his phone and made a call. All tumor specialists, you have 5 minutes to assemble in my office for a consultation. Latecomers will face dismissal. Moments later, all the specialists gathered. A dozen or so renowned oncologists, their phones in hand, accessed the hospital's system to review Lu Muyun's imaging results. After an excruciatingly long wait, they all hung their heads in somber silence. Miss Lu, we sincerely apologize. Please forgive us. Our hospital's equipment is outdated, and we lack sufficient targeted therapy medications. We strongly recommend that you seek treatment abroad as soon as possible. Indeed, the medical facilities overseas were advanced, and the variety of targeted treatment options might still offer a glimmer of hope. Lu Muyun's complexion turned ashen as she absorbed the expert's disheartening pronouncements. At just over 20 years of age, how could she be facing late-stage cervical cancer? Why had this calamity befallen her? Seeing her mistress's face pale to the point of resembling parchment, Zhao Kiki gently supported Lu Muyun, whispering soothingly, Miss, Let us return home and discuss this with your family before making arrangements to go abroad. With Zhao Ke's assistance, Lu Muyun slowly exited the director's office. Upon reaching the car, silence enveloped them. Miss, please do not despair. Although your condition is grave, it is not an absolute sentence of hopelessness. Director Sun did mention that even in late-stage cervical cancer, there remains a possibility of recovery. Lu Muyun fixated on the report in her hands, her gaze vacant. Was her life destined to conclude in such a tragic manner? Director Sun's words were unequivocal. The likelihood of a cure within the country was minimal. This could be interpreted more bluntly. Indeed, it was virtually impossible to find a cure domestically. If healing was unattainable here, could it truly be found abroad? Were all Western medical practitioners not essentially the same? Despair engulfed Lu Muyun. In the prime of her youth, why had she been struck down by cervical cancer? The mere mention of cancer instilled a paralyzing fear, and now, facing the advanced stage, the situation had become unimaginably dire. Miss, please say something. Your sorrow weighs heavily on my heart, Zhao Kiki implored, seated in the driver's seat, yet paralyzed by trepidation. She was unaware of Lu Muyun's destination. Was she returning home to inform her family or heading to another hospital for a follow-up? Despite having already undergone one, this was an undeniable fact. A subsequent examination would yield the same result. Lu Muyun remained silent, almost as if her soul had departed. After a protracted silence of several minutes, she sighed deeply, lamenting her misfortune and questioning why she had to contend with such an ailment. Struggling to regain her composure, she retrieved her phone and contacted a friend in Kyoto, requesting assistance in finding the finest physician. Half an hour later, Lu Muyun received her answer, which mirrored the diagnosis provided by Director Sun. Kyoto's esteemed doctor also advised her to seek treatment abroad without delay. At that moment, Lu Muyun felt utterly despondent. Was her life truly at an end? No. Song Qian had asserted that she was in the late stages of cervical cancer, claiming that only he could cure her. She resolved to call Song Qian. Just as she was about to make the call, Zhao Kuka interjected with a suggestion. Miss, that individual named Song Qian seems rather unreliable. Perhaps we should return home or expedite our journey abroad. Zhao Kuka then shifted her tone. Even if we decide to seek out Song Qian, we should first investigate him, gather his basic information, and then approach him. Lu Muyun pondered this and found some merit in it. Kuka, you handle this matter. Zhao Kuka promptly took out her phone and began organizing the inquiry. After a mere 10 minutes, the results of the investigation emerged. Miss, the findings are quite unfavorable. Song Qian is indeed a medical student, but he was rendered foolish 2 years ago by young Master Su, who has since become engaged to his girlfriend. It appears they are set to marry soon. The investigation revealed that just a few days prior, Song Qian was still considered a fool. However, today, when they encountered him, he seemed to have regained his faculties. Zhao Kuku relayed the investigation results to Lu Muyun, who, upon hearing them, furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. He was a fool. Yet how could he so readily discern that she was in the late stages of cervical cancer? Could a fool possess such acuity? Miss, I suspect that Song Qian is no more than a grand charlatan. He even demands a treatment fee of 1 million. Zhao Kuka's words plunged Lu Muyun into thought. The investigation did suggest such a possibility. The only aspect Lu Muyun could not fathom was that during her interaction with Song Qian, he did not appear to be foolish and had instantly recognized her condition. Could a fool truly be so perceptive? Should she make that call? Should she place her trust in Song Qian? Meanwhile, at Song Qian's residence, he was engrossed in examining the features of his newly acquired phone. Brother, my phone has become utterly outdated, slow, and cumbersome. Once you earn some money, could you buy me a new one? Song Yu sat beside him, waving her old phone. Song Qian nodded gently. In a few days, I promise to buy you a lovely new phone. Yours is indeed overdue for an upgrade. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's face brightened. Brother, you are so kind to me. Song Qian held his phone, pondering for quite some time. For the past 2 years, due to his mental health issues, he had refrained from using a mobile device. And there were indeed several features on the phone that he found perplexing. Just then, Song Yao's phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. May I ask who is calling? A woman's voice came through the line. Hello, Ms. Song, I'm a bank representative. ID number 9527. Our bank system indicates that there have been substantial transactions made with your bank card in Australia recently. Can you confirm if these purchases were made by you? Upon hearing this, Song Yao's expression darkened. She possessed only one bank card, which was securely stored in her wardrobe. How could she possibly be making purchases in Australia? The script of such a scam call seemed exceedingly clumsy. having received several similar scam calls with identical dialogue. She had long since developed immunity to them. Goodness, are telecommunication scams so brazen now? I am so financially constrained that I have never even applied for a bank card. Chapter 36. Grand Aunt is Lu Muyun. If you are to engage in deception, at least do it with some professionalism. Target the corrupt officials who possess ample wealth. Merely identifying one of them could yield billions in fraudulent gains. I advise you to cease calling my grand aunt. After venting her frustrations, Song Yao ended the call. Observing her sister's fury, Song Qian offered some words of comfort. Little sister, as reported on television, those involved in telecom fraud often have armed guards surrounding them. If you discern that the caller is a scammer, there's no need to engage, simply hang up. At this point, Song Qian shifted the topic. While those corrupt officials might be wealthy, they are also exceedingly cunning. It is no simple task to defraud such individuals. Not long after hanging up, Song Yao's phone rang once more. Oh dear, is this never-ending today? She pulled out her phone, noting that the call was from a local number, which astonished her as it even displayed a name. Wow, the scammers have truly honed their skills, changing their number and disguising it so effectively. Furrowing her brow, Song Yu decided to answer the call. You damn scammer. How dare you call my grand aunt again? I just told you to stop. After venting her anger, she abruptly hung up. Little did she know that the caller was not a scammer, but rather Miss Lu Muyun from the Lu Group. On the other end, Lu Muyun was fuming. The person answering the phone was a woman, addressing herself as my grand aunt and using such language. This woman must be experiencing hormonal imbalances. Her temper is fiercer than mine. Lu Muyun had not anticipated that the phone number Song Qian provided was a fake, and that the voice on the other end sounded rather youthful, though the temperament suggested someone at least in their 40s, likely suffering from menopausal symptoms. See, I told you Song Qian was unreliable. Now do you believe me? We should hurry home and prepare to leave the country. Lu Muyun's frown deepened, her anger intensifying. What an absurd situation. My mood was already at an all-time low after crashing my tricycle, and now I discover the contact number is a ruse. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she resolved to take action. Why should the other party be allowed to berate her while she remained silent? Wait. Let me call back and give that menopausal woman a piece of my mind. Then I will add her to my blacklist. With determination, Lu Muyun dialed the number again. At Song Qian's home, the siblings were engaged in conversation. Song Yao, still frowning, continued discussing telecom fraud. Just then, her phone rang again. Oh dear, the same number. I just scolded this fraudster, and now they dare to call again? How audacious. Fueled by rage, Song Yu began to rant once more. Hearing her outburst, Song Qian also felt a surge of anger. In just a few minutes, we received 3 scam calls. Is this how we are to live? These fraudsters are becoming increasingly brazen. Hand me your phone. I shall assist you in reprimanding. Upon receiving the device, Song Qian was taken aback. The number clearly belonged to Lu Muyun, yet it was labeled as a scam call. This was the same number he had just saved that morning in Jijia town. Are you certain this is a scam call? Song Yu nodded emphatically, her tone resolute. The tactics employed by scammers were indeed sophisticated. Their masquerade impeccable. Not only did it appear as a local number, but it also bore a name. Just moments ago, he had received this fraudulent call. Song Qian's expression darkened, and he shook his head in disbelief. This is my contact. It is not a scam. No, it cannot be. Song Yao's face paled. With a sense of exasperation, Song Qian swiftly answered the call. As the line connected, a voice erupted on the other end. You old hag, are you suffering from menopause? Your tone is so harsh. You are the real fraud, and your family are all scammers. Let me tell you, I am Lu Muyun, and you, a foul-mouthed woman, dare to insult me? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. The moment the call was answered, Lu Muyun unleashed a torrent of curses. Such a brazen display of invective was utterly at odds with her refined demeanor, but in her rage, she seemed unconcerned about her image. The harshness of her words left Song Qian speechless. He held the phone away from his ear, interrupting her tirade before it could continue. Miss Lu, this is Song Qian. There has been a misunderstanding. Please, cease your vitriol. Upon hearing Song Qian's voice, Lu Muyun hesitated momentarily. Song Qian? Is that truly you? Confusion swept over her as she grasped the phone. What was happening? Lu Muyun fell silent, prompting Song Qian to hastily explain. Miss Lu, this phone belongs to my sister. She was the one who answered the call prior to yours and had just received a telecommunication scam, hence the mix-up. I apologize for the confusion. After his explanation, Song Qian's face displayed a hint of awkwardness. Miss Lu, have you received your follow-up examination results? Upon confirming that it was indeed Song Qian on the line, Lu Muyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. She cleared her throat a couple of times before regaining her composure. I apologize. I received the follow-up results a while ago before calling you, and as you indicated, my condition is quite severe. Do you truly have the confidence to cure me? Song Qian smiled and nodded. Since you have received the results, let us speak of the remedy. I, Song Qian, am a man of my word. If Miss Lu has any reservations, we may proceed with treatment before payment. Once I have completed your treatment, you can return to the hospital for a follow-up and, upon receiving your recovery report, you may then remit the payment of 1 million. He expressed his faith in Lu Muyun's integrity, believing she would uphold her promise. At this juncture, Song Qian paused momentarily, contemplating his next words. After a brief deliberation, he continued, I shall grant you 2 days, should you wish to pursue treatment. Make haste to Taohua village to find me. Delay, and you may lose your opportunity. Song Qian's urgency was intentional. In truth, even if Lu Muyun's condition were to deteriorate over the next 2 or 3 months, as long as he intervened, he was confident he could restore her health. Currently, Song Qian finds himself in dire need of funds. Healing Lu Muyun would yield a substantial income, which could alleviate many of Song Qian's pressing issues. The Lotus Immortal had emphasized before his slumber that he was granted a mere 3 years to locate the fragmented divine consciousness Lotus. It is only with financial resources that Song Qian can commence his endeavors. On the other end of the line, Lu Muyun remained silent. After a considerable pause, she finally inquired, Are you available now? We shall come to you at once. If you can provide a cure, the treatment fee will be doubled. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's spirit soared. Was this an unexpected windfall? Wealthy individuals exhibit such generosity, offering 2 million. This was indeed fortuitous. I shall accept the payment, Miss Lu. I await your arrival at Taohua village, Jijia town. Please come over at once. All right, we are setting off now. After hanging up, Song Qian utilized his recently acquired mobile phone to contact Lu Muyun, requesting her to save his new number and informing her to reach out to him directly for any future matters. On the other end, Lu Muyun appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the implications of his message. Chapter 37. An incident occurred. Please rush to my home. Song Qian, despite possessing a mobile phone, insisted on acquiring his sister's phone number while withholding his own. What could this signify? Unbeknownst to Lu Muyun, Song Qian had been oblivious just the day before, having never utilized a mobile phone in the past, and his new number was recently acquired. Otherwise, such a comical predicament would not have arisen. Although Lu Muyun hesitated, she complied. Kiki, let us proceed to Taohua village. Zhao Kiki ignited the engine, still exhibiting some reluctance. Miss, can we truly rely on Song Qian? Lu Muyun hesitated briefly before nodding. My current situation is exceedingly dire. Let us consider this a trial. Song Qian assured me that after the treatment, we would conduct a follow-up and then settle the payment. Even if I were deceived out of 2 million, it would not concern me. I am not lacking in such funds. As she spoke, Lu Muyun shifted the conversation. By the way, the front of the car has sustained damage. And since it is a sports car, its low chassis might pose a problem for our journey to Taohua village. Let us return to the company to exchange for another vehicle and arrange for repairs. Lu Muyun spoke the truth. As the heir to the Lu Corporation and the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, she currently serves as the general manager of the conglomerate. A few million is a trifling sum for her. As long as Song Qian can heal her, she would willingly part with even 10 million. At this critical juncture, Lu Muyun felt despondent. It was out of sheer desperation that she chose to trust Song Qian. Just as she stated, it was merely an attempt. Indeed, Zhao Kiki nodded, and the car sped away. At Song Qian's residence, Song Yo gazed at her brother with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. Brother, during your phone call earlier, I vaguely overheard that woman requesting your assistance for her ailment, and you mentioned a fee of 100,000. What is the meaning of this? You wouldn't consider deceiving her out of 100,000, would you? Song Qian lightly tapped Song Yo's shoulder. What are you thinking? Have you been inundated with scam calls? Do not forget, I treated our parents' illnesses last night. Song Yao listened, seeming to grasp some logic. By the way, what ailment does that woman have? Song Qian shook his head, refraining from a direct response. What illness she has is irrelevant to you. Why inquire? Song Yu tilted her head, contemplating. However, regardless of her illness, charging her 100,000 for treatment seems excessively unscrupulous, far worse than those unethical doctors, utterly deplorable. As she spoke, Song Yao made a dismissive gesture toward her brother. In response to his sister's disdain, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. He understood her good intentions. Yet Lu Muyun's condition was not one that warranted merely 100,000. charging her that amount was not only justified but rather a bargain. After exchanging a few words, the siblings fell silent once more. Song Qian held his phone, continuing his examination. Although the device held little monetary value, it was indeed a new model. And having not engaged with a phone for over 2 years, Song Qian found it remarkably novel. "Xiaoao, lend me your phone." "What do you intend to do?" Song Yao retorted. Without waiting for a response, Song Qian took Song Yao's phone from her. He scrolled through his phone, locating Xu Taohua's number. "Oh, you're going to call Sister Taohua? She's renowned for her beauty. You wouldn't have feelings for her, would you?" Song Yao teased with a mischievous grin beside him. Song Qian's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Song Yao. "Stop talking nonsense. If Sister Taohua hears you, she'll be upset." Just as he saved Xu Taohua's number, Song Yao's phone rang, and coincidentally, it was Xu Taohua calling. Song Qian answered immediately. "Sister Taohua, is something wrong?" "Song Qian, there's trouble. Come to my house quickly." Xu Taohua's voice was tinged with urgency, accompanied by the sounds of several others in the background. Song Qian vaguely recognized one of the voices as Wang Mazi. "You stubborn fool, Wang Mazi," Song Qian cursed silently before replying into the phone. "Hold on, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he pocketed his phone and dashed out the door, with Song Yao trailing closely behind like a shadow. "What has happened to Sister Taohua?" "I'm going with you." "It's nothing serious. You don't need to come." He turned back to discourage Song Yao, wanting to keep last night's events from her and their parents to avoid causing unnecessary worry. "I'm going with you." Song Yao pouted, running ahead of him. With no other option, Song Qian resigned himself to her company. In the countryside, there were rarely any new happenings, whether a family faced significant or trivial matters. The villagers relished in the commotion. Who fell ill? Which family welcomed a newborn? Whose daughter was getting married? All would attract the villagers' attention. Song Yao was no different. She enjoyed the excitement. At Xu Taohua's home, her mother, Zhou Guiying, her brother Su Xiaofei, and Wang Mazi were all gathered around her, creating quite a ruckus. Zhou Guiying stood with her hands on her hips, her expression fierce. "Xu Taohua, am I being too lenient with you? I've accepted the betrothal gifts from Wang Songming. Yet you refused to marry him. Who gave you the audacity?" The Wang Songming she referred to was indeed Wang Mazi. In Taohua village, people seldom called him by his given name. Instead, they referred to him as Wang Mazi due to his pockmarked face. Out of respect for her son-in-law, Zhou Guiying chose to call him Wang Songming. As Zhou Guiying finished her statement, Su Xiaofei chimed in. "Sister, you've been a widow for over 2 years. Mom has found several suitors for you, but because you are a widow, they look down upon you. Only Wang Songming, your brother-in-law, doesn't mind and even offered 180,000 as a bride price. Why don't you cherish this opportunity?" Listening to them, Xu Taohua's expression soured. She furrowed her brows, glancing between her mother and brother, then directing her gaze towards Wang Mazi a short distance away, her anger boiling over. This scoundrel had been harassing her for 2 years. Just yesterday, beneath the waterfall at Longquan Mountain, she had narrowly escaped his clutches, thanks to her wits. The sight of Wang Mazi, short and unattractive, sent shivers down her spine. Marrying such a man seemed worse than death. He was the very embodiment of a real-life Wudalong. "Mother, my affairs do not concern you. You accepted the betrothal gifts without my consent. If you wish to marry, do so on your own. Do not seek me out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Guiying's anger flared. How dare that wretched girl, Xu Taohua, speak to her in such a manner? To suggest she should marry of her own accord, what nonsense is this? "I have already accepted the 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts from Wang Songming, and if you think I will return them, you are dreaming. I declare here and now, I have chosen this fine son-in-law, and you shall marry him." Xu Taohua, with a flick of her sleeve, shouted defiantly, "Impossible. The only way I would marry him is if I were dead." Resolute, Xu Taohua dashed into the kitchen, swiftly grasping a fruit knife and pressing it against her neck as she emerged into the courtyard. Su Xiaofei, witnessing this, became alarmed. "Sister, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly." At that moment, Wang Mazi remained silent. His intention in visiting Xu Taohua's family was not to force her into marriage, but rather to retrieve the betrothal gifts. If he could reclaim the gifts, then the marriage could be disregarded. Wang Mazi was aware of his own shortcomings. He was short and unattractive, and Xu Taohua had no regard for him. Rather than compel her, it would be better to return the gifts. Meanwhile, matters with Song Qian also posed a complication. Chapter 38, Viewing Xu Taohua as a means of profit. The incident from yesterday, where Song Qian cast his money into the devil's den, had yet to be confronted by him. Although Song Qian's family was impoverished, they were not to be trifled with. First, he needed to retrieve the betrothal gifts before discussing any further matters. If Xu Taohua was willing to marry him, bestowing the betrothal gifts would not be an issue. Otherwise, with the gifts in Zhou Guiying's possession, it would never bode well. However, when he called Zhou Guiying to discuss the return of the betrothal gifts, she staunchly refused, insisting on dragging him to Xu Taohua's home. And thus, Wang Mazi had accompanied her. And Zhou, marriage should be based on mutual affection. I, Wang Mazi, am not worthy of the beautiful Taohua. If she does not wish to marry me, please return the betrothal gifts. I do not wish to force her into despair, he implored. Zhou Guiying, however, was unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Wang Mazi, what are you thinking? Once the betrothal gifts are in my hands, there is no reason to return them. I have already consented to your union with Xu Taohua. You must figure it out yourself, she shouted vehemently, adamant in her refusal to return the gifts. Her son, Xu Xiaofei, had recently begun dating someone, and they were approaching the stage of discussing marriage. The sum of 180,000 yuan was intended for her son to use for his bride. Xu Xiaofei, standing to the side, also displayed great reluctance. His mother had promised him that the 180,000 yuan would be allocated for his bride, with 80,000 designated as the betrothal gifts, and an additional 100,000 combined with some savings from their parents, totaling around 200,000 yuan, sufficient for a down payment on a home. If the betrothal gifts were returned, how could he marry? Sister, please agree to marry Wang Mazi. Mother has already promised me that 180,000 yuan is reserved for my bride. Without that money, I cannot marry. I beg you, sister, Xu Xiaofei pleaded, nearly on the verge of tears. Hearing her brother's words, Xu Taohua felt an overwhelming sadness. Her mother, without her consent, had secretly accepted Wang Mazi's betrothal gifts, coercing her into a marriage with him. Yet, her brother, whom she had cared for so much during his childhood, was now fixated on that 180,000 yuan, showing no regard for her future happiness. Was this truly her own brother? He seemed no different from their mother, both vampires with their eyes set on money. Xu Xiaofei, be quiet. Realizing that returning the betrothal gifts was futile and that Xu Taohua would not marry him, Wang Mazi felt an urgency rising within him. His mouth twitching as worry etched his face. What was he to do? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mazi resolutely declared, and show. Since Taohua does not wish to marry me, please return my betrothal gifts. Not a chance. Not a single cent will be returned. Zhou Guiying snapped, glaring fiercely at Wang Mazi. You better hurry and take that knife from her hand, then carry her away to the bridal chamber at once. Just then, Song Qian, accompanied by Song Yao, rushed in, pushing through the half-open gate and bursting into Xu Taohua's yard. For Song Qian, the journey from his home to Xu Taohua's was merely a leap away, taking only 2 seconds to reach. However, within the confines of the village, even in broad daylight, his martial prowess was challenging to exhibit. Otherwise, the villagers might perceive him as a monster. Consequently, despite their hurried efforts, they still squandered 2 precious minutes. Upon entering the courtyard, Song Qian beheld Xu Taohua, who was brandishing a sharp fruit knife against her own throat, causing him to momentarily freeze in shock. Sister Taohua, please do not act foolishly. Upon seeing Song Qian's arrival, Xu Taohua felt a slight sense of relief. Her intention was not to seek an end to her life, but rather to compel her mother through this drastic measure. Song Qian, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I might have been lost to you. It is my mother and the others who have forced my hand. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. Approaching Xu Taohua, Song Qian snatched the fruit knife from her grasp. Sister Taohua, what foolishness is this? Is there nothing that can be resolved? He then turned his gaze towards Zhou Guiying. And Zhou, why do you pressure Sister Taohua? Look at the state you have driven her to. What if something were to happen to her? Although Zhou Guiying was indeed Xu Taohua's mother, whose greed was reprehensible, Song Qian still extended her the courtesy of respectful discourse. Foolish Song Qian, do you think you have a say here? You are merely a simpleton. How dare you meddle in our family's affairs? Go play somewhere else. Zhou Guiying retorted, hands on her hips, scolding him without realizing that Song Qian had outgrown his former foolishness. Upon hearing this, Song Yao immediately bristled, since Song Qian's supposed folly had faded. The most loathsome words to her were those that referred to him as a simpleton. And Zhou, my brother is no longer ill. Please speak with respect. If anyone is a fool here, it is certainly you. She pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Guiying, her voice filled with indignation. Forcing the beautiful Taohua to marry that short and ugly Wang Mazi. If you are not a fool, then who is? Her words momentarily stunned Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei. Was not Song Qian renowned for his foolishness? When had he recovered? Did not the doctors claim that he was beyond help? After a brief contemplation, Zhou Guiying dismissed such thoughts. She had already accepted Wang Mazi's betrothal gifts, and there was no way she would return them. I care not whether you are fools. If you wish to stand up against me, then so be it. Xu Taohua need not marry Wang Mazi, but you two siblings shall bear the burden of the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's expression turned icy. Were it not for Zhou Guiying being Xu Taohua's mother, he would have lunged forward and struck her down. How could a mother force her daughter into such a perilous situation? Yet outwardly, Song Qian suppressed his fury, directing his gaze towards Wang Mazi, from whom his anger erupted. Wang Mazi, it seems you have forgotten my earlier warning. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a binding spell, rendering Wang Mazi completely rigid, unable to move or utter a sound. After a tense half-minute, Song Qian lifted the spell. At that moment, Wang Mazi's face had turned an ashen shade of terror. Fortunately, after the two incidents today, he was almost certain that his stiff body was undoubtedly the handiwork of Song Qian. The brevity of this condition was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With this in mind, he decided to adopt a more assertive approach. Wang Ergo from Chicken Street Town had a certain acquaintance with him, so he resolved to summon him. Wang Ergo was a notorious thug, rumored to have taken a life. Yesterday, Wang Mazi had thrown Song Qian into the abyss, only to discover that Song Qian had survived. Thus, he called upon Wang Ergo to render Song Qian incapacitated. With Song Qian out of the picture, the matters between himself and Xu Taohua would likely come to fruition, and he could finally lay a lingering concern to rest. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Mazi took out his phone. Song Qian, do not be too arrogant. I have a friend who is a skilled fighter. Once I summon him, you shall face the consequences today. Wang Mazi's words elicited nothing more than a cold laugh from Song Qian. Chapter 39. Silence. Please, if the opponent wishes to summon reinforcements, then let him do so. It presents a perfect opportunity to teach Wang Mazi a lesson, ensuring he understands his place. Were it not for Wang Mazi, Song Qian would not have shown such courtesy. He had been cast into the demon cave yesterday, only to receive the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Although Wang Mazi is a villain, he also serves as a benefactor. Without him, Song Qian might still be a fool. However, it is imperative to discipline Wang Mazi. Since you wish to seek assistance, I shall grant you this opportunity. Summon whatever henchmen you can muster. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, Wang Mazi had invited Wang Ergo. Had he known, he would likely have laughed aloud. Just you wait. Wang Mazi began making calls. 2 minutes later, he hung up, finally lifting his head. Song Qian, you thwarted my plans yesterday, and I have yet to settle the score with you. To think you would disrupt my affairs yet again. Just wait. I shall make you pay. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taohua grew anxious. It was because of her that Song Qian had been thrown into the demon cave yesterday, and if Wang Mazi were to summon henchmen today, it would spell trouble. Song Qian, I am unaware of whom Wang Mazi may call upon. You and Song Yao should leave at once. My matters do not concern you. Hurry and go. Saying this, Xu Taohua pushed the siblings gently. Do not worry, Song Qian replied calmly, remaining unfazed, and turned to gently comfort Xu Taohua. If Wang Mazi wishes to call for help, let him do so. Xu Taohua could not heed Song Qian's words, even if it were just Wang Mazi himself. Song Qian might not be his match, let alone contend with others. She had witnessed firsthand by the waterfall how Wang Mazi had easily overpowered Song Qian. Song Qian, heed your sister-in-law's advice. You and Song Yao must leave quickly. They dare not harm me, and I truly do not wish to involve you, Xu Taohua implored. Nearly in tears, deep within, she harbored genuine affection for Song Qian. She could not bear to see such a man come to harm. Just as Song Qian opened his mouth to respond, Song Yao interjected, Brother, how about I call the village head to bring people over to resolve this? The root of the problem lay not with Wang Mazi but with Zhou Guiying, who had accepted Wang Mazi's betrothal gifts yet refused to return the money. This was the crux of the issue. As for the individuals Wang Mazi might rally, Song Qian dismissed them entirely. It mattered not how many he summoned. He could still handle them. With a wave of his hand, he said, no need for that. The village head's presence would be of no consequence. Do not worry. I fear no one who arrives today. Brother, 2 years ago, you sustained a head injury and have only just recovered. You should not act impulsively. Shall we not take Sister Taohua and leave? Song Yu suggested, her concern palpable. Leaving Xu Taohua behind was simply not feasible. It was crucial to depart while there was still an opportunity, before Wang Mazi's reinforcements arrived. Once they did, it would be too late to speak. Xu Taohua, unwilling to implicate her siblings, hurriedly intervened. Song Qian, heed your sister-in-law's advice. You two should leave at once. My affairs do not concern you, and I assure you, I will be fine. At that moment, Xu Taohua felt a twinge of regret. Had she known that Wang Mazi would summon reinforcements, she would never have called Song Qian over. Now, Song Qian was reluctant to depart. What could be done? Let us all refrain from further discussion, they urged. But Song Qian was resolute in his silence. This matter required his resolution. Just wait and see. Not even the King of Heaven can deter me. I shall see what tricks Wang Mazi has up his sleeve. They remained in a stalemate for quite some time until the sound of a car approached from outside. Soon, Song Qian observed Wang Ergu entering with 3 comrades, the same group from the morning, heads held high. Yet, their earlier bravado had diminished considerably. Each bore the marks of their prior encounter with Song Qian, with Wang Ergu sporting 2 prominent bruises on his face. At that moment, Wang Ergu and his companions were oblivious to Song Qian's presence. Upon seeing Wang Ergu's arrival, Wang Mazi's expression lit up. Brother dog, you've finally arrived. It's that scoundrel who has repeatedly thwarted my plans. Have your men deal with him at once. Wang Mazi hesitated momentarily, noticing the injuries on Wang Ergu's companions, 2 of whom sported band-aids on their faces. However, his desire to swiftly confront Song Qian overshadowed any concern for their wounds. Truth be told, Wang Mazi harbored a strong desire to settle scores with Song Qian. Had it not been for Song Qian's interference by the waterfall, he would have already taken Xu Taohua for himself, thus avoiding the current predicament. Last night at Xu Taohua's home, it was again Song Qian who had caused the disruption. Although Wang Mazi was unaware of Song Qian's true identity, he nonetheless held him responsible for all that had transpired. As he pointed at Song Qian, Wang Ergu, with his hands clasped behind his back, squinted at him. The moment he recognized Song Qian, his expression froze. The flood had breached the Dragon King's temple. He never imagined that the target of Wang Mazi's ire would be none other than his nemesis, Song Qian. Earlier that morning in Chicken Street Town, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Song Qian, barely securing his forgiveness, only to find himself face to face with him again. This was disastrous. Behind Wang Mazi, his 3 companions recalled the events of the morning upon seeing Song Qian, their mouths twitching in dismay. This was unfortunate. They had encountered this harbinger of calamity once more. Brother Dog had warned them that their earlier misfortunes were entirely due to Song Qian's meddling. Who would dare provoke this ill-fated star? Thus, their fears had materialized. Just prior to departing from the town, the brothers had conferred, cautioning one another to avoid Song Qian, who hailed from Taohua village. Yet, Wang Mazi had promised them a handsome reward of 5,000 yuan for merely assisting in dealing with one individual. For the sake of that sum, they had come. Who would have thought that the one they were meant to deal with was Song Qian? They were not there to confront him. Rather, they had come to deliver him to his fate. What should they do now? The group was in a state of panic. Observing the lack of action, Wang Mazi assumed they were merely preparing, so he turned to Wang Ergu and reminded him, Brother Dog, you must hasten to deal with Song Qian. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu felt an immediate surge of urgency. How could Wang Mazi, who prided himself on his cleverness, be so utterly lacking in perception? Did he not notice the obvious? In a swift motion, Wang Ergu struck Wang Mazi across the face. Silence, he commanded. Wang Mazi, bewildered and clutching his stinging cheek, was at a loss. What had just transpired? Why had Brother Dog turned on him? You must be mistaken. I urged you to strike Song Qian, not me. You are here at my behest. So swiftly deal with Song Qian. With a sharp retort, Wang Ergu delivered 2 more slaps that sent Wang Mazi spinning. Once he regained his footing, Wang Ergu kicked him in the stomach. Fool, I told you to be quiet. Are you deaf? Wang Mazi collapsed to the ground, one hand rubbing his face while the other clutched his aching belly, gasping in pain and grimacing. Chapter 40. Utilizing Wang Ergu to deal with Zhou Guiying enduring a barrage of slaps followed by a brutal kick, Wang Mazi found himself in excruciating pain, plagued by an overwhelming sense of doubt. Yet, at Wang Ergu's insistence to remain silent, the words lingered on his lips, only to be swallowed back down, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. Witnessing Wang Mazi's beating, Xu Taohua was utterly bewildered. Was Wang Ergu summoned by Wang Mazi himself? Why then? Was he turning against Wang Mazi instead of confronting Song Qian? What on earth was happening? Song Yao, wide-eyed, shared in the incredulity. Glancing first at the fallen Wang Mazi and then casting a questioning gaze towards Xu Taohua, who was equally perplexed. Both women were engulfed in confusion. However, the subsequent scene left them in sheer shock. Wang Ergu, head bowed and demeanor obsequious, approached Song Qian with an ingratiating smile. Brother Song, had I known that the person Wang Mazi intended for me to deal with was you, even 100-fold of courage would not embolden me to act against you. Wang Ergu's companions soon joined him before Song Qian, echoing, indeed, we thought it was someone else. Had we known it was you, we wouldn't dare to approach you even if carried on a grand sedan chair. Please forgive us. Waving his hand dismissively, Song Qian responded, ignorance is no sin. Wang Mazi was exceedingly arrogant, since he dared to deceive you. Handle it as you see fit. Wang Ergu instantly grasped the implication. Rest assured, Brother Song, we understand what to do. He turned to his three brothers, exchanging meaningful glances. Wang Mazi dared to deceive us. Let us teach him a lesson. With sleeves rolled up and fists ready, the trio advanced towards Wang Mazi, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Lying on the ground, Wang Mazi howled in agony, pleading for mercy. Stop. I realize my mistake. Please, spare me. Wang Ergu did not intervene, and the three brothers continued their relentless assault, treating Wang Mazi much like a punching bag, eliciting cries of despair. I was wrong. Have mercy. Brother Go, tell them to stop. Trembling with fear, Wang Mazi begged pathetically. He could never have imagined that the local ruffian, Wang Ergu, would refer to Song Qian as Brother Song and heed his commands. Had the sun risen in the west? Clutching his head in agony, he lamented, desperately trying to comprehend why Wang Ergu would follow Song Qian's lead. Zhou Guiying, witnessing her son being beaten, was thrown into a state of alarm. She had heard of Wang Ergu's notorious reputation, yet he was clearly summoned by Wang Mazi. Why then? Was he now turning against him? The thought of a life being lost sent her thoughts racing as she rushed towards Wang Mazi. Stop. You'll kill him. One of Wang Ergu's lackeys swiftly shoved Zhou Guiying to the ground, retorting, Brother Go is handling matters. It is not your place to interfere. Speak again, and you'll face the same fate. Seeing his mother fall, Su Xiaofei, though terrified, mustered the courage to rush to her side and help her up. Do not go too far. Why resort to violence? Wang Ergu never anticipated that this young man would dare to question him. Indifferent to the matter, he approached Su Xiaofei and delivered a punch, causing Su to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Witnessing her brother being struck, Xu Taohua felt an urge to intervene. However, after a moment's contemplation, she simply closed her eyes, choosing to disregard the situation. Her brother had never regarded her feelings, and perhaps a little hardship would serve him right. After knocking Su Xiaofei down, Wang Ergu was still unsatisfied and approached him again, stomping on him twice with force. You insolent wretch, how dare you threaten me? After dealing with Su Xiaofei, Wang Ergu bowed his head and turned to Song Qian. Brother Song, how should we proceed with the next steps? Seeing Wang Ergu's compliant demeanor, Song Qian nodded thoughtfully. Wang Ergu, your recognition of the situation is commendable. I shall let this matter slide, but there are indeed some issues that require your attention. Relieved by Song Qian's leniency, Wang Ergu turned his gaze towards the three brothers still attending to Wang Mazi and decided to spare him for now. The trio ceased their actions and moved behind Wang Mazi. At that moment, Song Qian began to explain leisurely, outlining the situation concerning Zhou Guiying's demand for a bride price and Wang Mazi's wish to withdraw it while forcibly marrying Xu Taohua. He succinctly conveyed his demands. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu's brows knitted tightly. His eyes glinted with menace as he approached Zhou Guiying. You old hag, refund the bride price, and let this matter end here. Otherwise, none of you will leave here unscathed today. Wang Ergu bellowed, casting a glance at his brothers. The three brothers understood the message and, in the blink of an eye, they seized Su Xiaofei, lifting him as one might a chick. They brought him before Zhou Guiying. Old woman, if you do not refund the bride price and continue to force Xu Taohua to marry Wang Mazi, I shall ensure your son becomes a eunuch. Zhou Guiying's expression changed instantly. Wang Ergu was notorious for his ruthlessness. If provoked, he could very well render Su Xiaofei incapacitated. If her son became a eunuch, how could she ever hope for grandchildren? Brother dog, do not act recklessly. I will refund it. I will do so right now. Su Xiaofei was her Achilles heel. If he were harmed, what use would the 18,000 be? Zhou Guiying dared not refuse. Best hurry, or I will end his life. Wang Ergu gritted his teeth, startling Zhou Guiying. At that moment, Su Xiaofei, being held by two burly men, trembled in fear, his body racked with pain, his face devoid of color. Brother dog, release Xiaofei. The money is in the bank card, and it needs to be transferred via mobile. Let Xiaofei handle it, Zhou Guiying pleaded, her lips twitching involuntarily. Observing her mother and brother in distress, Xu Taohua felt a pang of sorrow. She tugged at Song Qian's sleeve, signaling him to intervene. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, urging her to hold on for a moment. Xu Taohua, it seems, possesses an excessive kindness. Although her mother and younger brother are currently under duress, she ought not to display such softness. After all, just moments ago, when Zhou Guiying and another pressed her, no mercy was shown, nearly driving Xu Taohua to the brink of suicide. Such a mother and brother deserve a lesson. However, Xu Taohua hesitated before continuing, expressing her concern for her mother and brother's well-being. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, assuring her that as long as they were not killed, he would be able to heal them, given that they had nearly coerced her into taking her own life. It was only right that they face some consequences to learn their lesson. Xu Taohua's mother exemplified the traditional bias towards sons over daughters. Even during the past 2 years, when Song Qian had experienced a decline in mental acuity, he encountered numerous instances where Zhou Guiying would relentlessly pressure Xu Taohua into marrying. The motive was simple: to exploit Xu Taohua for financial gain. In recent years, Xu Taohua had shown kindness towards Song Qian, recognizing his family's modest circumstances, and had even purchased him several outfits and a pair of athletic shoes. Chapter 41. Lu Muyun arrives in Taohua village during the bustling farming season. He lent a hand to the Song Qian family. Although Song Qian was somewhat simple-minded, he had not forgotten the kindness of Xu Taohua. Unable to tolerate her suffering, he resolved to avenge her. Do not worry. Without my consent, Wang Ergo and his ilk would not dare to act recklessly. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Xu Taohua bit her lip and nodded gently. Standing nearby, Song Yo gazed at him with admiration. It was remarkable that Song Qian, who had only regained his senses yesterday, could now command a ruffian like Wang Ergo. Moreover, Song Yao could tell that Wang Ergo and his associates were genuinely intimidated by Song Qian. A perplexing turn of events she struggled to comprehend. Yet, her priority was to resolve the immediate crisis, and she had little interest in delving into the underlying reasons. Brother, why are they willing to listen to you? Song Yo asked, her large, watery eyes filled with awe. Song Qian stroked his chin and smiled slightly. Before I became simple-minded, I had some prior dealings with Wang Ergo, so his nonsensical explanation was surprisingly convincing to Song Yao. So that's how it is. Brother, you're truly impressive. Meanwhile, Wang Mazi had just seen the return of the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift to his bank account. He held in agony, forcing himself to sit up while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Song Qian. This Song Qian had changed dramatically. Just yesterday, he was a fool, and today he could command Wang Ergo. It appeared that Song Qian was anything but ordinary, and Wang Mazi resolved to keep his distance from him. Farther away would be better. This time, Wang Mazi had completely fallen from grace. He had not only failed to win Xu Taohua's affection but had also come perilously close to losing everything. Fortunately, despite the beating he received, he managed to reclaim the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift, salvaging some of his losses. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon after, two graceful figures pushed open the wooden door of Xu Taohua's house and approached Song Qian, none other than Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki. Upon seeing Lu Muyun, Wang Ergo was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed Miss Lu from the Lu family of Zhuangcheng had come to Taohua village. Yet, Lu Muyun appeared pale and frail, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, her gait light and unsteady. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Wang Ergo asked brazenly, attempting to greet her. Lu Muyun lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at Wang Ergo, only to swiftly turn her attention to Song Qian in the distance. Make way, Zhao Kiki urged. Wang Ergo's heart raced, and he hurriedly stepped aside. The presence of Miss Lu Muyun from the Lu group in Taohua village was a dream come true for him. She was the goddess of his fantasies, someone he had longed to meet. Previously, he had only seen her on television, and now, to his astonishment, he stood before her in person, albeit regrettably. She seemed indifferent to his presence and unwilling to utter a word to him. Nonetheless, Wang Ergo was filled with happiness. Indifferent or not, he had encountered the real-life embodiment of his dreams. Her flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her long eyelashes framed deep, luminous eyes. The skin, exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of an infant's, framed by luscious crimson lips and pearly teeth, complemented by a chin that seemed sculpted by a master artisan, was strikingly enchanting. Just a fleeting glance at Lu Muyun sent Wang Ergo into a flurry of excitement. That single gaze was enough to leave him in a state of perpetual reverie. The goddess from his dreams had materialized before him, radiating beauty that was unparalleled and evoking profound emotions within him. As Wang Ergo savored Lu Muyun's splendor, he noticed her graceful figure swaying as she approached Song Qian, stepping lightly as if dancing on petals. Song Qian, can you truly assist me? She inquired, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she regarded the pallid visage of Lu Muyun. Miss Lu, I trust that prior to seeking my help, you must have consulted numerous experts and professors. It is only after exhausting all avenues that you have turned to me, Song Qian replied. Lu Muyun's expression reflected astonishment. His words struck true, for she had indeed sought the counsel of many specialists. Only when hope seemed elusive did she decide to approach Song Qian, adopting a tentative attitude of exploration. Earlier, en route to this meeting, she had already booked a flight abroad under the pretext of collaboration, set to depart the following morning. Should Song Qian prove ineffective, she would immediately embark on her journey overseas. Despite the severity of her condition and the slim chances of recovery, Lu Muyun was resolute in her determination to fight for her life, willing to pay any price. Then, I implore you to treat me, she stated with utmost respect. Her tone gentle and sincere. She had no desire for lengthy discourse. Having arrived, she was determined to try. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Xu Taohua's residence, two individuals crouched in the corner, seemingly injured, while another lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Muyun chose to disregard them, showing no interest in their plight. Song Qian nodded softly, very well. The exchange between them astonished Wang Mazi, who had been eavesdropping. He had never anticipated that Song Qian would be acquainted with Lu Muyun, the heiress of the Lu group, worth over 100 million. To witness such an esteemed figure show courtesy towards Song Qian was utterly unexpected. Wang Mazi admonished himself that after today's events, he would refrain from provoking Song Qian again and would seek an opportunity to apologize. Wang Ergu stood nearby, ears perked, astonished to learn of Song Qian's remarkable connections. Earlier that morning in Chicken Street Town, he had been bested by Song Qian. Fearing further displays of his arcane abilities, he had feigned compliance. Yet, he harbored thoughts of vengeance for when the opportunity arose, feeling profoundly aggrieved. In that moment, however, Wang Ergu was thoroughly subdued, completely convinced. If Lu Muyun, the esteemed heiress, treated Song Qian with such respect, how could he, a mere ruffian, dare to antagonize him further? Song Yao stood beside Song Qian, her wide eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Earlier, while Song Qian was on the phone at home, she had jested about her brother being a fraud, intent on swindling $1 million. Little did she expect an actual patient would arrive, leaving her in an awkward predicament. Just moments ago, she was on the phone unleashing her wrath, accusing the other party of engaging in telecommunications fraud, completely unaware that the caller was none other than Miss Lu. Subsequently, the other party called back to chastise her. In retrospect, an awkwardness envelopes the situation. Song Yao bit her lower lip, lowering her head slightly, feeling too shy to meet Lu Muyun's gaze, nor could she bear to look at Zhao Kuku. Fortunately, it seemed that Lu Muyun had chosen to overlook the misunderstanding from the phone call, standing silently to the side, without a word. Xu Taohua wore a troubled expression, her palms slick with perspiration. Occasionally, she stole glances at Lu Muyun, who possessed a porcelain complexion, a statuesque figure, and a heart-shaped face resembling a finely carved gem. This young lady was undeniably exquisite. Xu Taohua resolved that Song Qian was her Prince Charming. Given any opportunity, she would seize him without delay. Such a remarkable man was not one she could afford to overlook. As Xu Taohua was lost in her reverie, Song Qian's voice broke through. Sister Taohua, I hope it's not too much trouble to borrow your room for a while. Miss Lu is feeling unwell, and I need to use your space to tend to her. Xu Taohua smiled and nodded, assuring him that there was no inconvenience at all. Which room do you need? I can tidy it up right away. That would be greatly appreciated, Song Qian replied. Any room will suffice, as long as it is tidy. I will need at least half an hour. Take all the time you require. Xu Taohua turned and departed. Once she had entered the room, Lu Muyun finally turned her attention back to Wang Mazi and Zhou Guiying, among others. Chapter 42. Xu Taohua's worries for Song Qian. Before them stood Wang Mazi, his body marred by numerous injuries. Meanwhile, Zhou Guiying supported Su Xiaofei, her tear-streaked face revealing the weight of their distress as they crouched in the corner of the courtyard, appearing to have suffered a profound blow. Song Qian. Lu Muyun began to inquire about the situation, questioning whether they had been engaged in a brawl. With a cold smile, Song Qian pointed at Wang Mazi, the short and stout figure known in their village as Wang Mazi. He paused momentarily before casting blame on Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei, stating, "These two are Xu Taohua's mother and brother, and Wang Mazi is the one they brought along." He succinctly recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun's expression darkened. Zhou Guiying, Xu Taohua's mother, was truly despicable to secure an 180,000 yuan betrothal gift. She was willing to coerce her daughter into marrying that short fellow. Such a woman was utterly contemptible. You all listen well, she declared, her voice firm. I am Lu Muyun from the Lu family of Jiangqing, the general manager of the Lu Group. Song Qian is my friend, and naturally, Xu Taohua, his friend, is also my friend. Mark my words. If any of you dare to trouble Xu Taohua again, do not blame me, Lu Muyun, for being merciless. Pointing specifically at Zhou Guiying and her son, she continued, especially you two, if you dare to force Xu Taohua into marrying someone she does not love, I will be the first to take action against you. Though Lu Muyun was unwell, her stature as a female CEO imbued her words with an undeniable authority that commanded respect. Zhou Guiying and the others, upon hearing her, dared not retort. They nodded vigorously, muttering their apologies. Now leave. I do not wish to see you here, Lu Muyun commanded sharply, prompting Wang Mazi and the others to hastily retreat. Having just endured a severe beating, Wang Mazi crawled away, resembling a wounded dog with its tail between its legs. Within a few minutes, tranquility enveloped the courtyard. Song Qian, why did you not take me to your home for treatment? Why here at a neighbor's? Lu Muyun inquired with curiosity. Upon arriving in Taohua village, she had first visited Song Qian's residence, only to learn from his mother that the siblings had gone to Xu Taohua's home. Thus, they had followed the trail to this location. The conditions at Song Qian's home were abysmal, leaving Lu Muyun perplexed. If Song Qian was so confident in his ability to cure her cervical cancer, surely he had amassed some wealth. Yet, his family remained in such dire straits. Song Qian offered an awkward smile in response to her unvoiced questions. To be frank, my family's circumstances are quite poor, and I feared you might look down upon me. However, Sister Taohua's family is comparatively better off. Since it is merely a matter of treatment, this environment is more suitable, so I thought it best to proceed here. Lu Muyun's mind was still swirling with numerous questions, but she hesitated to press further. At this juncture, any inquiry would be futile. The priority was to focus on her treatment. Regardless of its outcome, she would allow Song Qian a chance before addressing her lingering uncertainties. At that moment, Xu Taohua emerged from the house. Xiao Qian, the house has been tidied up. Please escort Miss Lu inside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Song Qian responded affirmatively and led Lu Muyun into the room. However, just as they entered, Xu Taohua summoned him. Upon reaching another room, Xu Taohua, her face etched with concern, remarked, Xiao Qian, it is not that I doubt you, but your medical skills are somewhat lacking, given that the patient is Miss Lu. Are you certain of your competence? Song Qian initially thought Xu Taohua had some other issue at hand, only to realize she was worried for him. He smiled reassuringly, saying, Sister Taohua, rest assured, yesterday Wang Mazi cast me into the devil's den, yet I not only survived but also recovered from my foolish ailment. Thus, I am confident in my approach. Xu Taohua remained perplexed by his explanation. It's not that I doubt you. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. Please, do not act recklessly and ensure no harm comes to her. She reiterated her worries. Have no fear. I possess my own assurance, he replied. After exchanging a few more words, they exited the room. At that moment, Zhao Cuckoo approached, her expression unfriendly as she glared at Song Qian. Let me warn you, if you cannot cure our young lady, that is acceptable, but do not injure her. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. She continued, furthermore, we have already booked a flight for the day after tomorrow to seek treatment abroad. You would do well to tread carefully. Observing Zhao Cuckoo's fierce demeanor, Song Qian felt a chuckle rising within him. What a ridiculous woman. Was she truly so incensed? Earlier in the morning at Jijia town, it was she who drove too fast and collided with Zhang Yibei's tricycle, yet she expected Zhang to compensate her. What a foolish girl. In this moment, he found himself amused by her admonitions. After a brief contemplation, Song Qian softly remarked, in that case, I can inform you now that you may cancel the tickets. With that, he turned and re-entered the house. Zhao Cuckoo stood outside, her lips twitching in anger. You foolish boy, you have never worked a day in a hospital. And for the past 2 years, you have been afflicted with foolishness. What audacity you possess to demand a ticket cancellation. If anything were to happen to our young lady, I would make you pay dearly. Zhao Cuckoo crossed her arms defiantly, letting out a cold huff. Noticing Zhao Cuckoo's furious demeanor, Xu Taohua felt a twinge of anxiety. Miss Zhao, I have already warned Xiao Qian that even if he cannot heal Miss Lu, he would never bring her harm. Xu Taohua's assurance was met with Zhao Cuckoo's derision. She found that silly Song Qian intolerable. If it were not for Lu Muyun's insistence on coming, she would prefer to avoid him entirely. Frowning, Zhao Kuka stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, Song Yao sat obediently on a small stool, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed with wide, watery eyes at the distant mountains. Only when she heard their footsteps did she turn her attention back. Sister Taohua, I understand you are worried about my brother, but please rest assured. After his foolishness subsided, he became quite formidable. Just last night, upon returning home, he took out silver needles to treat our parents' ailments. Can you guess what happened next? At this point, Song Yao paused for effect, leaving the revelation hanging in the air. Uncle and Annie's ailments were cured by Song Qian? Xu Taohua hesitated for a moment, her voice dropping to a whisper as she inquired. Song Qian's father had suffered a broken leg, and his mother had sustained nerve damage to her face. If these ailments could be easily cured, they would have been resolved long ago. If Song Qian were able to heal both of his parents, it would indeed be extraordinary. No sooner had she finished speaking than Song Yao nodded emphatically. Of course, my brother not only healed my father, but also effectively treated the scars left from the injury to his leg. Look, my father is already back to working in the fields this morning. As Song Yao spoke, a radiant smile adorned her face. Really? Is that true? Xu Taohua asked, astonished. Song Yao stood up, beaming as she looked at Xu Taohua. Sister Taohua, when have I ever deceived you? That's incredible! Xu Taohua exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your father's and mother's conditions have been treated numerous times before, with minimal results. Song Qian is truly remarkable. Chapter 43, The Lotus Petal Jade Pendant. Of course, my brother is not only skilled in medicine but also remarkably adept at fishing. This morning, he sold fish and earned over 12,000. What? Over 12,000? Xu Taohua was utterly astonished. How many fish must one catch to sell for such a sum? Earlier that morning, Song Qian had delivered a soft-shelled turtle to her, and she had casually inquired about his fishing success. Song Qian had mentioned catching a great many large fish at Longquan Lake. At the time, Xu Taohua had given it little thought, assuming that a lot merely meant a dozen or so. Who would have imagined he had sold over 10,000? Did these fish not have eyes, waiting for him to catch them? Zhao Kiki, sitting on a small stool beneath the eaves, listened intently to their conversation. Her interest in Song Qian piqued. Could it be that Song Qian's medical skills were genuinely impressive? It seemed unlikely. Just a few days prior, he had appeared quite foolish. Within the room, Lu Muyun lay flat on the bed. Song Qian, how should I assist you? Lu Muyun still felt a tinge of confusion. As if by magic, Song Qian produced silver needles from thin air, leaving Lu Muyun in a state of shock. She watched in disbelief as he effortlessly conjured the needles into his hand, the entire process unfolding with astonishing speed. Holding the silver needle, Song Qian looked at Lu Muyun. Just lift your clothing to expose your lower abdomen. Lu Muyun felt a wave of embarrassment and hesitated, biting her red lips. With half-closed eyes, she trembled slightly, casting a glance at Song Qian. How exactly will you treat me? Song Qian waved the silver needle before her. Isn't it obvious? I will administer acupuncture. Acupuncture? Lu Muyun hesitated, doubting. You mean that could cure late-stage cervical cancer? What a joke. Song Qian put away the needle and smiled at Lu Muyun. The young lady from the Lu family lay there, still lacking confidence in him. At this critical juncture, having consulted numerous experts with no resolution, she had turned to him. Yet, why did she still doubt him? It seemed that his lack of renown was the root of her skepticism. If he were a well-known miracle healer with a history of success, Lu Muyun would not be questioning his capabilities. If it weren't for the need to earn money, Song Qian would not bother to explain himself. Some things I prefer not to elaborate on. Let the results speak for themselves. You are already diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. And after my treatment, you can have a follow-up examination at any time. Lu Muyun fell into deep contemplation, struggling to believe what she was hearing. Traditional Chinese medicine undoubtedly possesses remarkable capabilities, yet she had never heard of silver needles being used to treat advanced cancer. At that moment, a sense of regret washed over Lu Muyun. How foolish had she been to place her trust in Song Qian. Nevertheless, she had come this far. At worst, she might be deceived out of 2 million. Let him proceed with the treatment, and if it failed, she would hold him accountable. Biting her red lip, Lu Muyun slightly lifted her clothing, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen. At this moment, Lu Muyun appeared exceedingly bashful, her complexion flushed, her eyelashes quivering slightly, and her breath noticeably disordered. Song Qian, if you cannot cure me and have seen my body, I will not let you off easily, Lu Muyun said, biting her lip. Song Qian maintained a stoic expression, letting out a soft scoff. Very well, do as you wish. He thought to himself. How could Lu Muyun possess such a myriad of thoughts? If he intended to take advantage of her, he only needed to activate the Lotus Heavenly Eye. It would be a simple matter to see not just her abdomen, but any part of her he desired. However, Song Qian would never stoop to such depths. He prided himself on being a gentleman. How could he exploit someone in a vulnerable state? Although Lu Muyan had a splendid physique, activating the Lotus Heavenly Eye to surreptitiously admire her form would indeed be excessive. This was his internal reflection, yet his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Unconsciously, he activated the Lotus Heavenly Eye. Lu Muyun's exquisite figure was instantly laid bare before him. Such a physique, such skin, was simply breathtaking. Even lying on the bed, she could not help but display her allure. Song Qian swallowed hard, his thoughts wandering. How could this young woman be so perfect? Her delicate face was complemented by skin so tender, and those expressive eyes seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul. He was nearly drooling. Her devilish figure, angelic face, and gracefully curving silhouette surpassed even those of surgically enhanced starlets. Truly remarkable. As he admired Lu Muyun's form, Song Qian suddenly froze. His gaze caught by a pendant hanging around her neck. Concealed within her collar, it was a translucent petal, resembling crystal ice. With the aid of the Lotus Heavenly Eye, Song Qian observed with clarity. Indeed, the pendant adorning Lu Muyun's neck was petal-shaped, clear and luminous, its colors exquisite and enticing. At that moment, within Song Qian's dantian, the primordial lotus floated with extraordinary excitement, thrashing about energetically. This peculiar occurrence had manifested several times that day. The first instance had been when a tricycle collided with Lu Muyun. As he approached her, the primordial lotus had erupted in jubilation. He had not given it much thought at the time. Then, when Lu Muyun visited Xu Taohua's home, the lotus within his dantian had trembled once more, practically leaping out with glee. Now, the primordial lotus was celebrating even more fervently. Could it be? The petal pendant around Lu Muyun's neck was a fragment of the divine consciousness lotus of the Lotus Immortal Emperor? What an extraordinary coincidence. Currently, Song Qian's fate was intertwined with that of the Lotus Immortal Emperor, and within 3 years, he must locate the fragment of the divine consciousness lotus. Failure to do so would result in his utter obliteration. Miss Lu, I see the pendant around your neck may affect the efficacy of the treatment. It must be removed in order to proceed, he said. Lu Muyun's expression shifted. That petal pendant was a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations for a millennium. And her ancestors had always cautioned that it was a precious item not to be exposed to outsiders. Since this precious item came into Lu Muyun's possession, she has never taken it off after adorning her neck. Even during bathing or slumber, it remains with her. When Song Qian suddenly urged her to remove it, Lu Muyun hesitated. But could she not take it off? With her hands clasped protectively over her chest, she shielded the jade pendant as if it were a cherished morsel, fearful of it being snatched away. No. Song Qian resolutely shook his head. My method of treatment is extraordinary. It must be removed for the healing to commence. After much contemplation, Lu Muyun ultimately acquiesced. As a woman on the brink of death, what did it matter if this pendant was a treasure? In the grand scheme of existence, how could a trinket compare to the value of life? Song Qian accepted the pendant, casting a brief glance at it. The primordial lotus within his dantian radiated with clarity, and this petal-shaped pendant mirrored its petals perfectly. Its vibrant hue was strikingly resplendent. Chapter 44. The conclusion of treatment. He held the pendant in his hand, and the primordial lotus in his dantian rejoiced fervently, as if it had encountered a beloved kin. In light of this circumstance, Song Qian was nearly certain that this resplendent petal pendant was indeed a fragment of the divine consciousness lotus petal belonging to the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Such serendipity was remarkable. He had to acquire this pendant. Setting the pendant aside, Song Qian commenced the treatment for Lu Muyun. He produced 3 silver needles and inserted them into her lower abdomen, subsequently channeling the energy from his dantian, gently infusing it into Lu Muyun's body. As warmth radiated from the silver needles, Lu Muyun's eyelashes quivered slightly, and she let out a soft moan, her complexion turning a rosy hue. How could ordinary silver needles elicit such a sensation? Lu Muyun felt an unparalleled energy emanating from the slender needles, causing her body to tremble and her lower abdomen to feel extraordinarily warm. Song Qian, what kind of silver needles are these? They are so warm. I've had silver needles before, but never experienced such a feeling, Lu Muyun inquired, her curiosity anticipated by Song Qian. He channeled his energy through the base of the needles into Lu Muyun's body, and even his fingertips radiated warmth. Miss Lu, this is the uniqueness of my healing technique. When I assured you that I would cure your ailment, it was not mere bravado. The needles may feel slightly heated. I ask for your patience, Song Qian responded calmly, then deftly manipulated the needles, intensifying the energy input to assist in annihilating the cancer cells. With the aid of the Lotus Heavenly Eye, Song Qian could precisely locate the cervical cancer within her body, surpassing the advancements of radiotherapy. Wherever his energy reached, cancer cells perished one after another. Hearing Song Qian's words, Lu Muyun nodded gently. I will cooperate with you. Half an hour later, the treatment concluded smoothly, devoid of any turbulence. Song Qian removed the silver needles and placed them within the lotus space, then assisted Lu Muyun in adjusting her attire before slowly speaking. Miss Lu, you may rise. The treatment is complete. Is it over? Lu Muyun's eyes widened in disbelief. She slowly sat up from the bed and instantly felt rejuvenated. Just moments ago, she had been reluctant to trust Song Qian, yet her attitude had entirely transformed. The treatment process had left her in astonishment. Perhaps Song Qian truly had the ability to heal her. Could it be that I am truly better? I feel so light. Never have I experienced such ease. Especially in my lower abdomen, which feels warm, as if cradling a hand warmer. She stepped down from the bed and slipped on her shoes. Lu Muyun felt utterly unburdened and even bounced a couple of steps in place. Light. I feel so light. In the face of Lu Muyun's astonishment, Song Qian remained remarkably composed, his gaze drifting toward the petal-shaped jade pendant nearby, his eyes gleaming with intent. This was precisely what he had been seeking. However, how should he broach the subject with Lu Muyun? At least for the time being, Lu Muyun has not sought a follow-up examination, and thus remains unaware of her body's recovery. To speak at this moment might alert the unsuspecting. When she was asked to remove the pendant earlier, it piqued her concern. The desire to covet it was, for now, out of the question. Miss Lu, may I inquire about the origin of your exquisite petal jade pendant? It is so translucent and strikingly beautiful, Song Qian ventured, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Lu Muyun stepped forward, grasped the petal jade pendant from the table, and, before Song Qian, delicately adorned her neck with it. Well, it's a long story, she replied, adjusting her attire and concealing the pendant close to her heart. Since you seem genuinely interested in this jade pendant, I shall share its origin with you, but only after I undergo my follow-up examination at the hospital. If you have indeed cured me, I will reveal its history. Song Qian had merely posed a casual question, even if Lu Muyun chose not to divulge. He was certain it was indeed a fragment of the divine lotus flower. Given her reluctance to share, he refrained from pressing further. Miss Lu, whether you believe it or not, your ailment has been cured. You should promptly visit the hospital for confirmation, and once you receive the affirmative, do not forget to settle the 2 million in medical fees. I am rather short on funds, he said, unabashedly broaching the subject of payment once more. Lu Muyun adjusted her attire, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and approached the mirror for a brief glance. The reflection revealed her face glowing with vitality, a stark contrast to her earlier state. The treatment had left her feeling somewhat bashful, which contributed to her blush. Moreover, she felt remarkably at ease, particularly in her lower abdomen, where the discomfort of the previous day had completely dissipated. Her complexion had improved significantly, naturally imbued with color. She gently patted her delicate cheeks, touched her chin, and appeared vigorous and lively, entirely unlike a late-stage cancer patient. Is it truly cured? Lu Muyun pondered silently. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone from the nightstand, turned to Song Qian, and said, "Provide me with your account details. I will transfer the money to you now." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden offer. Hadn't they agreed on payment after the follow-up examination? Miss Lu, are you certain about this? He asked, bewildered. Lu Muyun pouted, her large, watery eyes fixed on him as she waved her phone enticingly. Do you want it, or not? Yes. Of course. Song Qian hastily produced his phone and shared his bank account number. Once Lu Muyun entered the details, her slender fingers deftly maneuvered the screen. And in less than half a minute, Song Qian received a notification. 2 million has been deposited. He read in astonishment. Lu Muyun's generosity was indeed astonishing. He had only requested 1 million this morning, yet she had bestowed upon him 2 million. Was the world of the affluent always so extravagant? Miss Lu, are you not concerned that your illness may remain untreated? Lu Muyun tucked her phone away and cast a disdainful glance at Song Qian. It is of no consequence to me. 2 million is a trifling sum, merely held in your possession for the time being. Should you fail to cure me, I shall reclaim every penny without exception and will also seek retribution. Her words bore an unmistakable air of authority. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiaqing, she indeed possessed the means to uphold such claims. Song Qian, a mere villager from Taohua village, would find no refuge from the Lu family's wrath. Should she fail in her treatment, Thus, Lu Muyan was unperturbed by the prospect of Song Qian absconding with her funds. Moreover, following the recent treatment, Lu Muyan genuinely felt a significant alleviation in her abdominal discomfort, as though she were on the path to recovery. Very well then. I hope you will arrange for a follow-up examination promptly. I, Song Qian, am a person of integrity until your reevaluation. I shall not touch a single cent of this money. With that, Song Qian shifted the direction of her conversation. Chapter 45, 18,000 each. I must inform you that, regardless of whether you conduct an examination, the outcome remains unchanged. You have indeed recovered. With these words, Song Qian turned and strode outside. Lu Muyan followed closely behind, and the two made their way into the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Muyan emerge, Zhao Kuka hastily rose to her feet. Miss, how do you feel? You haven't been deceived, have you? Lu Muyan shook her head. Kuka, I feel completely at ease. It is indeed possible that I have recovered. Let us hasten back to the hospital for a thorough re-examination. Then let us depart. Zhao Kuka replied, turning around. Lu Muyan walked alongside Zhao Kuka, the two moving in unison. After a few steps, she glanced back at Song Qian. Song Qian, if my ailment is truly cured, I shall return to see you tomorrow. Aside from expressing my gratitude in person, I would also like to request your assistance with a matter. Requesting something for oneself? Song Qian hesitated slightly. Miss Lu, given your words, I am confident you will indeed return tomorrow. Perhaps it is fate that intertwines our paths. Lu Muyan clutched the lotus pendant, knowing that Song Qian must retrieve it. When she returned to express her thanks, she would also make her request, even if it meant repaying the 2 million in treatment fees. She needed to reclaim the petal pendant, for it held the key to her destiny. Within 3 years, should she fail to gather the shards of the divine consciousness lotus, both Song Qian and the lotus fairy would be forever lost to this world. As Song Qian spoke, Lu Muyan felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She had misinterpreted his meaning. The entanglement he referred to was related to the lotus pendant, while Lu Muyan's understanding drifted towards emotional implications, especially recalling the treatment process, which caused her to blush. What nonsense was he uttering? How could she, Lu Muyan, ever become entangled with Song Qian? Yet, at that moment, she found herself too weary to argue. 2 minutes later, Lu Muyan's vehicle sped away. As they watched her car vanish, Xu Taohua and Song Yo gathered around Song Qian, chattering incessantly with questions. Xu Taohua inquired, how did Lu Muyan fare in her treatment? We were both quite anxious while you were attending to her. Just as Song Qian was about to respond, Song Yo interjected, indeed. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. We cannot afford to cross her. Both Taohua and I worried that Lu Muyan might pose a threat to you. What are you two thinking? Song Qian waved his hands dismissively, a radiant smile gracing his face. To be frank, Lu Muyan has already been cured by me, and when I asked her for 1 million in treatment fees, she generously provided me with 2 million. As he spoke, he displayed the bank notification on his phone to them. Song Yao eagerly snatched the phone, her eyes widening as she read the bank transfer details. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 200,000, 2 million. Oh my goodness. Brother, you truly received 2 million, she exclaimed, her joy causing her to leap in delight. Xu Taohua suddenly reached out, seizing the phone from her. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Goodness gracious. It really is 2 million. This is far too much wealth. Xu Taohua held her phone, her hands trembling with excitement. In her entire life, she had never seen so much money. However, Song Qian had just recovered yesterday and earned 2 million today. A miracle. It was simply astounding. All right, Song Qian said nonchalantly. Why are you all so excited? It's just 2 million. Is it really worth such fervor? Now that I'm healthy again, I will earn much more in the future. Song Qian's reminder went unheeded by the two. Xu Taohua and her companion clutched their phones, repeatedly counting the numbers displayed, confirming once more that indeed, 2 million had been credited. Their eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold, even more exhilarated than Song Qian. 2 million. Song Qian had truly earned 2 million. In the entire Taohua village, Song Qian had already become the wealthiest individual. The ugly duckling had transformed into a beautiful swan. The fool had made a triumphant comeback. The dramatic turns of life had unfolded far too swiftly, with 2 million amassed in the blink of an eye. Simply astonishing. After 4 or 5 minutes, the two finally regained their composure. Song Yao reluctantly returned the phone to Song Qian. Brother, now that you're wealthy, you promised to buy me a new phone. Otherwise, just give me the money, and I'll buy it myself tomorrow. As she spoke, a glint of greed sparkled in her eyes. Xu Taohua gazed at Song Qian with a playful, half-serious expression. Little Qian, if you buy me a new phone, I shall consider it a betrothal gift. If you don't mind me, I would marry you. All right, all right. Song Yao clapped her hands in delight, then linked her arm with Xu Taohua's. Sister Taohua, let us go by phones together. If you marry my brother, you will truly be my sister-in-law. Xu Taohua's heart raced, casting an intentional glance at Song Qian. Her previous words had been a test for Song Qian. She wanted to see how much he cared for her. This handsome young man was not only good-looking but also a top medical student. If she could marry Song Qian, she would gladly pay the bride price. And how he reacted to the phone matter would reveal much. Song Qian, holding the phone, smiled at the two. Take out your phones. I'll transfer you each 10,000 as a share of this fortune. Go buy yourselves new phones. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's smile grew even brighter. She quickly retrieved her phone and found the QR code. Song Qian was prompt, and the 10,000 was swiftly transferred. This sister of his had suffered considerably due to his influence over the past 2 years. Giving her 10,000 not only allowed her to buy a new phone but also 2 new outfits, somewhat compensating for his past neglect of her. After the money was credited, Song Yao was overjoyed. However, Xu Taohua stood there, her expression foolish. She had merely pretended to test Song Qian and didn't genuinely wish for money, feeling too shy to produce her phone. Noticing Xu Taohua's stillness, Song Qian prompted. Sister Taohua, what are you doing? Hurry and get your QR code. Snapping back to reality, Xu Taohua offered an awkward smile. Little Qian, I was just joking. You've worked hard to earn 2 million. How could I possibly take your money? No, it's all right. She lowered her head, unable to meet Song Qian's gaze. At that moment, Song Yao tugged at her arm, giving it a gentle shake. Sister Taohua, you must not act in this manner. Just a moment ago, you promised that if my brother were to purchase a mobile phone for you, you would genuinely accept the role of my sister-in-law. Given that you have uttered such words, how can you possibly go back on your word? As Song Yao spoke, she swiftly seized the mobile phone from Xu Taohua. No, I cannot accept your brother's money. Xu Taohua replied, a hint of panic in her voice as she attempted to reclaim the phone. With remarkable speed, Song Qian snatched Xu Taohua's phone and added her as a friend, subsequently initiating a transfer and confirming the payment. Sister Taohua, during these past 2 years of my illness, you have provided considerable care for my family. This 10,000 yuan is but a small token of my gratitude. Moreover, the treatment provided to Lu Mu Yun was conducted in your home. If you still feel uncomfortable accepting this money, let it be regarded as a fee for the accommodation. You simply must accept it. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Xu Taohua gently nodded. Very well then, I shall reluctantly accept this 10,000 yuan for now. If you ever find yourself in need of funds, I will provide you with assistance immediately. Chapter 46. Calling you brother Song Qian. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating that earning 2 million was merely the beginning. In no time, he was confident he would amass a fortune of billions. He added, by the way, please don't share with anyone in the village about my earning 2 million today. I'd rather not deal with any request for loans, as it can be quite bothersome. Both Xu Taohua and Song Yao nodded in agreement. Releasing Xu Taohua, Song Yao turned her attention to her brother. Brother, since you've earned such a substantial sum, we should hurry home to share this good news with our parents and bring them some joy. All right, let us head back. Song Qian replied. As he prepared to leave, Xu Taohua interjected, how about we return a bit later? The giant soft-shelled turtle you gifted me this morning is still uncooked. You two should stay for dinner at my place. We also have giant soft-shelled turtles. Before Song Qian could respond, Song Yao chimed in. My mother already cooked one this morning, and there is still some left. Why don't you join us for dinner, Sister Taohua? Xu Taohua pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck her. If she went to Song Qian's house for dinner, they could linger a bit longer after the meal, and he might offer to take her home later. This way, she could execute her own plans. Resolute, Xu Taohua decided she must win over Song Qian. The more she observed him, the more handsome he appeared, especially now that he was capable of earning money. Where could she find a man like this? Having been single for over 2 years, she was in dire need of a partner. Song Qian was the epitome of her desires. Being with him would surely bring her joy even in her dreams. All right then, I'll join you for dinner, Xu Taohua said cheerfully, quickening her pace to walk beside Song Yao. On the way, Song Qian contemplated the matter of his 2 million earnings and concluded that it would be prudent to refrain from informing their parents for the time being. Otherwise, they might suspect the money was ill-gotten, which would not only fail to please them but also weigh heavily on their minds. He relayed the sequence of events to Song Yao and Xu Taohua, who both acknowledged the wisdom in his reasoning. In Peach Blossom Village, if anyone could muster hundreds of thousands, it would undoubtedly become common knowledge. Thus, the revelation of his 2 million earnings would surely cause a stir. They all agreed to keep it under wraps for now. At that moment, Song Qian's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the village beauty. Zheng Yibei. Song Qian, I just saw a car pass by our house, and it had Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki in it. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Earlier that morning in town, Song Qian had audaciously proclaimed that Lu Muyun had cervical cancer and demanded 100,000 for treatment, assuring her that he could cure her. Recalling the morning's events, Zhang Yibei speculated that these two had come to Peach Blossom Village to cause trouble. Hearing the concern in her voice, Song Qian chuckled lightly. What are you worried about? I've already cured Lu Muyun's illness, and instead of 100,000, she actually gave me 200,000. What? She gave you 200,000? On the other end of the line, the astonished voice of Zhang Yibei echoed. She thought she had misheard and repeated the amount once more. What? You don't believe me? Song Qian retorted, if you doubt my words, I can send you the transaction details. Zhang Yibei fell silent for a few seconds. Could it be possible that Song Qian had truly earned 2 million? Such fortune seemed too good to be true. After all, 2 million isn't something that grows on trees. Unconvinced, she felt compelled to witness the truth with her own eyes. No need for that. I'll come find you. We'll wait for you on the road. Hurry over. Just 4 or 5 minutes later, Zhang Yibei appeared before Song Qian and the others, breathless, her ample bosom quivering with each step. The nickname Big-Chested Girl certainly suited her well. She was flushed and panting. And to Song Qian's gaze, she appeared even more charming. Let me see your phone. You must be deceiving me. Zhang Yibei extended her delicate hand and snatched the phone from Song Qian. As she opened the transaction details, she began to count the digits. 1, 2, 3. There it was, a 2 followed by a series of zeros. 2 million. Her eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with envy, thinking she might have misread. She prepared to count again. At that moment, Xu Taohua interjected, Yibei, there's no need to count. Song Yeo, and I have already verified it several times. It's indeed 2 million. Yes, my brother treated Miss Lu at Sister Taohua's place, and he only received the payment after the treatment was successful. Song Yao chimed in with a radiant smile. Really? Really cured? Zhang Yibei's face was a picture of incredulity. The notion that late-stage cervical cancer could be cured was beyond her comprehension. Yes, truly. Both Song Yu and Xu Taohua exclaimed almost in unison. All right, all right. Song Qian reclaimed his phone. Let's not make a fuss. It is as I said. Lu Muyun has been cured, and the 2 million has indeed been transferred. Now, let us go. Yibei, we have stewed old hen and that large turtle at home. Why don't you join us for dinner? Zhang Yibei hesitated for a moment before nodding. As she prepared to accompany them, Xu Taohua's expression turned slightly sour. Zhang Yibei's presence could jeopardize her plans. Yibei. Just then, Song Qian's voice cut through the air. Do you remember what we discussed in Chicken Street Town? He looked at Zhang Yibei with a mischievous grin. I remember. She nodded emphatically. We agreed that if you cured Lu Muyun, I would call you brother from now on. After all, you are older than me, so calling you little Qian wouldn't be a loss for me. At this point, Zhang Yibei hesitated. Calling Song Qian brother was one thing, but she had also promised to gift him the clinic. Though it held little monetary value, she felt a pang of reluctance. However, Zhang Yibei hesitated. Her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. No more buts. The clinic is mine as well. Are you really going to be unreasonable? We agreed on this together this morning, Song Qian said with a serious demeanor, intentionally teasing Zhang Yibei. Zhang Yibei gritted her teeth, unsure of how to respond. She had invested over 10,000 yuan into that small clinic. If she were to give it to Song Qian, she would incur a loss of at least 10,000 yuan. Just as Zhang Yibei found herself in a dilemma, Song Qian continued, although the clinic is technically mine. From this moment on, I am appointing you as the head of the clinic. All operations will proceed as usual, and the profits will be yours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yibei immediately brightened. That rascal Song Qian was deliberately trying to frighten her. According to his words, nothing had really changed, and the clinic remained hers. This is what you said, and you must not go back on your word. Chapter 47. Lu Muyun's re-examination. Song Qian chuckled and nodded. I was merely teasing you. How could I possibly desire your clinic, right? At this juncture, Song Qian's tone shifted. By the way, although I have no interest in your clinic, you must address me as Brother Qian from now on. Zhang Yibei's cheeks flushed crimson as she approached Song Qian, tugging at his sleeve. Yes, my dear Brother Qian. She cooed, her voice as melodious as a lark. After calling him Brother Qian, she playfully nudged his arm with her elbow, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Upon returning home, Lu Shufan, her mother, had prepared a meal. The family gathered around the table, joyfully relishing the delicious food. They spent a full hour enjoying their dinner. After the meal, Lu Shufan retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Song Qian and Xu Taohua sat on the worn sofa in the living room, engaging in conversation. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon after, a man with a pockmarked face, resembling Wu Dalong, appeared before them, one hand carrying a large rooster and the other a ham. It was Wang Mazi. At this time, Wang Mazi's forehead was bandaged, blood seeping through the cloth, and his face bore numerous bruises, with several areas adorned with band-aids. His exposed arms were also marked with various contusions. Wang Mazi set down his burdens and found a round wooden stool to sit upon. "Taohua, Ibei, you are here as well?" Upon seeing Wang Mazi's battered form, Xu Taohua turned her head away. Had it not been for Song Qian's repeated assistance, she would certainly have been bullied by Wang Mazi. Zhang Yibei's eyes widened in bewilderment. "Brother Mazi, how did you sustain such injuries?" Wang Mazi offered an awkward smile, refraining from explanation, instead directing his gaze towards Song Qian. "Xiao Qian, I acknowledge that my actions yesterday at Longquan Mountain were inappropriate. I have come here specifically to apologize and seek your forgiveness." As he spoke, Wang Mazi lowered his head. "I realize I acted excessively yesterday, and my impulsiveness today has only deepened the misunderstanding between us." Continuing, Wang Mazi glanced at the rooster and ham. "I sincerely apologize and earnestly request your pardon. The rooster was freshly purchased from the street, and the ham is of my own curing. I only wish for your forgiveness." His head bowed, his voice barely audible, nearly lost in the air. There was no other recourse for him but to apologize. Even at this moment, he remained perplexed regarding Song Qian, particularly when in his presence. Wang Mazi felt a rigidity seize his body, a palpable fear coursing through him. He truly worried that one day, Song Qian might bring about his demise. Last night, he had burned paper money for Song Qian at home. Yet he was unaware of when Song Qian had materialized in his courtyard. Subsequently, Song Qian had pressed a knife against his throat, and after threatening him, his form had inexplicably floated away from the yard. Wang Mazi was convinced that it was certainly not the specter of Song Qian. As he reflected on the afternoon, he recalled witnessing Song Qian's chest rise and fall, her breath evident in her speech. This affirmed that she was indeed the real Song Qian. The ability of Song Qian to escape the courtyard was undeniably remarkable. What he needed to do now was to seek her forgiveness. Observing Wang Mazi's sincere apology and recalling his rough treatment earlier that afternoon, Song Qian had no desire to hold a grudge or engage in lengthy discussions. "Wang Mazi, your actions yesterday were truly excessive, but given your genuine remorse, I shall let it slide," she conceded. "As for the events that transpired at your home last night, I trust they remain confidential. Should you dare to speak of them, I believe you are well aware of the consequences." "Of course not." Wang Mazi hastily shook his head. Realizing that with Song Qian seemingly forgiving him, he dared not speak carelessly. The incident of Song Qian flying out of the courtyard was not something he would even consider mentioning. Even if he did, no one would believe him, and it would only lead to further complications. "Little Qian, since you have forgiven me, please accept the rooster and ham. I won't impose any further. Thank you for your generosity." Wang Mazi rose, preparing to take his leave. "Take them back. I have no need for them," Song Qian replied, her voice cutting through the air. "By the way, the betrothal gifts have been returned to you. I hope you will cease your pursuit of Sister Taohua, or else." As she spoke, she subtly cast a binding spell. In an instant, Wang Mazi became as immobile as ice, unable to move or utter a sound. 5 seconds later, the sensation dissipated. Wang Mazi turned around, hastily nodding and bowing. "Rest assured, I will no longer pursue Sister Taohua." He understood that Song Qian's brief spell was a warning, a clear indication that any misstep on his part would not end well. "Little Qian, I truly came to apologize. Please, do not make me take the rooster and ham back. I am sincerely sorry," he implored, his anxiety palpable as he made his way toward the door. Once Wang Mazi departed, Song Yao and Zhang Yibei instantly surrounded Song Qian, inquiring why Wang Mazi had come to apologize. Song Qian fabricated a few vague excuses to placate them. However, he refrained from mentioning the incident on Longquan Mountain, where Wang Mazi had thrown him into the demon cave to intimidate Xu Taohua. Fortunately, these two were naive. They believed whatever he chose to say. At last, he managed to navigate through the matter. Song Qian was confident that Wang Mazi would not dare to speak of the events on Longquan Mountain, and Xu Taohua was even less likely to divulge them. For now, he wished to keep this incident under wraps, especially from his parents, who would undoubtedly be alarmed if they learned that he had been thrown into the demon cave. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yibei insisted that they go fishing the following day, planning to invite Xu Taohua and Song Yao along. regardless of Zhang Yibei's persuasions. Song Qian was unwilling to participate. Eventually, Zhang Yibei was left feeling dejected. As Zhang Yibei and Xu Taohua prepared to return home, they stood up. And Xu Taohua requested that Song Qian accompany them. Song Yao, ever the instigator, encouraged Song Qian to accompany them. With no alternative, Song Qian reluctantly agreed to escort the two of them home. At Jiangcheng Hospital, in the office of Director Sun, his trembling hands clutched Lu Muyun's examination report. His lips twitching uncontrollably, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Yesterday, Lu Muyun had come for a checkup, and it was only this morning that the report was available, revealing a diagnosis of late-stage cervical cancer. Subsequently, Lu Muyun was summoned for a follow-up examination, and the result remained unchanged, late-stage cervical cancer. Yet, at this moment, the images in Director Sun's hands indicated that Lu Muyun was, in fact, entirely healthy. Could it be that the previous two diagnoses were erroneous? Given that the patient was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, a misdiagnosis at Jiangcheng Hospital would be utterly intolerable. It could very well lead to the institution's downfall. Director Sun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his lip twitching even more violently as his hands trembled, nearly causing the report to slip from his grasp. Chapter 48. All is well. He forced himself to compose his thoughts, cautiously placing the film down before lifting the teacup to sip some cold water. Miss Lu. It seems that there may be a malfunction with our equipment. If you would allow me, I could personally operate the machine and conduct a thorough re-examination, he stammered, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Upon observing the expression on Dean Sun's face, Lu Muyun felt a jolt of fear. Dean Sun, has my condition worsened? Yet, she was acutely aware that the discomfort in her abdomen had dissipated while in Taohua village. How could it possibly be worsening? Was this merely a fleeting moment of clarity? A sign that her days were numbered? The thought darkened her countenance. Zhao Kiki, seated nearby, felt her expression shift to one of distress. She yearned to inform Lu Muyun that Song Qian was nothing but a charlatan, one who had deceived her not only for money but also for illicit favors. On their way back, Lu Muyun had shared the details of her treatment with Zhao Kiki, revealing that needles had been inserted into her lower abdomen, and that she had handed over 2 million in cash to Song Qian. Seeing Dean Sun's troubled expression only solidified Zhao Kiki's conviction that Song Qian was indeed a fraud, having swindled her own mistress. Tomorrow, we must travel to Taohua village and confront this scoundrel to put an end to my mistress's grievances, she resolved. My lady, we should never have trusted Song Qian, Zhao Kiki declared. Indeed, Lu Muyun replied weakly, nodding. I never expected Song Qian to be such a person. We shall seek him out tomorrow. Absolutely. We must find him, Zhao Kiki affirmed, firmly gripping Lu Muyun's wrist in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Dean Sun's voice interrupted. Miss Lu, it appears that there may have been an issue with our equipment. I kindly ask for another opportunity to examine you. That's unnecessary. Lu Muyun waved her hand feebly. I have already booked a flight abroad, departing the day after tomorrow, given that my condition has worsened. It seems futile to conduct another examination. Dean Sun was momentarily taken aback. Worsened? I never stated such a thing. The readings clearly indicate that you are in good health. What does it mean for you to claim your condition has worsened? Miss Lu, your condition has not deteriorated. This examination simply shows that you are in good health. It is undoubtedly a malfunction of the equipment, he insisted. Not ill. Both Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Dean Sun reiterated, emphasizing, according to the film, you are indeed healthy. The results are entirely contrary to those from this morning. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki sprang to their feet. Sun Chanda, Lu Muyun shouted, pointing at Dean Sun. Why didn't you inform me sooner that I was not ill? You nearly frightened me to death. How do you manage this hospital? You fool. Is it true that I am not ill? Zhao Kiki asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dean Sun nodded emphatically. Based on this film, Miss Lu, you are indeed healthy. The discrepancy in results indicates a clear malfunction in our equipment. I must ask you to accompany me to the MRI examination room so that I may personally conduct the assessment. In light of the misunderstandings caused by the misdiagnosis, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation and bear all the mental compensation. Dean Sun was unaware that Miss Lu Muyun had recovered. At that moment, he still believed that the machine had malfunctioned. A long-lost smile graced Lu Muyun's face as she exclaimed, Ha ha ha, it is not the machine that malfunctioned, but rather my body that has healed. Song Qian did not deceive me. He truly did not deceive me. It was my own disbelief that frightened me. And we had misunderstood Song Qian, Lu Muyun joyfully declared, grasping Zhao Kuka's hand. Kuka, we truly misjudged Song Qian. He cured my illness, ha ha ha. Who would have thought he really healed me? Lu Muyun danced with delight, her heart filled with joy. Dean's son, utterly perplexed, wore a face full of questions. Cured? Cured? Lu Muyun nodded emphatically, asserting, indeed, my late-stage cancer has surely been cured, without a doubt. She exclaimed, her face radiant with happiness, nearly jumping with joy. Dean's son looked on in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and inquiry, unable to tear his gaze from Lu Muyun, whose flushed face radiated excitement. Compared to the morning, she appeared invigorated, truly resembling a healthy individual. Miss Lu, may I kindly ask you to sit down so that I may take your pulse once more? I need to confirm whether you are genuinely well. With a smile, Lu Muyun sat across from Dean's son, extending her delicate hand toward him. Dean's son grasped her wrist, intently checking her pulse. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. Based on the pulse, Lu Muyun was indeed healed. Very well, Miss Lu, your pulse reflects positive signs. Your body has truly recovered. To ensure absolute certainty, I will conduct an MRI. Receiving a confirming answer from Dean's son, Lu Muyun's smile blossomed even brighter. She had truly recovered. From the moment of her cervical cancer diagnosis to now, her healing felt surreal, as if it were a dream, yet so tangible. An hour later, after the fourth round of tests, Lu Muyun finally held the results in her hands, and the scans confirmed her recovery. In the dean's office, Sun Changde was utterly shocked. Miss Lu, are you implying that the young physician from Peach Blossom Village, Song Qian, cured you with just 2 acupuncture needles? Lu Muyun nodded affirmatively, confirming the astonishing fact. With this confirmation, Dean's son was left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. After 4 examinations, he could assert with 100% certainty that the hospital's machines had functioned correctly. The reality was that Lu Muyun's illness had indeed been cured. The simplicity of silver needle acupuncture could cure late-stage cervical cancer. Such medical prowess could only be attributed to an immortal descending from the heavens, that fool of a physician. Song Qian must surely be an immortal incarnate. Miss Lu, could I trouble you to accompany me to Peach Blossom Village? I wish to meet Song Qian at the earliest opportunity. Dean's son recalled that 2 years ago. An intern at the hospital bore the name Song Qian and hailed from Peach Blossom Village. It was only later that he learned of Song Qian's illness, which necessitated passing the opportunity to another physician. Initially, Sun Changde paid little heed to this matter. However, 2 years later, he encountered the name Song Qian once more. And in such a remarkable manner. Let it be, Lu Muyun waved his hand. It is quite late now. I have arranged to express my gratitude to the esteemed Dr. Song tomorrow. Should Director Sun wish to join, we shall depart together in the morning. At this moment, Lu Muyun felt immense gratitude towards Song Qian, and her address had transformed from calling him by his name to referring to him as Dr. Song. Sun Changde rose to his feet, clapping his hands in appreciation. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your kind consideration. I shall meet you at the Lu group tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, on the main road of Peach Blossom Village, Song Qian and Xu Taohua walked side by side. Originally, when escorting Zhang Yibei home, Song Qian was supposed to accompany Xu Taohua to her residence first before taking Zhang Yibei home. Chapter 49, confronted by Zhao Taiju, however, Xu Taohua concocted an excuse, stating that she had overeaten and wished to take a stroll, thus accompanying Song Qian to escort Zhang Yibei home before returning to her own residence. With no alternative, Song Qian acquiesced. At this moment, having successfully delivered Zhang Yibei, the two turned back from her doorstep, walking side by side like a couple. Xu Taohua had resolved that this evening presented a rare opportunity. Regardless of the circumstances, she intended to persuade Song Qian to visit her home. Song Qian was well aware of Xu Taohua's intentions. Xu Taohua, renowned for her beauty, was the celebrated widow of Taohua village. Her figure and visage deemed nothing short of perfection. If Xu Taohua was unconcerned, Song Qian was willing to indulge her. After all, it was a matter of mutual affection. As they walked and conversed, smiles adorned their faces. Xu Taohua was elated, as her prospects for the evening seemed promising, while Song Qian's joy was manifold. Not only had he earned 2 million today, but he had also discovered a petal of the divine consciousness lotus. His next endeavor was to devise a means to procure the petal from Lu Muyun. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at Zhao Taiju's doorstep. Coincidentally, Zhao Taiju was outside, smoking. Upon seeing Song Qian approach, he hastily greeted them. Xu Taohua, little Qian, where are you headed? Song Qian replied. Sister Taohua and Zhang Yibei had dinner at my place tonight. We just dropped Zhang Yibei off and are heading home. Oh, I see, Zhao Taiju chuckled. I thought you had something else planned. Why not come in for a while? Zhao Taiju, smoking in front of his house, was compelled by Shou Chunhua's insistence. She had informed him that the likelihood of success in his dealings with Song Qian was minimal and that he must enhance his chances. Thus, he was instructed to seek out Song Qian. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at this late hour, Zhao Taizhu did not anticipate the arrival of Song Qian. It seemed fate had intervened. Tonight was a moment that must not be squandered. The only regret was the presence of Xu Taohua. To be candid, the situation between Zhao Taizhu and Song Qian was somewhat absurd, and Zhao Taizhu was not entirely willing, particularly tonight, with Zhou Chunhua pressuring him once more. He felt an increasing headache. How could such matters continue indefinitely? If this attempt failed, he could accept it for next month. However, the prospect of repeated failures left him at a loss for words. Yet, under Zhou Chunhua's compulsion, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree, conceding that he could only manage this for tonight or tomorrow at most. If that did not work out, he would have to wait until next month. Zhou Chunhua, resigned, could only half-heartedly acquiesce. At Zhao Tiezhu's home, Zhou Chunhua's cheeks flushed faintly as she busied herself serving Song Qian and Xu Taohua each a cup of hot water. She then brought out sunflower seeds and fruit candies, arranging them on the wooden table in the living room before finally sitting down to converse with Xu Taohua. The events of the evening appeared to be somewhat troublesome. Desiring to retain Song Qian, yet lacking a suitable excuse, Zhou Chunhua found herself reluctant to part with him. What was she to do? She turned her gaze toward Zhao Taizhu, hoping he could devise a plan to send Xu Taohua away, thus creating an opportunity. However, Zhao Taizhu, despite racking his brain, could not come up with a solution. They sat together, munching on sunflower seeds, sipping water, and engaging in trivial conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. After a while, Xu Taohua suddenly spoke. Brother Taizhu, there is something I wish to share with you, but I fear it may upset you. I have hesitated for quite some time before deciding to voice it. Xu Taohua stammered, hesitating between words. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Chunhua inquired, Sister Taohua, it appears you wish to say something but are holding back. Please, speak freely. Zhao Taizhu interjected, Indeed, in our village, we are straightforward. If there is something to discuss, let it be known without hesitation. It feels rather odd otherwise. Xu Taohua cracked open another sunflower seed, discarding the shell, and tossed the remaining seeds into an enamel bowl on the wooden table. She clapped her hands, directing her gaze at Zhao Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, everyone in Taohua village is aware of your affliction, and that you have been deceived by unscrupulous hospitals, losing over 100,000. In my opinion, you need not place your trust in any physicians. There is a miraculous healer nearby who can truly help you. As she spoke, Xu Taohua's gaze shifted toward Song Qian. Song Qian nodded, taking over the conversation. Indeed, Brother Taizhu, what Taohua has said is accurate. I can indeed cure your ailment. I mentioned this yesterday, yet you were skeptical, leaving me at a loss. The subject made Zhao Taizhu visibly uncomfortable. The greatest fear for a man is to be deemed inadequate, and he was painfully aware of his own shortcomings due to his condition. Zhou Chunhua lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at Zhao Taizhu. Frustrated by her husband's lack of prowess, she too suffered, having endured many disdainful glances during their years of marriage. Zhou Chunhua hesitated, unsure of how to voice her thoughts. Regarding Song Qian's and Xu Taohua's proposal, Song Qian had indeed mentioned it yesterday. However, given Zhao Tiezhu's predicament, which even major hospitals could not resolve, what could a young man like Song Qian possibly do? Noticing the silence and peculiar expressions on Zhao Taizhu and Zhou Chunhua's faces, Xu Taohua felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly sought to alleviate the tension. Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Little Qian's medical skills surpass your imagination. Why not allow him to assist you just once? Even if he cannot cure you, there is little to lose, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Taizhu shook his head with a sigh. Taohua, I fear you may laugh at me, but in the eyes of everyone, I am deemed the most useless man. I have even undergone IVF and been swindled out of over 100,000. I am acutely aware of my own condition. Zhou Chunhua's face darkened, echoing his sigh. Indeed. It seems our fate as a couple is to remain childless. Taohua, we appreciate your goodwill. I harbor no resentment towards you. Given Tiezhu's ailment, I have long abandoned any hope. Listening to their conversation, Song Qian felt a sense of exasperation. Iron Pillar and Sister Chunhua, why are they so reluctant to believe in themselves? It is merely a trial, yet they seem devoid of courage. It appears that the tribulations of the past few years have truly exhausted them. Iron Pillar, trust me just this once. I shall merely administer a silver needle. To be candid, I cured my parents' ailments last night. Should you doubt my words, feel free to call and inquire with them. Are you saying? Zhao Taizhu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Song Qian. You have cured your father's leg condition and your mother's facial spasms? Indeed. Song Qian affirmed with a nod. He then glanced towards Xu Taohua. If you do not believe me, ask Sister Taohua. She and Zhang Yibei dined at my home this evening. Chapter 50. The request of Zhao Taizhu and his wife Xu Taohua nodded eagerly, affirming the truth of the matter. After a brief pause, she shifted the conversation. By the way, I forgot to mention, today at my house, Xiao Qian performed a miracle. You must have heard of Lu Muyan from the Lu family in Jiangcheng. She is afflicted with cervical cancer and specifically sought out Song Qian for treatment. Zhao Taizhu and his wife were utterly astonished by Xu Taohua's revelation. Is that so? Zhao Taizhu inquired. Both Song Qian and Xu Taohua nodded in unison, with Xu Taohua smiling. We are from the same village. Would I deceive you? Initially, Xu Taohua had wanted to share that Lu Muyun had given Song Qian 2 million as compensation for her treatment. However, she held back. Recalling Song Qian's admonition to keep the matter confidential to avoid inciting envy among the villagers, who might then approach Song Qian for loans. Zhao Taizhu and his wife listened with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. After a considerable time, Zhao Taizhu suddenly had an idea. Sister Taohua, since you mentioned it, I am willing to give it a try. However, discussing such matters makes me rather uncomfortable. How about this? I won't keep you here any longer. I would like to speak with Song Qian privately regarding some male-related issues. Zhao Taizhu's words were laden with meaning. This would not only provide an opportunity to send Xu Taohua away, but also allow him to converse alone with Song Qian, truly a double benefit. Zhou Chunhua looked up at Zhao Taizhu with admiration, thinking that her man had finally shown some cleverness. After Xu Taohua departed, she could continue the conversation with Song Qian from the previous day. A glimmer of desire appeared on Zhou Chunhua's face. Xu Taohua felt somewhat awkward as she realized she had been effectively dismissed. She did not wish to return home alone but felt compelled to do so. After all, Zhao Taizhu had indicated a desire to discuss male matters. As a widow, she could hardly linger in the background. Rising from her seat, she rolled her eyes at Song Qian. In that case, Xiao Qian, please take good care of Brother Taizhu and don't let him down. I shall take my leave now. Feeling a twinge of reluctance, Xu Taohua turned to depart. Zhou Chunhua stood and escorted her to the door. Once Xu Taohua had left, Zhou Chunhua closed the outer door, her heart fluttering like a young deer as she swayed back into the living room. Taizhu, I see that Xu Taohua has gone far. Why don't you step outside for a couple of cigarettes and take a stroll, returning in half an hour? Zhao Taizhu nodded and rose to leave. However, Song Qian caught hold of him. Brother Taizhu, what are you doing? She asked. Zhao Taizhu pushed past her, insisting, Little Qian, my sister-in-law and I have discussed this. I must plead with you once more regarding yesterday's matter. I'll step outside for a smoke. You two continue. With that, he turned to exit. Yet Song Qian grasped Zhao Taizhu once more. Brother Taizhu, I can agree to your request, but I have a condition. You must allow me to treat you first tonight. And only after the treatment is finished can you go outside for a smoke. Does that sound fair? Zhao Taizhu hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. After all, it was just a matter of acupuncture. It wouldn't be fatal. After Song Qian completed his treatment, he decided to step outside for a smoke. All right then. How can I assist you? He inquired. Grabbing a small wooden stool, Song Qian instructed Zhao Taizhu to sit with his back to him at a slight angle, urging him to lift his shirt. In that moment, taking advantage of Zhou Chunhua's distraction, Song Qian's mind shifted, and he retrieved silver needles from the lotus space. As Zhao Taizhu observed the sudden appearance of several silver needles in Song Qian's hand, Zhou Chunhua's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. With the silver needles in hand, Song Qian commenced the treatment on Zhao Taizhu. The procedure unfolded without incident, concluding within a mere 10 minutes. Once finished, Zhao Taizhu adjusted his clothing and felt in his pockets, discovering he had 2 cigarettes remaining. He approached the cabinet, picked up a pack of cigarettes, grabbed a lighter, and turned to exit. Chunhua, it's done. Call me later, he said. Zhou Chunhua let out a soft sigh, her cheeks flushed. Watching Zhao Taizhu's departing figure, she felt a tumult of excitement mixed with a hint of shame, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. This situation was undeniably absurd. Yet, in pursuit of having a child, she was willing to take the plunge. Earlier that afternoon, she had calculated the dates. Today and tomorrow were deemed optimal for success. Hearing Zhao Taizhu close the front door, Zhou Chunhua rose, swaying her slender waist as she walked towards the living room door, shutting it firmly and locking it from the inside. Returning to face Song Qian, she spoke, Little Qian, we've forced you into this with Taizhu. You won't hold it against us, will you? Please don't be angry. Song Qian mused to himself. Angry? What is there to be angry about? Although he and Zhao Taizhu referred to each other as brothers, They had no blood ties. Song Qian's surname was Song, while Zhao Tieju's was Zhao. If neither Zhao Taiju nor Zhou Chunhua cared, why should he? Sister Chunhua. I have no issue with it. I merely noticed Tieju's expression seemed off, and I worry that he might harbor resentment towards me later. Zhou Chunhua glanced towards the door, raising her voice slightly. If he dares to resent you, I'll handle him. If he were not so inept, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Nor would we have been easily swindled out of over 100,000 by unscrupulous hospitals. Wouldn't you agree? Song Qian nodded, acknowledging the logic in her words. Sister Chunhua, however, there is one thing I must emphasize. I genuinely believe Taiju has been cured. If you are hesitant now, perhaps we should reconsider. Don't be ridiculous. Zhou Chunhua exclaimed. Do you think I'm unaware that you can't simply administer a couple of needles to remedy his impotence? Who do you think you're fooling? What if it actually works? Song Qian countered. Then so be it. Zhou Chunhua responded. Even if you truly cure him, I wouldn't blame you for what transpired these past few days. With that, she shifted her tone. Besides, you can't possibly cure him. Rising from her seat, she approached Song Qian, her waist twisting like a supple willow, and linked her arm with his. The two siblings decided to engage in a more profound dialogue in a different setting. Song Qian rose from her seat and followed Zhou Chunhua into the inner room. An hour later, they emerged, and Zhou Chunhua retrieved her mobile phone to call Zhao Taiju. After more than 10 minutes, he finally returned home. Song Qian repeatedly urged Zhao Taiju to visit the hospital for a checkup in the coming days, assuring him with a pat on her chest that his ailment had been resolved. Zhao Taiju, somewhat skeptical, nodded in agreement and informed Song Qian that even if he were indeed cured, he would not hold her responsible for the absurd events of the past few days, but rather express his gratitude towards her. As Song Qian prepared to leave, Zhao Taiju presented her with a red envelope containing 600 yuan, promising that should matters unfold favorably, he would bestow upon her another envelope with 888 yuan on a future occasion. Song Qian, though initially hesitant, graciously accepted the 600 yuan. Chapter 51. Xu Taohua tosses and turns. Unable to sleep, Song Qian returned home swiftly, clutching a red envelope. At this hour, his parents and younger sister had yet to retire for the night. Upon seeing Song Qian return so late, Song Yao's face broke into a mischievous grin as she playfully made a face at him. Brother, after such a long time. I thought Sister Taohua was keeping you overnight at her place. Ha. Song Qian raised a hand and playfully swatted at Song Yao. How can you speak like that? Song Yao pushed his hand away, her smile growing even brighter. This afternoon at Sister Taohua's house, she openly stated that if you were willing, she would acknowledge you as her true husband. If you could marry such a beautiful woman, the Song family would surely be blessed. As she spoke, her face brimmed with longing. In Song Yao's mind, their family had always been impoverished, and if Xu Taohua were to marry Song Qian, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune for the Song family. Yet, at that moment, she completely overlooked the fact that Song Qian had just earned 2 million earlier that very day, already solidifying his status as a wealthy man. As Song Yao finished her statement, Lu Shufan hurriedly interjected, Xiao Yao, it's fine to joke with your brother, but such remarks should never be made in front of Xu Taohua. Humph. Song Yao scoffed, I'm not just making this up. I'm telling the truth. This afternoon at Sister Taohua's house, she herself admitted that she wants to be my brother's wife. Song Jiangfu stroked his chin, a smile gracing his face. Though Xu Taohua was a widow, she was undeniably beautiful and kind-hearted, making her an excellent daughter-in-law. If she did not mind their family's modest means, this would indeed be a promising match. The thought of Song Qian marrying Xu Taohua filled him with pride for the Song family. However, despite these thoughts, Song Jiangfu hesitated to offer any advice. Shufan, let the children figure things out themselves. Xu Taohua has a good rapport with our family. Even if Xiaoyu said something a bit excessive, she likely wouldn't take offense. Now, let us drop the subject. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively and looked up at his parents. Mom, Dad, today I went fishing to sell, earning over 10,000. Then this afternoon, at Sister Taohua's house, I treated that female CEO, and she gave me 200,000. Our house is in dire need of repairs. How about I hire a few people to renovate it? Song Qian understated the 2 million as merely 200,000, fearing that revealing the full amount might burden his parents. Upon hearing this, his parents' eyes widened in astonishment. Song Yongfu asked, What? You mean to say you earned over 10,000 from selling fish and another 200,000 for treating someone? Song Yao chimed in. My brother actually made over 210,000. Is it really that much? Lu Shufan's eyes bulged in disbelief. The thought of such a substantial sum was beyond her wildest dreams. Song Qian nodded. Why would I lie to you? I truly earned over 210,000. Zhang Yibei went along to sell the fish. You can ask her if you don't believe me. With Song Qian's affirmation, his parents' faces broke into broad smiles. Fools often enjoy unexpected blessings. This child has battled illness for over 2 years and, having just recovered for a mere day, has already engaged in a series of bewildering actions. Is this not a manifestation of the saying, surviving a great calamity brings unforeseen fortune? After a moment, Lu Shufan continued. As for the matter of renovating the house, we shall discuss it later. We still owe your uncle's family 50,000 yuan, and your aunt is quite unreasonable. If she discovers that we have the means to renovate, she will certainly not let it go easily. Song Qian shook his head, not overly concerned. What of a debt of 50,000 yuan? It can simply be repaid. It is only right to return borrowed money, even if his aunt is somewhat difficult. It remains a moral obligation to repay the debt. Moreover, Song Qian now possesses wealth, over 2 million yuan in his account, though he hesitated to disclose this to his parents. Mother, there's no need to worry. If aunt comes asking for money, we will pay her back, and we can renovate the house later. The family discussed the renovation for quite some time. Ultimately, they agreed that the house must be repaired. However, Song Qian harbored a different intention. When the time for renovation arrived, he planned to demolish the house and construct a villa anew. He had made a pact with the Lotus Immortal. Within 3 years, he must locate the fragments of the divine consciousness lotus and assemble them. Failure to do so would result in his demise. Song Qian could not guarantee that he would fulfill this task within the allotted time, and the thought of failing sent a chill through him. Within these 3 years, he must ensure his parents enjoy a good life, and building a house was paramount among his plans. After concluding their discussions, the family retired for the night. Meanwhile, in the embroidered chambers of Xu Taohua's home, she lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning. The evening's plans to win over Song Qian had become fraught with complications. First, Zhang Yibei appeared, followed by the couple Zhao Taizhu. Were it not for these three, her endeavors would surely have succeeded. Xu Taohua believed herself to possess considerable charm and could not fathom why Song Qian remained indifferent. Why then did the path to her desires prove so obstructed? Foolish Song Qian, she muttered, do you not know to visit your sister when passing by her door? Silly boy, do you not wish for sweets or peaches? I have everything here. Why do you not come? Song Qian, remember this. You cannot escape your sister's grasp. Wait for me, for I shall surely have you. Xu Taohua spoke to herself, rolling onto her side. After some time, she found herself increasingly restless, and sleep eluded her. She turned on the light and made her way to the bathroom. After a 10-minute shower, she returned to her bedroom and lay down, leaving only her head exposed. Song Qian, why can you not understand my feelings? Stupid boy, Xu Taohua exclaimed, kicking off her blanket and diving beneath the covers, yet her mind remained tumultuous. She pulled the blanket tighter around her, enveloping herself completely. Meanwhile, at Song Qian's home, he had just fallen asleep. From yesterday until now, he has endured an overwhelming array of experiences, and as he reflects upon each event, Song Qian feels an unsettling sense of unreality. Lu Muyun had mentioned that she would visit his home the following day to personally express her gratitude. And she also hinted at some matters she would like to discuss with him. What could this matter be? Additionally, Song Qian is preoccupied with another significant concern, how he might retrieve the pendant that Lu Muyun wears around her neck, a treasured heirloom of her family. Securing it effortlessly appears to be a daunting task. Pondering over this issue, Song Qian finds himself at a loss. Just then, his phone lit up. He snatched it up to discover a voice message from Xu Taohua. Little brother, your sister finds herself restless and unable to sleep alone. Are you already asleep? Could you come over and keep me company for a while? Chapter 52. A request for financial assistance from Uncle's house in the wake of the voice message. 2 alluring red lips were sent, followed by a teasing gesture. Xu Taohua's voice, sweet and melodious, resonated warmly, enveloping Song Qian in a delightful reverie. This Sister Taohua, with her striking beauty and captivating charm, possessed a physique that was truly mesmerizing, curvaceous and elegantly contoured. Not only was her figure enchanting, but her voice was equally beguiling. Who could resist such a soft and tender tone? Especially for a spirited young man like Song Qian, it stirred his heart profoundly. Were it not for the late hour, he might have entertained the notion of stealthily visiting Xu Taohua, spending a few moments in her company. Sister Taohua, what seems to be the matter? He inquired, sending off a voice message in a rush. Nearly half a minute passed before Xu Taohua's reply arrived. You sly one, pretending to be ignorant. Almost immediately, another message followed. Little brother, I am all alone here, without a strong man by my side. Why not come over to keep me company for a while? I find it hard to sleep. If you don't come, I might just pay you a visit myself. She continued to send a flurry of messages, punctuated by playful gestures. Listening to Xu Taohua's gentle voice, Song Qian felt a surge of excitement, yet the lateness of the hour weighed on him. On the other hand, his parents and sister were likely still awake. If he stepped out now, it would inevitably draw their attention. Sister Taohua, I was treating Brother Taiju, and it took over an hour. I just returned home, and my parents have only just settled down for the night. It's truly inconvenient for me to come over now. Perhaps another day. He swiftly sent the message. Moments later, Xu Taohua's reply came through. Little Qian, you've been such a tremendous help regarding my matters with Wang Mazi today. Can I express my gratitude properly? Besides, I have some delicious food here. Didn't you used to love coming to my place for a bite? Xu Taohua's persistence was evident as she continued to press him. Sister Taohua, it's genuinely not a good time today. You should get some rest. I promise to visit you soon, and I hope you won't find me bothersome then. He sent the voice message only for Xu Taohua to respond immediately. Not at all. The door to my home is always open for you. She emphasized the word door, slowing her speech and raising her tone, accompanied by a mischievous giggle. Song Qian was not oblivious to her intentions. All right, I'll certainly drop by another day. The following morning, as Song Qian was washing his face, he heard the sound of a car outside. With a creak, a vehicle came to a halt at his doorstep. And moments later, 3 figures emerged. It was none other than his maternal uncle, his aunt, and their son, Lu Zhenxiang, Song Qian's elder cousin. He felt no aversion towards his uncle. However, aunt and cousin Lu Zhenxiang were not people Song Qian wished to associate with. Lu Zhenxiang, who was 2 years older than him, frequently visited Song Qian's home during his childhood, and each visit resulted in bullying for Song Qian. Those memories linger vividly in his mind, even to this day. While he could overlook the childish antics of yesteryears, the malice of Lu Zhenxiang remained unchanged. Song Qian recalled that during the past 2 years, while he was grappling with his mental challenges, Lu Zhenxiang had visited their home numerous times, always with the intention of demanding money. His visits were accompanied by various personal attacks. Although he was a cousin, Lu Zhenxiang felt more like a stranger. As for aunt, she embodied the essence of a shrew and a rogue. The family owed aunt's family 50,000 yuan, a sum borrowed in secret by uncle. Once aunt discovered this, she frequently appeared at Song Qian's home demanding repayment. Despite Song Qian's mental struggles, he could not forget the contemptuous demeanor of aunt. Her words were venomous, and she often resorted to scathing insults. Song Qian's family of 4 had endured numerous tirades from her, and even his sister, Song Yao, had suffered her wrath. Given their arrival, repayment was inevitable. He truly wished to avoid even a fleeting glance at aunt. As Song Qian's thoughts meandered, the 3 members of aunt's family had already pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and entered the yard of Song Qian's home. Upon spotting Song Qian washing his face, aunt approached him, squinting her eyes in disdain. Foolish Song Qian, I heard that fools have their fortunes. Yesterday, you caught quite a number of fish and sold them for over 10,000 yuan. It's time to repay the money you owe us, isn't it? You simpleton. Who would have thought you could make so much from fishing? Aunt's tone dripped with arrogance as she incessantly referred to him as a fool. Before she could finish, Lu Zhenxiang interjected. My foolish cousin, since you've made money from selling fish, hurry up and repay us. You owe our family 50,000 yuan, which has been overdue for 2 years now. You must settle it today. As he spoke, Lu Zhenxiang extended his hand, demanding money. The commotion in the courtyard reached the ears of Song Qian's parents and sister, who promptly emerged to investigate. Upon seeing aunt, Song Yao trembled in fear. It was this venomous middle-aged woman who, during her previous visit for money, had slapped her twice for merely speaking out of turn, shamelessly claiming she was teaching her a lesson on behalf of their parents. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, her face etched with terror. Children, this is your aunt. Song Jiangfu spoke first. Please, come inside and sit. It's rather inappropriate for you to stand outside. Lu Jijun, wearing a grim expression, was at a loss for words. He had been compelled by his wife and son to come this morning to demand money, a task he found difficult given the already strained circumstances of Song Qian's family. Yet, he dared not disregard his wife's insistence. After all, the money had been borrowed covertly. Lu Jijun and his sister Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, had always shared a close bond. Thus, upon witnessing his sister's misfortune, he had willingly offered to lend her 50,000 yuan for their family's needs. 2 years prior, after Song Qian's mental decline and with his father's leg broken and his mother in poor health, they had been left with no choice but to accept the money he had lent, promising to repay it once they were financially stable again. However, The family's financial situation has deteriorated significantly. It is not merely the sum of 50,000 yuan that poses a challenge. Even 5,000 yuan feels astronomical for the Song family's circumstances. As it stands, the debt of 50,000 yuan has lingered unresolved until now. Yongfu, I find myself at a loss for face and am truly sorry for the inconvenience to you, my brother-in-law. If it is not too much trouble, might you consider ways to address the matter of the 50,000 yuan? Alas, it is quite distressing. Lu Jijun, with a heavy heart, broached the subject of the money, followed by a deep sigh. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame, he lowered his head. He harbors a fear of his wife, who has compelled him to speak on this matter. Lu Jijun's aging visage bears the weight of disgrace. The truth is, their family is not in urgent need of the 50,000 yuan. Rather, it is his wife and son who fret over the Song family's declining fortunes, fearing they may ultimately be unable to repay the debt, thereby pressuring Lu Jijun to solicit the funds after a while. Chapter 53. A lesson for Lu Zhenxiang. As Song Yongfu was about to speak, Song Qian interjected, "Uncle, you lent our family 50,000 yuan and have been a great help to us. Since you are here, I will return the money to you." Saying this, Song Qian took out his phone. "Uncle, please provide me with your payment code, and I will transfer the money to you now. I sincerely apologize for the delay." Lu Jijun found it hard to believe Song Qian's words. They had received news just yesterday that Song Qian, accompanied by Zhang Yibei, had gone fishing to sell their catch in Jijia town, where they only made over 10,000 yuan. How could Song Qian possibly come up with 50,000 yuan? His behavior seemed quite normal, yet his words felt somewhat disconnected. However, Lu Jijun chose not to expose this. "Little Qian, your uncle understands your family's difficulties. Why don't you just repay 10,000 for now, and we can settle the rest later?" he proposed. "What are you saying?" He insists on repaying the full 50,000. How could you suggest only 10,000? I am curious to see how he plans to settle the debt. Lu Jijun's wife, Ding Yomei, interrupted. Lu Zhenxiang, arms crossed and face filled with disdain, declared, "My foolish cousin has stated he will repay the entire sum today. I'm eager to see if he is genuinely foolish or merely pretending. He continually refers to himself as a fool." The contempt was evident on his face. At this point, Lu Zhenxiang shifted his tone. "However, I must say, my foolish cousin used to stutter, but today he seems to speak quite fluently. I've heard that people who stutter recover after consuming dog feces. Ha ha ha. You didn't really eat any, did you?" Lu Zhenxiang burst into laughter, with Ding Yongmei standing beside him, wearing a smirk of mockery. "Clean up your mouth." Song Qian, now enraged, secretly employed hypnosis on Lu Zhenxiang, determined to teach him a lesson. Lu Zhenxiang, barking like a mad dog, unwittingly fulfilled Song Qian's wish. If he aspired to be a dog, let him experience it for a while. To the astonishment of those present, Lu Zhenxiang fell under the spell of hypnosis. Immediately bending down and lying on the ground like a dog, he stuck out his tongue and began barking, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Initially, Ding Yomei thought her son was merely pretending to mock Song Qian by lying on the ground and barking like a dog. Thus, she paid little attention, instead smiling and placing her hands on her hips, growing increasingly smug. However, the next scene left Ding Yomei and Lu Jijun in a state of panic. Lu Zhenxiang lay on the ground, tongue out, shaking his rear end as if he were an actual dog. He barked and crawled to Ding Yomei, tugging at her pant leg with both hands, his actions remarkably lifelike. "Xiong, what is wrong with you?" Ding Yomei asked nervously, attempting to pull Lu Zhenxiang up. Yet, he remained on the ground, seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to rise and only capable of barking like a dog, his actions completely beyond his control. To speak frankly, owing money to others was never the intention of Song Qian. However, Lu Zhenxiang is indeed a wretched individual. It is imperative for Song Qian to deal with him. After all, it is only natural for Lu Zhenxiang to demand repayment, as an agreement had been made to provide him with the funds. Yet, instead of graciousness, he resorts to a cacophony of insults. Such a foul-mouthed person deserves to be taught a lesson. Song Qian's parents and sister observed Lu Zhenxiang's bizarre behavior with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. What is happening? Is he afflicted with rabies? Or is this a deliberate act on Lu Zhenxiang's part? If it is intentional, it is indeed excessive. The three of them instinctively recoiled, anxious to keep their distance from Lu Zhenxiang, who, fortunately, remained barking and did not approach them. Lu Jijun and Ding Yomei were in disarray, desperately attempting to lift Lu Zhenxiang, who continued to writhe on the ground, barking and biting. Song Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his face. Lu Zhenxiong deserved to endure some torment. Subsequently, Song Qian picked up his phone and recorded a video. After 3 or 4 minutes of Lu Zhenxiong's barking, Song Qian withdrew his hypnotic influence, and Lu Zhenxiong gradually regained his senses, bewilderedly rising from the ground. What just happened? Why was I lying on the ground? Ding Yomei assisted Lu Zhenxiong, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Child, have you been bitten by a dog recently? Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, feeling utterly perplexed. Mom, what just happened to me? Nothing. But if you feel unwell at all, I will take you to the hospital for a thorough examination, she replied. Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, claiming he felt fine. At that moment, Song Qian lifted his gaze to his uncle Lu Jijun. Uncle, quickly provide me with the payment code. I shall return the money to your family. Lu Zhenxiong may have contracted rabies. We must hurry and have him checked. Lu Jijun, though skeptical, handed over the payment code. Just as Song Qian was about to scan it, Lu Zhenxiong erupted again. Dad, how can you trust this fool? Lu Jijun turned his head, glaring at Lu Zhenxiong. You should speak less. When they refuse to pay, you shout and demand debts, yet when they offer money, you claim Song Qian has none. Holding his phone, Song Qian proceeded to scan the code and complete the transaction. Uncle, your cousin who may have rabies has left a deep impression on me. The money has been transferred to you. I shall not linger any longer. Hearing Song Qian's dismissal, Lu Zhenxiong fumed with rage. Song Qian, are you foolish, or am I? Do you think that by merely poking at this model phone a few times, it signifies repayment? With a cold smile, Song Qian glanced at Lu Zhenxiong with a piercing gaze. Whether the money has arrived can be verified through the notification message. Why are you barking rabidly here? Insulted by being compared to a dog, Lu Zhenxiong clenched his fists. All right, I shall see how you plan to repay the 50,000 debt when you only earned a mere 10,000 yesterday. If the funds do not arrive, I will ensure your demise, you big fool. Thinking we are as simple-minded as you. Lu Zhenxiong cursed vehemently as he snatched the phone from his father's hands. Just then, the phone vibrated. Upon his glance, he indeed discovered a deposit of 50,000. Song Qian possessed a sum of 50,000, which seemed rather uncanny. How could a fool like him possibly acquire such wealth? Foolish fool, although the 50,000 had been credited, this matter was far from resolved. The money had been utilized by your family for 5 years. You have merely repaid the principal, with interest still owing. With an annual interest of 10,000, there remains an outstanding interest of 20,000. Lu Zhenxiong held his head high, his words strikingly harsh. Song Qian had not anticipated that such so-called relatives would behave in this manner, demanding not only the principal but also interest. Did they not care for their dignity? Yet, on the other hand, if the mother and son were to be courteous, treating them like the elder uncle, would it truly matter to offer them a bit of interest? In the present moment, Song Qian was indifferent to several million. Chapter 54. Lu Zhenxiong's threats. Lu Zhenxiong, with a mouthful of foul language, incessantly referred to himself as a fool. For such a person, there is no need for leniency. If he seeks interest, that is utterly out of the question. Lu Zhenxiong, I believe you are mistaken. When my uncle lent money to our family, there was no mention of interest. Now you audaciously demand 20,000 in interest. Why don't you just rob it? Lu Zhenxiong clenched his fists, itching to strike Song Qian. 20,000 in interest is already quite generous. If you refuse to pay it, I will simply take it by force. What can you do about it? The more he spoke, the more arrogant he became. Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, felt an acute discomfort at his words. Had she known it would come to this, she would have rather endured poverty than lend that money. Initially, it was her elder brother who insisted, and only after much hesitation did she reluctantly accept the funds. But her nephew's behavior was utterly despicable. Having provided the principal, he now demanded interest. If he received interest, did he expect to compound it as well? Furthermore, using 50,000 as principal over 2 years, with an interest of 10,000 per year, was more exorbitant than usurious loans. How could that be justified? Xiaoxiong, Song Qian's tone was somewhat harsh. And I apologize on his behalf. You should temper your words. Temper my words? Lu Zhenxiong retorted, repaying debts is a matter of righteousness, and demanding interest is entirely justifiable. Am I in the wrong? You must pay the 20,000 in interest today, or there will be no end to this. Before Lu Zhenxiong could finish, Ding Yomei interjected. Xiaoxiong is correct. Borrowing money entails paying interest. If this money had not been lent to your family, we would have earned interest by depositing it in the bank. Moreover, by lending to your family, we took on significant risks, nearly losing the principal. What is wrong with asking for a bit more interest? It is only reasonable. Besides, We have repeatedly come to your home for this debt. We have worn out 2 sets of tires on our car. Shouldn't we be compensated? Ding Yongmei's implication was clear. Interest was non-negotiable. Lu Jijun stood by, his face pale, as if scorched. Had he known the true nature of his wife and son, he would never have lent the money. Originally meant to assist his sister's family, it had devolved into this mess. What a misfortune. Ding Yongmei, Lu Zhenxiong, will this never end? 5,000 has already been repaid to you, and you still dare to demand interest. Silence. Ding Yongmei shouted. Your voice is unwelcome here, you treacherous scoundrel. Chastised by his wife, Lu Jijun fell silent. He shrugged off his sleeves and turned to leave, intending to retreat to the car and distance himself from the unfolding drama. So, let me get this straight. Song Qian asked coldly, you are demanding this 20,000 in interest without exception? Lu Zhenxiong nodded emphatically, of course. Indeed. Collecting interest is a matter of principle. Otherwise, why would we lend money to your family for 2 years? Ding Yongmei pointed at Song Qian, her voice sharp with accusation. To her astonishment, the previously bumbling Song Qian spoke with clarity and agility today. Could it be that this fool had truly changed? Once, a doctor remarked that Song Qian, the fool, would never recover in his lifetime, destined to languish through existence. Yet now, it appears he may indeed have the possibility of healing. Otherwise, his thoughts would not be so remarkably astute. Observing the arrogant mother and son duo, Song Qian felt a surge of indignation. If they were to be so shameless, he would teach them a harsh lesson. For such ordinary individuals, he need not resort to physical confrontation. Subtly employing hypnosis, reminiscent of earlier, the technique took effect once more, causing Lu Zhenxiong to collapse again, barking like a dog. Simultaneously, he, in a frenzy, used both hands and feet to hurl himself against the courtyard wall. A resounding thud echoed as Lu Zhenxiong collided violently with the earthen wall, nearly toppling it. This scene left Ding Yongmei pale with fright. She rushed forward, seizing Lu Zhenxiong. Child, what is wrong with you? He barked, followed by a mournful howl. After a powerful headbutt, he was injured, blood flowing profusely from his head. Lu Jijun, where are you? Ding Yongmei shouted towards the doorway. Our Xiaoxiong has crashed into the wall. Come quickly. I cannot hold him alone. As soon as her words fell, Lu Zhenxiong began to howl again. Then, on all fours, he lifted his head high and lunged at Ding Yongmei's calf. Startled, she hastily retreated. Yet her response was a beat too slow. With a fierce bite, he sank his teeth into her leg, eliciting a scream from Ding Yongmei, who instinctively kicked forward. You wretched dog! But as the words escaped her lips, she realized her grave error. Before her stood not a dog, but her own son, Lu Zhenxiong. Pain radiated from her calf, and Ding Yongmei cried out in distress. Just as she managed to push Lu Zhenxiong away, he charged at her again, leaving her no time to evade. Another sharp bite found its mark on her other calf, leaving a deep impression. Ding Yongmei gasped in horror, struggling desperately. Yet Lu Zhenxiong clung to her, making escape impossible. He shook his head vigorously, tearing at her flesh, causing her to wail in agony. With every ounce of her strength, she finally managed to push him off. At that moment, Lu Jijun arrived. Witnessing the chaotic scene, he tightly embraced Lu Zhenxiong. What has happened? How could this be? Ding Yongmei, moaning in pain, took a moment to regain her composure. Jijun, our child may have rabies. Hold him tightly. Be cautious, he might bite you. Rabies is contagious. Ding Yongmei, clutching her wounded leg, grimaced as sweat beaded on her forehead. The thought of her child being afflicted with rabies filled her with dread. She desperately feared transmission. In her panic, she pondered when her child had fallen ill. Unbeknownst to her, this was all a punishment orchestrated by Song Qian. Lu Zhenxiong had not contracted rabies, nor would she be infected. It was merely Song Qian's subtle method of teaching them a lesson for their disgraceful behavior. Lu Jijun nodded, his expression darkening. What a calamity! How could such a thing occur? Lu Zhenxiong struggled desperately, attempting to bite. Lu Jijun, at a loss, could only cast a pleading glance towards Song Yongfu, who was not far away. Yongfu, could you please fetch a rope to help me tie up the child? If he continues to thrash about like this, it will inevitably lead to trouble. Realizing the urgency, Song Yongfu turned and hurried inside to retrieve a rope. Meanwhile, Song Yao stood beside her mother, both interlocking their arms, watching Lu Zhenxiong's distress with growing trepidation. Could it be that Lu Zhenxiong truly had rabies? If so, that would be rather gratifying. After all, who could blame him for being so arrogant, spewing nonsensical threats? Such brazen and domineering individuals deserve to be tormented and punished. Chapter 55. Ex-girlfriend in Shuaman. It seems that even heaven could no longer bear the transgressions of Lu Zhenxiong, punishing him in turn. Song Yao even harbored a wish that Lu Zhenxiong would never recover throughout his lifetime. Soon, Song Yongfu procured some rope. At that moment, Song Qian feigned concern. "Uncle, do you need my assistance? I possess considerable strength and can bind him more securely." The three of them busied themselves, successfully restraining Lu Zhenxiong. "Uncle, I do have some money at hand, though not much, perhaps 30 to 50,000. Regarding the interest, if you believe we should pay it, I can transfer it to you immediately." Lu Jijun hastily waved his hand. He felt too embarrassed to accept. Given the gravity of the situation, he could no longer face anyone and felt it inappropriate to demand interest from another family, especially considering his sister's already difficult circumstances. Lu Jijun's original intention was to assist his sister's family. However, his wife and son had been excessively demanding, often pressuring him for repayment and humiliating his sister's family, which was truly a misfortune. "Xiao Qian, what do you take your uncle for? How could I possibly accept your interest? Please do not mention it again," Lu Jijun stated as he led the mother and son away. At that moment, Ding Yongmei, witnessing Lu Zhenxiong's injuries and having her own legs bitten by him, could no longer concern herself with the matter of interest. Her complexion turned pale as she hurriedly followed Lu Jijun. A few minutes later, the sound of a car engine echoed outside, gradually fading away as Lu Jijun and his family departed. Song Qian pondered for a moment. Although his aunt and cousin had been dealt with, it was still quite embarrassing for his uncle. Their intention had been to lend money to assist his family. Thus, Song Qian, taking out his phone, transferred 10,000 yuan to his uncle, considering it both an interest payment and a form of consolation. After all, while the mother and son were troublesome, his uncle was not at fault. What accounts for such a disparity within this family? After completing the transfer, Song Qian sent a warm message, stating that the 10,000 yuan was a return for his uncle and requested that he keep it from the other two. He urged his uncle to delete the message after reading it. Through the hole in the courtyard wall, watching the car recede, Song Yongfu exhaled a heavy breath, feeling an immediate sense of relief. "Xiao Qian, do you not possess some medical knowledge? What exactly is wrong with Lu Zhenxiang? Why does he suddenly howl like a dog?" Song Yongfu mused, considering that they were relatives. If Song Qian were to comprehend Lu Zhenxiang's condition, perhaps he could assist in his recovery. Kind-hearted as ever. Even after enduring repeated humiliation from Song Qian, he still wished to extend a helping hand due to their familial bond. "How would I know?" Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps it's just that he has no moral boundaries and has grown too arrogant. Heaven must be punishing him." Song Qian fabricated a tale, knowing he could not divulge to his parents that Lu Zhenxiong's current state was the result of his own retribution. Moreover, hypnosis has its time limits. After a brief period, Lu Zhenxiong would return to normal, as Song Qian had merely intended to discipline him lightly. Listening intently, Song Yao clapped her hands in approval. "My brother is right. Lu Zhenxiong has no virtue in his speech and must have angered heaven, which is why he now barks like a dog. And that old woman, my aunt, deserves to be bitten by a dog." As Song Yao reminisced, her mood lifted at the recollection of Ding Yongmei being bitten, a joyful smile gracing her face. After all, she had brought it upon herself by striking out at her. It was only fitting that she was bitten by her own son, no less, a veritable mad dog. The thought brought her immense satisfaction. Lu Shufan furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend how Lu Zhenxiong had arrived in good spirits only to suddenly succumb to his afflictions. Despite his arrogance, he was still her nephew, and all she hoped was that the boy remained unscathed. Song Qian, aware of Lu Zhenxiong's brash nature and his previous bullying, knew he might yet exploit matters concerning interest. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. Her mother's advice prompted a smile from Song Qian as she nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall maintain my distance." Yet, inwardly, she chuckled at the thought that if Lu Zhenxiong dared to approach her again, she would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson, once, twice, perhaps even 10 times if necessary. Dealing with Lu Zhenxiong required no physical confrontation. A mere shift in strategy could yield countless methods to subdue him. Just as Song Qian finished speaking, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Initially assuming it was her uncle's family returning, she was surprised to see unfamiliar faces. The vehicle came to a halt, and as the doors swung open, a man and a woman emerged. The woman was tall and striking, her face radiant with a smile, while the man exuded a handsome charm coupled with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing them, Song Qian's expression darkened. The woman, named Xiuman, had once been Song Qian's girlfriend during university. It was 2 years prior that she had insisted on going for barbecue, feigning victimhood to elicit Song Qian's protection, which led to him being brutally beaten. Since that fateful night, Song Qian had suffered a decline in his faculties. 2 years had swiftly passed, and now, seeing Xu again ignited a blaze of fury within him. What infuriated Song Qian even more was the presence of the man beside Xu, the very one who had harassed her at the barbecue and had inflicted harm upon him. The two of them had orchestrated the events that led to his unfortunate condition over the past 2 years. Their family had endured a dark existence. His father had suffered a broken leg, and his mother had sustained nerve damage to her face. All of this was due to these two individuals. What brings you here? Xu, Song Qian demanded. Xu, entwining her arm with the man's, stepped forward slowly. Song Qian, allow me to introduce you. This is Xu Taohua, the man who once harmed you, and we are here to inform you that we are getting married. Xu face radiated with a blissful smile. Feeling honored to marry Xu Taohua. Xu Taohua, with his arm possessively around Xu waist, spoke with a haughty demeanor, confirming, indeed, we are to wed. And we wanted to share the news with you. Song Qian gazed at the couple, a desire to confront them bubbling within him. However, after a moment's reflection, he restrained himself. Their announcement of marriage suggested ulterior motives for their visit, and he was curious to discover their intentions. Moreover, he sought to ascertain whether Xu had any involvement in the incident 2 years ago when Xu Taohua had assaulted him. Deep down, Song Qian was almost certain that the events surrounding that barbecue had been meticulously orchestrated by these two conniving individuals. However, Song Qian yearned to hear them utter the words themselves. Since the two were on the verge of matrimony, she contemplated bestowing upon them a unique blessing at their wedding, one that would linger in their memories for a lifetime. Naturally, Song Qian's notion of a blessing was anything but conventional. She even pondered whether it would be more fitting to present a floral wreath or perhaps an urn. Xu, our paths have diverged. Now that you are to be wed, I extend my wishes for your happiness in advance. Please, do take your leave. Song Qian waved her hand, feigning a dismissal. She was acutely aware that the couple would not depart so easily, employing a strategy of feigned reluctance to elicit from them the words she so desired. Chapter 56, Memories from 2 years ago. Xu chuckled, her delicate brows raised, and the corners of her mouth curved upwards as she linked her arm with Xu Taohua's, pressing herself closely against him, wishing to merge into one with him. Song Qian, when I was in university, I promised to be your girlfriend. Looking back now, it seems I was utterly blind. Fortunately, I had the wisdom to turn back and end up with Brother Taohua. Thanks to him, I now work at Jiangcheng Hospital. Song Qian's expression faltered, revealing a hint of displeasure. If he hadn't been beaten that night while enjoying barbecue, nor suffered from the subsequent afflictions, he would have undoubtedly secured a position at Jiangcheng Hospital by now. To his understanding, 2 years prior, the hospital had only recruited a handful of doctors, leaving Xu with no opportunity to enter. Is that so? Well, congratulations are in order, Song Qian replied insincerely, feigning enthusiasm. Now, he wouldn't even consider working at Jiangcheng Hospital, let alone any of the finest hospitals in the country. They were beneath him. His medical prowess had reached such heights that wherever he went, it became a sanctuary of healing. A mere Jiangcheng Hospital was no match for his capabilities. Song Qian, I had expected that upon hearing of my employment at Jiangcheng Hospital, you would erupt with fury, filled with righteous indignation. Yet here you are, still the same coward I once knew. I truly cannot fathom what I saw in you. It was a grave error on my part. Once, Song Qian had been a top student, pursued by countless girls. Yet, by some twist of fate, he ended up with Xu, only to suffer dire consequences at her hands. Xu, allow me to share a truth. I too was blind to have ever been attracted to someone as despicable as you. Your companion, Xu Taohua, was the one who brought ruin upon my family. He assaulted me to the point of leaving me a fool. Song Qian's eyes grew red with emotion as he turned to glance at his family behind him. My father sought justice from Xu Taohua and paid dearly, having a leg broken in the process. He has endured immense pain over these 2 years, while my mother, after receiving several slaps, suffers from nerve damage, living a life of torment. As he spoke, his countenance darkened. Suddenly, he pointed an accusing finger at Xu and Xu Taohua. Xu Taohua has devastated my family, and you, as my ex-girlfriend, have chosen to align yourself with my enemy. Now you plan to marry him and intentionally come here to taunt me. What is it that you seek? Xu released Xu Taohua, her laughter tumultuous. He. You are indeed correct. I am getting married. Today, I came specifically to provoke you and your family of 4. I brought Brother Taohua to your home to let you see how foolish I was to have ever fancied a pauper like you. With a shift in tone, And Xu Wenmin continued, to be honest, that night at the barbecue was a scheme I had meticulously planned. Knowing your impulsive nature, I deliberately invited Brother Jiwenhao to tease me, inciting your anger, and orchestrated for him to give you a sound beating. And Xu Wenmin spoke with a triumphant smile. Reflecting on the scheme from the past, she remains exceedingly satisfied with herself. Furthermore, allow me to reveal another truth. Jiwenhao is also employed at Jiangxing Hospital and has ascended to the position of chief physician. Had it not been for occupying your spot initially, Jiwenhao would not have found it so easy to enter Jiangxing Hospital. After Xu Wenmin finished speaking, Su Jiwenhao took over the conversation. Indeed, after I gained entry into Jiangxing Hospital, I employed a few additional subtle tactics to arrange for Xu Wenmin to join as well. Ha. At this point, Song Qian suddenly realized. 2 years ago, at the barbecue stall, Su Jiwenhao had been ruthless towards him. All for the sake of a position at Jiangxing Hospital. How wicked, nearly losing his life for a mere opportunity. And as if that were not enough, why did he also turn against his parents, breaking his father's leg and damaging his mother's facial nerves? Su Jiwenhao, you truly deserve condemnation. Song Qian yearned to confront the pair, yet he restrained his inner fury. They were to wed soon, so he would allow them a few more days of madness. The wedding would present an opportunity for revenge. And Xu Wenmin, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. I have learned all that I need to know. You may leave now. I cannot contend with you. Song Qian feigned weakness, suppressing his simmering anger. And Xu Wenmin placed her hands on her hips, raising her chin defiantly. Fool. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised. Yesterday, I heard that your foolishness has been cured. I did not expect it to be true. Since your foolishness is indeed gone. In 3 days, Jiwenhao and I will celebrate our wedding at the Jiangxing Imperial Hotel. I hope you will attend and witness my happiness. And then observe your own pitiful state. And Xu Wenmin lifted her chin, her gaze almost directed at the heavens, her expression of arrogance vividly displayed upon her face. Indeed, compared to the Song Qian of yore, her choice 2 years ago was undoubtedly the most prudent, for Su Jiwenhao's family possessed influence. As for the Song family, they were so impoverished that even thieves would depart in tears. Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, wore a perpetual frown. Xu Wenmin, why are you so cruel? Knowing our family's misfortunes, you still seek to humiliate us. You and Xiao Qian once shared a romantic relationship. Even if you cannot remain lovers, must you become adversaries? And Xu Wenmin, filled with anger, retorted, I was blind to have ever liked Song Qian. On that fateful night 2 years ago at the barbecue, I was merciful not to have ended his life. As she spoke, she surveyed the surroundings and pointed at Song Yongfu. Look at your dilapidated house. A gust of wind could topple it. With your family's abject poverty, how could Song Qian ever deserve to like me? Now observe your attire, so shabby and patched, each of you looking gaunt and malnourished. You must have spent the last 2 years starving. If I were not blind, would I ever have been attracted to Song Qian? And Xu Wenmin's words grew increasingly venomous. As she spoke, memories of her time with Song Qian flooded back, each vivid image sending chills down her spine. In retrospect, she mused, Song Qian had only excelled academically. Beyond that, he possessed nothing of worth. Why had she ever been drawn to him? And Xu Wenmin, with a mocking demeanor, repeatedly referred to him as blind. Listening to her derisive remarks, Song Qian furrowed his brow slightly. During their romantic entanglement, he had never mistreated this ungrateful person. There was a time when Xu Wenmin went hiking with her classmates and suffered a fracture on the mountain. Subsequently, she called Song Qian, who then carried her down the mountain. For 2 arduous hours, he bore her weight along the rugged path. Despite Song Qian's robust physique, the endeavor left him utterly exhausted. After ensuring her arrival at the hospital, he set aside his own fatigue, busily registering her and handling payments, dedicating several hours to her care. Chapter 57. Lu Yin pays a visit to express gratitude on another occasion, and Xu Wenmin became inebriated and collapsed in a narrow alley of the food city, nearly falling victim to a group of ruffians. It was Song Qian who arrived just in time to drive them away. However, Song Qian paid a heavy price for his intervention. He endured a brutal beating from the thugs and spent a month recovering from the injuries sustained. On yet another occasion, Xu Wenmin suffered from a severe cold, her fever soaring to 40 degrees, rendering her unconscious. It was Song Qian who called for an ambulance and took her to the hospital. As graduation approached, Xu Wenmin celebrated her birthday, and Song Qian, living frugally, purchased the latest fruit-themed smartphone for her. That purchase cost him over 7,000. Subsequently, he found himself without living expenses, juggling multiple part-time jobs, and surviving on instant noodles for 3 to 4 months just to endure those trying times. In retrospect, Song Qian realized how foolish he had been. His genuine affection had been met with the other's malice. It could be said that during their relationship, Song Qian had never treated Xu Man poorly, caring for her with meticulous attention. Yet, his heartfelt sacrifices had only earned him betrayal, and to add insult to injury, he had been made to look foolish while dragging his entire family into the fray. A cold smile graced Song Qian's face. And Xu Man, you disdain my poverty now and look down upon me, yet the kindness I once showed you is met with such a contemptuous demeanor? Without waiting for her response, he continued to retort, when you broke your leg, it was I who rushed you to the hospital. The doctors warned that had we arrived any later, you would have faced lifelong disability. You fell ill with a fever, and it was I who ensured you received medical attention. When you were intoxicated and nearly assaulted, I risked my life, enduring a beating to rescue you. For your birthday, I spent over 7,000 on a phone, subsequently living off instant noodles for months. Have you forgotten all of this? Now you scorn me. Why did you accept my phone, my gifts, my concern? And Xu Man remained unfazed by his inquiries. She maintained that all of these actions were merely what Song Qian ought to have done. Furthermore, what significance did a 7,000 phone hold? Carrying her down the mountain, wasn't he that the duty of a boyfriend? Having been together for so long, allowing him to hold her hand. She believed that Song Qian had benefited tremendously. Her warm, jade-like hands were not something just any man could hold. In her eyes, what he had done was hardly noteworthy. With a dismissive laugh, Xu Man scoffed, you, a mere sycophant, should consider such actions obligatory. What is there to boast about? Moreover, in our 2 years together, the most extravagant gift you presented me was that phone worth over 7,000. Is that even considered a significant amount? How can you shamelessly bring it up? At this point, Xu Man reiterated with emphasis, Song Qian, I was truly blind to have been with you for more than 2 years, allowing you to hold my small hand. Reflecting on it now, it is utterly revolting. Her face was contorted with disdain as she spoke. She shook her hand and wiped it with her sleeve, as if the unpleasant scent from 2 years ago, when Song Qian had held her hand, still lingered. Song Qian chuckled coldly, and Xu Man, if that is the case, allow me to enlighten you. You were blind then, and you remain blind now. Once, I was the branch you aspired to climb. Now, despite my temporary misfortunes, I still represent an existence far beyond your reach. Ha ha. As Song Qian's words echoed, the two burst into raucous laughter. Beyond our reach. Ha ha ha. What do you have to boast about? Song Qian clenched his fists, tempted to retaliate. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he refrained, striking them before his parents would only cause them worry. Besides, he had no desire to engage physically. There were numerous ways to deal with such individuals. For now, he would allow them their moment of arrogance, saving his retribution for the wedding. They intended to host a grand ceremony, after all. Perhaps he could orchestrate a surprising twist on that day, sending floral wreaths? Or perhaps even caskets? That seemed rather amusing. At that moment, Song Qian's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Lu Muyun. Miss Lu, have you completed your follow-up? On the other end, Lu Muyun's cheerful voice came through. Dr. Song, I hope you don't mind me addressing you so. I sincerely apologize for my previous doubts and disrespect. I hope you can forgive me for calling you by your full name yesterday. After returning from Taohua village yesterday afternoon, I promptly underwent a follow-up examination. And it is indeed as you said, my health has completely recovered. I have arrived in Jijia town and will be at your residence shortly. I wanted to call ahead to express my gratitude in person. Song Qian smiled, nodding as he spoke into the phone. Miss Lu, I will be waiting for you at home. Please drive carefully. There is no need to rush. Lu Muyun's delightful laughter echoed through the receiver. Dr. Song, there is something I took the liberty of deciding without your consent, and I hope you will approve. After my examination last night, Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital heard that you were responsible for my recovery and insisted on meeting you. The arrival of the Jiangxing Hospital director was certainly a positive development. Song Qian not only agreed but also welcomed the news with enthusiasm. And Xu Man and Su Jianhao had just been boasting about their work at Jiangxing Hospital. And now someone was coming to confront them. Just moments ago, Song Qian had hesitated, contemplating whether to employ a few tricks to teach the two of them a lesson. Now, he would not have to lift a finger. No worries, guests are always welcome. Until we meet, he concluded, ending the call. And Xu Man, regaining her audacity, remarked, Song Qian, I heard you referring to Lu Muyun as Miss Lu over the phone. The Lu Muyun you speak of is not the illustrious heiress of the Lu group in Jiangxing. Is she? A fool like you thinks he is worthy of her acquaintance? Indeed, Su Jianhao interjected. The esteemed Miss Lu is renowned for her beauty. The goddess in the eyes of all men. Even I count myself fortunate to have met her twice. Su Jiwenhao proclaimed, lifting his chin with pride. He reminisced about the moment he encountered Lu Muyun, his face illuminated with joy. Lu Muyun possessed a figure that was simply unparalleled by Xu. Particularly striking was her oval face and delicate chin. To the unknowing observer, one might suspect that Lu Muyun had undergone cosmetic surgery. Yet, in truth, she had not. Nevertheless, for Su Jiwenhao, the mere chance to behold such a goddess twice was a stroke of fortune. In contrast, although Xu did not possess Lu Muyun's beauty, it must be said that her exquisite features were undeniably captivating. As for the two of them, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. Chapter 58. Miss Lu arrives. It seems that Lu Muyun, the epitome of beauty, has an abundance of admirers. Merely mentioning her name sparks a flurry of discussion among people. As Song Qian was about to speak, Song Yao interjected, "You two may look down on my brother, but what is there to be so arrogant about? Not only did my brother meet Miss Lu yesterday afternoon, but I also had the pleasure of seeing her, as she came to our village seeking my brother's assistance with her health," Song Yao proclaimed, her face glowing with pride. Images of Lu Muyun's enchanting visage dancing in her mind. This stunning female CEO possessed a beauty that seemed celestial, ethereal, and utterly unworldly. Her delicate skin, willow-like waist, and voluptuous bosom surpassed even that of Zhang Yibei. As a young woman herself, Song Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Lu Muyun. She was simply breathtaking. After a moment of laughter, an air of awkwardness enveloped Song Yao. Recalling how she had scorned Lu Muyun as a fraud during their phone conversation yesterday made her cringe. Fortunately, Lu Muyun had been preoccupied and hadn't broached the subject, sparing them both from potential embarrassment. Ha! As soon as Song Yao finished her sentence, Xu erupted into a fit of giggles. What a farce. It's utterly laughable that you think you could meet someone as otherworldly as Lu Muyun. Su Jiwenhao laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. The two siblings were indeed foolish, while Song Qian was a simpleton. Even the somewhat attractive Song Yao seemed to share in their folly. How could they ever think themselves worthy of meeting someone like Lu Muyun? Song Yao, you country bumpkin, are your eyes blind or my ears deaf? You claim to have seen Miss Lu? Surely, you're not that naive. Su Jiwenhao exclaimed, before Xu seized the moment, declaring, Song Qian, if that call was truly from Lu Muyun, I will kneel before you and call you grandfather. At this, a playful smile crept onto Song Qian's face. If you wish to call me grandfather, I shall indulge you. Just remember your words, and be sure to say it loudly. He chuckled. Clap, clap, clap. Su Jiwenhao clapped his hands in delight. If the visitor is not Miss Lu, you will have to kneel and address me as grandfather, and call Xu grandmother as well. Make sure you shout it out. Remember your words. Song Qian raised his voice, eager to see how long they could maintain their arrogance. Soon, both of you will kneel and shout it out. I wish to savor the experience of being a grandfather. In truth, Song Qian had no desire to engage in their banter. To be frank, dealing with people like Xu and Su Jiwenhao, he could extinguish them without lifting a finger. However, such a quick resolution would be too lenient. He preferred to instill a sense of despair in his adversaries, relishing in their gradual downfall. For the next 2 to 3 minutes, Xu and Su Jiwenhao continued their verbal onslaught, repeatedly insisting that Song Qian attend the wedding, essentially a means of irritating him. Throughout the entire exchange, Song Qian offered only the occasional retort. Just then, the sound of a car outside broke through the air. The engine's rumble ceased, followed by the unmistakable sound of a car door slamming shut. Almost immediately, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the door. As Song Qian was preparing to step outside to welcome the god of wealth, Lu Muyun, he was taken aback when Lu Muyun, accompanied by Director Sun and others, entered unannounced. Today, Lu Muyun donned a striking red-fitted outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, delineating her alluring curves. Her delicate oval face seemed as though it had been meticulously sculpted by a master artisan, her skin smooth and fair, with enchanting eyes that sparkled with playful charm. She was, without a doubt, a captivating beauty, both alluring and devastating. The moment Lu Muyun crossed the threshold, Su Jiwenhao caught sight of her, marking their third close encounter. His heart raced at the sight. She was breathtaking, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Su Jiwenhao gaped, nearly salivating at the sight of Lu Muyun's devilish figure and angelic visage. She was simply exquisite. A woman of such beauty was meant to be admired, never sullied. She resembled a vibrant purple bloom amidst a sea of red flowers, striking and compelling, dazzlingly beautiful and ethereal. Standing beside Su Jiwenhao, and Xu observed her partner's foolish demeanor and, with a gentle tug on his sleeve, reminded him of his manners. This clumsy man lost his senses in the presence of a beauty. while Lu Muyun was undeniably stunning. And Xu Emyan was no less remarkable. Why was he so fixated on Lu Muyun? Such behavior was truly embarrassing. Adding Xu Emyan's gentle nudge, Su Jianhao snapped back to reality. Their gazes shifted to Director Sun, who was equally surprised. Director Sun, what brings you here? Upon seeing the director, Su Jianhao immediately approached him with a respectful demeanor. Good day, Director Sun. And Xu Emyan rushed over, adopting a charmingly ingratiating attitude. Director Su, what are you doing here? Director Sun hesitated, having not mentioned his visit to Taohua village to anyone at the hospital that morning. What was happening? How had Su Jianhao arrived first? Moreover, who was the woman standing beside him? She seemed vaguely familiar, yet her name eluded him. Su Jianhao, equally perplexed by Director Sun's presence, soon pieced together the situation. Song Yao had mentioned earlier that Lu Muyun had visited Song Qian for treatment the previous afternoon, although Lu, in her radiant state, appeared perfectly healthy. This suggested a troubling possibility. Perhaps Song Qian had deceived Lu Muyun, leading her to bring Director Sun to confront him. Trouble was surely brewing for Song Qian. Miss Lu. Director Sun, you arrived just in time. That fool has been prancing about, deceiving everyone. We were just about to deal with him, Su Jianhao declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Emyan seized the moment, adding, Director Sun, I am Xu Emyan, a physician in the dermatology department at Jiangcheng Hospital. From Director Sun's expression, Xu Emyan could tell he might not recognize her amidst the multitude of doctors at the hospital. It was the perfect opportunity to introduce herself. Subsequently, she extended her hand and pointed at Song Qian, Dean's son, and that fool, Song Qian, who attended the same university as me, often engaging in deceitful antics. Now that you are here, let us swiftly deal with him. Let us first administer a thorough beating. Upon hearing this, Dean's son was instantly consumed by rage. He had not anticipated that this individual named Xu Emyan was also a doctor at Jiangcheng Hospital. Why were they here, disrupting matters instead of attending to their duties? Just last night, Dean's son had exerted considerable effort, pleading with Lu Muyun, who had reluctantly agreed to bring him to meet the esteemed Dr. Song. Yet, to his astonishment, these two oblivious doctors had arrived before them and were audaciously insulting the revered physician. These two scoundrels were clearly courting disaster. Lu Muyun was in the advanced stages of cervical cancer, a condition that Jiangcheng Hospital could not remedy. Yet she was miraculously cured by a mere silver needle from Song Qian. Chapter 59. A resounding slap, even within the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Song Qian is a singular existence. How is it that in the mouths of these two ruffians, he has been reduced to a fool? Smack. Dean's son swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Xu Emyan. Doctor, why are you here instead of attending to your duties? Who permitted your presence? And what audacity do you possess to show up here? Dean's son, you must have mistaken me for someone else, Xu Emyan protested. Her face contorted with grievance as she clutched her stinging cheek. Fuming with rage, Dean's son struck her again, the sound echoing sharply, sparks of fury igniting within him. It is precisely you I am addressing. Xu Emyan staggered back a couple of steps, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. What is happening? Wasn't Song Qian the one to be reprimanded? She had merely spoken a word of justice. Why was she the one being punished? Seeing his girlfriend being struck, Su Jianhao hastily stepped forward. Dean's son, you are indeed mistaken. It is Song Qian who deserves your ire, not Doctor, who is part of our hospital's team. Bam. Su Jianhao had intended to clarify that Xu Emyan was from the dermatology department, but before he could finish, Dean's son kicked him. Ouch. That hurt terribly. Su Jianhao tumbled to the ground, twisting in pain before propping himself up with his hands. Dean's son, why are you attacking me? At that moment, Su Jianhao was utterly bewildered, pondering why he was being targeted instead of Song Qian. As both Su Jianhao and Xu Emyan stood in confusion, Lu Muyun frowned and finally spoke, her lips parting delicately. Dean's son, you ought to manage your subordinates more effectively. Were it not for your repeated pleas, I would not have brought you to meet the esteemed Dr. Song. However, your subordinate dared to insult my lifesaver in my presence. As Lu Muyun continued, her brow furrowed deeper. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, it seems your position as dean will be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Dean's son was instantly engulfed in anxiety, flames of worry consuming him. Rest assured, Miss Lu, I will provide you with a perfect explanation. If I am unable to resolve this matter satisfactorily, I shall leave it to you to handle. Though he was the head of the hospital, in front of Lu Muyun, he felt like a mere insignificant figure, too fearful to provoke her. With a single word from her, his position could be rendered obsolete. As he spoke, He pulled out his phone to make a call, determined to provide Lu Muyun with a proper account of the earlier incident. Lu Muyun, still frowning, remained silent. She had come to express her gratitude to Song Qian, yet unexpectedly, the first encounter was marred by an ill-mannered individual insulting her savior. In Xuemon's cheek bore the bruised imprint of fingers, and it was evident that Dean's son had exerted considerable force in those slaps. At this moment, her face was ablaze with pain. Clutching her throbbing cheek, her mind was clouded with confusion. She had heard Lu Muyun's conversation with Dean's son clearly. The essence of Lu Muyun's statement was that Song Qian was her lifesaver. This was simply absurd. The esteemed daughter of the Lu family, Lu Muyun, possesses a radiant complexion and a well-proportioned figure, her voice resonant and robust, exuding an unparalleled vitality. And Xuemian, a medical student, merely cast a few glances at Lu Muyun and was effortlessly able to discern that she was in perfect health, entirely incapable of succumbing to illness. The only truth remained that she had been deceived by Song Qian and thoroughly ensnared in his web of deceit. That scoundrel, Song Qian, dared to dupe Lu Muyun. She was determined to confront him and expose his vile nature, ensuring that his entire family would face dire consequences. As in Xuemian contemplated this, she assisted Su Jiwenhao to his feet. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered a few words, and upon hearing them, Su Jiwenhao's expression transformed with sudden enlightenment. It became clear to him. Dusting himself off and rubbing his aching stomach, he managed to straighten up and gazed at Lu Muyun. Miss Lu, I believe you've made a grave error. Song Qian cannot possibly be your savior. He is merely a fool who engages in deceitful trickery. You must not fall for his ruse. Besides, your health is in no jeopardy. Slap. Before Su Jiwenhao could finish, Zhao Qiki, standing beside Lu Muyun, could no longer tolerate his words and swiftly delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. How dare you insult divine Dr. Song? You seem to have a death wish. You cannot speak ill of Our Lady's affairs. You. Su Jiwenhao stammered, clutching his cheek, recognizing the power Zhao Qiki wielded by Lu Muyun's side. What do you mean by you? Zhao Qiki snapped, raising her delicate hand once more. Su Jiwenhao recoiled instinctively, taking several steps back. Internally, he cursed the wretched woman, realizing she was emboldened by her association with Lu Muyun. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate. Witnessing Su Jiwenhao's humiliation, and Xuemian found herself unable to swallow her indignation. Biting her lip, she looked up at Lu Muyun and steeled herself. Miss Lu, we truly did not deceive you. Jiwenhao, Song Qian, and I all graduated from the same institution. He is indeed a fraud. If you are feeling unwell, we strongly recommend you seek treatment at our hospital. Silence. Zhao Qiki bellowed, advancing toward Xuemian and raising her hand for another strike. This time, Xuemian was prepared and hastily retreated. Faced with Zhao Qi's aggression, Xuemian felt a deep sense of frustration. Why would these two refuse to heed her warnings? Song Qian was undoubtedly a fraud, leading Lu Muyun astray. If Lu Muyun were to awaken to the truth, she would surely bring ruin upon them all. Covering her face, Xuemian was left with no choice but to remain silent. Observing the altercation, Song Qian wore a faint smile. At last, these two scoundrels were receiving their due comeuppance, though he felt their punishment was rather insufficient. However, in the presence of his parents, he chose to refrain from intervening directly, preferring to avoid any repercussions that might affect them. Otherwise, these two would have been silenced long ago. As Su Jiwenhao and Xuemian fell quiet, Lu Muyun approached Song Qian with a smile adorning her face, her alluring figure swaying gently. Divine Dr. Song, I thank you once again for restoring my health. Song Qian activated the Lotus Eye, gazing intently at the heart's indentation of Lu Muyun. There, she spotted the lotus pendant that Lu had been wearing, which eased her anxiety slightly. With a gentle smile, she shook her head. Miss Lu, there is no need for formality. You have already compensated me generously for my services yesterday. I have expressed my gratitude sufficiently, and there is no need to reiterate it. Hee. Lu Muyun suppressed a delicate laugh, responding, Dr. Song, you are far too courteous. That modest sum you received feels rather insufficient to me. At this juncture, Lu Muyun shifted the subject. Dr. Song, prior to your treatment yesterday, I harbored numerous doubts about you, even questioning your integrity. I hope you can forgive my skepticism. Just then, Zhao Qiki approached. Chapter 60. You are expelled, Dr. Song. Until yesterday when you treated the young lady, I still harbored doubts about you. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. Furthermore, I admit that my words were rather harsh yesterday, and I regret any offense caused. I humbly ask for your understanding. Song Yao listened intently to their conversation, particularly struck by the words of Lu Muyun. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Muyun had gifted Song Qian 2 million, a staggering sum. Yet, in Lu's casual tone, it seemed as though this amount was trivial, akin to mere pocket change. Is it common for the wealthy to be so extravagant? Besides Song Yao, her father, Song Yongfu, and mother, Lu Shufan, were equally astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. Song Qian had mentioned that the other party had provided 200,000, but surely no illness could warrant such an exorbitant fee? Last night, they had worried about Song Qian, fearing that Lu Muyun might not have truly given him the money, and that trouble could ensue. To their surprise, the other party was exceedingly gracious. Observing Lu Muyun's radiant smile and her courteous demeanor towards Song Qian, their anxious hearts finally found peace. Little did they know, the sum gifted was indeed 2 million. Song Qian had merely understated it to spare them from shock. If they were to learn of the true amount, they could only imagine the joy and astonishment that would ensue. At that moment, Lu Muyun's voice broke through. Dr. Song, this lovely young lady must be your sister. And these two must be your esteemed parents, am I correct? Song Qian nodded, taking the lead in the introductions. Miss Lu, allow me to introduce my sister, Song Yao. And these are my parents. Mom, Dad, this is Miss Lu. At this juncture, Song Qian added, by the way, you called me yesterday. But my sister had just received a scam call, which led to a misunderstanding, and she unfortunately said some unkind words to you. Song Yao's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. She had been quite forthright in her remarks during that call, never anticipating that she had insulted Miss Lu. Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize. I had just received a scam call when your call came in, which led me to mistakenly accuse you of being a fraud. Please forgive me, she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Lu Muyun waved her hand dismissively, her own embarrassment evident. What are you saying, little sister? When you scolded me, I retaliated by calling you an ugly woman with menopausal syndrome. I did not expect you to be even younger than I am. It seems we both misunderstood each other. Let us just consider it a light-hearted jest. As Lu Muyun laughed, the tension dissipated, her mirth lifting the atmosphere. Su Juanhao and Xu Emon, standing to the side, listened intently to the exchange, their hearts racing with confusion. What on earth was happening? From Lu Muyun's tone, it appeared that Song Qian had indeed treated her and had received a substantial sum in return. How could this fool possibly know Lu Muyun? What further incited Su Juanhao's envy was the sight of the ethereal beauty, Lu Muyun, engaging in jovial conversation with Song Qian, displaying an extraordinary degree of courtesy toward him. In the past, Su Juanhao had often fantasized about the day he might find himself standing before the goddess Lu Muyun, exchanging a few words with her. Even if she were to express her disdain by striking him, he would have welcomed the opportunity. Yet today, the fool he had looked down upon, Song Qian, was laughing and conversing with Lu Muyun, who treated him with remarkable politeness. Had the sun risen in the west? Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. And Xu Emong stood to the side, her mind swirling with thoughts. Just moments ago, Song Qian had claimed to have met Lu Muyun the previous day. But Xu Emong had dismissed this assertion, convinced it was impossible for Song Qian to encounter Lu Muyun. Now, she found herself thoroughly contradicted. Even worse, she had previously declared that if Lu Muyun were indeed acquainted with Song Qian, she would kneel before him and address him as grandfather. No, she could not endure such humiliation. In her eyes, Song Qian was nothing more than a fool, a complete waste, a despicable being devoid of any merit. To kneel before this knave and call him grandfather would imply that she had become the granddaughter of a fool. The very thought of being a fool's granddaughter was an affront to her dignity. The more Xu Emong contemplated this, the more distressing it became. She cast a pleading glance towards Su Juanhao, and they exchanged a knowing look. Through their shared gaze, Su Juanhao conveyed that there was no possibility of kneeling to Song Qian, let alone addressing him as grandfather. It would be an abominable disgrace. How could one possibly address a fool in such a manner? At that moment, Director Sun returned, holding a mobile phone. Su Juanhao, he announced. You have accepted bribes from the families of patients during your tenure, amounting to over 600,000 over the past 2 years. You are hereby dismissed from the hospital. I have already informed the Medical Association, and starting today, you will be blacklisted throughout the industry. Do not expect to engage in any medical practice henceforth. Upon hearing this, Su Juanhao was instantly thrown into a state of panic. How did Director Sun come to know about his acceptance of bribes? He had conducted these transactions with utmost secrecy. How could Director Sun deduce so much from a mere phone call? This was disastrous. After working at Jiangxing Hospital for a year with his mother's assistance, Su Juanhao had ascended to the position of director, and his salary and status had risen accordingly. With some seriously ill patients, their families occasionally offered bribes for reassurance, and Su Juanhao had accepted them, leading to a spiraling situation. The 600,000 mentioned by Director Sun was merely a fraction of the total. Based on Su Juanhao's estimates, he had accepted nearly 1.5 million in bribes over the past 2 years. If he were to lose his job, who would still offer him bribes? The hospital had seen a surge in patients with serious and complex illnesses, presenting opportunities for lucrative bribes almost daily. Consequently, the year-end bonuses were exceptionally generous. To put it plainly, after a year of working at the hospital, his visible income had exceeded several hundred thousand. And with collaborations with pharmaceutical companies, he could expect considerable returns, easily amassing over 1 million annually, not to mention the additional bribes. This job was one Su Juanhao simply could not afford to lose. Director Sun, I implore you. This job is of utmost importance to me. Please do not dismiss me. With a darkened expression, Director Sun flicked his sleeve dismissively. Su Juanhao, were it not for the favor of your mother, I would not only expel you but also ensure your complete ruin. To dismiss you now and subsequently blacklist you is already a lenient course of action. I advise you to be sensible. Su Juanhao's mother holds the position of vice president at the hospital. Under normal circumstances, a slight favor from the hospital could secure him a position, yet he stubbornly chose an unconventional path, insisting on seizing Song Qian's opportunity. Director Sun, my mother is the vice president of the hospital and your colleague. I beseech you, for her sake, do not dismiss me. Upon hearing this, Director Sun's brow furrowed even deeper. Su Juanhao, do you think I am unaware of your actions? Chapter 61. The two kneel in apology. Dean Sun spoke, then turned his gaze towards Xu. In Xu, you were aided by Su Juanhao, entering through the back door, correct? You two have been dismissed, and from this moment forth, you shall be blacklisted throughout the industry. And Xu face turned pale, her delicate form trembling. This position had required immense effort to secure. And if she were to be dismissed and subsequently blacklisted, how would she ever find employment again? The benefits and treatment at Jiancheng Hospital were indeed commendable. Su Juanhao had accepted bribes, a fact she was well aware of, having accepted a modest sum herself, over 100,000 to 200,000 a year. She could not afford to lose this job, otherwise her future would be bleak. Dean Sun, both Su and I have recognized our mistakes. Please, we implore you, do not dismiss us. We cannot afford to lose this job. Get out. Dean Sun bellowed. These two scoundrels had already received leniency in their dismissal. The forcefulness of his command sent a shiver through Xu body. It was over, completely finished. Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from seeking out Song Qian, and she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Song Qian was the source of her misfortune. Dean Sun, is there truly no room for negotiation? Please, do not dismiss us. We genuinely understand our errors. We are willing to donate the 600,000 yuan that Director Su accepted as a bribe to the hospital. I will say this once more. Get out. Dean Sun roared, unwilling to engage with him any further. Su Juanhao pondered for a moment. Given the gravity of the situation, the only recourse was to vacate this place of turmoil and devise a new plan. With his mother as the vice dean and his father working in government, he refused to believe that he could not secure a respectable job. He slightly raised his head, his eyes glinting with malice as he looked towards Song Qian. Song Qian, it is you who has caused us to lose our jobs. This matter between us is far from over. You shall pay for this. And Xu interjected, this is all you're doing. I will not let you off easily. Just wait. Having spoken, they prepared to turn and leave. Stop. Song Qian interjected. Su Juanhao turned back, glaring fiercely at Song Qian. What is it you want? Do you wish for us to stay and dine in your filthy environment? I would not remain even for a moment longer. Indeed, it is utterly repulsive. As they prepared to depart once more, Song Qian's cold smile bore a hint of menace. Do not forget the agreement we just made. Who was it that wanted to call me grandfather? Before Lu Muyun and Dean Sun, Song Qian reiterated his earlier words. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun and the others found it amusing. Lu Muyun turned to face the two. You, Su Juanhao, are fortunate to be recognized as the grandson of the esteemed Song Qian. Hurry, kneel and address him properly. Zhao Kiki took a step closer, glaring at them. Did you not hear what our young lady said? Su Juanhao and Xu stood frozen. The thought of kneeling before Song Qian and calling him grandfather was far too humiliating. What were they to do? Were they deaf? The scornful voice of Zhao Kiki echoed, demanding that they kneel and apologize, urging them to call her grandfather a few times. Were their ears deaf? Faced with Zhao Kiki's coercion, the two remained steadfast, their legs feeling as if weighed down by lead, unable to bend. After all, he was Su Juanhao. How could he possibly kneel before Song Qian? Observing their defiance, Lu Muyun spoke again. Su Juanhao. To insult the divine physician Song is to oppose the Lu family. We will spare no expense to ensure you pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Su Juanhao immediately faltered. He was not afraid of Song Qian, but he did fear Lu Muyun. The Lu family of Jiansheng was affluent and powerful. Should Lu Muyun become enraged, she was capable of anything. No, Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize. How could I dare to oppose your esteemed family? We will kneel and apologize immediately. Su Juanhao tugged at Xu Emon, and together they knelt. Song Qian, we were wrong. We beseech your forgiveness. Allow us to leave. Despite their words, their hearts were filled with disdain, and even their apologies dripped with contempt. Deep down, they cursed Song Qian, vowing that one day he would pay for this humiliation. After they finished their apologies and prepared to rise, Song Qian interrupted them once more. Wait, my dear grandsons. It seems you have forgotten something. Quickly, call me grandfather. They turned back, feeling utterly miserable. This wretch, Song Qian, was relentless, having already knelt. He still insisted they call him grandfather. They resolved to deal with him later. However, with Lu Muyun backing them, they hesitated to make any threats. After much internal conflict, they finally uttered the words, Grandfather, grandfather. We acknowledge our mistakes. Their heads hung low, overwhelmed by the disgrace. Yet, they found themselves with no alternative. Lu Muyun was not someone they could afford to offend, and today they had to concede. As for Song Qian, they would seek their revenge when the opportunity arose. Song Qian's parents, standing beneath the living room window, had initially intended to intervene, but after some contemplation, they shook their heads in unison. At this juncture, the enmity had already been established. Even if they showed mercy now, it would not be appreciated. As they apologized, Song Qian smirked coldly. Today was merely an opportunity to humiliate them, leveraging Lu Muyun's influence to teach them a lesson. The true retribution awaited in the future. Song Qian was certain these two would not let him off easily. He shared the same sentiment. This was a cat-and-mouse game, with himself as the cat and them as the mice, toying with them until their demise. He waved his hand dismissively. My dear grandsons, do not let this happen again, or you will regret it. Now, be gone. Su Juanhao, filled with rage, slowly lifted his head. He exchanged glances with Xu Emon, then turned his gaze back to Song Qian. Song Qian, in 3 days, it will be the wedding of Xu Emon and me. I hope you have the courage to attend and witness our happiness. Is that so? Song Qian smirked cunningly. Having just lost his job and facing a ban from his peers, he mused on the extent of their happiness. However, he thought, since it is your wedding, I must prepare a grand gift for you, one that you will remember for a lifetime. As for Song Qian's so-called grand gift, Su Juanhao paid it no mind. He was resolute. If he dared to confront him, he would not hesitate to annihilate him. Su Juanhao acknowledged that he could not contend with Lu Muyun. Yet he contemplated that eliminating a Song Qian would be a trivial task. He hoped that he would dare to show up, and he laughed heartily at the thought. Su Juanhao burst into unrestrained laughter as he turned to leave with Xu Emon. 2 minutes later, the sound of a departing vehicle echoed outside. Inside the car, Su Juanhao's face turned ashen, his temples throbbing insistently. Chapter 62, requesting a 9th-rank martial artist to deal with Song Qian. Curse it. That fool, Song Qian. I shall not let you escape this time. I never anticipated that you would recover after being reduced to a fool. You have truly crossed me now, and I will see to it that you meet your end. Furthermore, your sister, Song Yao, shall be sold to a KTV establishment, where she will be forced to entertain men nightly, subjected to their indignities. Su Juanhao declared, first rubbing his stomach, then slamming his hand against the steering wheel, causing the car to weave erratically. Brother Juanhao, and Xu Emon called out, that scoundrel Song Qian relies on Lu Muyun's backing. Today, he has humiliated us beyond measure. We cannot let this slide, or our resentment will linger unaddressed. Su Juanhao nodded emphatically. Rest assured, Xu Emon, I will not let Song Qian off the hook, nor his entire family. You are the best, Brother Juanhao. Following you is the wisest decision of my life. Thank you for bringing me happiness, and Xu Emon said, rubbing her bruised cheek, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, and turned her gaze towards Su Juanhao. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Brother Juanhao, we've been expelled and blacklisted from the industry. What shall we do now? Fear not, Su Juanhao replied with unwavering certainty. Once we return, I will consult my mother to see if there is any chance for us to return to the hospital. If not, we shall seek new employment. Su Juanhao's father held a position in the government, and with just a few words, securing jobs for them would be no challenge. You are the best, Brother Juanhao. And Xu Emon smiled brightly, though the pain in her cheek made her wince. How could that fool Song Qian ever stand a chance against you? Indeed, A faint smile graced Xu Taohua's face. Let us keep the incident of kneeling and calling for Grandpa a secret. Even if Song Qian were to spread rumors, no one would believe him. And Shuaman pondered this logic. Besides Song Qian's family, only Lu Muyun and Director Sun were present. They would likely remain discreet. Even if they spoke out, there would be no evidence to support them. This embarrassing matter must not be divulged, lest they suffer significant disgrace. Just then, Xu Taohua continued. I am acquainted with practitioners of ancient martial arts. I will make a call and summon a 9th-rank martial artist, or even a grandmaster of martial arts, who can easily deal with Song Qian. Why bother with such a heavyweight? That fool Song Qian is no match for even a 1st-rank martial artist. He would be crushed underfoot, crying for mercy. Let alone a 9th-rank martial artist, and Shuaman thought to herself. Making a call is trivial, there is no question of waste. On our wedding day, I fear Song Qian may not even dare to show up, Xu Taohua said with a triumphant grin. Engaging a 9th-rank martial artist is certain to bring about Song Qian's demise. Taohua is truly remarkable. He has managed to invite a 9th-tier warrior. This time, Song Qian is undoubtedly doomed, chuckling to herself. And Shuemian raised her thumb, the shadow of recent humiliation dissipating as she envisioned the scene of Song Qian being dealt with. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that the current Song Qian had become an invincible being, rendering any 9th-tier warrior akin to mere ants in his presence. At Song Qian's home, tranquility enveloped the space after Xu Taohua's departure. Song Qian extended an invitation to Lu Muyun and others to rest in his humble abode. His home was exceedingly modest, nearly devoid of furniture, which filled Lu Muyun with admiration upon observing the simplicity of the surroundings. Indeed, Song Qian was a miraculous physician, conducting himself with utmost humility. Despite residing in such a bare household, he eschewed any desire for embellishment, and the family of 4 thrived harmoniously in their modest living conditions. As they sipped tea and exchanged pleasantries, they jested about the recent telephone altercation between Lu Muyun and Song Yao, which elicited laughter from all. After some light conversation, Lu Muyun rose, signaling to Dean Sun, who promptly followed suit alongside Zhao Kiki. Dr. Song, Lu Muyun began. We brought a few small gifts for your parents and for you, Song Yao. We shall retrieve them now, please bear with us. Upon Lu Muyun's completion of her statement, Dean Sun interjected, I also brought a few small tokens, specifically to pay my respects to Dr. Song. However, I must admit, the earlier commotion distracted me, and I failed to bring them out. The Song family hastily stood up as well. Miss Lu, Dean Sun, there is no need for such formality. What gifts are necessary? We thank you in advance. Soon after, they all exited together. Moments later, they returned with an abundance of packages filled not only with various nutritional supplements but also clothing. Lu Muyun had spent several tens of thousands on this collection. A day prior, she had first visited Song Qian's residence before proceeding to Xu Taohua's home. And knowing the Song family's financial struggles, she had chosen to bring thoughtful gifts. This was both an expression of gratitude and a means to cultivate closer ties. For someone with such extraordinary medical skills as Song Qian was someone to be courted. Furthermore, she had her own aspirations that required his assistance. After exchanging further thanks, Dean Sun finally transitioned to the main topic. Dr. Song, based on my investigation 2 years ago, there was another individual sharing your name from Taohua village who sought employment at our hospital. Might you be the same Song Qian, or is there another? Song Qian nodded affirmatively. That person is indeed me. I only became adversaries with Xu Taohua prior to my employment. With Song Qian's confirmation, Dean Sun inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. A physician with such unmatched skills not joining Jiangsheng Hospital was a loss for both the institution and the patients. He yearned to extend an invitation for Song Qian to return to work, yet he had further inquiries to address. Dr. Song, I have a question that I must trouble you to clarify. As he spoke, a look of curiosity mingled with admiration shone in Dean Sun's eyes as he could not help but gaze at Song Qian. Song Qian nodded, prompting Dean Sun to continue. It is as follows. Miss Lu informed me yesterday that you diagnosed her with advanced cervical cancer merely by glancing at her. Song Qian nodded again, indicating for him to proceed. Dean Sun pressed on. However, the diagnosis of Miss Lu's condition can only be confirmed through MRI at our hospital. As far as I know, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain her condition with just a single glance. Dean Sun articulated all his inquiries. Once he had finished, Song Qian smiled and replied. Dean Sun, many aspects of traditional Chinese medicine are challenging to articulate, and even if I were to explain them, you may find it hard to believe. It is perhaps best to preserve that air of mystery. Nonetheless, I must convey to you that traditional Chinese medicine is indeed capable of such feats. Chapter 63 Invitation for Song Qian to work at Jiangcheng Hospital. The words of Song Qian were as good as meaningless. This was precisely his intention. To speak in ambiguous terms, he could hardly disclose to Director Sun that he had inherited the legacy of the Lotus Immortal and acquired the Yama's 18 Needles, which enabled him to heal Lu Muyun. Even if he were to reveal such information, it would be met with skepticism. Upon hearing this, Director Sun understood that Song Qian was reluctant to elaborate further and thus refrained from pressing him. However, one thing was certain. Song Qian was no ordinary individual. His medical expertise could rival that of any expert or professor at Jiangcheng Hospital. If he could persuade Song Qian to return to work, it would be akin to discovering a treasure. Dr. Song, I am truly delighted to converse with you today. 2 years ago, you expressed your desire to join our hospital. And now, after this passage of time, we meet again by fate, in such a unique manner. At this juncture, Director Sun paused slightly, deep in thought, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. Dr. Song, would you consider taking a position at Jiangcheng Hospital? I would like to offer you the role of deputy director, allowing you to oversee the other deputy directors. Apart from myself, you would be the second in command at the hospital. Fearing that Song Qian might decline, Director Sun hastily laid out the terms. In terms of salary and benefits, I am extending my utmost sincerity, offering you a monthly salary of 1 million. Should you agree, I will also provide you with a 4-bedroom apartment and a vehicle worth 500,000. Upon finishing, Director Sun's eyes sparkled with a desire for talent as he gazed intently into Song Qian's eyes, seeking any flicker of interest. This was his greatest sincerity. He had done all he could. A monthly salary of 1 million was unprecedented. Moreover, the addition of a house and a car was a luxury even he, as the director, had never experienced. Hearing this, Song Yu was filled with excitement. Oh my, a monthly salary of 1 million, plus a house and a car. My brother is about to strike it rich. You must agree. She clenched her fists, rising in exhilaration. Song Yongfu, on the other hand, could scarcely believe his ears. Director Sun, you can't be joking. A monthly salary of 1 million amounts to 12 million a year. Along with a house and luxury car, such expectations are beyond my wildest dreams. His life had been one of toil, and in his memories, the most he had ever had in his bank account was a little over 50,000, which he had saved for Song Qian's education. Yet, here was Director Sun, offering an astronomical sum to hire Song Qian as deputy director, an unexpected windfall indeed. 12 million a year was something Song Yongfu would never have dared to imagine. Director Sun nodded firmly. Brother Song, Dr. Song is immensely capable, and having him join our hospital would be a privilege. I regret that my resources are limited, and I can only provide these benefits. Otherwise, I believe even this salary is somewhat modest. Is it truly 1 million a month? Lu Shufan's eyes widened, her lips twitching uncontrollably, her palms clammy with excitement. 1 million a month? Just how much must one earn to achieve that? If this is the case, the Song family will undoubtedly soar to new heights thanks to Song Qian. In a year, over 10 million. In 10 years, that amounts to 1 billion. Is this even conceivable? Dear sister, you heard correctly. Director Sun reiterated once more, a monthly salary of 1 million, supplemented by a substantial year-end bonus. A year-end bonus as well? Song Yao clenched her fists, unable to stifle a scream. Brother, why are you dawdling? Hurry and agree to Director Sun's offer. A monthly salary of 1 million. Even in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't dare to envision such a sum. Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan gazed at Song Qian with wide eyes. The prospect of such immense wealth arriving so unexpectedly left them hopeful that Song Qian would acquiesce. This is a monthly salary, not an annual one. The old Song family has long dreamed of producing a talent, let alone a monthly salary of 1 million. Even an annual salary of that amount would prompt them to pay respects at their ancestors' graves with incense and prostrations to convey the news to their forebears. As everyone looked on with eager anticipation, Song Qian shook his head. Director Sun, I appreciate your kindness, but I have numerous matters to attend to and, regrettably, no time to commit to a hospital position. Song Qian's refusal was anticipated by Director Sun. However, he did not foresee such decisiveness in Song Qian's response. Dr. Song, a monthly salary of 1 million, along with a car and a house, represents my utmost sincerity. If you remain dissatisfied with the salary, I can explore alternative arrangements. You may be disappointed, Song Qian replied, shaking his head once more. I have been unwell for over 2 years, with many matters requiring my attention. I truly cannot spare the time. It is not a question of compensation. I hope for your understanding. Facing yet another refusal, Director Sun had no choice but to relent. Song Qian's stance on salary matters was clear. Even if more money were offered, it would not penetrate Song Qian's heart. Moreover, given Song Qian's current medical prowess, treating just one patient each month could yield millions, or even tens of millions, potentially reaching $1 billion. Indeed, what is $1 million in annual salary to him? Dr. Song. This is indeed regrettable. However, I have a request. Should the hospital encounter any challenging cases, and you happen to have the time, could you assist us? Compensation would be paid on a daily basis. Song Qian pondered for a moment before smiling and nodding. If time permits, I would consider it. This arrangement was optimal for Song Qian, as it allowed him to treat difficult cases while receiving fair compensation, compared to a monthly salary of $1 million. This was far more advantageous. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your understanding. Director's son stood, shaking hands with Song Qian, expressing his gratitude once again. Song Yao, seated nearby, wore a displeased expression. Had this Song Qian lost his senses? He turned down a monthly salary of $1 million? After all, that amounts to over $12 million a year. Song Yao had long dreamed of wealth, yet when the opportunity presented itself today, Song Qian rejected it. She bit her lip, wanting to chastise him. But she restrained herself in the presence of others. Simultaneously, Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan also wore somber expressions. They watched helplessly as the opportunity lay before them, ready to propel their family forward, yet Song Qian turned it down. It was indeed a great pity. Son. Song Yongfu hesitated for a moment, contemplating before finally voicing his thoughts. You currently lack a stable job, and the remuneration offered by Dean's son is indeed generous. How about? Song Yongfu spoke in a tone of suggestion, hoping to persuade Song Qian. After all, a monthly salary in the millions, even if merely a fantasy, is not something to be recklessly dismissed. Losing such an opportunity would be truly regrettable. As a sanitation worker, Song Yongfu earned a meager annual income of merely over 20,000, whereas if Song Qian were to take up the position, he could earn more than 30,000 in a single day. One day of Song Qian's work would equate to an entire year's earnings for him. Indeed, son. Why not heed your father's advice? Since you are currently without employment, why not consider working at Jiancheng Hospital? Chapter 64. Requesting Song Qian to heal grandfather. Lu Shufan gazed at Song Qian and offered a word of encouragement, just as Song Qian was about to respond. Song Yao interjected, Brother, perhaps you should heed our parents' advice. They would never steer you wrong. A monthly salary of $1 million is not easily found. Song Yao longed to express that if Song Qian were unwilling to accept the position, she would gladly take it for a mere 10,000 a month, and would be thrilled enough to lose sleep over it, let alone a salary of $1 million. Song Qian shook her head. Mom, Dad, little sister, rest assured. If I choose to seek employment, I can certainly find a position swiftly. To soothe her parents, Song Qian shifted her tone. Moreover, Director's son offering me $1 million a month does not mean I must start immediately. Even if I decide to join the hospital 2 months from now, I am certain Director's son would still welcome me. At this, Song Qian looked up at Director Sunday. Is that not correct, Director's son? Director's son nodded eagerly, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, as long as Dr. Song is willing to come on board, the doors of Jiancheng Hospital are always open to you. You may come at your convenience. Upon hearing Director Sun's words, Song Yongfu and his wife, along with Song Yao, breathed a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope restored. Noticing their conversation drawing to a close, Lu Muyun took her turn to speak. Dr. Song, may I request a moment of your time outside the car? I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Upon hearing this, Song Qian realized she too had something to convey. With Lu Muyun initiating the conversation, she readily agreed. Let us step outside then. I also have matters to discuss with you, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun hesitated for a moment. What could Dr. Song possibly want to discuss with her? Could it be that new developments regarding her condition had arisen? That seemed unlikely, as she had undergone examinations the previous night and was deemed cured. So, what could Dr. Song wish to say? With a sense of unease, she followed Song Qian, then turned back to Zhao Kiki and Director Sunday. Please excuse us for a moment. Director Sun waved his hand dismissively. Not a problem. This is a good opportunity for me to converse with Dr. Song's parents. He was eager for the chance to persuade Song Qian's parents to encourage her to join Jiancheng Hospital. Once outside, the two did not enter the car but instead, Song Qian led Lu Muyun to a secluded spot by the roadside, standing beneath a large tree, then turned to face her. Miss Lu, let us speak here. I noticed you seemed hesitant earlier. Please share what is on your mind. At that moment, Lu Muyun bowed deeply in respect. After straightening, she spoke with a hint of shyness. Dr. Song, I implore you to help save my grandfather. Indeed, it is as such. Lu Muyun proceeded to recount her grandfather's plight. 3 months prior, He had suddenly lost his mental clarity and was urgently hospitalized. However, after 3 months of treatment, there had been no signs of improvement. Doctors of all kinds have come and gone, and substantial sums have been spent. Yet my grandfather's health remains erratic, exhibiting a troubling decline. During lucid moments, he can still recall Lu Muyan, but in times of severity, he is so disoriented that he cannot even recognize himself. To put it plainly, it resembles dementia, albeit not entirely. In essence, his condition is peculiar, leaving many esteemed physicians at a loss. The Lu family's circumstances are somewhat exceptional. Lu Muyun's father had 3 wives in succession. The first, Lu Muyun's mother, fell gravely ill when Lu Muyun was merely 3 years old and passed away. Subsequently, her father remarried a younger woman, who bore Lu Muyun a brother a year later. However, their happiness was short-lived, as this stepmother also succumbed to death after just 1 year, leaving Lu Muyun with a half-brother. In his youth, her father remarried once more, this time to a second stepmother, who was both youthful and beautiful, managing the household adeptly. She too bore Lu Muyun another brother. Thus, Lu Muyun found herself with 2 brothers, both of whom shared the misfortune of being motherless, with the younger brother enjoying a relatively fortunate life. Yet, Lu Muyun, naturally gifted and astute, captured her grandfather's affection, being groomed as the family heir. As she grew, she lived up to expectations, surpassing her 2 brothers in various endeavors. Recently, however, the tide has turned. As her grandfather's condition worsens, her brothers are becoming increasingly restless. The younger brother, emboldened by their stepmother's support, has been conspiring within the family business, instigating numerous schemes. Lu Muyun strives to treat her grandfather while simultaneously managing the internal affairs of the family business. Should her grandfather's health continue to decline, the organization could descend into chaos. Fortunately, though her brothers are causing unrest, the family's secrets are tightly guarded, and the outside world remains largely unaware of her grandfather's plight. Nevertheless, after 2 to 3 months, despite efforts to maintain discretion, rumors have begun to circulate, adversely affecting the family business. Lu Muyun has exerted every ounce of her energy to keep the organization afloat, but if the situation persists, she may not withstand the pressure much longer. In this critical moment, Lu Muyun receives a diagnosis of late-stage cervical cancer. However, her fortunes change upon meeting Song Qian, who offers her a glimmer of hope. Lu Muyun's desire is to enlist Song Qian's expertise to heal her grandfather. Upon hearing her story, Song Qian is filled with empathy. The complexities of the Lu family are indeed intricate, yet this instability may present an opportunity for him. He strokes his chin, feigning deep contemplation. After a brief pause, Song Qian finally speaks. Miss Lu, having shared your family's circumstances and your grandfather's condition, it is evident that you place your trust in me. Therefore, allow me to reassure you, regardless of your beliefs, I speak only the truth. There is no ailment in this world that I cannot remedy. Even if a person has been deceased for several hours, I possess the ability to restore them. Song Qian's words, though confident, remain cautiously measured. The legacy of the Lotus Immortal, the Yama's 18 Needles, possesses the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead and mend flesh and bone, a claim that is far from mere boastfulness. If Song Qian asserts that healing is possible, then it undoubtedly is. Lu Muyun, upon hearing this, was left in a state of profound astonishment. In a mere half hour, through the art of acupuncture with silver needles, Song Qian had eradicated her cervical cancer, surpassing all her expectations. Yet, at that moment, the implications of Song Qian's words transcended her comprehension. Could it truly be that such medical techniques exist that allow one to be restored from death? If so, surely the affluent deceased would seek out such remedies without hesitation. Despite her lingering doubts, the undeniable fact remained that Song Qian had successfully cured her ailment. Given her grandfather's unique circumstances, she had consulted numerous physicians to no avail. To speak bluntly, her grandfather's condition was akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Attempting something was certainly preferable to inaction. Thus, she found herself compelled to place her faith in Song Qian. Divine Healer Song, I trust in your abilities. Please, assist in restoring my grandfather to health. Should you succeed in returning him to normalcy, I shall express my profound gratitude. Chapter 65. I am willing to devote myself with eyes brimming with hope. Lu Muyun could not help but gaze at Song Qian. He had contemplated various methods, and it seemed that only Song Qian could offer her a glimmer of hope. As for the generous reward, she could leave that to his discretion. At this point, Song Qian added a stipulation. Miss Lu, I can assure you that I will cure your grandfather, but there are a few minor conditions. He paused for effect. withdrawing his gaze from afar to focus on Lu Muyun. Whatever conditions you may have, I shall comply, even if it means Lu Muyun's voice trailed off, her delicate face aflame with shyness. Biting her lower lip, a faint blush spread across her cheeks as her eyelashes fluttered, her head bowed in modesty. Even if it means I must devote myself to you, I would be willing. Stammering and blushing, Lu Muyun appeared vulnerable. The Lu family, though seemingly formidable, was crumbling internally due to her grandfather's illness. Without his recovery, the situation would be dire, especially with her two younger brothers already scheming to seize control of the family business. Observing Lu Muyun's bashful demeanor, Song Qian smiled softly. This Miss Lu was truly determined to save her grandfather, even going so far as to offer herself. How admirable! Her filial piety was truly commendable. And once her grandfather was healed, he would certainly share this remarkable act with him. Though the notion of her devotion stirred something within Song Qian, it was not the primary concern. His focus lay upon the pendant adorning Lu Muyun's neck. The allure of this delicate beauty was undeniable, but the jade pendant was of utmost importance. Miss Lu, he gestured, the matter is not as you perceive. I can agree to your request and guarantee your grandfather's recovery. But you must first fulfill 3 of my conditions. Lu Muyun nodded earnestly, declaring, I would agree to not just 3 conditions, but even 30 or 100. Please. Esteemed Dr. Song, state your demands. Song Qian stroked his chin, his gaze lingering on Lu Muyun's enchanting face before drifting downward to the necklace around her neck, and then to her heart's hollow. His intense scrutiny left Lu Muyun blushing furiously. She misinterpreted his gaze as one of desire, believing that he was captivated by her beauty. I can consent to your proposal of devotion and assure you that I would never go back on my word. However, this would only be after your grandfather's recovery. Until then, I kindly ask you not to place me in a difficult position, she replied, her face a rosy hue as she instinctively attempted to conceal her deep neckline. Realizing Lu Muyun's misunderstanding, Song Qian felt a twinge of awkwardness. What was this delicate beauty thinking? His intent had merely been to observe the necklace and pendant around her neck, yet this proud and beautiful CEO had misconstrued his gaze as a lecherous one, leaving him rather embarrassed. Certainly, returning to the matter at hand, Lu Muyun possesses a beauty that could rival the most exquisite of flowers. With her delicate oval face and pointed chin, complemented by a figure that embodies the very essence of allure, any man of sound mind would find himself utterly captivated upon encountering her. Ahem. Song Qian pretended to cough, concealing his own discomfort. Miss Lu, among the 3 conditions I mentioned, one pertains to the necklace and pendant adorning your neck. It is not my intention to imply any form of obligation on your part. I apologize if my words have led to any misunderstanding. A hint of embarrassment graced Lu Muyun's features at Song Qian's remarks. She initially assumed that Song Qian was merely another man entranced by her beauty, but to her surprise, his interest lay solely in the pendant around her neck. If you desire the pendant, Song Qian, why not simply articulate your request instead of gazing at my decolletage so intently? It's no wonder I might misconstrue your intentions. Song Qian, may I inquire as to your reasoning? Lu Muyun stammered, evidently taken aback by the fact that Song Qian's first demand revolved around her ancestral treasure. This necklace, a familial heirloom, held significant value. Why, of all things, would Song Qian fixate on this particular item? With her eyes narrowed in contemplation, she found herself perplexed. Just yesterday, she had promised Song Qian that should he succeed in curing her ailment, she would divulge the origins of the necklace. Yet here he was, requesting it today. Could it be that he possessed greater insight into its significance than she did? Or perhaps there was something uniquely extraordinary about it? As Lu Muyun pondered these thoughts, Song Qian spoke up. Miss Lu, I merely find this necklace to be beautiful, which is why I made such a request. I wish to acquire it as a gift for my mother. Reluctantly, Song Qian resorted to deception. He could not possibly reveal to Lu Muyun that the pendant's floral design contained fragments of the Lotus Immortal's consciousness, a secret he was bound to keep. Evidently skeptical of Song Qian's explanation, Lu Muyun paused for a moment before inquiring, what of the 2nd and 3rd conditions? Do share those as well. Shaking his head, Song Qian replied, I have yet to devise the subsequent 2 conditions. Once I have done so, I shall convey them to you. It was not that Song Qian was withholding information, rather, he had not yet formulated his thoughts. The reason for proposing 3 conditions was to obscure the true nature of the first request. As for the latter 2, he intended to negotiate a monetary exchange, with a preference for a sum as generous as possible. After a moment of reflection, Lu Muyun nodded in agreement. I accept your terms. She then added, I too have a request. While I am willing to part with the necklace and pendant, this shall only transpire after you have successfully treated my grandfather. This heirloom, as precious as it was, should not be relinquished lightly. Yet, given the current circumstances, her position was exceedingly precarious. Her grandfather's health was deteriorating, and without timely intervention, his recovery seemed unlikely, which could spell disaster for the Liu family, potentially leading them towards bankruptcy, in exchange for a mere trinket. Risking her grandfather's well-being and the entirety of the Liu group seemed unthinkable. What purpose would the pendant serve if the family and its legacy were lost? If it was indeed a treasured heirloom, it should fulfill its intended role. Lu Muyun had previously sought an appraisal of this treasure, discovering its worth to be several tens of millions. A mere tens of millions, if lost, so be it. Song Qian smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. It is settled. Treatment can begin at any time. This necklace is something Song Qian is determined to obtain. Lu Muyun remained courteous, thus avoiding the need for coercive measures. Should Lu Muyun dare to renege, he would resort to outright theft. In any case, the item must be secured. Upon hearing Song Qian's consent, Lu Muyun bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude in advance to the esteemed healer, and suggested they set off. Miss Lu, please, Song Qian gestured invitingly. Lu Muyun, undeterred, led the way towards Song Qian's residence. Upon returning home, Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, pulled him into another room to discuss matters of the mind. The message was clear. He urged Song Qian to start working at Jiangsheng Hospital immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian tactfully declined, citing pressing matters in the coming days. His mother and sister also sought to persuade him, but Song Qian shook his head firmly, denying them the opportunity to speak. What nonsense! A monthly salary of 1 million. Although he was in need of funds, he could not bring himself to accept the job. To speak frankly, Jiangsheng Hospital is nothing more than a small establishment fraught with perilous intrigues. Song Qian, a revered figure, had no desire to wade into such murky waters. How many hospitals today genuinely prioritize the welfare of patients? How many doctors truly consider the needs of those they serve? Chapter 66. A family overturned in strife. Everyone is driven by self-interest. Although Song Qian yearns for wealth, he is determined to earn what is rightfully his, refusing to associate with unscrupulous individuals or be confined by the hospital's constraints. Should he choose to work there, the Lotus Immortal would undoubtedly berate him mercilessly for possessing unparalleled medical skills, and yet opting to toil in such a menial establishment would be nothing short of ludicrous. As he stepped onto the roadside, events sped towards him, coming to an abrupt halt. Moments later, several individuals disembarked from the vehicle. Upon recognizing them, Song Qian's expression darkened. Among them was the detestable cousin Lu Zhenxiong. Fortunately, this time, his uncle, who was ill, did not accompany him, along with Lu Zhenxiong and his aunt Ding Yongmei. There were 3 or 4 burly men. A bandage wrapped around Lu Zhenxiong's head bore fresh crimson stains, indicating it had been applied not long ago. With his head held high, he approached Song Qian. You borrowed 50,000 from our family and expect not to pay a single cent in interest? Do you think it would be so easy to take advantage of us? I am offering you a single opportunity. Transfer 20,000 in interest. Should you dare to shortchange us by even a fraction, I will have my brothers deal with you. 20,000 is hardly sufficient, Ding Yongmei interjected, just moments ago. Xiaoxiong inexplicably collided with a wall in your courtyard. The medical expenses alone will amount to no less than an additional 10,000. This aunt seemed to consider herself a deity of wealth. After receiving the principal, she still demanded 20,000 in interest and, on top of that, insisted on covering medical fees. What absurd justification was this? Ding Yongmei, you truly overestimate your own importance, Song Qian retorted, addressing her directly without a hint of deference. Unwilling to entertain her presence, while others might address her with a modicum of respect, he saw her as nothing more than an intruder. The commotion outside drew the attention of his family, prompting his parents and sister to join him by the roadside. Upon seeing Ding Yongmei and the others, Lu Shufan's expression soured. Sister-in-law, please cease this ruckus. Xiao Qian has already repaid the 50,000 you lent. There is no need for such unpleasantness. Ding Yongmei flicked her sleeve dismissively, exuding arrogance. The principal may have been returned, but the interest remains unpaid. My son was injured at your residence, and the treatment costs are yet to be settled. If you do not agree to add 30,000 today, we shall not leave until the matter becomes widely known. Lu Zhenxiong chimed in. Indeed, this is a debt your family must honor. Expecting to evade payment, even his relatives, is unacceptable. He rubbed the bandage on his head. still reeling from the pain, reflecting on how he had encountered such misfortune. Despite being examined at the hospital, no issues were found. After a brief dressing, he had returned to confront Song Qian. At that moment, Lu Muyun glanced at Song Qian and quietly asked a question. Song Qian succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun's brows furrowed in indignation. Song, we cannot afford to waste time with them. Shall I assist you in driving them away? These individuals are nothing more than ruffians. Song Qian smiled gently and nodded in agreement. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence when someone comes forth to assist. Lu Muyun cast her gaze towards Zhao Qiki, who, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward with a fierce glint in her eyes, directing her ire towards the group. Who do you think you are, you ruffians? To trouble Dr. Song and delay matters concerning our esteemed young lady? Can you bear the consequences of your actions? Upon hearing this, Ding Yangmei's displeasure became palpable. Where did this mad dog come from? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Qiki delivered 2 resounding slaps, silencing her. Who is the mad dog here? Mind your language. Suddenly struck, Ding Yangmei staggered and collapsed to the ground, resorting to her trickery. You've hit me. Someone come quickly. Sitting on the ground, she rubbed her feet against the surface, stirring up dust, while patting the ground in a frantic display of petulance. Witnessing his mother being assaulted, Lu Zhenxiong could hardly contain his rage. With a thunderous shout, he charged towards Zhao Qiki. Though she appeared delicate, Zhao Qiki was Lu Muyun's driver and bodyguard. Having honed her skills in a martial arts school, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, she was more than capable of handling 5 or 6 men. And she paid no mind to someone as feeble as Lu Zhenxiong. As he lunged at her, Zhao Qiki swiftly delivered a kick aimed at his thigh. The impact was such that, had the angle been slightly more precise, it could have rendered him a eunuch. Fortunately, her control over both angle and force was impeccable, capable of subduing Lu Zhenxiong without crippling him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapacitated. With a yelp, Lu Zhenxiong fell backward, sliding across the ground for over 2 meters before coming to a halt. His companions, taken aback, exchanged glances as Lu Zhenxiong lay sprawled on the ground. They advanced towards Zhao Qiki, but she showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching them to the ground. Observing the scene unfold, Song Qian couldn't help but smirk. Well done. Using others to assist in dealing with scoundrels brings such satisfaction. He felt a twinge of temptation himself, since acquiring his inheritance. He had yet to engage in a true confrontation, and these adversaries were so weak that he feared he might inadvertently kill them with a mere strike. Stop, please. Cease this immediately. Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, rushed forward, anxious to prevent Zhao Qiki from causing any fatality. A lesson is sufficient, but if a life is lost, it will not only bring trouble to our family, but also implicate the Lu family. Lu Muyun gestured for Zhao Qiki to halt. Enough, a display of strength is sufficient. Once Zhao Qiki stepped back, Lu Muyun continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Muyun of the Lu group in Jiacheng. Song Qian is my friend and my savior. Should you harbor ill intentions towards my benefactor's family, do not blame me for being unyielding. This is your final warning, otherwise I shall end you. Her voice crescendoed in a formidable declaration. Lu Zhenxiong trembled at the sound of her words. He lay on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, wailing as he lifted his head, finally focusing intently on Lu Muyun. Upon this realization, he was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, this individual was none other than Lu Muyun. In his haste to deal with Song Qian, he had merely noticed her beauty without recognizing her true identity. Now, the sight of her caused him to gasp in shock. The Lu family of Jiangqing. How could he possibly provoke such a powerful lineage? Regardless of any lesser families like the Niu or Ma, Ding Yongmei, clutching her pained face, mistakenly pronounced the Lu surname as Niu. Unaware of the formidable stature of the Lu family in Jiangqing and failing to regard Lu Muyun with any seriousness. No. Please, stop speaking recklessly. Seeing his mother so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhenxiong hastily intervened. Mother, she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, associated with the Jiangqing Lu group. We cannot afford to offend her. Do not provoke Miss Lu. Chapter 67, The Lu family of Jiangqing at this moment. Lu Zhenxiong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. When had Song Qian become acquainted with Lu Muyun, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family? Lu Zhenxiong dared not even cast a glance in her direction. Yet, to his astonishment, Song Qian stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Furthermore, Lu Muyun referred to Song Qian as her friend. When did this fool stumble upon such fortune, clinging to the leg of Lu Muyun? The transformation was astonishing. Clearly, Lu Zhenxiong's decision-making had faltered once more. Had he known of the connection between Song Qian and Lu Muyun, he would not have dared to demand interest, let alone the principal. The young lady of the Lu family was not someone he could afford to provoke. It was likely that the 50,000 yuan Song Qian had lent him was actually a support from Lu Muyun. Perhaps Song Qian had already found success. Miss Lu, I beg your pardon. My mother was unaware of your identity. Ignorance is no crime. Please forgive my mother. From this day forth, we shall no longer trouble Song Qian's family. I implore you, Miss Lu, to spare us, pleaded Lu Jinxiang's companions in unison. The floodwaters had indeed breached the Dragon King's temple. They had unwittingly offended Lu Muyun, a person of such stature. Did they truly believe they could contend with her? Under Lu Jinxiang's lead, his companions all cried for mercy. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, Lu Muyun's expression turned icy, casting a disdainful glance at their pleas. Realizing that beseeching Lu Muyun was futile, Lu Jinxiang grew frantic. Ignoring his injuries and the excruciating pain coursing through him, he crawled towards Song Qian, grasping her calf. Cousin, I am your elder brother. Our families are related. Please, say a kind word on our behalf to Miss Lu, he implored. Song Qian stood, arms crossed, and let out a cold snort. I preferred your earlier arrogance, she replied icily after a moment of contemplation. When you were so haughty, did you ever recall that we were kin? Now that you remember, it is too late. Seeing Lu Jinxiang's distress, Ding Yomei grew anxious as well. She had never anticipated that they would provoke such a formidable figure today. She leaned slightly forward, using her hands and feet to crawl towards Song Qian. Little Qian, I am your aunt. I have watched you grow. Please, utter a kind word and have Miss Lu forgive us, she implored. Song Qian's expression remained indifferent, and she scoffed. Now you seek my assistance? Where is that earlier bravado? This mother and son duo had perfectly exemplified the art of preying on the weak and fearing the strong. And now they finally understood the need to plead for mercy. Since they had come to fear, let them remain in that state a while longer. With a cold smile, Song Qian remained silent. As their pleas for her favor proved fruitless, Lu Jinxiang grew desperate. He quickly turned to Song Qian's parents and her younger sister. Aunt, please say a kind word for us. Uncle, we beseech you, if Miss Lu does not forgive us, we shall be in grave danger. Please help us. Little cousin, I implore you, he continued. Not wishing to place her parents in a difficult position, Song Qian finally spoke. Lu Jinxiang and Ding Yongmei, I pose a singular question. The principal has been returned to your family. Do you still require the interest of 20,000? Ding Yomei hastily shook her head. No, no. Absolutely not. Lu Jinxiang feigned ignorance, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. It was merely a misunderstanding. Since you have returned the principal, how could we possibly demand interest? Please forgive us, cousin. Song Qian smiled faintly and continued. Were you not injured at our home? What of the medical expenses? Upon hearing this, both of them shook their heads vigorously. No, no, how could I possibly ask for medical fees? Lu Jinxiang responded hurriedly. I was merely jesting. I damaged your courtyard wall. And it would be a blessing if you do not seek reparations. Ha ha ha. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. Our dilapidated courtyard wall is destined to collapse eventually, so you need not concern yourself with repairs. At this juncture, Song Qian reiterated, Cousin, this is the final warning. Should you dare to cause trouble again, you alone shall bear the consequences, and I cannot protect you. Lu Jinxiang nodded fervently, devoid of any courage. It shall not happen again, cousin, rest assured. At that moment, Zhao Kiki interjected, Let me inform you that Dr. Song is the savior of our young lady. Should you act recklessly in the future, we shall not hesitate to eliminate you. We won't, they stammered, cowering on the ground like frightened chicks in a slaughterhouse, terrified of losing their lives at any moment. Get lost. With a single command from Zhao Kiki, they scrambled to their feet, hastily escaping in their vehicle. As they watched the others retreat, Song Qian approached his parents, exchanged a few words, and then entered Lu Muyun's car. Inside the vehicle, Lu Muyun briefly recounted the origin of the pendant, and upon hearing it, Song Qian realized it aligned closely with his own imaginings. This pendant was discovered by the ancestors of the Lu family. Furthermore, as Song Qian sat beside Lu Muyun, the primordial lotus within his dantian began to tremble involuntarily. This revelation provided Song Qian with a method. Whenever fragments of the consciousness lotus appeared nearby, the primordial lotus would become agitated. Consequently, this insight bestowed upon Song Qian a significant discovery, making it considerably easier for him to seek other consciousness lotus fragments in the future. In Jiangqing, the Longyuan Garden Villa complex boasts the most opulent villas in the city, with the least expensive starting in the tens of millions, while the more extravagant ones are valued in the hundreds of millions. Lu Muyun's family villa is situated within this illustrious enclave. Inside the villa, Lu Muyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, sat vacantly on his bed, awaiting the doctor's examination. Lu Muyun's two younger brothers, along with his stepmother, Li Chunmei, and father, Lu Fuxing, were all crammed into the room. Suddenly, Li Chunmei spoke up. This Lu Muyun is utterly neglectful of the old man. I heard she went to Taohua village early this morning. What could she possibly be doing? As soon as Li Chunmei finished speaking, her son, Lu He, took over. Ever since grandfather fell ill, she has become increasingly outrageous, gallivanting about with her little bodyguard, Zhao Kiki, without a care in the world. I witnessed with my own eyes her frequent visits to opulent clubs, where it is likely she engages in flirtations with unworthy men. A veritable scandal that tarnishes the very fabric of decency. Lu He spoke with palpable indignation. Among the trio of siblings, the eldest, Lu Muyun, and the second, Lu Ji, lost their mother at an early age, leaving Lu He as the sole bearer of familial fortune. Logically, one would expect their grandfather to nurture him as the heir to the family legacy. However, Lu He was taken aback to find that his grandfather instead favored Lu Muyun for such a role. Helplessly, he watched as Lu Muyun gradually seized control of the family's business, a bitter pill he could hardly swallow, leaving him utterly discontented. How could a mere girl like Lu Muyun possibly manage a company? He, Lu He, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to oversee the enterprise, yet his grandfather, blinded by age, obstinately withheld the reins from him. Eventually, Lu Muyun would marry, and when the business fell into her hands, it would inevitably be passed on to another. Thus, while the three siblings maintained a facade of cordiality, behind the scenes, each harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 68, The Soul-Locking Pulse. Listening to Lu He's words, Lu Ji remained silent. At that moment, he voiced a complaint. Although Lu Muyun is the eldest sister, some of her actions are indeed inappropriate. With grandfather's condition being so critical, she is wandering about, enjoying scenic spots, which truly betrays the painstaking efforts grandfather has invested in her upbringing. Lu Ji's remarks aligned perfectly with what Li Chunmei desired. Frowning, she feigned a look of deep concern. If our Lu group does not rectify its internal management and allows Lu Muyun to squander resources in this manner, it will inevitably face ruin one day. Frowning, Lu Fuxing listened to their grievances. While their statements held a semblance of truth, they did not reflect the entire reality. Over the past 2 to 3 months, Lu Muyun's contributions were evident. Were it not for her support, the Lu group would have descended into chaos long ago. Lu Fuxing waved his hand, urging them to silence. You all should hush. Do not disturb the old master's rest. If you continue to murmur, you will all be asked to leave. Just hearing you speak vexes me. Upon being reprimanded by Lu Fuxing, the three fell silent immediately. Their comments were, after all, intended for Lu Fuxing's ears, meant to convey how inadequate Lu Mu is. Additionally, they aimed to commend Lu He, hoping to establish a favorable impression in Lu Fuxing's eyes for future matters. At that moment, Lu Fuxing's phone rang. He quickly answered, Dr. Wang, have you arrived? An elderly voice responded from the other end. I am at the entrance of the community. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuxing's face brightened. He had expended considerable effort and resources to invite Dr. Wang. With his arrival, there was hope for treating his father's illness. Once his father recovers, the current chaos could swiftly return to normalcy, preventing the Lu group from falling into crisis. No need, you all stay at home, came the busy tone from the phone. After hanging up, a joyful smile graced Lu Fuxing's face as he turned to his wife and 2 sons. You three, coordinate well. Think carefully about what should and shouldn't be said in front of Dr. Wang before speaking. Lu Fuxing warned before descending the stairs. Although Dr. Wang stated that he did not require a pickup, going downstairs to greet him was a fundamental respect and courtesy. A few minutes later, Lu Fuxing returned. Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Wang, he said, leading the doctor to his father's bedside. At that moment, the elder Lu Taichu lay there with his eyes half closed, appearing drowsy and somewhat unsteady, nearly drifting off to sleep. Dr. Wang approached Lu Taichu and began to take his pulse. The more he felt, the tighter his brow furrowed. He had never encountered such an unusual pulse. This pulse was exceedingly strange. Having traveled far and wide for many years, he had seen all kinds, yet this. Dr. Wang slowly spoke, suddenly inhaling sharply. His brow furrowed into a deep shape, almost capable of crushing a fly. Listening to the sighs of the esteemed Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing felt his heart rise to his throat. Dr. Wang represented his greatest hope, and he desperately wished not to be let down. However, With each sigh that escaped Dr. Wang's lips, Lu Fuxing sensed that the situation was far from simple. Just then, another sigh emanated from Dr. Wang. This is the locked soul pulse. Indeed, it is the locked soul pulse. Dr. Wang exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After years of practice, he had encountered the legendary locked soul pulse, a sign that indicated the patient was beyond salvation. Releasing his grip, Dr. Wang wiped his brow, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. This particular pulse, referred to in the world of medicine as the locked soul pulse, signified that the king of hell had ensnared the patient's soul, sealing their fate. Death was inevitable. Stepping back, Dr. Wang shook his head in resignation. Lu, I am deeply sorry. I am powerless to assist. You must prepare for the inevitable. Not even a celestial being could intervene. As he spoke, he sighed heavily once more. Encountering such a pulse was indeed a stroke of misfortune for him. Hearing Dr. Wang's words, Lu Fuxing's expression darkened. What exactly was this locked soul pulse? And did it truly exist? Since his father's illness began, Lu Fuxing had consulted many renowned physicians, yet he had never heard anyone mention such a thing. Dr. Wang. Lu Fuxing stammered, his lips trembling and his complexion paling. Among all the physicians I have summoned, you are the most formidable. I implore you, save my father. His voice quivered with desperation. If even Dr. Wang could not save his father, who in the world could? Lu Fuxing felt a wave of despair wash over him. Since his father had fallen ill, the family had descended into chaos, and the Lu Corporation was on the brink of collapse. What would become of them if his father could not recover? Dr. Wang shook his head. Lu, I am truly sorry. This is the locked soul pulse. The king of hell has already claimed his soul, and not even a deity could remedy this. Heed my advice, prepare for the end. With that, Dr. Wang sighed deeply once again. In the realm of medicine, there exists a belief that encountering the locked soul pulse would bring misfortune upon the doctor for the rest of their days. To diagnose such a pulse was to invoke the wrath of the king of hell. Regrettably, Dr. Wang had spoken of it aloud. Lu Fuxing grasped Dr. Wang's hand, pleading once more, but regardless of his entreaties, Dr. Wang remained unmoved. If a cure was unattainable, what could be done? Listening to Dr. Wang's words, a faint, barely perceptible smile crept across Lu He's face. The unfolding events were entirely within his control. Should his grandfather meet an untimely demise, it would align perfectly with his desires. Lu Ji, standing nearby, bore an expression of concern. If his grandfather were truly to pass, he needed to strategize swiftly to avoid chaos, for he must claim a share of the Lu Corporation's power. On the surface, Li Chunmei appeared worried. Yet beneath that facade lay a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, one that conveyed both satisfaction and joy. Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing suddenly spoke up, pleading for your assistance. We had previously agreed upon a treatment fee of 10 million. If you can heal my father, I shall offer you 20 million. I beseech you. Dr. Wang sighed, his countenance darkening. If he possessed a solution, he would not have uttered those previous words. Master Lu, I have conveyed all that needed to be said, both the necessary and the unnecessary. You had once promised me that regardless of the outcome, I would receive 5 million. I shall forego that amount. My sincerest apologies. The situation of Elder Lu Taichu is not merely a matter of finances. This ailment, which Dr. Wang has encountered in his decades of practice, is one he has never seen before. Indeed, he is most unfortunate. The so-called soul lock pulse signifies that the patient's spirit has been ensnared by the king of hell, with portions being drawn away at intervals. Chapter 69, targeted at Lu Muyan. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. As these ethereal entities diminish, one becomes increasingly foolish and deranged, with memory deteriorating significantly, akin to the affliction of dementia. Over time, as the 3 souls and 7 spirits are completely extracted, life itself ceases. Presently, Lu Taichu's situation is dire, with at least half of his souls and spirits having been drawn away, and their loss accelerating. It will not be long before his demise is inevitable. Dr. Wang sighed once more, preparing to turn away. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. The door swung open, and Lu Muyan rushed in, accompanied by Song Qian, her expression frantic as she immediately spotted her grandfather on the sickbed. Grandfather, Muyun is here to see you. Just as Lu Muyun attempted to approach, Lu Ha interposed his hand to block her. Lu Muyun, where have you been? You clearly knew that father summoned Dr. Wang to treat grandfather. Yet you vanished early this morning. What are you thinking? Do you even care about grandfather? Lu Muyun furrowed her brow, casting a cold glare at Lu Ha. Father did indeed mention that he had invited the divine doctor, who would be attending to grandfather's ailments in the coming days. But he never specified when the doctor would arrive. Furthermore, since Lu Muyan herself was afflicted with a terminal illness, she had somewhat neglected the matter of the doctor's visit. Besides, with so many people at home, it sufficed for someone to be present. Her absence would not hinder the doctor's efforts to treat grandfather. This morning, she had just arrived in Taohua village when father messaged her about the treatment. However, while conversing with Song Qian, she had merely agreed to return promptly. Yet, Luha confronted her with accusations. In response to his interrogation, Lu Muyun offered no favorable countenance. Their relationship had already soured in recent days. Where I go is none of your concern. Step aside and let me see grandfather, she declared, attempting to push past Luha. Luha spread his arms wide, still blocking her. You are utterly unfilial. At such a critical moment for grandfather's treatment, you are nowhere to be found. How could you forget how he has cared for you? If he knew you were this kind of person, he would be furious. As soon as he finished, Lu Ji chimed in, Sister, Luha is correct. Your actions today have been excessive. Dr. Wang is here to attend to grandfather. Yet you have not even shown your face. Have you forgotten the kindness grandfather once bestowed upon you? Li Chunmei stepped forward, her gaze fierce as she glared at Lu Muyun. You wretched girl, your two younger brothers speak the truth. You must apologize to everyone for today's incident. Otherwise, I shall take it upon myself to give you a couple of slaps on behalf of the old man. Seeing the trio converge upon her with their words, Lu Muyun's expression darkened considerably. It seemed her stepmother and two younger brothers had conspired together, their tempers unusually high today. What had she done to provoke them? When grandfather first fell ill, Lu Muyun had gone to great lengths to summon renowned doctors from various places to treat him. At that time, they had not been by her side. However, today, these individuals appeared as if they had ingested gunpowder. The more they behaved in such a manner, the more sense that something was amiss with them, particularly in her younger brother, who had been at odds with her ever since their grandfather fell ill. Undoubtedly harbored ill intentions. Where I go is none of your concern. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Kindly step aside, asserted, casting a glance at her father, waved his hand, admonishing, what are you all making such a ruckus for in front of the old man and Dr. Wang? With their father's intervention, had no choice but to comply. He stepped aside, allowing to pass him and approach, gently linking her arm with the elderly gentleman's. Grandfather, how are you feeling? S. gaze was vacant, his eyelids drooping as he stared at the ground. S. concern seemed to go unheard, as he remained utterly motionless. Grandfather, please don't frighten me. It's me. Speak to me, touch my hand, caress my head, she pleaded, leaning her forehead against, yet he remained in a daze. Lost in thought. No matter how implored, showed no signs of response. Releasing her hold on him, she turned her attention back to Father. I left home early today to summon a renowned physician for grandfather. Dr. Song has arrived. Let him attend to grandfather's treatment. With her gaze withdrawn from her father, look towards Dr. Song, please examine my grandfather. Just as took a few steps forward, obstructed his path. You claim to be a physician? You seem more like a countryside fraud, retorted, a sneer gracing his features. He scrutinized from head to toe, noting that although the young man was dressed in new attire, he appeared rather youthful, around 20 years of age. With a condescending glance, he questioned whether someone of such tender age could truly be a physician. Like a pesky fly, had been warned by on their way here that although he was her brother, he was not to be trifled with. She had advised him to avoid conflict with, intending to settle scores only after their grandfather's health was restored, regarded with a slight furrow of his brow, wishing to seize the opportunity to evaluate two brothers and their stepmother, discerning whether they were of the same ilk. Young master, might you step aside? Requested politely. Testing the waters. Remained firmly in place, retorting, you little brat, despite being of similar age, you dare to call yourself a physician? Know your place. This is the family. And I advise you to leave at once. Bellowed, pointing towards the door. At that moment, chimed in, you appear to be around 20, perhaps even younger than I. How dare you claim to be a physician? My grandfather's condition is unique, beyond your capabilities. Begone. Was incensed. She approached. Both of you, silence your tongues. The esteemed physician I have painstakingly summoned does not require your unwarranted opinions here. Dr. Wang stood nearby, a cold smile playing on his lips, reflecting upon society. It is evident that the essence of humanity has waned. A mere youth, brimming with arrogance, dares to proclaim himself a divine healer. Such audacity is utterly absurd. This young man, if he continues down this path, is bound to encounter significant misfortune. At such a tender age, would it not be more prudent to engage earnestly in honest work rather than masquerade as a healer? The profession of a divine physician. upon closer examination by a discerning eye, would reveal the charade he perpetuates. Moreover, this is the esteemed Lu family we are discussing. Young man, I have just assessed the condition of old Master Lu. Not even the most celestial being could remedy it, so do refrain from courting trouble. Doctor. Wang spoke with a semblance of politeness. Just as Song Qian was about to interject, Lu Fuxing took over the conversation. Young man, considering your youth and the fact that you were invited by our esteemed Mu Yun, I shall overlook this matter. I kindly ask you to take your leave. My apologies. Chapter 70. Treatment stalled. Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Muyun immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Dad, what are you saying? With furrowed brows, she cast an apologetic glance at Song Qian before returning her focus to her father. Dr. Song's medical skills surpass those of any physician we have consulted in the past. How can you ask him to leave? This morning, I personally went to great lengths to invite him here. Since he has arrived, at the very least, let him examine Grandpa. At that moment, Lu Muyun yearned to share with her father the despair she felt upon learning of her own illness and how Song Qian had miraculously healed her. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she decided against it. The journey from the diagnosis of cervical cancer to her eventual recovery felt surreal, as if she had been living in a dream. Even if she revealed this experience, it might not be believed. The pressing concern was her grandfather's health. If she continued to digress, it would only squander precious time, leaving her with no choice but to gently persuade her father. Moreover, Song Qian had claimed earlier that there was no ailment he could not cure. Even those who had passed on could be revived under his care. Though her grandfather's condition was dire, it had not yet reached the worst-case scenario, and Lu Muyun firmly believed that Song Qian possessed the means to help. Just moments ago, as she sat beside her grandfather, Song Qian had nodded reassuringly from the back of the crowd, indicating that he could treat this illness. Muyun Lu Fuxing hesitated briefly before continuing. In recent years, you have approached your endeavors with diligence and prudence, qualities that your grandfather has always admired. However, regarding this matter, I implore you to cease your insistence. Lu Fuxing glanced toward Song Qian. No matter how one looked at it, Song Qian appeared to be merely in his 20s. Such a young man, even if he possessed some medical knowledge, could only be considered a novice in the field. If even the esteemed Dr. Wang had been at a loss with your grandfather's condition, how could one expect this youth to succeed? Dad, what will it take for you to believe me? Lu Muyun stepped forward, her gaze penetrating. Let me ask you this. After bringing in so many renowned physicians and spending millions, who has successfully treated Grandpa? If they have been unable to help, what harm is there in allowing Dr. Song a chance? Why cling so stubbornly to your convictions? In truth, a small trial would pose no significant risk. Yet Lu Fuxing's thoughts were not aligned with this perspective. Song Qian was far too young, scarcely more than an intern. The danger lay in the possibility that this young man might misjudge the situation, potentially worsening her grandfather's condition rather than alleviating it. Just moments ago, Dr. Wang had suggested preparing for the worst. However, Lu Fuxing held a different view. Until the final moment, one must never surrender hope. His father was the cornerstone of their family business. Any harm that befell him would spell disaster for the corporation. Lu Fuxing was acutely aware of the strained relationships between his two younger sons and Lu Muyun. Should the patriarch pass away, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the family. Therefore, for the sake of caution, he believed it prudent to keep this unknown doctor at a distance and refrain from using his father as a subject of experimentation. Lu Fuxing's considerations were indeed thorough. Muyun, if you wish for this young man to treat your grandfather's ailment, it is not entirely out of the question. However, allow me to pose a few inquiries first, Lu Fuxing remarked, turning his gaze towards Song Qian. Young man, may I inquire how old you are? Where did you study medicine? Who was your mentor? Where are you currently employed? How many years of experience do you possess? Should your answers satisfy me, I shall permit you to treat my father. A barrage of questions left Song Qian at a loss. When it came to work experience, he had none to speak of. Any discussion of years spent in employment was entirely moot. After graduating, he had been rendered a fool and had returned to the village in a daze, devoid of any practical experience. Lu Muyun was aware of Song Qian's predicament. Should he answer truthfully, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Thus she hurriedly interjected. Father, could you please refrain from this banter? I have only just. Before she could finish, Song Qian interrupted her. Miss Lu, since your father has posed the questions, I shall respond honestly. I have not worked in a hospital, nor do I possess any work experience, yet I assure you, I am confident in my ability to heal your esteemed father. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuxing scoffed derisively. No work experience, no hospital background. And yet he boldly claims he can cure my father? This young man speaks without consideration. If even the renowned physician Wang cannot remedy my father's condition, how can this youth hope to succeed? Lu Fuxing felt a deep sense of disappointment in Song Qian's response. Physician Wang, who had been listening, found the situation amusing. Today's youth truly lack awareness of their own limitations, boldly declaring their capability to treat an ailment for which they themselves are at a loss. Such words are indeed frivolous. Young man, do you even comprehend the nature of old Master Lu's illness? You have not even conducted an examination, yet you speak so confidently. Do you not think this is somewhat premature? Faced with Physician Wang's challenge, Song Qian could only smile faintly. The medical arts of Longhua have been passed down for 5 millennia, and traditional Chinese medicine is profound and expansive, with folklore suggesting its miraculous ability to restore life. Sir, your inability to treat this condition merely reflects your own limitations. It does not imply that others are equally incapable. Physician Wang's demeanor shifted, his irritation palpable. Wherever he went, he was met with admiration and applause, yet this young man not only disregarded his counsel but also dared to utter such audacious words. Truly, the height of arrogance. Young man, do you grasp the severity of old Master Lu's condition? You have yet to conduct a proper examination, and yet you make such sweeping claims. Is this not a bit hasty? As the exchange continued, Song Qian felt a sense of exasperation. If this discourse continued, they might very well engage in a battle of words for some time before he could even commence treatment for old Master Lu. Whether he could heal him was his concern, but he confidently asserted that if he failed, they could decide how to handle him. However, should he succeed, the fee for his services could not be trifled with. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian subtly broached the subject of his remuneration. Since agreeing to assist Lu Muyun, he had only briefly mentioned the matter of the lotus pendant, but had yet to address the treatment fee until now. Dr. Wang, feeling disgruntled, pressed on, "May I inquire? With all your claims of being able to cure, what exactly ails the elder?" "That is of no concern to you," Song Qian retorted, unwilling to elaborate. At that moment, Director's son entered from outside. He had been delayed by traffic in the city, having parted ways with Lu Muyun. In a flurry, he had finally arrived. Upon seeing Director's son, Lu Fuxing hurried to greet him. "Director's son, what brings you here?" Director's son smiled and approached Song Qian. "I apologize for my tardiness. As I made my way here, I anticipated they would pose difficulties for you. I had no idea that the head of the Lu family would prove to be so misguided." Chapter 71. Preparing for treatment, Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. After all, he was not in a hurry. He could afford to spend time here, even if it meant prolonging the old man's suffering. Ultimately, he would be cured, and indulging them was of little consequence. "Dr. Song, your magnanimity is commendable," Director's son exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before turning to Lu Fuxing. "Master Lu, if you do not trust the physician your daughter has summoned, whom will you place your faith in?" Director's son's retort caused Lu Fuxing's expression to darken. Indeed, he pondered, there was no denying the truth in those words. Why did he not trust the doctor his daughter had brought forth? "Director's son, could there be some misunderstanding here?" Lu Fuxing inquired, casting a glance at Song Qian, who appeared far too youthful to embody the role of a physician. "Misunderstanding?" Director's son countered, "Master Lu, if Dr. Song cannot remedy your father's ailment, then surely no one in the world can. Your confusion is utterly unfathomable." At this juncture, Director's son shifted his tone. "To be frank, this morning I accompanied Miss Lu to Taohua village, offering Dr. Song a monthly salary of 1 million. In addition to accommodations and transportation, yet he showed no interest in my proposal. Do you still believe there is a misunderstanding?" With a hint of frustration, Director's son continued. "Master Lu, the reason your father's condition has persisted without improvement is due to your family's short-sightedness and lack of clarity. Miss Lu went to great lengths to invite this esteemed physician, yet you obstruct his efforts to heal. It is indeed laughable. So absurd that I cannot refrain from expressing my indignation. As the director of Jiangcheng Hospital, he was merely a minor figure in the presence of the Lu family's vast influence. Yet even the most humble can possess a modicum of spirit. It was utterly ridiculous that a revered physician, whom he could not secure despite offering a substantial fee, was now being hindered from treating a patient. Dr. Song, if the Lu family does not appreciate your talents, I extend an invitation for you to visit our hospital. Our doors are always open to you." Song Qian shook his head, acknowledging Director Sun's goodwill and recognizing the heated words exchanged. "Let us focus on the treatment at hand." He stepped forward, pushing aside Lu Ha. "Step aside." I have heard that you possess a rather arrogant demeanor. It would be wise to temper it in my presence, lest I decide to teach you a lesson. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Lu He was taken aback. This fellow was unexpectedly brash. If he wished to be audacious, then let him revel in his arrogance for a while. Should he fail to treat his grandfather, Lu He would ensure he faced dire consequences today. Very well. I shall observe just how long you can maintain this bravado. This is the Lu family, not a playground for your antics. Silence. Lu Mu interrupted, her voice resonating with authority. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Dr. Song shall not escape my wrath, including my father. Everyone, keep your mouths shut. With that, Lu Muyan turned her gaze to Song Qian. Dr. Song, I sincerely apologize for the commotion. Please, I implore you to proceed with treating my grandfather. Thank you. Song Qian approached Lu Taichu, confirming once more the severity of his condition. It was indeed quite dire. However, to him, it was merely a trifling matter. Everyone, please leave. Song Qian turned and declared, I prefer not to be disturbed during my treatment, and I am particularly averse to any chatter, except for Miss Lu. You are all to exit. Despite his insistence, the others remained unmoved. Lu Muyun stood with her hands on her hips, exuding a fierce demeanor. Did you not hear? Everyone must leave, including my father. No one may enter without my permission. At this moment, Lu Fuxing, having received a few words from Director Sun, found himself at a loss for words and opted to trust Lu Muyun. What are you all waiting for? Leave. Under Lu Fuxing's lead, the family made their way toward the door. Dr. Wang sighed and followed them outside, leaving only Director Sun standing, casting a pleading glance towards Song Qian. Dr. Song, I realize my request may be excessive, but could you make an exception and allow me to assist you? I assure you, I will not be a hindrance. However, the title of assistant was merely a pretext for Director Sunday. With Song Qian's remarkable medical prowess, he wished to remain by his side to observe his techniques and seize the opportunity to learn. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid I must insist. Director Sun, you should rest outside. With Miss Lu present, I do not require an assistant. Lu Muyun nodded, directing her gaze toward Director Sunday. Let us heed Dr. Song's wishes. Please rest outside, and if there is a genuine need, we shall call upon you. In no time, the door to the room was closed. Dr. Song, is there truly hope for my grandfather's illness? Lu Muyun's expression was one of profound worry as she glanced between her grandfather and Song Qian. Song Qian smiled and nodded. Since you have chosen to trust me, I assure you, I will provide a remedy. He then shifted his tone. Miss Lu, we had a pact. Once I cure your grandfather, you shall give me the petal pendant. You wouldn't renege on our agreement, would you? Receiving Song Qian's affirmative response, Lu Muyun exhaled in relief. Rest assured, it is merely a pendant. No matter how treasured it may be, it pales in comparison to my grandfather's life. With a sudden inspiration, Song Qian retrieved the Yama's 18 needles from the source Lotus space, the silver needles appearing before Lu Muyun, who was momentarily taken aback. Where did those come from? She longed to inquire. She distinctly observed that in the blink of an eye, the familiar set of silver needles had materialized in Song Qian's hand. With a chuckle, Song Qian remarked, I presume this is what you wish to ask? These needles are my tools of the trade. Naturally, I carry them with me. When the need arises, they will always be at hand, so there is no need for astonishment. Having said this, his gaze shifted back to Lu Taichu. Simultaneously, he discreetly employed hypnosis. Old sir, please lie down. I shall attend to your ailment. Under the guidance of Song Qian, Lu Taichu, like an obedient child, willingly succumbed to the hypnosis administered by Song Qian, reclining on the bed with remarkable compliance. This scene left Lu Muyun in a state of astonishment. Her grandfather's condition had deteriorated significantly. It was impossible to persuade him to lie down, let alone engage in conversation, as he remained unresponsive to her attempts. Yet, how was it that he heeded Song Qian's words? It was utterly perplexing. How did you achieve this? Lu Muyun inquired, her large, listening eyes filled with admiration for Song Qian. With a slight smile, Song Qian fabricated an explanation to placate Lu Muyun, asserting that sincere communication with the patient naturally elicits compliance. However, Lu Muyun found his rationale difficult to accept. What sort of nonsensical reasoning was this about sincere communication? Was her own earnest effort to connect with her grandfather not sufficient? She had indeed poured her heart into it, yet her grandfather's affliction remained, seemingly impervious to her efforts. Chapter 72. Preparing the sacrificial offerings. All right, for now, I shall trust you. Song Qian, wielding a silver needle, commenced treatment on the elderly gentleman. Miss Lu, there is a matter of great importance for which I seek your assistance. I require an altar table, an incense burner, 9 sheets of yellow paper, 9 incense sticks, and 2 pairs of 3-inch candles. He conveyed the entire list of necessary items to Lu Muyun, concerned that she might not remember. He urged her to repeat it back to him. Once Lu Muyun had memorized the items, she gazed at Song Qian with wide eyes. What affliction does my grandfather suffer from? Why do we need these items? It seemed that Song Qian was requesting materials for a shamanistic ritual. How could this possibly relate to healing? Despite her doubts, Lu Muyun dialed Zhao Kiki, instructing her to gather everything as swiftly as possible. Zhao Kiki assured her that it could be accomplished in 10 minutes. In truth, Song Qian's actions were merely a guise. He wished to keep his medical skills discreet. This was a matter of humility. Furthermore, he had discerned that the renowned physician, Wang, possessed considerable prowess. Having diagnosed the elderly gentleman's condition, given that it was a case of soul-locking, he decided to employ the soul-retrieving needle. This method would not only obscure his true intentions but also ensure the elderly gentleman's recovery. Although the process was intricate, it was absolutely necessary. To address Lu Muyun's perplexity, Song Qian offered an explanation. Your grandfather is afflicted by 2 ailments. The first is a severe degradation of his physical condition due to relentless suffering from illness. The second, and far more critical, is that he is not truly ill, rather, he has fallen victim to an arcane technique known as the soul-locking art. Soul-locking art? Lu Muyun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't my grandfather ill? How could he be ensnared by such a technique? Master Song, what is the soul-locking art? Song Qian continued to treat the elderly gentleman while elucidating. As for the nature of the soul-locking art, I believe it is best you remain unaware for now. What you should be most concerned about is who wishes for your grandfather's demise. Who? Lu Muyun's expression was one of astonishment. She appeared to have an inkling but was unwilling to accept or believe it. Song Qian furrowed his brow and added, you need not be told. I trust you can surmise a reasonable conclusion. The internal strife within your family has indeed subjected your grandfather to torment. Fortunately, you encountered me. And thus he has been spared. Though reluctant to accept this notion, Lu Muyun could not dismiss it. Song Qian's words had indeed struck a chord. Could it be that the ones wishing harm upon her grandfather were the 2 of them? Although Lu Muyun did not voice her suspicions explicitly, her uncertainty was unmistakable. Having harbored doubts previously, albeit lacking evidence, Song Qian nodded affirmatively. It is precisely as you suspect. His certainty was not unfounded, through the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. He had acquired the Lotus Heavenly Eye. This ability not only granted him X-ray vision but also allowed him to glimpse into a person's past and future. Thus, he was aware of Lu He's deeds with a mere glance. At the sight of the trio by the Lu River, whose arrogance was palpable, Song Qian seized the opportunity to engage them in conversation. He activated his Lotus vision to glean insights into their recent activities, thereby acquiring vital information. Thus, Song Qian did not speak impulsively. Damn it! Lu Muyun clenched his fists, enraged that, in the struggle for corporate power, they would resort to such cruelty against his grandfather. Once his grandfather's health was restored, he vowed to deal with these scoundrels severely. After expressing his frustration, Lu Muyun turned to Song Qian and inquired, Dr. Song, I trust that what you say is true, but how can we procure evidence to prove their culpability? Let us address that after recovery, Song Qian replied calmly. To aid someone is to see it through to the end. I will ensure your grandfather's health is restored, and in doing so, I will also assist you. I shall disclose the method at the appropriate time. While conversing, Song Qian remained diligently focused on his tasks. Thank you, Dr. Song. Once my grandfather awakens, in addition to the pendant you requested, I will bestow a substantial reward upon you. I sincerely hope you will exert all your efforts. A mischievous grin spread across Song Qian's face as he looked up at Lu Muyun. Of course, I mentioned 3 requests this morning. You are aware of the first. The latter 2 include one that pertains to financial compensation. Money, after all, is a valuable asset, he chuckled, eliciting a laugh from Lu Muyun. He mused silently that Dr. Song did not seem like a greedy person, yet he could hardly speak without mentioning money. This was evident yesterday prior to the treatment, and again today during the invitation. Just moments ago, he had brought it up once more. Rest assured, Dr. Song, regarding finances, once my grandfather regains consciousness, even if I do not provide it, you surely will. Their conversation flowed easily, creating a relaxed atmosphere as Song Qian continued to administer treatment. Lu Muyun possessed delicate skin and an elegant oval face, her pointed chin captivating from any angle. Her figure was equally remarkable, curvaceous in all the right places, devoid of any excess flesh where it was unwarranted. Glancing at Lu Muyun always uplifted one's spirits. further complemented by her melodious voice, which rendered conversations with her akin to a song. Meanwhile, outside the room, Lu Fuxing and others stood with furrowed brows. At that moment, Li Chumei suddenly remarked to Lu Fuxing, "That child, Lu Muyun, has a penchant for mischief. She has invited a rustic fellow to treat her father. If she wishes to be foolish, must you join in her folly?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu He interjected, "My mother speaks true. That little brat, Song Qian, is merely around 20 years old, younger than I am. How could he possibly possess the skills to heal?" "Indeed," Lu Ji added, "I concur. It seems implausible. What medical expertise could someone in their 20s have?" As Lu Ji spoke, he glanced back at Director Sun of Jiangxing Hospital. Perhaps Director Sun had been swayed by Lu Muyun, which explained his assistance at that critical moment. Let them assist. I am curious how far Lu Muyun can carry on with this charade. The more she stirs up trouble, the less it will benefit her. If anything were to happen to my grandfather, I would relish seeing how she would handle the aftermath. In any case, the esteemed Dr. Wang has already advised the family to prepare for the eventualities should anything happen to grandfather. All blame will be placed squarely on Lu Muyun. At that juncture, it would take only a slight incitement of the shareholders to expel Lu Muyun from the corporation, perhaps even banishing her from the Lu family altogether. Lu Ji chuckled inwardly, reflecting, "Oh, Lu Muyun, how clever you are at times, yet woefully short-sighted at others. Grandfather is on the brink of death, and you remain oblivious to your precarious situation, openly opposing everyone. This is a predicament of your own making. After grandfather's passing, we shall undoubtedly deal with you." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sinister smile crept across Lu Ji's face. Lu Fuxing, with his hands clasped behind his back, appeared anxious. Observing the renewed discussions among the crowd, he furiously interjected, "Enough. Let us speak less." Chapter 73. Doubts regarding the death of Old Master Lu. These 3 children, born of 3 different mothers, are particularly affected by the eldest, Lu Muyun, who, despite being a girl, has been favored by the old master. Thus facing exclusion from her 2 younger brothers, Lu Fuxing found himself at a loss. Could it not be possible for 3 wives to raise their children in harmony? At this moment, Dr. Wang spoke up. "Dean Sun, I just heard you mention that young man named Song Qian possesses remarkable medical skills. How did you come to that conclusion?" To be frank, Dean Sun was reluctant to elaborate. However, upon being questioned, he pondered briefly before offering a concise explanation. "Dr. Wang, I cannot adequately describe Song's medical prowess, but please trust me, his abilities are far from ordinary." "Is that so?" Dr. Wang replied with a cold smile, countering, "Dean Sun, do you know what ailment old Master Lu suffers from?" Dean Sun shook his head. "I do not know, nor do I wish to. But I do know one thing. Regardless of the old master's affliction, should Song Qian choose to intervene, there is an 80 to 90% chance of recovery. I have faith in him." Dean Sun stroked his chin, contemplating. He was eager to share the news of Song Qian's successful treatment of Lu Muyun. Yet as he considered it, he swallowed the words back. Lu Muyun had stressed that this matter should remain confidential. It pertained to her reputation and that of the Lu family. Dean Sun was certain that even Lu Fuxing and the others were unaware of Lu Muyun's late-stage cervical cancer and Song Qian's subsequent healing. Dr. Wang's demeanor shifted unfavorably upon hearing Dean Sun's statement. During their prior conversation, he had gleaned that Dean Sun was the director of Jiangxing Hospital, a position indicating a degree of competence. Yet, how could he place such unwavering trust in Song Qian? A young man of around 20, what medical expertise could he possibly possess? "Dean Sun, it seems you have taken leave of your senses. Has that Song Qian perhaps bewitched you with some sort of potion that has led you to believe in him so fervently?" "Not at all." Dean Sun chuckled lightly. "You may doubt me, but let the facts speak for themselves. I am almost certain that it will not be long before old Master Lu regains his health." Dr. Wang clapped his hands, a look of disdain on his face. "I was intending to mention this earlier, but you were unwilling to listen. However, I must inform you that the old Master's illness is no ordinary matter. His pulse exhibits the characteristics of the locked soul pulse, a condition that even divine beings would find disconcerting." Dean Sun, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. The locked soul pulse, wasn't that a mythical condition? How could it possibly manifest in reality? Dr. Wang, Dean Sun stammered. "Are you certain that the old Master's pulse truly reflects the locked soul pulse?" Dr. Wang nodded solemnly, assuring him, "I guarantee it. If it is not the locked soul pulse, I shall never practice medicine again." Dean Sun's expression darkened significantly. If this were indeed the case, the situation would be dire. While he had faith in Song Qian's abilities, the locked soul pulse was a condition that even the most skilled healer would find insurmountable. It seemed that a storm was brewing over Jiangcheng, and the Lu family might face impending decline. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Director Sun's face was etched with worry as he slightly raised his voice and let out a long sigh. Upon hearing this, Lu He could not help but feel a sense of amusement. The reason for his grandfather's illness was orchestrated by him. The individual who employed the secret technique had warned him that this method was exceedingly malevolent, and once the patient fell victim to the secret arts, their demise was inevitable. Lu He had once believed that Song Qian was formidable, yet from Director Sun's words, it seemed that Song Qian was far from impressive. Lu He thought to himself, truly, the heavens are aiding me. Once this old man passes, the conglomerate will be mine, ha ha ha. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward appearance of concern, fearing that his schemes and the unsavory deeds he had committed might come to his father's attention. Beside him, Lu Ji could not help but shake his head. The Lu group was on the brink of transformation. He needed to act swiftly to prepare capable personnel. After the old man's departure, he would need to decisively seize a portion of the Lu group's shares to secure his position. It wasn't merely about controlling the Lu group, but ensuring he wasn't left in a vulnerable situation. If circumstances permitted, he would take a gamble against Lu He. Li Chimei stood nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. Given the current situation, the old man was undoubtedly facing death. What was most critical was that even in his final moments, he had not truly uncovered the nature of his ailment. Her son, Lu He, would surely be able to dominate the Lu group. At that moment, Zhao Kiki appeared at the doorway, carrying items with a few people trailing behind her, ready to enter the room. Kiki, what brings you here? Lu Fuxing inquired, eyeing Zhao Kiki critically. Zhao Kiki replied earnestly, reporting to you, Lu Zong, the young lady instructed me to purchase some items, which will be useful shortly. So I hurriedly brought them over. Lu Fuxing's expression darkened immediately. You reckless fools! Who gave you the audacity to curse the old man? Are you tired of living? I will ensure you pay for this. He bellowed, swinging his hand in anger. Zhao Kiki, quick on her feet, dodged the blow. Lu Zong, please do not be enraged. We had no intention of cursing the old man. These items were requested by the young lady for medicinal purposes. Lu Fuxing erupted in fury. Nonsense. Do you really think paper money and candles are needed to cure the old man? This is clearly for sacrificial rites, not healing. Observing the offerings in Zhao Kiki's hands, Lu He feigned a sorrowful expression. Grandfather, you cannot leave us. Young master, you misunderstand. Zhao Kiki replied, exasperated. These items are indeed for medicinal use. Lu Ji, wiping his sleeve, felt tears welling in his eyes. Grandfather, how could you leave us like this? It is all Lu Muyun's fault. Had she not been so obstinate, you would certainly be well now. We will not let Lu Muyun escape our wrath. We will make her pay. Nearby, Li Chimei pretended to have red-rimmed eyes. Yet internally, she was elated. The sacrificial items had been procured, and the old man was surely doomed. The only concern was that Lu Muyun, that little wretch, had kept this from everyone. Once the door was opened, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Lu Fuxing, why are you still standing there? The old man has passed. Let us hurry inside and apprehend that murderous fiend, Song Qian. Li Chunmei spoke as she prepared to push the door open. At that moment, the door to the room swung open unexpectedly, revealing Lu Muyun, who cast a fierce glare at everyone present. What are you yelling about? Who allowed you to shout like that? Li Chunmei rushed forward and seized Lu Muyun by the arm. You wretched girl. The old man treated you with such kindness while he was alive, yet you have brought about his demise. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Li Chunmei shouted, raising her hand to slap Lu Muyun. Zhao Kiki, quick on her feet, hurriedly restrained Li Chunmei. Lu Muyun, taken aback by Li Chunmei's curses against her grandfather and her outrageous behavior, felt a surge of anger. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Kiki held Li Chunmei back, she retaliated with a swift slap that struck Li Chunmei's face, causing sparks to fly. Chapter 74. The soul-releasing needle. The insolent wretch dared to curse my grandfather. Lu Fuxing stepped forward and struck Lu Muyun across the face. You, despicable creature, have caused your grandfather's demise, and yet you dare to strike your stepmother. Just wait until I deal with you. At that moment, Song Qian appeared behind Lu Muyun. Enough of this bickering. The old man has recovered significantly. If you don't believe me, you may enter and see for yourselves. Song Qian had not anticipated that his request for Lu Muyun to prepare these items would lead to misunderstandings and a physical altercation. He is not dead? How can one burn paper money if he isn't? Upon hearing this, Song Qian was instantly infuriated. Miss Lu has already informed you that this is for medicinal purposes. Yet you refuse to believe it. Go in and see for yourselves. Song Qian tugged at Lu Muyun, and the two retreated to the side. One by one, the others filed into the old man's bedroom, and indeed, the old man lay in bed, blinking his eyes. His gaze appeared somewhat brighter. Upon seeing everyone enter, he slightly lifted his head to glance at them, then obediently lay back down. Well then, since the old man is fine, you all may leave. I do not require any outsiders during treatment, nor do I need you buzzing around like a swarm of flies, which is both nauseating and bothersome. Lu Fuxing and the others had no choice but to turn and exit. Just then, Dr. Wang suddenly screamed. What is this? The 18 Needles of Yanluo? Good heavens! It truly is the 18 Needles of Yanluo. According to legend, the 18 Needles of Yanluo can bring the dead back to life. Even if a person has perished and only bones remain, they can still be revived. Seeing Dr. Wang's excitement, Dean Sun could not contain himself either. What on earth are the 18 Needles of Yanluo? Why has he never heard of such a thing before? Is it truly that formidable? Can a person who has been dead for over a century be resurrected as long as their bones are intact? Is such miraculous medical skill even possible? This seems utterly exaggerated. Yet, given Dr. Wang's fervor, Dean Sun, despite his skepticism, felt an inkling of belief that perhaps a miracle was indeed unfolding. Lu Ha gazed at the old man on the bed, his expression darkening. How is this old fool still alive? The paper money has already been procured. Why hasn't he departed this world yet? Lu Ha believed the words spoken. Even a deity could not save his grandfather's life, let alone the country bumpkin, Song Qian. And what of this Dr. Wang, joining in the clamor? The old man's time to depart was inevitable, but outwardly he had to maintain a faade. Feigning a hypocritical smile. Grandfather, we thought you had met with misfortune. How wonderful it is to see you well. Lu Ji let out a sigh of relief, genuinely smiling. As long as grandfather is alive, the situation will not deteriorate. If grandfather were to die, Lu Muyun would undoubtedly face calamity. And the control of the entire corporation would surely fall into Lu Ha's hands. At that point, he might find himself at odds with Lu Ha. As long as grandfather remains alive, such occurrences will not transpire, at least for the time being. Perhaps only after a while could they become a possibility. In this context, he still has ample time to prepare. Indeed, it is only recently, as he observed his grandfather's condition deteriorating, that Lu Ji began to contemplate matters concerning the shares of the group. Previously, it had not crossed his mind. Grandfather, I sincerely hope for your swift recovery. Lu Ji exclaimed, stepping forward to gaze with concern at Lu Taichu. Leave at once, Song Qian declared, visibly displeased. Your loud commotion is ringing in my ears and disrupting the patient's recuperation. Out, out, out. Lu Muyun also lost her temper, caring little for appearances, and shouted at everyone to leave. At that moment, the esteemed Dr. Wang unexpectedly spoke up. Dr. Song, may I remain in silence by your side? I wish to witness this miracle firsthand and hope you will permit me. Thank you. Hearing Dr. Wang's request, Director Sun echoed, I share Dr. Wang's sentiment. May I also stay and observe in silence? Song Qian pondered for a moment, feigning reluctance, and then nodded slightly. In that case, you two may remain. But you must stand by the door, away from here, and refrain from speaking throughout the treatment to avoid disturbing my work. As Song Qian turned to Lu Fuxing, he added, as for the rest of you, vacate the premises immediately. I do not fear offending you. Your incessant barking resembles that of mad dogs. Even Lu Fuxing did not receive any courtesy from Song Qian. He believed in showing respect to those deserving of it, even if they were humble workers like his father. However, Lu Fuxing exhibited no assertiveness or masculine vigor, rendering any courtesy futile. Lu Fuxing, along with a few others, turned to leave. Just as they were about to close the door, Song Qian added, by the way, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Should anyone dare to knock or cause a disturbance, do not expect me to be polite. After a brief pause, he turned to Zhao Kiki. Miss Zhao, please assist by firmly guarding the entrance. Without my permission, not even a fly should enter. If anyone dares to intrude, feel free to deal with them vigorously. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I and Miss Lu will take responsibility. With the door shut, Song Qian resumed his treatment. Dr. Wang and the others were available to lend a hand, and Song Qian directed them to arrange the table and set up the incense burner along with paper money. Filling the room with a fragrant aroma, he produced 2 silver needles and began to administer them to the elderly gentleman. At this moment, he approached the table, picked up a few sheets of paper money, and recited a series of incantations resembling a Taoist priest in demeanor. Miss Lu, could you please open the window? Lu Muyun walked over and opened the window in the room. Is this acceptable? Yes, Song Qian responded, nodding in approval. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls embody the fetal light, the bright spirit, and the ethereal essence. The 7 spirits represent the foul lung, purging impurities, excluding toxins, devouring thieves, the shadow of the sparrow, the hidden arrow, and the corpse dog. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have departed, leaving the individual as if a mere walking corpse. Yama, I beseech you to restore the soul of Lu Taichu in its entirety. Should you refuse, I shall seek you in the underworld. I know your name, and I hasten 1,000 miles, urgent as the law commands. Song Qian danced exuberantly, performing with remarkable flair. Upon completing the incantation, he ignited several sheets of yellow paper and cast them into a yellow basin, where smoke spiraled, instantly enhancing the atmosphere. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Outside the window, 6 wisps of black smoke appeared, each with a head roughly the size of a human's, trailing tails behind them. The smoke hesitated outside the window, swirling erratically. Song Qian bellowed, "Return the souls and spirits to their rightful place." Chapter 75, Grandfather. You have awoken. As soon as the words left his lips, a plume of black smoke surged through the gap in the window and instantly merged with Lu Taichu's being. With a swift gesture, Song Qian commanded, "Restore the soul." Before the astonished gazes of Lu Muyun and the others, another similar-sized wisp of black smoke entered through the window, swiftly entering Lu Taichu's body. Return of the foul spirit. Purification has commenced. The poison is expelled. Accompanying Song Qian's incantation, a series of black smoke streams entered orderly through the window, penetrating Lu Taichu's form. The bizarre scene rendered Lu Muyun speechless. Was this truly the legendary essence of the soul? Having lost so many fragments of his spirit, it was no wonder that Grandfather's eyes appeared vacant, as if he were a mere shell of a man. How shocking! If all fragments of the soul were to be lost, did that not imply that life itself had ebbed away, leaving Grandfather irretrievable? The mere thought sent shivers down Lu Muyun's spine. Standing at the door, Dean's son observed the unfolding spectacle from a distance. As a physician devoted to healing, he was taken aback by the extraordinary methods employed in this treatment. Such marvels were truly eye-opening. Who exactly was this Dr. Song? His prowess was beyond imagination, almost unbelievable, if afforded the opportunity. Placing Song Qian in Jianqing Hospital could resolve countless perplexing ailments. Patients from across the nation might flock to Jianqing, seeking the miraculous healing of Dr. Song. Alas, it seemed Song Qian was unwilling to compromise. Dr. Wang, his eyes wide with astonishment, felt dizzy from the spectacle. After years of wandering, today he felt like a fool, utterly ignorant. When Song Qian first arrived, he had dismissed him, claiming the elder's illness was beyond remedy, cautioning the youth against courting trouble. Later, he had openly scorned Song Qian, laced his words with subtle barbs, and mocked him. Yet now, reflecting on the earlier events, he felt a deep sense of absurdity, ignorance, and shame. Song Qian had not even deemed it necessary to explain himself. This epitomized the demeanor of a true master, embodying the noble essence of a sage, an embodiment of grace and integrity. Today, Dr. Wang had received a humbling lesson from one he had once looked down upon. At that moment, Dr. Wang understood a profound truth. There are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and individuals beyond individuals. The heavens hold realms beyond the heavens, and no one should be underestimated. Otherwise, it is oneself who faces disgrace. Previously, Dr. Wang had grown accustomed to flattery, believing his medical skills unparalleled. If he could not heal a malady, he presumed no one else could. Yet today, he had been thoroughly humbled. His countenance fell, filled with embarrassment and shame, wishing to dig a hole and hide away. Outside the room, Zhao Kiki stood vigil by the door. Not far from her, Lu Fuxing furrowed his brow, uncertain of what would transpire next. He could only wish for his father's recovery. However, entrusting their hopes to Song Qian left Lu Fuxing in deep contemplation, grappling with disbelief. What capabilities could the young Song Qian possess? Li Chumei, standing nearby, wore a sullen expression throughout the ordeal, uncertain whether the day's events were fortuitous or disastrous. She merely hoped that Song Qian would not complicate matters further. In fact, she even entertained the notion that if Song Qian's antics resulted in the old gentleman's demise, it would, in essence, be a tremendous boon for them. Lu Fuxing. I can hear a ruckus from within. It seems Song Qian is singing and dancing. He is no divine physician. He is merely engaging in charlatanry. Li Chumei frowned, voicing her grievances. She pondered a pressing question. When Song Qian bellowed earlier, forbidding anyone from entering, could their presence disrupt him? And if he were disturbed, would that jeopardize the old gentleman's well-being? Luha scratched the back of his head, his mind racing. Father, perhaps my mother is right. If we allow Lu Muyun and Song Qian to continue this farce, it is only a matter of time before something goes awry. We cannot permit this chaos to persist. We must intervene and stop Song Qian. As he spoke, he approached the entrance. Young master, the divine physician has already instructed that no one may approach. I kindly ask you to stand back, Zhao Kiki, standing resolutely at the door, said with a stern countenance. Get out of my way, Lu has shouted. You are but a dog in the service of the Lu family. Do you presume to speak to me in such a manner? Young master Lu. Please do not make this difficult for me. Zhao Kiki's face flashed with a hint of ferocity. Being insulted as a dog deeply unsettled her. She even considered retaliating with a punch to knock Lu Ha to the ground. She had long harbored a disdain for Lu Ha. Had it not been for the young lady's intervention in the past, she might have acted impulsively. Yet now, she endured her irritation. Seeing Zhao Kiki refuse to budge, Lu Ha seethed with rage. Zhao Kiki, I command you to step aside. Zhao Kiki stood her ground, unyielding, determined not to move unless the young lady ordered her to. If you refuse to yield, just watch how I deal with you. Lu Ha turned and shouted down the stairs. Where are the bodyguards? All of you, come up here. Enough, Lu Ha. Mind your conduct. Lu Fuxing interjected, unable to bear the escalating tension, fearing a confrontation between the two. Father, do not dissuade me, Lu Ha replied. My actions are motivated solely by concern for grandfather's safety. I must halt Song Qian. That scoundrel, if he truly possesses healing abilities. Why does he prohibit us from witnessing it? Why the secrecy? He must be hiding something. I even suspect that Song Qian is an undercover agent sent by our rivals. Intent on eliminating grandfather and undermining the Lu family, Li Chumei added, continuing the line of thought. Indeed, the more I reflect upon it, the more suspicious it seems. It is merely a matter of treating an illness. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? We can no longer delay. We must enter. Even if it is only to stand by silently and observe. That would provide us with some reassurance. Li Chunmei's words indeed stirred Lu Fuxing's resolve. Upon reflection, it did seem quite peculiar that Song Qian would wish to conceal his methods of healing. Could it be that he is indeed an undercover agent sent by a rival? If that is the case, the situation is entirely beyond my control. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fuxing leisurely remarked, let us wait a while longer. Let us delay for another 10 minutes. If there is still no improvement, we shall proceed inside. Father, Lu Ha called out, continuing, we are merely going in to observe. We shall not interfere with them. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. Grandfather's life hangs by a thread, and we must take precautions. At this juncture, Lu Fuxing resembled a reed swaying in the wind, devoid of his own convictions, as if every opinion held equal merit, yet none seemed sound. Within the room, Song Qian was administering treatment. The 3 souls and 7 spirits had returned to their rightful places, and Lu's grandfather had nearly regained his strength. Though his body remained somewhat frail, requiring a little more fortification. Muyun, what has happened to me? Lu's grandfather opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Muyun by the bedside. Grandfather, you are awake? Upon hearing her grandfather call for her, Lu Muyun's eyes glistened with tears. She hastily turned and grasped her grandfather's hand. Chapter 76. The recovery of Lu Taichu in the recent month. My grandfather has been delirious, unable to recognize even himself, let alone recall his own name. Lu Laoyes, your health is compromised. I am administering treatment. Please endure a little longer and try not to move, I reassured him. It was only upon Song Qian's reminder that Lu Taichu became aware of the numerous silver needles embedded in his body, and with a humble acknowledgement, he obediently lay still. Witnessing this scene, both Dr. Wang and Dean Sun were overwhelmed with excitement, hastily rushing towards the bedside. A miracle, truly a miracle, Dr. Wang exclaimed, staring at Lu Taichu. Just moments ago, he had pronounced a death sentence, advising the family to prepare for the worst. Yet here was the astonishing recovery. After years of travel and experience, Dr. Wang was witnessing a revelation today. Song Qian, allow me to bow in admiration, he declared, offering a deep bow to Song Qian. In our first meeting, I spoke recklessly and disrespected you. I sincerely apologize for my impudence. Dean Sun's lips quivered with excitement as he gazed at Lu Taichu, then shifted his reverent gaze towards Song Qian. As the head of the hospital, he had encountered many miracles, but nothing compared to the wonder unfolding before him. Song Qian's medical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing any expertise found in the entirety of Longhua. Such remarkable talent, Dean Sun mused. Despite his youth, he possesses unparalleled medical skills. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Given time, he will undoubtedly create many miracles, earning him a reputation that resonates across the globe. In the realm of miraculous achievements, if yesterday's healing of Lu Muyun was remarkable, today's event was a myth among miracles. Countless esteemed doctors had examined Lu Taichu and deemed his ailment incurable, yet within mere minutes, Song Qian had achieved the impossible. This astonishing skill commanded profound respect. Dr. Song, you have broadened our horizons today. We are deeply grateful for your generosity in allowing Dr. Wang and me to learn from your expertise, Dean's son expressed, his face aglow with admiration. At that moment, Lu Muyun was filled with immense excitement. She had indeed placed her bet wisely. While no other physician could heal her grandfather's affliction, Dr. Song had employed a unique technique, augmented by acupuncture, to restore her grandfather's health. Just yesterday, Lu Muyun harbored doubts about Song Qian's capability to cure her grandfather, yet amidst her hesitations, her investment of 2 million had yielded miraculous results. Today, her grandfather had also been healed. The car accident that had occurred was not merely a misfortune, it was a divine encounter, a fortuitous collision of happiness. Had it not been for that accident, she would never have met Song Qian. Had it not been for that fateful moment, Lu Muyun would likely have been aboard a plane heading abroad, desperately seeking medical assistance. What serendipity! How blissful was this convergence! Dr. Song, thank you. Lu Muyun released her grandfather and stepped back a couple of paces, one hand resting behind her back, while the other was placed respectfully upon her chest as she saluted Song Qian. Song Qian chuckled lightly, gesturing dismissively. Miss Lu, there's no need to adhere too strictly to such formalities. With a smile still gracing his face, Song Qian shifted the topic. While we may overlook ceremonial customs, the substantial matters must indeed be addressed, and they warrant our utmost attention. Lu Muyun understood the implication. The substantial matter referred to the pendant around her neck. Since she had already made a promise to Song Qian and her grandfather had recovered, she felt compelled to honor her word, even if the pendant was a treasured heirloom. However, at that moment, her grandfather was still undergoing treatment. Presenting the pendant to Song Qian in front of him could provoke an excessive emotional response that might hinder his recovery. Rest assured, Dr. Song, my word is my bond. The promises I make are as steadfast as the very essence of my being. That is reassuring. Song Qian replied with a smile, expressing gratitude for Lu Muyun's understanding. I am rather direct in my manner. I hope you can forgive me. As Song Qian continued to attend to Lu Taichu's treatment, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Activating his Lotus Eye, Song Qian glanced toward the door. He beheld Zhao Kiki, her back to the entrance. Fists clenched tightly as she forced back several approaching bodyguards. Yet, Song Qian noted that despite her fierce demeanor, the bodyguards were formidable, robust individuals. It seemed only a matter of seconds before Zhao Kiki would be overwhelmed. Lu Muyun, hearing the tumult, furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards Song Qian. Dr. Song, I must intervene to stop them. Song Qian shook his head, retracting his gaze from the door. There's no need. They will likely burst in shortly. Just as he spoke, a thunderous crash echoed as the door was kicked open, and Zhao Kiki, clearly outmatched, stumbled into the room. As the door swung wide, Lu Muyun rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the intruders. Who allowed you to act in such a manner? Lu He, at the forefront, retorted Lu Muyun. Do not think for a moment that we are unaware of your intentions to harm grandfather. We will not let you get away with this. However, he was abruptly silenced, his expression frozen in shock. Before them, Lu Taichu, with Song Qian's assistance, was slowly sitting up, his eyes wide as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Lu Fuxing, Lu He, have you gained audacity? Do you no longer regard me, your aging father? Upon witnessing his father's return to normalcy and hearing his name called, Lu Fuxing rushed forward, a smile breaking across his face. Father, you are finally well. You wretched creature, do not call me father. I have no son like you. Lu Taichu scowled, unleashing a torrent of curses. What madness is this? Why are you attacking? What compels you to barge in here? Grandfather, we thought. Lu He attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words, the sentence choking in his throat, forced back down. Why was this so? The master had once stated that once ensnared by the soul lock technique, even deities could not intervene. Yet, in this moment, why had the old man returned to normalcy? He could still utter his own name. Upon regaining his senses, would he still have a semblance of a good life? What if the old man were to discover that it was he who had sought someone to employ the soul lock technique upon him? Would he not dismember Lu He and cast him to the dogs? The more Lu He pondered, the greater his trepidation grew. The deed had been done. There was no turning back. Before this old man uncovered the truth, it was imperative to send him to meet the king of hell. Otherwise, His own life would be irrevocably ruined. Having erred, he could do nothing but embrace the mistake. The actions had been taken, and there was no opportunity for retreat. He must tread this dark path to its end. Chapter 77. Lu Muyin teaches a lesson to her two younger brothers. Lu Ha, wait a moment. I shall deal with you later, Lu Taichu remarked, continuing to assist Dr. Song in the treatment. Dr. Song, I am truly grateful for your help. Song Qian gently shook his head. There is no need for such formality, old sir. It is Miss Lu Muyin who possesses discernment and has earnestly implored me to provide treatment. If gratitude is necessary, it should be directed towards yourself for having such a discerning granddaughter who has saved your life. As Song Qian spoke, his gaze shifted towards Dr. Wang. This is Dr. Wang, reputed for his exceptional medical skills. However, he had previously declared a dire prognosis for you, causing your family to prepare for the worst. Dr. Wang bowed his head, visibly embarrassed. My lack of expertise is a source of shame. I almost jeopardized Lu Laozu's life. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness, old sir, and offer my apologies. With utmost respect, Dr. Wang bowed deeply towards the sickbed. At that moment, he felt a flicker of joy within him. Initially, when he diagnosed the soul-locking pulse, his heart had leapt into his throat, for encountering such a condition often foretold misfortune. Now, with Lu Laozu's illness cured and the soul-locking pulse no longer present, it signified that he would no longer face such a fate. Dr. Wang mused to himself, feeling a sense of secret delight. Regardless of the truth, he owed it all to Dr. Song. Lu Taichu, unfamiliar with Dr. Wang, appeared to have no recollection of the earlier events and thus paid him no heed. He waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. After a few more minutes, the treatment concluded. Lu Taichu stood up from the bed, his complexion radiant and his spirit invigorated, as if many of the wrinkles on his face had vanished. Dr. Song, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life, Lu Taichu exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Lu Muyun. Muyun, within that cabinet lies a bank card containing 10 million. Please retrieve it and present it to Dr. Song. Upon hearing this, Song Qian could not suppress his joy. Yet, he maintained a facade of modesty. Old sir, Miss Lu has already promised me compensation. Receiving 10 million is rather excessive. I would feel undeserving. Such words are unnecessary, Lu Taichu hastily replied. It is but a trifling sum. I implore you, Dr. Song, to graciously accept it. Naturally, Song Qian was eager to accept. After all, to forego such an opportunity would be to squander his efforts. Just 2 days prior, he had mustered the courage to converse with Lu Muyin, even informing her of her late-stage cervical cancer, only to be rebuked by her. His aim was to draw closer to Lu Muyin, seeking ways to profit. Old sir, now that you have stated your intentions so clearly, if I were to decline further, it would seem rather ungracious. Henceforth, I shall humbly accept your 10 million. Of course. Lu Muyin approached Song Qian, presenting the bank card with both hands. This card was procured on my grandfather's behalf. The password consists of 6 sixes. Thank you once again for your efforts. Song Qian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he accepted the card. At last, he was on the brink of financial prosperity. With the addition of yesterday's 2 million, he now possesses nearly 12 million. The house should be transformed into a villa, and a car needs to be purchased for convenience in future endeavors. The doors of wealth have swung wide open for him. It is truly exhilarating. Song Qian had once contemplated that merely acquiring Lu Muyin's pendant during this medical endeavor would suffice as a bountiful harvest. Little did he expect to unexpectedly gain an additional 10 million. One word, exhilarating. Wealthy individuals are indeed extravagant. They engage in ventures without hesitation, with expenditures ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, and at times, even tens of millions. For the affluent, earning money is a breeze. Thank you, Miss Lu. As Song Qian glanced at the bank card, he was surprised to find it was a black card, which he then tucked into his pocket. Lu Fuxing's expression shifted multiple times in an instant. He stood there in a daze, filled with deep regret. He had nearly sent away the esteemed physician summoned by Lu Muyin, yet fortunately, the other party was magnanimous. Summoning his courage, he apologized to Song Qian. Song, I should not have obstructed your treatment of my father. I nearly committed a grave error. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Although Song Qian wished to express a few words of reproach, he restrained himself out of consideration for the recent influx of 10 million. It was merely a small misunderstanding. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly, concerned for the safety of Elder Lu, which prompted your intervention. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. Song Qian's words afforded Lu Fuxing ample dignity. Not only did he forgive Lu Fuxing, but he also bestowed upon him a measure of praise. After all, they had provided 10 million. What harm could a few words do? It wouldn't diminish his own worth, and the prospect of profit was what truly mattered. There was no need for bitterness. Even if one were to harbor grievances, what purpose would it serve? Thank you, Song, for your understanding. Hearing Song Qian's forgiveness, Lu Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward Lu Hie and Lu Ji, as well as his daughter-in-law, Li Chunmei. The three of them exchanged knowing glances and offered their apologies to Song Qian. However, Song Qian maintained a stern demeanor, showing no kindness to the trio. There is no need for your apologies. I cannot bear them. The ones who owe an apology are Miss Lu Muyun. She has borne tremendous pressure to facilitate my treatment of the elder. You all owe her a sincere apology, including Li Chunmei, that could only grit their teeth in regret. Lu Muyun stepped forward, approaching Lu Ha, and with a graceful yet fierce motion, she delivered a resounding slap. Earlier, when Zhao Kiki was struck, Lu Muyun had been seething with unexpressed anger, and Lu Ha had repeatedly disrupted the proceedings under the guise of caring for their grandfather. This was the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson while also avenging Zhao Kiki. I do not accept your apology, though you are my brother. You have uttered despicable words that are both chilling and repugnant. She pointed at Zhao Kiki. Look at what you have done to my personal bodyguard, Zhao Kiki. In another swift motion, Lu Muyun delivered a slap to Lu Ji. I had explicitly instructed that no one was to enter without my permission. Did you take my words lightly? Fortunately, grandfather's treatment remained unaffected. Had there been even the slightest impact, I would have undoubtedly dealt with you today. At this moment, Lu Muyun erupted in fury. With her grandfather's recovery, she no longer felt the need to fear these two brutes. It was time for a lesson. Moreover, her grandfather's support bolstered her confidence. During her grandfather's illness, her two younger brothers and stepmother had caused no small amount of trouble, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. Now, it was time to collect on that debt. They had endured beatings and insults, their heads bowed in silence. Yet, within their hearts, they harbored a growing resentment towards Lu Muyun. Well deserved. Just then, Lu Taichu's voice echoed, You are the elder sister. They are your younger brothers. If they misbehave, they must be taught a lesson to instill some sense. Continue to strike them. The so-called lesson was indeed about discipline. With her grandfather's words ringing in her ears, Lu Muyun wasted no time. She exerted force with both hands simultaneously, delivering a vigorous lesson that left both boys bruised and battered. Chapter 78. The Revered Healer's Apprenticeship. The two individuals cried out in distress, pleading for mercy. Although they harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Muyun, they dared not act recklessly in the presence of their grandfather, enduring the wrath of Lu Muyun and the punishment to their cheeks. Li Chunmei stood by, watching her son being struck, her teeth clenched in fury as she implored Lu Fuxing with meaningful glances, urging him to intervene. At that moment, however, Lu Fuxing was rendered speechless, too intimidated to utter a word. Any attempt to speak further might incur his father's ire. Before his father, he remained merely a child. Despite being a middle-aged man, should his father choose to discipline him, he could do nothing but endure. Moreover, the events of the day were regrettable for all involved, particularly for himself, who had repeatedly thwarted his daughter and spoken disrespectfully to Physician Song, nearly jeopardizing his father's chance for treatment. Fortunately, Physician Song was magnanimous and ultimately treated his father. Otherwise, Lu Fuxing was certain he would have to prepare for the worst. Seeing Lu Fuxing remain indifferent, Li Chunmei was left speechless. With no recourse, she could only glare in frustration. Yet, within her heart, she cursed Lu Muyun, wishing for the opportunity to deliver swift retribution with a series of slaps. As for Song Qian, although he had successfully healed the elder, his actions were not entirely commendable. Rather, they disrupted the meticulously devised plans of Lu Ha. After months of careful plotting, it seemed victory was within grasp. Only for Song Qian to intervene and snatch the old man back from the brink of death. This was a significant setback. Not only had he healed the elder, but Song Qian also provoked Lu Muyun with inflammatory remarks, igniting her fury. This enmity would not be forgotten by Li Chunmei. She vowed that if given the chance, she would teach both Lu Muyun and Song Qian a lesson. Nonetheless, she dared not act on these thoughts for fear of jeopardizing her son's future. In the current circumstances, she could only swallow her anger. At that moment, the voice of the revered healer rang out, suggesting that matters within their family should be set aside in front of Director Xu and himself, allowing the incident to pass without further ado. Director Sun, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly interjected, acknowledging the shortcomings of the two young gentlemen but suggesting that since they recognized their mistakes, they should be granted a temporary reprieve. As soon as Director Sun finished speaking, Lu Fuxing seized the opportunity to echo his sentiments, stating, "Father, Muyan, perhaps we should heed their counsel. It is indeed somewhat embarrassing in front of outsiders, and they both understand their errors." Lu Taichu, hands clasped behind his back, approached Lu Ha and the other young man. After observing them for a moment, he turned his gaze towards Lu Muyun. Let it be, he decided. Today, they shall be spared. With their grandfather's words, Lu Ha and his companion breathed a sigh of relief, their nightmare temporarily abated. They shielded their cheeks and distanced themselves from Lu Muyun. Just then, the revered healer made a stunning move. With unabashed boldness, he knelt before Song Qian, proclaiming, "Physician Song, I hold you in the highest esteem. I humbly request that you accept this old body as your apprentice. I sincerely wish to learn from you." This scene left everyone utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The renowned divine Dr. Wang has unexpectedly chosen Song Qian as his mentor. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Is it conceivable that Song Qian possesses such extraordinary abilities? The events that transpired within the room remain shrouded in mystery. Could it be that Song Qian miraculously healed the elder using nothing but these paper offerings? Such a miraculous occurrence has left everyone perplexed. Not far from the sickbed, the table remains set, with an incense burner still emitting wisps of smoke. 2 candles flicker, their flames dancing gently. In the midst of this unexpected scene, Song Qian finds himself momentarily bewildered. Is it permissible to take the esteemed divine Dr. Wang as his disciple? Just then, Lu Muyun interjects, "Song Doctor, why not heed my advice? Although divine Dr. Wang's medical skills may not surpass yours, his reputation is formidable. Accepting him as a disciple could prove beneficial for you." Lu Muyun's reasoning holds merit. Though Song Qian excels in his medical prowess, his name does not carry the same weight. By taking divine Dr. Wang as a disciple, he would gain a formidable ally. Furthermore, with divine Dr. Wang by his side, the previous incidents involving his 2 brothers and father attempting to dissuade him would likely not recur. Lu Muyun's suggestion catches Song Qian off guard. Why would he take an elder as a disciple? What advantages could this bring him? As his thoughts drift, the voice of divine Dr. Wang resonates once more. "Song Doctor, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. I do not seek to acquire your knowledge. I only wish to occasionally assist you when you require help. That alone would suffice for my contentment." Noticing Song Qian's silence, Lu Taichu adds, "Song Doctor, divine Dr. Wang's sincerity is evident. Perhaps you should consider accepting him." Lu Taichu, the current president of the Lu Group, has navigated the business world for many years and understands the importance of leveraging mutual strengths. The alliance between Song Qian and divine Dr. Wang could foster significant advantages for both parties. For Song Qian, accepting this disciple presents no drawbacks. He would retain complete control over what knowledge, if any, he chooses to impart. Though Song Qian remains somewhat perplexed, he nods in agreement. "Divine Dr. Wang, out of respect for Miss Lu and the esteemed elder, I will accept you as my disciple. However, heed my words. My medical knowledge may not be shared with you, so do not harbor overly high expectations." It is not that Song Qian is unwilling to teach. Rather, the majority of his techniques are not easily conveyed or suitable for instruction, at least for the time being. He has yet to fully comprehend the inheritance of the Lotus Fairy and is uncertain how to pass on his knowledge to others. For instance, while treating patients, Song Qian has found that nearly everyone requires the use of their Dantian spiritual energy. However, divine Dr. Wang lacks such energy within his Dantian. Even if divine Dr. Wang were to impress Song Qian, the transmission of knowledge would ultimately be futile, as Song Qian is currently incapable of doing so. Thus, he chooses to close off that avenue. Upon hearing this, divine Dr. Wang's face brightens with a broad smile. "Thank you, Master, for accepting me as your disciple. Your earnest guidance will forever remain in my heart. As long as I can stay by your side, even without receiving any knowledge, I will be utterly delighted." Your disciple bows before you, Master. In the presence of the venerable Mr. Lu and the entire Lu family, the esteemed Dr. Wang humbly presented tea, thus formally taking on the role of a disciple. Subsequently, Dr. Wang introduced himself. His name is Wang Chuan, 58 years of age, who commenced his medical practice in his 20s. He has dedicated nearly 4 decades to this profession and has garnered a modest reputation. While Wang Chuan spoke with humility, his renown is indeed noteworthy within the Dragon Country, having successfully treated no fewer than 8,000 patients. Financially, his worth amounts to several billion. Upon hearing this, Song Qian smiled brightly. It appears that this disciple is quite a valuable acquisition, should she find herself in need of funds in the future. Obtaining several million from him would certainly not be an issue. With a smile, Song Qian graciously accepted her new disciple. Chapter 79. He is certainly not a fish in the pond. In a display of respect, the esteemed Dr. Wang refrained from bringing any extravagant gifts, opting instead to transfer 660,000 to Song Qian via his mobile phone as a modest token of his appreciation. This small gesture delighted Song Qian, who graciously accepted it. After a brief ceremony of apprenticeship, applause erupted from the gathered attendees, signaling the end of the proceedings. Following this, Lu Muyun, with Song Qian's consent, collected the incense burner, paper money, and other related items from the room. Subsequently, Lu Taichu retained Lu Muyun in the chamber to discuss the recent operations of the enterprise and the various events that had transpired during this period. Upon hearing the accounts, Lu Taichu's brow furrowed deeply. It was fortunate that he had recovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Muyun, you are no longer a child. It is high time you consider a partner. I observe that Dr. Song is young and handsome, certainly not an ordinary person, but rather a rare find for a worthy husband. You must seize this opportunity, Lu Taichu remarked. Lu Muyun, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Grandfather, you are being rather improper. Matters of the heart should be left to individuals to navigate. Please refrain from meddling, or I may choose to ignore you, she retorted, though her words were somewhat insincere. To speak candidly, over the years, she had attracted the attention of countless suitors, numbering in the hundreds, including many affluent young men. However, none had captured her interest. Most pursued her either for her beauty or for the wealth of the Lu family, coveting shares in the Lu group. In summary, there was not a single suitor to her liking. Those who were more genuine did not appeal to her, while the charming and eloquent ones often turned out to be nothing more than frivolous scions of wealthy families, frequently frequenting establishments of ill repute. Look at you, blushing now. At your age, are you truly considering remaining unmarried? You must take my advice to heart. Dr. Song is indeed a coveted individual, and opportunities like this do not come often, Lu Taichu asserted, demonstrating his keen understanding of the situation. As he noted, there were indeed multiple admirers vying for Song Qian's affections, including Xu Taohua from Taohua village, who was utterly devoted, and the village beauty, Zhang Yibei, whose intentions were equally apparent. By the order of their affections, Lu Muyun would only rank third in line. Song Qian was undoubtedly a prize worth pursuing. Enough of the shamelessness, Lu Muyun exclaimed, her cheeks aflame as she averted her gaze from Lu Taichu, eager to shift the topic. Grandfather, if there is nothing more to discuss, shall we step outside? Today, you have recuperated well, and with Dr. Song having taken on an apprentice, we could invite them over for a meal and enjoy a family gathering. Very well, let us go, Lu Taichu replied, rising to his feet and taking a few steps forward. However, he turned back to Lu Muyun, reiterating his earlier point. Muyun, please pay heed to what I said. Dr. Song is indeed a prized catch, and you must not let this chance slip away. With his grandfather's insistence weighing heavily on her, Lu Muyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grandfather, do you so fervently wish for me to marry? If I were to wed, who would be here to attend to you, to serve you tea and water? You should find me a grandson-in-law. Then you won't have to trouble yourself with my care, Lu Taichu replied, pausing momentarily to stroke his lightly whiskered chin, his brow lifting slightly as he pondered the implications. Indeed, concerning the situation with Dr. Song, I implore you to conduct a thorough investigation. I desire to obtain his complete dossier. I have already conducted the investigation, Lu Muyun remarked, stepping forward and firmly grasping Lu Taichu's arm. As they stood together in the room, he recounted the findings he had long since acquired, detailing his acquaintance with Song Qian, as well as the ordeal of his illness and subsequent recovery, divulging everything in one breath. Upon hearing this, Lu Taichu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that not only had Song Qian saved him, but he had also rescued Lu Muyun, making him the savior of the Lu family, a debt of gratitude as immense as a mountain. Had Lu Muyun not encountered Song Qian, Lu Taichu shuddered to think of the potential consequences. He glanced at the ticket information on Lu Muyun's phone and was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. What a close call. Without Song Qian, he would have been lost in confusion, and Lu Muyun would have had to seek treatment abroad, potentially throwing the entire family into chaos. Muyun, Dr. Song is our family's benefactor. Although his current circumstances are less than favorable, he possesses unparalleled medical skills and will undoubtedly soar to great heights one day. You must seize this opportunity, Lu Taichu urged earnestly, reiterating his point. The more he emphasized, the more Lu Muyun blushed, her bashful smile illuminating her face, which reddened like the twilight sky, from her neck to her ears. "Grandfather, please stop," Lu Muyun complained softly, tilting her head in contemplation. "There is something I have decided without your consent, and there is no room for alteration." Dr. Song had agreed to treat Lu Taichu on the condition that she would offer him the pendant necklace around her neck, a commitment that left her feeling cornered. "I do not wish to offend Dr. Song. You must agree to my decision." This was indeed a significant decision. The pendant Lu Muyun wore was valued at no less than several million. If Song Qian demanded such a sum, Lu Taichu would willingly pay, even offering more. Yet parting with the pendant was fraught with difficulty. It was a family heirloom, passed down through countless generations. Lu Taichu could scarcely recall from which ancestor it had originated. Could he truly part with something bequeathed by his forebears? After a moment of contemplation, he gently nodded. "Our Lu family places the utmost importance on reputation. Since you have made this promise, then let it be given." "Alas," he sighed, acknowledging the weight of the decision. The pendant had traversed many generations, and now, in Lu Muyun's hands, it seemed destined to reach its conclusion. One must not go back on their word. "Grandfather, you won't hold this against me, will you?" Lu Muyun asked, her voice low and her expression troubled. She had felt compelled to acquiesce to Song Qian in order to save her grandfather's life. "There is one condition: if you can secure Song Qian as our family's son-in-law. Then whether the pendant rests around his neck or yours, it would make little difference." Lu Muyun's eyes widened in disbelief at this notion. In the dining room, a sumptuous feast had been prepared, and everyone sat together, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Ha, Lu Ji, and Li Chumei wore forced smiles. On one hand, Lu Ha and Lu Ji had endured a beating, leaving their spirits decidedly dampened. On the other hand, Lu He's meticulously crafted plans were thoroughly dismantled by Song Qian's unexpected arrival. How could he possibly feel joy? Only Lu Muyun and Lu Taichu, among others, felt genuine happiness. After the meal, Lu Muyun concocted an excuse, claiming she had a matter to discuss with Song Qian, and led him upstairs for a private conversation. In the upstairs living room, the two settled onto the sofa. Lu Muyun, in front of Song Qian, unbuttoned one of her clothing buttons, then tousled her hair before turning to kneel before him. Chapter 80. The pendant has finally arrived, Dr. Song. This pendant is now yours. But I would like to trouble you to personally remove it from around my neck, Lu Muyun requested, her voice soft and inviting. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, as she squatted gracefully before Song Qian, revealing a lovely back. One hand rested on her knee while the other played with her hair, the skin on her nape glistening like pure jade before Song Qian's eyes. The intoxicating scent enveloped him, rendering him momentarily dazed. Miss Lu was undeniably exquisite. Her figure, face, and flawless skin resembled the finest of jades, perfect in every aspect. Hesitantly, Song Qian extended his hand, feeling a wave of warmth even before contact. "Dr. Song, please help me remove it," Lu Muyun said, still half squatting, her feet beginning to ache from the position. "Miss Lu, it is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such intimacy. Perhaps you could assist me instead?" "I would not want to create misunderstandings," Song Qian replied, a hint of awkwardness evident as his hand hovered in the air. Lu Muyun turned her head, biting her lower lip with a playful smile. "Why should you fear misunderstandings? I am not concerned at all." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "Yesterday, when you treated me, you not only saw my body but also touched it." Though shy, Lu Muyun teased him deliberately. Song Qian could only manage a sheepish smile in response. "Well, Miss Lu, please do not jest. In order to treat you, I had to make contact. I must insist that you remove the pendant," he said, trying to maintain some decorum. Lu Muyun stood, fastening the buttons of her collar, her face still tinged with crimson. She gazed at him. "I shall give you one more chance. If you do not remove the pendant yourself, then you shall not have it." With a playful huff, she placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Realizing he had no choice, Song Qian nodded in acquiescence. "Very well then, please squat before me once more, and I shall promptly remove the pendant." However, Lu Muyun faced him directly. "Dr. Song, whether you take it off from behind or from the front, the effect is the same. Why not from the front?" she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This was a first for her, and her grandfather had not been mistaken. Song Qian was indeed extraordinary, and she wanted to create an opportunity. Yet, to remove the pendant from the front, how would that be accomplished? A hint of embarrassment crossed Song Qian's face. Lu Muyun was too beautiful, like a lotus emerging from serene waters, meant to be admired from a distance rather than approached too closely. If it were Zhang Yibei, whom he was well acquainted with, he could joke and jest freely. But with Lu Muyun, having known her for only 2 days, he felt a deep sense of shyness. The women who interacted with Song Qian were few in number, with one, Xu Taohua, constantly entangling herself with him, leading to moments of awkwardness for Song Qian. Now, with Lu Muyun's assertiveness, the situation had escalated. Seizing the opportunity to retrieve the pendant, she subtly teased him. "How about this, Miss Lu?" Song Qian suggested. "You turn around as you did earlier, and I will retrieve it immediately." The pendant was nearly within reach, yet Lu Muyun presented Song Qian with a conundrum. Though challenging, it was also an easily solvable one. With a light laugh, Lu Muyun did not turn away. Instead, she elegantly settled onto the sofa. "Dr. Song, earlier I half-squatted before you, and while you hesitated, my calves became sore. If you wish for me to squat before you again, I wouldn't mind, but my legs are a bit fatigued. Please remedy that for me." As she spoke, she extended her calf towards him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Qian could only place his hands on her leg, providing a token massage. Lu Muyun, with a triumphant demeanor, giggled incessantly. "I was merely toying with you. I shall retrieve it myself." With that, she swept her hair aside and swiftly removed the pendant. Holding the pendant in one hand and grasping Song Qian's hand with the other, she solemnly placed it into his palm. "The pendant is yours." Overwhelmed with excitement, Song Qian felt a surge of exhilaration that eclipsed even the joy he would have felt from receiving 10 million from Old Master Lu. From the moment he discovered the pendant's existence, he had been scheming to acquire it. Now that it was finally in his possession, he felt as though he had located a fragment of the Lotus Immortal Emperor's consciousness. 3 years had flown by in an instant, and the road ahead remained long and arduous. He needed to continue his efforts. The next steps involved earning wealth and swiftly searching for more fragments of consciousness, striving to gather them all in the shortest time possible. Once the fragments were assembled, the Lotus Immortal Emperor would awaken. Since his recovery from his foolish affliction, nearly 2 or 3 days had elapsed, and yet those days had brought monumental changes to Song Qian's life, all thanks to the Lotus Immortal Emperor. He must persist in his endeavors to facilitate the Emperor's early revival. Carefully, he tucked the pendant into his bosom. "Thank you, Miss Lu." Lu Muyun raised her chin, smiling at Song Qian. "Dr. Song, the pendant still carries my warmth. Why not wear it around your neck?" This playful side of Lu Muyun was a delightful surprise, as she herself was unaware of her sudden change in demeanor. "No need for that. I shall keep it in my pocket," Song Qian replied, then shifted the conversation. "Miss Lu, there is another important matter we urgently need to address." After a brief pause, he continued, "Though your grandfather's illness has been cured, are you curious as to why he fell victim to the soul-locking technique?" This inquiry was perfectly timed. Even if Song Qian had not posed the question, Lu Muyun would have inevitably brought it up herself. "I am indeed eager to comprehend the means by which the other party ensnared my grandfather with the soul-locking technique. It is imperative to resolve the issue at its root." Song Qian smiled faintly, stating that the matter lies within your grandfather's room. "In my grandfather's room?" Lu Muyun was taken aback. Song Qian succinctly relayed the sequence of events to Lu Muyun. Upon finishing, Lu Muyun sprang to his feet. "If that is the case, we must hasten to my grandfather's room." Song Qian rose as well. "Let us go, and may that object still be there." Lu Taichu's room is located on the 4th floor of the villa, while the dining room is on the 2nd floor, and at this moment, Lu Muyun and Song Qian are situated on the 3rd floor. In fact, just moments ago, Song Qian had been discreetly observing, wondering if Lu He would stealthily make his way to the old master's room. However, Lu He exhibited no signs of movement. Chapter 81. Another trouble for Lu He. Taking advantage of the opportunity to fetch something, the two ascended to the 4th floor and entered the old gentleman's chamber. Song Qian utilized his Lotus Celestial Eye to survey the surroundings and confirmed that the item remained. "Miss Lu, I sense that the object is still within the room. Although I am aware that Lu He placed it there, he would never admit to it if confronted directly. Perhaps we could do it this way." Song Qian whispered a few suggestions into Lu Muyun's ear. Upon hearing his words, Lu Muyun instantly gave a thumbs up and sprang into action. She exited the room to procure a spare mobile phone. Next, she activated the phone's camera, positioning it as per Song Qian's instructions, and concealed the device. Having completed these preparations, the two departed. On their descent, taking advantage of Lu Muyun's distraction, Song Qian discreetly stored the petal pendant into the lotus space. Upon reaching the ground floor, everyone remained present, engaged in cheerful conversation. Lu He and Lu Ji, striving to maintain the jovial atmosphere, forced smiles. Suddenly, Lu He's expression faltered. He distinctly remembered that Lu Muyun had always worn a pendant around her neck, a treasured heirloom known to the family. Yet now, it was conspicuously absent. This pendant symbolized identity and status, suitable for both genders, and was bestowed only upon the heirs of the Lu clan. Why had it vanished? With its absence, it opened a door for inquiry. Lu Muyun, if my memory serves me correctly, grandfather gifted you a familial treasure that you always wore. Where is it? At Lu He's prompting, all eyes turned to Lu Muyun's neck, plunging her into an awkward silence. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Taichu interjected, I instructed Mu Yun to remove it. This matter is none of your concern. As soon as Lu Taichu finished, Li Chunmei chimed in. Astonished, father, if I recall correctly, that pendant is the Lu family's heirloom. Once donned, it should not be easily removed. Why was it taken off? Lu Ji, sitting nearby, wore a curious expression. Since he learned that the pendant had been given to Lu Muyun, he had never seen her without it. Today, with grandfather's recent recovery, it should have been a joyous occasion, yet why was the pendant removed? My decisions are not subject to your oversight. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Taichu preferred not to elaborate further. Now that the pendant was with Song Qian, any explanation would only heighten their suspicions. Observing grandfather's displeasure, Lua grew increasingly perplexed. The pendant had been entrusted to Lu Muyun. It could not simply be reclaimed unless passed to another. Otherwise, it must surely remain with her. Rubbing his temples, Lu He pondered deeply. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp the situation. I recall now. Lu had tentatively stated, during our meal earlier, I noticed that the pendant was still around Lu Muyun's neck. Now that it is missing, could it be that it was given to Song Qian? At this juncture, Lu He was merely testing the waters. Lu Ji, prompted by Lu He's reminder, appeared to recollect as well. Indeed, Lu Muyun escorted Dr. Song upstairs, claiming to seek consultation on some matter. Upon returning, the pendant had mysteriously vanished. Lu He remarked that it was not entirely implausible. Lu Ji, directing his gaze towards Song Qian, pondered the situation. Li Chunmei, standing nearby, fanned the flames of suspicion, exclaiming, Lu Muyun, that pendant is a cherished heirloom of the Lu family. You wouldn't have truly given it to Dr. Song, would you? The atmosphere among them grew increasingly tense. Lu Taichu furrowed his brow, his lips twitching slightly. Although Lu Muyun had taken it upon herself to make the decision regarding the pendant, she had consulted him beforehand. And he had indeed acquiesced. Given the skepticism surrounding the matter, it was prudent to lay everything bare. Lu Taichu stroked his beard, rising from his seat, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the instigators. Since you are so eager to know, I shall not withhold the truth from you. Yes, with my consent. The pendant has been given to Dr. Song. With their grandfather having clarified the situation, Lu Muyun seized the opportunity to succinctly explain the circumstances. The reason Dr. Song agreed to treat their grandfather hinged upon the condition of receiving the pendant. Although the pendant was valued in the tens of millions, when weighed against their grandfather's health, what significance did a single pendant hold? Even if it were 10 pendants, it would be worth it. My decision is not open to your scrutiny. Song Qian was taken aback by Lu He's audacity. In an instant, he realized the pendant was no longer in hiding. With the matter now transparent, there was no reason to conceal it further. After all, the pendant was already in his possession, and none could take it from him. Indeed, the pendant has been entrusted to me. However, this was under the condition of treating the elder. Now that he has recovered, is there any issue with my keeping the pendant? Originally, Song Qian's successful treatment of the elder had disrupted his plans. And now he had taken possession of the pendant as well. Lu He was unwilling to let this go. Dr. Song, why did you insist on this pendant when treating my grandfather? I am beginning to suspect that your involvement may have been the cause of my grandfather's illness. Silence. Lu Taichu bellowed, astonished that anyone would dare slander Dr. Song. Who gave you the audacity to speak such words? Do you wish for your demise? Song Qian was a savior of the Lu family, having rescued not only Lu Taichu but also Lu Muyun. Yet Lu had dared to malign their benefactor. Faced with Lu Taichu's fury, Lu He hesitated but ultimately pressed on, determined to make his point. Grandfather, whether you strike me or berate me, I must voice my concerns. The pendant is a treasured heirloom of the Lu family, passed down through generations. How could it be so easily given to an outsider? This pendant serves as a tangible connection to our ancestors. Without it, we lack their protection. Lu Fushan, seated nearby, appeared torn, wishing to speak but refraining. He recognized that the elder's actions were indeed questionable. The pendant was a family treasure that should not have been given to an outsider. However, he lacked the courage to express this sentiment. The elder had erred, and today he too had not acted properly. Enough, Lu Taichu bellowed. Dr. Song has agreed to treat me, and the pendant is a prerequisite. There is nothing more to discuss. Song Qian replied with a cold smile. his gaze fixed on Lu Ha. This young man had been opposing him all day, and it was time to show him a bit of color and let him experience some hardship. Young Master Lu, you just claimed that the reason for the old man's illness is my nefarious dealings behind the scenes. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Lu He was utterly oblivious to Song Qian's intentions to deal with him. Upon hearing Song Qian's words, he couldn't help but laugh. This fellow wanted to argue with him, which suited him perfectly. Dr. Song, may I inquire why it is that the pendant belonging to Lu Muyun has always hung around her neck, with only the necklace visible? You were well aware that treating my grandfather could yield substantial financial gain. Why, then, do you insist on the pendant? Chapter 82. Dealing with Lu He, this matter is indeed quite intricate. It also subtly reflects that prior to treating the illness, Song Qian had already coveted this pendant, even being aware of its worth. With a cold expression and a hint of murderous intent in his gaze, Song Qian's demeanor shifted. I do not wish to elaborate on the intricacies of the situation. If young Master Lu harbors any doubts, it would be best to be straightforward and candid. Just as Lu Taichu was about to speak, Song Qian gestured for him to allow Lu He to finish. With arms crossed and a penetrating stare directed at Song Qian, Lu He stepped forward, declaring that since the esteemed physician had spoken, he would not hold back. I suspect that before my grandfather fell ill, you had already set your sights on this pendant, and through some clandestine means, you caused my grandfather's ailment, only to later offer your services for treatment. Your motives are clear. You simply desire this pendant. Lu He's assertion was astute, successfully shifting the focus of the conflict onto Song Qian. Should the elder ever discover that his illness was the result of a soul-locking technique, Lu He could easily accuse Song Qian of having premeditated this scheme. Furthermore, he could implicate Lu Muyun, alleging a collusion between the two. This was a masterful maneuver, showcasing a malicious intent. You slanderous fiend. Lu Muyun recognized the insinuation directed towards him and urged Lu He to continue. Song Qian smiled coldly. Lu He, perceiving a tremor of uncertainty in the two, grew emboldened. Esteemed physician Song, is it not true that my grandfather's illness was your deliberate act? Will you confess or not? Song Qian chuckled, surveying the room. Lu He, your ancestors are watching you from above. Do you not fear their retribution for your baseless slander? This statement served as a prelude to the upcoming events, setting the stage for confronting Lu He. Yet, Lu He remained oblivious. I have committed no wrongdoing. My ancestors are not blind. How could they punish me? He boasted. Lu He, since you claim innocence, would you dare take an oath before heaven? An oath to your ancestors? Oaths are mere childish play, if they held any weight. Even a dog could change its nature and cease indulging in filth. Lu He dismissed such notions with derision. What is there to fear? He retorted defiantly. As Lu He fell into his own trap, Song Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. Those who are arrogant must eventually pay for their hubris. Initially, within Lu Laoyi's room, Lu Muyun had prepared a mobile phone to gather evidence against Lu He for his wrongdoing towards the elder. However, Song Qian now devised an alternative approach. Since you are so bold as to swear, then I challenge you to take an oath before heaven and your ancestors, declaring that my grandfather's illness has nothing to do with you, that it was entirely my doing, and that your ancestors should take me to task. Song Qian's words elicited a silent chuckle from Lu He. It is merely an oath. What significance does that hold? He was resolute in his disbelief, swearing that the ancestors could not possibly punish him. If the ancestors were indeed watching from above, they ought to chastise Lu Muyun, a mere woman unfit to oversee the Lu group. Lu He coughed lightly and gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes half closed as he prepared to make a solemn oath. Lu Taichu, seated nearby, felt a twinge of curiosity. Why would the esteemed Dr. Song, with such remarkable medical skills, engage in this peculiar game with Lu He? What was his ulterior motive? Lu Muyun stood with her hands clasped behind her back, perplexed and unable to fathom Dr. Song's intentions. Was there any merit to such an oath? If oaths held any weight, then countless men across the world who swore to their girlfriends would have long since been struck down by lightning. If oaths were truly effective, there would be no liars in existence. Lu Muyun was utterly confounded, her expression one of bewilderment. What was Dr. Song's true purpose? Dr. Wang, Dean's son, and several others stared in astonishment, finding the situation absurdly comical. Oaths were merely empty words meant to deceive. Who would believe such nonsense? Only a fool would. At that moment, Lu He's voice rang out. I swear to heaven, I swear to the ancestors, my grandfather's illness has nothing to do with me. I have not wronged him in any way. If I speak falsely, may heaven punish me, may the ancestors punish me. Just as he finished, he clutched his throat, collapsing to his knees with a thud, and began to wail. The onlookers were instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Had he been punished by the ancestors? How could this be? Li Chuanmei's brow furrowed in concern. Could her son truly be ill? He had seemed fine moments ago, and now he was acting so strangely. She was about to rush over to help him up. Don't touch him. Dr. Song quickly intervened. I suspect Lu Ha may have wronged the old master and is now being punished by your family's ancestors. Do not interfere. It could be disastrous. Let him finish. Lu Ha, still on his knees, grasped his throat, wailing in agony, his eyes bulging and temples throbbing, his visage grotesque. Hearing his cries, everyone instinctively recoiled. Even the experienced Lu Taichu was taken aback by such an eerie spectacle, something he had never witnessed before. Lu Muyun stood to the side, her complexion pale and anxious. She could not comprehend Lu He's bizarre behavior. Could it truly be as Dr. Song suggested? Was he being punished by the Lu family's ancestors? If the ancestors could manifest, why had they not done so earlier? Lu Muyun's mind was a muddled haze, struggling to make sense of it all. Unbeknownst to her, Lu He's condition was orchestrated by Dr. Song, who had employed hypnosis on him. A hypnotized individual is not in control of themselves. Observing Lu Ha kneeling, Dr. Song smirked coldly, inwardly declaring that Lu Hua was far too inexperienced to challenge him. Individuals like Lu Hua are no match for Song Qian, who possesses a plethora of means to deal with him, any one of which could spell his demise. Song Qian employed hypnosis to ensnare Lu Hua's mind. At that moment, Lu He grasped his throat with both hands, his facial muscles convulsing in agony as he uttered words filled with torment. Grandfather, I am deeply sorry. I have brought you harm. The reason you fell victim to the soul-locking technique was due to my extravagant expenditure to engage a master to enact it. Lu Ha's visage twisted in anguish, yet he was ensnared by forces beyond his control. He clutched his throat desperately, resisting the urge to speak. Yet his mouth betrayed him, revealing the secrets he harbored deep within. Upon hearing this, Li Chunmei was instantly taken aback. Lu Ha's actions were not solely his own. She had been complicit in the scheming, and within the Elder Lu's chamber lay an object that she had orchestrated to be placed there. Chapter 83. Lu Ha let slip a secret. If Lu Ha were to divulge everything, it would spell disaster. Li Chunmei rushed forward, one hand pressing Lu He's head while the other covered his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Let go. Let him continue talking. Lu Taichu stood up, pointing at Li Chunmei and shouting in anger. Terrified, Li Chunmei dared not release her grip on Lu He's mouth, still holding him down, fearful that he might utter another word. Did you hear that? Step aside. Lu Taichu bellowed once more, but Li Chunmei remained unmoved. Dad, Lu Ha might be ill. He's rambling. You mustn't listen to his nonsense. Quickly call for an ambulance. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that there was no need for an ambulance, as two doctors were already present, Sun Changde, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital, and Song Qian. In a moment of desperation, she turned her gaze towards Sun Changde. Director Sun, Lu Ha may be experiencing an epileptic seizure. Please save him before he harms himself. Sun Changde looked helplessly at Song Qian. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Replying to Li Chunmei, Lu He is undoubtedly facing the punishment of our ancestors. Once the punishment concludes, he should recover on his own. I fear no one can save him. At that moment, Lu Taichu turned his attention to Lu Fuxing and Lu Ji. You two, quickly pull Li Chunmei away. If Lu He goes mad, it could be disastrous for his mother. Soon, Li Chunmei was forcibly removed. Lu Ha began to speak to himself again. In Grandpa's room, there is a bonsai, and hidden within it is a puppet given to me by the master, inscribed with Grandpa's name. Upon hearing this, Li Chunmei crumpled to the floor. This is it. It's all over now. Everything has been revealed by these rascals. If she had known it would come to this, she should have seized the opportunity earlier to take the puppet and obliterate the evidence. You scoundrels! I never imagined you could be so malicious. Lu Taichu was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Come, let us go upstairs and see for ourselves whether this wretched child speaks the truth. Is there indeed something there? Li Chunmei scrambled to her feet, rushing in front of the old man. Dad, Lu Ha is merely talking nonsense. You mustn't believe him. Quickly call for an ambulance to take Lu Ha to the hospital. If we delay too long, he may not survive. Saving a life is paramount. If her father ascended with the others, it would be utterly disastrous. There was still a faint chance to stop Lu Taichu now. Get out of my way. Lu Taichu shouted, turning to stride ahead, with the others following closely behind as they made their way to the fourth floor. With curiosity brewing, they soon arrived at the fourth floor. In Lu Taichu's room, there were 2 or 3 pots of bonsai. Enraged, he violently overturned the pots, scattering soil everywhere. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the onlookers. As the second bonsai was overturned, a palm-sized puppet fell from its surface, entirely black in hue. On the back of the puppet, The name Lu Taichu was inscribed in crimson, with a prominent cross above it. 10 steel needles were embedded throughout its body. This peculiar scene left everyone feeling profoundly unsettled. Dr. Wang and Dean Sun furrowed their brows, grappling with the incredibility of the situation. Such a sight seemed more suited for a television drama than reality, rendering it utterly unfathomable and spine-chilling. The ominous black puppet increasingly resembled a grim specter, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Lu Muyun, witnessing this eerie spectacle, felt a shiver run down her spine. Although Song Qian had previously warned her that something was amiss in the room, the sight before her still prompted a cold sweat. It was this very puppet that had cost her family tens of millions in medical expenses, along with a precious pendant, and had nearly brought her grandfather to the brink of death. The indirect economic losses to the group had soared into the hundreds of millions. Lu He, that wretched scoundrel, was utterly inhumane, prioritizing the group's power over her grandfather's life. He was nothing short of a beast. As Lu Muyun's anger swelled, she found herself wishing for Lu He's demise. At that moment, a realization dawned upon her. Earlier, downstairs, Song Qian had compelled Lu He to swear an oath, after which Lu He spoke the truth. Could it be that Song Qian orchestrated Lu He's honesty? Yet, how had he achieved that? Moreover, based on the sequence of events, Lu Muyun could assert with absolute certainty that Lu He's supposed punishment from their ancestors was, in fact, a ploy by Song Qian. Turning her gaze towards Song Qian, her admiration deepened, and she found him increasingly attractive. The more she looked, the more enigmatic he appeared. What secrets did Song Qian harbor? She resolved to uncover them by any means necessary. Lu Taichu was seething with rage, realizing that Lu He's claims were indeed true. He was the architect of all this chaos, and he truly wished her harm. That little wretch, I shall not spare him today, Lu Taichu declared, clutching the puppet in fury as she strode downstairs. Upon reaching the lower level, she found Lu He kneeling in the living room, still sobbing. At that moment, Song Qian retracted his hypnotic influence, causing Lu He to slump to the ground, bewildered as he regained his senses. Why am I sitting on the floor? He wondered. Lu Taichu approached him and delivered a swift kick. Lu He yelped, unable to rise, and fell back to the ground. You truly wish to see my end, don't you? Lu Taichu scolded, casting the concealed black puppet before Lu He. Upon seeing it, Lu He was instantly filled with terror. Isn't this black puppet hidden in grandfather's bedroom? How could it be in my grandfather's possession? Lu He pondered in confusion. The puppet, what is it doing here? Before Lu He could finish his thought, he suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. In a flurry of panic, he hastily turned his head away, avoiding the gaze of the puppet. No, I do not recognize this puppet. The more he insisted on his innocence, the more the onlookers were convinced that this puppet was undeniably linked to him. Moreover, having been hypnotized by Song Qian moments earlier, he had divulged everything he should not have, rendering any explanation futile. Confess honestly, where did this puppet come from, and who bestowed it upon you? Dare to utter a single falsehood, and I shall annihilate you. Lu Taichu glowered fiercely at Lu He, his wrath palpable, if Lu He failed to utter the truth. He genuinely contemplated the elimination of this wretch. In a bid to safeguard her son, Li Chunmei hastily intervened. With a thud, she knelt before Lu Taichu. Father, this matter is unrelated to Lu He. It was I who orchestrated it, and I commanded the placement of the puppet as well. I was unaware of the gravity of the situation. I take full responsibility for these actions. Punish me as you see fit, but spare Lu He. Chapter 84. The two demands of Lu Ji. Li Chunmei desired to take the blame upon herself, yet her efforts proved futile. For Lu He had already admitted to releasing the puppet. She sought to dissociate this matter from Lu He, but Lu Taichu was not easily deceived. How could he readily accept her words? The more Lu Taichu listened, the more his anger intensified. How could you, Li Chunmei, be involved in this? Speak honestly. From whence did the puppet come, and why have you acted thus? Li Chunmei knelt upon the ground, rendered speechless by her tears. The ramifications of this incident weighed heavily upon Lu He. If not handled properly, he would not only lose the power within the Lu family, but could also have his shares reclaimed by the old master. Father, we acknowledge our mistakes. We were blinded by greed and deceived by others. Please, forgive us. Lu He clung to Lu Taichu's leg, imploring, Grandfather, my mother and I understand our errors. Grant us a chance. We shall never repeat our misdeeds, I beseech you. At this juncture, Lu He could only beg for mercy. If he could temporarily quell the immediate crisis, with the passage of time, he would surely have another opportunity to rise again. The pressing hope was that the old master would soften, allowing them to escape without severe consequence. Even a slight reprimand would be tolerable. As he pleaded, Lu He felt an inexplicable confusion. He vaguely remembered swearing an oath, yet as soon as the words left his lips, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he lost control of his body. What transpired afterward was a mystery to him. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself receiving a kick from his grandfather, and the ominous black puppet materialized before him. What was the meaning of this? Lu He racked his brain, unable to comprehend the situation. It had to be Song Qian's doing. Once he resolved his current predicament, he would seek retribution against Song Qian, determined to eliminate this wretched individual. Cursed be Song Qian, who repeatedly sabotaged his endeavors. Now, he had brought this matter to his grandfather's attention. How dare the scoundrel disrupt everything? Lu He continued to plead, while simultaneously seething with resentment towards Song Qian. Lu Ji stood nearby, his heart a tumult of emotions. He never imagined that Lu He was responsible for their grandfather's illness. And the cruelty displayed by Lu He and his mother was shocking. To threaten their grandfather's life for the sake of corporate power was inexcusable. Such a ruthless individual must be approached with caution. Today he could harm their grandfather, and perhaps tomorrow he might turn against Lu Ji himself. Such a person was terrifying, willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated further. Their grandfather had ultimately recovered. However, this incident would undoubtedly diminish Lu He's standing. Lu Ji recognized the opportunity before him. He must assert himself in front of their grandfather to have a chance at gaining control of the corporation. Among the three siblings, he had always held the least power. Given the events of today, Lu He would certainly not regain favor anytime soon, possibly even for a lifetime. Lu Muyun remained the most formidable rival for the future leadership of the group, and with Lu He out of the picture, Lu Ji felt a significant relief from the pressure. Faced with the pleas of the two, Lu Taichu remained silent. It was truly a calamity, with one careless moment. He nearly lost his life at the hands of his daughter-in-law and grandson. Such treachery was beyond comprehension. From this point forward, all shares held by Lu He shall be reclaimed by the group, and he is forbidden from holding any position within the company. Guards, take these mother and son back to their quarters and confine them. They are not to step outside without my consent. Despite their desperate entreaties, they were dragged away. For a fleeting moment, Lu Taichu harbored thoughts of vengeance. He had toiled diligently to expand and strengthen the group, ensuring his family was free from worry. Yet he had never anticipated being nearly killed by Lu He. At that moment, Lu Ji spoke up. Grandfather, both my stepmother and Lu He have indeed gone too far. Plotting to take your life, this I cannot accept. Fortunately, Sister Mu Yun, with her discerning eye, braved immense pressure to invite Dr. Song to our home, who has cured your ailment. As he spoke, Lu Ji's tone shifted. However, grandfather, although Dr. Song is our savior, we have repaid him handsomely. That petal pendant is a treasured heirloom passed down from our ancestors, and it truly should not be given to him. Please do not take offense, but I cannot shake the unease of gifting something so significant to Dr. Song. Lu Taichu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He too had pondered the matter of the pendant extensively. Lu Ji's words had crossed his mind before, yet he could not afford to be inconsistent. Moreover, the pendant had already been entrusted to Song Qian. This matter is settled. Were it not for this pendant, Dr. Song would not have intervened to save me. Since it has been given to him, it is now his, and we need not discuss it further. Lu Taichu's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dispute. As the head of the Lu group, he could not afford to waver, especially since the pendant was the condition for his treatment. Treasures left by our ancestors ought to serve a purpose rather than merely be decorative heirlooms passed down through generations. Grandfather, Lu Ji interjected, I must express my discontent. If this pendant is to be given to Dr. Song, I require his agreement to assist the group with two matters before I can truly accept it. Lu Ji's assertion was intended to create difficulty for Song Qian, and more so, to trouble Lu Muyun. Lu Muyun's expression darkened as she shot Lu Ji a glare. Lu Ji, do not overstep. Doctor, Song is not a member of the group. Why should he be compelled to assist us? He has not promised you anything. Why should he be beholden to your demands? The pendant was indeed a remarkable treasure. Song Qian, having received it from Lu Muyun, felt somewhat guilty after also accepting 10 million from the elder. Since Lu Ji had made a request, it seemed prudent to listen before proceeding. Young Master Lu, please articulate your demands. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji secretly rejoiced. If Song Qian acquiesced to his requests, it would provide him an opportunity to maneuver behind the scenes. This opportunity could also serve to pose challenges for Lu Muyun. Dr. Song, I understand that this may place you in a difficult position, but that pendant is indeed a cherished heirloom of the Lu family. I have but two modest requests. Firstly, the Zhao group in Jiacheng owes our Lu group a sum of 100 million. I must trouble you, Dr. Song, to assist us in recovering this outstanding debt. At this juncture, Lu Ji added, rest assured that your efforts will not go unrewarded upon the successful recovery of this debt. A commission of 20% shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun was immediately incensed. Lu Ji, have you lost your mind? The Zhao group's debt of 100 million has become a lost cause, and even grandfather cannot reclaim it. Why must you burden Dr. Song with this? If you have the capability, you should pursue it yourself. Chapter 85. Dealing with the black puppet Lu Taichu's side, his expression somewhat grim. Muyun was correct. The 100 million in bad debt was no longer something we intended to reclaim. Moreover, young Master Zhao from the Zhao group was indeed not a figure to be trifled with. The other members of the Lu family began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, since it had become a lost cause, the Zhao family would never part with the funds. It would be unreasonable to expect otherwise. Dr. Song was a benefactor to our Lu family, and it was inappropriate to put him in such a difficult situation. Not even if the esteemed elder chairman himself intervened could we hope to recover that sum. Perhaps we should consider an alternative request. This would alleviate some burden from Dr. Song, and young Master Lu would find it easier to come to terms with the matter. Considering Lu Muyun's perspective, Song Qian reflected for a moment. Since the other party had made a request, he would find some time to resolve this minor inconvenience. After all, it was merely a matter of debt. How challenging could it truly be? If the other party was amenable, he would extend them the courtesy they deserved. Should they prove difficult, he would resort to more assertive measures. With the unparalleled legacy Song Qian had acquired, his skills were indeed formidable, rendering him invincible in this world. It was time to stretch his muscles. As for the Zhao group, he would reach out to them. Additionally, recovering the money would yield a 20 commission, amounting to 20 million, a considerable sum. At present, Song Qian needed to seek the Lotus fragments. The only way to do this was to engage with more people. Without interacting with others, how could he embark on this quest? Currently, he had no leads and was unaware of the whereabouts of the other fragments. Visiting the Zhao family for funds would also serve as an opportunity to familiarize himself with their associates. Young Master Lu, is there a time constraint? Lu Ji inquired. Within half a month, Lu Ji replied. A span of half a month was indeed ample time. Song Qian, contemplating this, pressed further, asking whether the Zhao family could provide the 100 million. The crux of the matter lay in whether they had the funds. If they were financially incapacitated, even if the Zhao group were vanquished, it would be fruitless. They simply could not produce the money. Of course, Lu Ji responded with unwavering confidence. The Zhao group is quite formidable. Not only could they easily provide 100 million, but even 10 billion would be within their means. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's spirits lifted. As long as the other party possessed the funds, he was certain the money would be reclaimed. Very well, I accept your terms. Song Qian concurred, turning his gaze to Lu Ji. Please, state your second request. Lu Ji was taken aback by Song Qian's boldness. Though Song Qian was skilled in medicine, his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Everyone had just acknowledged that even with the grandfather's involvement, recovering the money from the Zhao family was uncertain, yet Song Qian dared to agree. Lu Ji's lips curled into a sly smile, reveling in his cunning. My second condition is that the group must find a top-tier female celebrity as a spokesperson, with a budget of only 1 million. I hope Dr. Song will oblige. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun furrowed his brow once more. The Lu group indeed needed a celebrity spokesperson, but due to various complications, the search had been prolonged for 6 months without success. In Jiacheng, the Lu group is relatively commendable, with assets amounting to several billion. However, when considering the entirety of Longhua, the Lu group is merely a small enterprise. It is inconceivable that top-tier celebrities would endorse a modest company. The issue is not merely financial, but rather a reluctance to bear potential risks. Furthermore, offering a mere 1 million yuan is insufficient to attract those illustrious stars, who would hardly regard such an amount with esteem. Lu Ji, have you lost your senses? To think that 1 million could entice a leading star. Even if we had 10 million, it would still be improbable. Lu Muyun, in a fit of anger, glared fiercely at Lu Ji. How dare you stir up trouble at this moment? Yet, as these words reached Song Qian's ears, they seemed to unlock a gateway to a new realm. A leading female celebrity would indeed be captivating. The Lotus Fairy Emperor once spoke of shards of divine consciousness, which fell into the hands of 9 enchanting women. Might there be an opportunity to connect with a star? With this in mind, I shall provisionally agree, Song Qian asserted, probing further. Is there a deadline for engaging a celebrity? Within a month, Lu Ji replied indifferently. Nodding in agreement, Song Qian stated, "Very well, it is settled then." These two inquiries, ostensibly meant to challenge him, in truth served as an indirect means for Song Qian to seek the shards of divine consciousness. Moreover, whether he succeeds or fails is of little consequence. Should he achieve it, it would be a cause for mutual elation. If he does not, the pendant remains in his possession, making it impossible to return. Thus he could agree for the time being and resolve the matter later. With Song Qian's agreement, Lu Taichu found no grounds to object, aiming to assist Song Qian in addressing these two issues within the allotted time. Even if Song Qian could not resolve them, it would not be a matter of great concern. At this critical juncture, Lu Ji's audacity to create discord was intolerable. When the time comes, should he persist, the consequences would be dire for him. To inconvenience the benefactor of the family was an audacious act indeed. Lu Taichu stepped forward, retrieving the black puppet and presenting it to Song Qian. "How shall we handle this?" Song Qian accepted the puppet, acknowledging that it indeed required attention. "Leaving it unattended would be detrimental to your well-being." "Thank you, Divine Physician Song," Lu Taichu expressed with courtesy. "No need for formalities, I shall attend to it now." Song Qian replied, cradling the black puppet in his left hand while inscribing runes upon it with his right, exuding the aura of an enlightened master. Lu Muyun and the others, uncertain of Song Qian's intentions, refrained from inquiry, retreating as per Lu Muyun's directive. After approximately half a minute, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. Black smoke began to envelop the puppet, gradually shrouding it in a mystical embrace, as it slowly detached from Song Qian's left hand and floated above it. "What sorcery is this?" Dr. Wang stood nearby, momentarily stunned. "Just who is this master I have recently pledged myself to? This is astonishing." Witnessing Song Qian's remarkable display, Dr. Wang's eyes widened with disbelief. Moments ago, Lu Ji posed a challenging dilemma for Song Qian, and although Wang, the esteemed physician, contemplated stepping forward, he ultimately chose to remain silent. It was not due to a lack of willingness to assist. Rather, he believed that given his master's exceptional medical skills, such trivial matters should pose no difficulty for him. As for the issue of debt collection, Wang did not possess the requisite expertise. Yet he did have some connections when it came to inviting a female celebrity. He was confident that with a few phone calls, a couple of dinners, and a modest expenditure in the shadows, securing the presence of a female star would be feasible. Wang lifted his gaze, observing Song Qian's actions with increasing alarm. Feeling as though he had never encountered such scenarios before, Dean's son, wide-eyed, also found it hard to fathom the unfolding events. Not far away, Song, the divine physician, appeared increasingly inscrutable to Wang. Chapter 86. Seeking the Great Immortal's Mercy. Could it be that this healer, Song Qian, is not only a reincarnated divine physician but also a legendary martial artist? Such a notion is truly astonishing. Amidst his shock, Dean's son was filled with anticipation. He yearned for the day when Song Qian might join the Jiangxing Hospital. If that day were to come, the hospital's reputation would soar, elevating it to the pinnacle among the nearby cities. Dean's son contemplated that he should seize the opportunity to have a private conversation with Song Qian soon, to discuss a potential salary increase, hoping to secure his services. Meanwhile, Lu Taichu, Lu Muyun, and the members of the Lu family stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing something extraordinary. In the midst of the crowd, Song Qian stood reciting incantations, with a black wooden puppet still floating above his palm. In the supreme guest room of the Jiangxing Imperial Hotel, a Taoist priest, approximately 60 years of age, donned a green Taoist robe and a matching small cap. Wielding a whisk, sat cross-legged on the bed. Beside him stood two young Taoist acolytes, their chests puffed out, bodies straight, and youthful innocence still evident. Estimated to be around 11 or 12 years old. At that moment, a look of horror etched itself upon the old Taoist's face. "Not good. Someone has broken my soul-locking technique." "What?" One of the acolytes exclaimed in shock. "Isn't the soul-locking technique unbreakable? Who possesses such power?" The other acolyte's eyes widened, filled with concern, and he urgently inquired, "Impossible. Who could have such capability?" "Great Immortal, spare me," the old Taoist cried out in alarm, enduring his body's pain as he shifted from a seated position to kneeling, trembling on the bed. "Master, what is wrong? Master, please don't frighten us." The two young acolytes, panicked and drenched in cold sweat, rushed to support him, one on each side. Suddenly, with a splutter, the old Taoist coughed up a mouthful of blood, his temples throbbing, his face a mask of terror. "Great Immortal, spare me." At the Lu residence in Jiangcheng, The black puppet floated above Song Qian's left hand, rotating slowly, the surrounding black mist growing ever denser. Go! Song Qian uttered softly, and the black puppet, seemingly imbued with a soul, flew outside the house, entwined by the black smoke, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Song Qian continued to chant, his mind akin to a drone tracking its target, following the black puppet to the Jianqing Imperial Hotel. The puppet entered a room where the old Taoist lay trembling on the bed, bloodstains marring the bedding before him. The two acolytes stood aghast, utterly at a loss. The puppet entered the room and instantly transformed into a humanoid form of black smoke, penetrating the old Taoist's body. The old Taoist's vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the bed. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian smiled coldly. Well, the matter of the puppet has been resolved. Upon hearing Song Qian's declaration that the matter was resolved, Lu Taichu exhaled a sigh of relief. He hurriedly approached Song Qian and grasped his hand firmly. Thank you immensely. Divine Physician Song. After a brief handshake, Song Qian released Lu Taichu's hand, responding, There is no need for formalities, old Master Lu. It is my duty to assist in alleviating misfortunes. Once again, I congratulate you on your complete recovery. Thank you, Divine Physician Song. Lu Muyun extended her delicate hand to shake with Song Qian, then turned to Lu Taichu, exclaiming, Grandfather, you are finally well again. I can cease my constant worrying. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. During her grandfather's illness, she had been deeply anxious, juggling the responsibilities of securing medical care while managing family affairs. However, her determination bore fruit today, fulfilling her long-held wish. Master, what was that spell earlier? It was truly remarkable. Wang Shini regarded Song Qian with an expression of profound admiration. Observing the astonished gazes of those around him, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. While others viewed it as a celestial ability, for him, it was a mere trifling task. The legacy of the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor indeed proved formidable. Even a small display of skill could leave the world in awe. The sensation of such grandeur was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, to Song Qian's modest dismissal, the Lu family perceived him as nothing short of divine. A vast majority of those present held him in the highest esteem. Suddenly, Lu Taichu spoke up. Divine Physician Song is an extraordinary individual. Not only skilled in medicine, but also possessing magical prowess that can astound the heavens and move the spirits. I must caution everyone from the Lu family. Should anyone show disrespect towards the Divine Physician, I shall be the first to eliminate them. His gaze, filled with fury, fixed upon Lu Ji. Especially you. It would be wise to temper your behavior. Should you dare to engage in any mischief, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. Lu Ji lowered his head, remaining silent. Just moments ago, he had presented two demands to Song Qian. But he had never anticipated that Song Qian would not only possess medical expertise, but also magical abilities. This had complicated matters significantly. Old Master, there is no need to intimidate him, Song Qian remarked coolly, directing his gaze at Lu Ji. My friend, considering Miss Muyun's behalf, I shall refrain from addressing our previous encounter for the time being. However, he paused deliberately. If you dare to employ any underhanded tactics, while others may remain oblivious, I can discern everything with a mere calculation. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any tricks. Otherwise, misfortune shall find you. Lu Ji, being astute, refrained from any reckless actions. He raised his head, feigning sincerity as he addressed Song Qian. Divine Physician, rest assured. I shall adhere to our agreement regarding those two requests. As long as you fulfill those tasks, I have no intention of resorting to any deceit. Despite his words, his thoughts were far from sincere. How could Song Qian possibly reclaim the Zhao family's wealth? Once he arrived at the Zhao household, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At that moment, Lu Ji could seize the opportunity to turn the tables on Lu Muyun, thus achieving a dual victory. The members of the Lu family gradually went about their own affairs. Dr. Wang and Director Sun also left in succession due to prior engagements. Song, there seems to be some complications between you and Xu Imon and Su Jiwenhao. Do you require my assistance in resolving it? Lu Muyun expressed her concerns. Dr. Song waved his hand, indicating that he would handle the matter himself. What issue requires Muyun's help? Lu Taichu interjected eagerly from the side. Then turned to Lu Muyun. My dear Muyun, Dr. Song is a benefactor to our family. In the future, should he encounter any difficulties, you must exhaust all means to assist him. Lu Muyun nodded solemnly, assuring, Grandfather, do not worry. I know what to do. Even without her grandfather's urging, Lu Muyun would have acted in the same manner. Chapter 87. A new car as a gift. At this point, Lu Muyun shifted the conversation. Grandfather, Lu Ji's 2 requests are indeed too demanding for Dr. Song. I believe it would be best to forego them and merely teach Lu Ji a lesson. Lu Taichu stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment. He too was curious to discover what other skills Song Qian possessed beyond his medical expertise. These 2 tasks could serve as a test for him. If he passed the assessment, Lu Muyun would be betrothed to him. Despite Song Qian's medical prowess already surpassing the highest expectations of the Lu family for his son-in-law, Lu Taichu felt that the future son-in-law should be as exceptional as possible and wished to delve deeper into Song Qian's secrets. After all, how many mysteries did this Song Qian hold? Lu Ji's 2 demands could also be seen as a form of evaluation. Regardless of whether Song Qian succeeded or not, Lu Taichu would not fault him. If he succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion, and if he failed, it would simply be a matter of laughter. Very well. Since Dr. Song has already agreed in front of everyone, let him first attempt it, and then we shall see, Lu Taichu declared, directing his gaze towards Lu Muyun. By the way, regarding the matters of debt collection and inviting celebrities, you must wholeheartedly assist Dr. Song in whatever he requires. Understood. Lu Muyun replied with a smile and a nod. Lu Taichu rose from his seat, stretching slightly. Muyun, I haven't visited the company since falling ill. I shall go and take a look. You stay here and keep Dr. Song company. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. It had indeed been a long time since he last set foot in the company, and he felt a yearning to see it again. Furthermore, as an old man, sitting between 2 young people made their conversation somewhat awkward. His departure would afford them the space they needed. Little Qian, where has that black puppet gone? Lu Muyun suddenly inquired after her grandfather left, her curiosity piqued. Song Qian chuckled. It has gone to where it belongs. As for its exact whereabouts, I think it's best if you remain uninformed. Seeing that Song Qian would not divulge any details, Lu Muyun refrained from pressing further. She rose from her seat, swaying her slender waist like a water snake, and settled beside Song Qian. Little Qian, I heard you mention that Xu was your ex-girlfriend. So, does that mean you are currently single? Song Qian nodded, slightly embarrassed. Indeed. You have visited my home twice and seen the state of my family, a dilapidated mud-walled house on the verge of collapse, and we are impoverished to the core. Who would possibly be interested in someone like me, a country bumpkin? Before he could finish, Lu Muyun swiftly placed her delicate hand over his mouth, exclaiming, Do not belittle yourself. After a brief pause, she continued to press, You still haven't directly answered the previous question. Are you single? What about it? Song Qian retorted, Are you interested in pursuing me? The unexpected turn of events caused Lu Muyun's cheeks to flush crimson. She had not anticipated such directness from Song Qian. After a few moments of contemplation, she turned her head to face him. Compared to your ex-girlfriend in Xu, do you think she is more beautiful than I am? Song Qian asked, turning to face Lu Muyun with sincere intent. You two are incomparable in every aspect. She is not worthy of even carrying your shoes, let alone being compared to you. Lu Muyun possessed an extraordinary beauty, her figure and face reminiscent of legendary beauties, such as those who could make fish sink and birds alight. And Xu simply could not hold a candle to her. With her delicate chin and exquisitely shaped face, Lu Muyun drew the admiring gaze of men wherever she went, while Xu was merely a mundane figure. Is that so? Lu Muyun chuckled. Though your statement isn't entirely accurate, I do appreciate being called a beauty. She paused, then added, Speaking of which, your ex-girlfriend is getting married the day after tomorrow. They have insisted that you attend the ceremony. If you prefer, I could accompany you to avoid any insinuations about your lack of romantic prospects. Song Qian chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Thank you, Sister Muyun. But I believe it is better for me to handle my private matters with my ex-girlfriend on my own. I appreciate your kindness. Very well. I want to press the matter further, Lu Muyun replied, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, I have yet to properly thank you for curing my cervical cancer. I intend to gift you a new car. I hope you won't refuse. Let us go purchase it now. With that, she took Song Qian by the arm. The reason for gifting Song Qian a car was twofold, as a gesture of gratitude and because Song Qian had promised Lu Ji that he would collect a debt in a couple of days. Having his own vehicle would facilitate that endeavor. What? A new car? Although Song Qian stood up, he was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated buying a car for himself. But not at this moment. He had plans to build a villa, but had yet to find a construction team. He pondered where he would park the car. Even if he intended to purchase a vehicle, he felt it prudent to finish building the house first. At that moment, Song Qian had ample funds. And even if he were to build a house and buy a new car simultaneously, it would pose no financial issue. However, He felt it necessary to inform his parents about both matters first. Indeed, I am taking you to buy a car, Lu Muyun asserted, confidently linking her arm with Song Qian's. Sister Muyun, perhaps we should forego the car purchase for now. Our house is in dire need of repairs. Let me return home and focus on constructing the house before considering a vehicle. Lu Muyun smiled brightly. Building a house and buying a car are not mutually exclusive. Besides, the car is a gift from me to you. You cannot refuse it. She was quite insistent, pulling Song Qian toward the exit. Despite his polite protests, Song Qian ultimately acquiesced. Buying a car was inevitable. Why not do it now? In the car, Zhao Kiki was driving, while Song Qian and Lu Muyun occupied the back seat. Kiki, to the Jiancheng Auto World. Understood, Ms. Rest assured. Zhao Kiki started the engine, and the vehicle sped away. At that moment, Lu Muyun added, by the way, regarding your family's house construction, I have a construction team I can introduce you to. Upon hearing this, Song Qian couldn't help but smile. Miss Lu truly possesses an understanding nature. Thank you, Sister Muyun. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Lu Muyun took out her phone and began making a call. After a couple of minutes, she hung up and said, everything is arranged. They will come to your home tomorrow with the design team to tailor the layout according to the site. Under normal circumstances, construction can commence tomorrow. So soon? Song Qian beamed with delight. The two engaged in cheerful conversation as they swiftly made their way to the automotive world. After parking the car, the three of them disembarked. Xiao Qian, please wait a moment. I need to visit the restroom, Lu Muyun remarked before turning and walking toward the facilities. Chapter 88. Deliberately seeking trouble, I shall accompany you. Miss, wait for me a moment. Zhao Kiki trailed closely behind Lu Muyun like a devoted shadow. Very well. I shall first explore the hall over there, Lu Muyun replied, turning her head. You remain in the hall for now, Kiki, and I will return shortly. Upon entering the exhibition hall, Song Qian encountered two familiar figures, and Shuaman and Su Juanhao. What a twist of fate, to encounter these adversaries here. Upon seeing them, Song Qian wished to avoid any entanglement and considered leaving for another dealership. However, Shuaman had already spotted him. Oh dear. If it isn't the simpleton Song Qian from Peach Blossom Village. Shuaman exclaimed, linking her arm with Su Juanhao as they approached him. What brings a fool like you here? Surely you're not here to steal. You want to be able to make off with any of these vehicles. Shuaman unleashed her derision upon seeing Song Qian. The previous day, under Lu Muyun's pressure, they had been compelled to kneel before him. And now she was eager to reclaim her pride. Song Qian, you smelly fool, Su Juanhao chimed in. Are you aware that we intend to purchase a car? Have you followed us here to extort some money? In the face of their mockery, Song Qian merely smiled coldly. This is the automobile world. You may come to buy cars, but does that mean I cannot? Shuaman responded with laughter. What a joke. Do you even realize where you are? This is Jiangxing's automobile world, a luxury car sales center with the cheapest vehicles starting at 2 to 300,000. You, a recently rehabilitated fool. Do you possess the means to purchase a car? Indeed. Su Juanhao interjected. You're nothing but a smelly fool. Don't even think about buying a new car. Purchasing a bicycle would be a struggle for you. Song Qian had not anticipated their audacity. Su Juanhao and Shuaman, we still have scores to settle. And your arrogance will not last long. He contemplated retaliating but ultimately restrained himself. After all, they were soon to be wed. And the true retribution should be reserved for their wedding day. If memory serves, your wedding is the day after tomorrow. Since you are about to marry, perhaps you should preserve some dignity to avoid divine retribution. Ha! Su Juanhao laughed heartily. Divine retribution? Have you been reading too many web novels? What divine retribution could possibly exist? Shuaman crossed her arms, looking at Song Qian with disdain. Indeed, if there were divine retribution, it would first befall you, fool. Misfortune seeks the wretched, and that speaks of you. And in Shuaman's eyes, Song Qian was utterly insignificant, incomparable to Su Juanhao at her side. Just then, Su Juanhao glanced at the security personnel nearby and beckoned them over. Come here, there is someone causing a disturbance. At Su Juanhao's call, 4 or 5 security guards quickly approached. Who dares to cause trouble here? The head of the security, brandishing a rubber baton, glared menacingly at Song Qian. As his words faded, he turned his gaze towards Su Juanhao. Oh, is that not Director Su from Jiangxing Hospital? Su Juanhao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the security guard would recognize him. I used to work at Jiangxing Hospital, but I resigned just yesterday. The guard, brimming with admiration, endeavored to ingratiate himself, saying, Director Xu is still quite young and has vast potential for growth. Resigning for a larger opportunity is certainly a positive move. Congratulations in advance. Director Xu. Little did the guard know that Xu Jianhao and his companion had been dismissed. The congratulatory words left Xu Jianhao with a rather grim expression. And Xu Among's countenance shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment as she pointed at Song Qian, hastily diverting the guard's attention. Sir, this person is a fool. How could he have been allowed in? He is simply an eyesore. Please escort him out. Xu Jianhao understood her cue and quickly added, not only is he a fool, but he's also a country bumpkin. You should deal with him promptly. The head of the security team took a glance. Song Qian indeed wore ordinary attire. Xu Jianhao. Standing before him was someone he needed to please. 6 months prior, he had brought his mother to Jiancheng Hospital, where Xu Jianhao had assisted them. Although he had given Xu Jianhao a generous red envelope of 5,000, the doctor's skills were remarkable, having cured his mother in a single visit. Later, the guard learned that not only was Xu Jianhao skilled, but his mother was also quite notable, serving as the vice president of Jiancheng Hospital. Cultivating a good relationship with Xu Jianhao would certainly facilitate future medical visits. You foolish idiot, who let you in here? The guard brandished a rubber baton, preparing to confront Song Qian. Song Qian stepped back 2 paces, feigning fear. He secretly employed hypnosis, swiftly putting the group of guards into a trance. The head guard, wielding the baton, swung it towards Xu Jianhao. Ouch! Xu Jianhao cried out, retreating several steps, initially believing the guard had merely made a mistake. To his astonishment, the other guards, also armed with batons, struck him, sending Xu Jianhao crashing to the ground. How dare you assault me? Seeing Xu Jianhao being attacked, and Xu Among was bewildered and rushed to pull at the guards. The guards, still wielding their batons, turned to strike at Xu Among as well. Ouch, that hurts. And Xu Among shielded her head with her hands, fearing for her appearance. They were on the verge of marriage, and if her face bore any injury, how could she don a beautiful wedding dress? Song Qian stood to the side, arms crossed, observing the commotion with a cold smile. He had initially no intention of dealing with them, yet these 2 scoundrels had insisted on provoking him. Such a request must be met. Albeit his true revenge would have to wait until the wedding. In no time, the commotion attracted a large crowd, with the car dealership manager and employees rushing over to mediate. Within a minute, the guards were pulled apart. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian retracted his hypnosis. The head of security snapped back to reality, utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had intended to strike the individual behind him, yet he had inadvertently struck Director Xu instead. To make matters worse, he had also harmed Xu's female companion. Director Xu, I don't understand what occurred, he stammered. The manager of the car dealership, Zhang Chong, hurriedly assisted Xu Jianhao and his companion, offering sincere inquiries about their well-being while profusely apologizing. Xu Jianhao winced in pain, gritting his teeth. You brutes, why have you attacked me? The security personnel hung their heads low, too frightened to provide an explanation. At that moment, Song Qian, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, I mentioned earlier that one should not be overly arrogant, for it may invite retribution. Is it possible that they have harbored discontent towards the 2 of you all along? Chapter 89. Purchasing luxury cars. As Song Qian spoke, he abruptly shifted his tone. Xu Jianhao, the day after tomorrow marks your wedding. I wish you both happiness in advance. I shall prepare a grand gift for you. He chuckled mockingly before turning to leave. Behind him, Xu Jianhao's voice rang out. You fool, I'm just afraid you won't dare to show up. Otherwise, I will make you pay dearly. Upon exiting, Song Qian fortuitously encountered Lu Muyun and her companion. Sister Muyun, I was just on my way to find you. You didn't fall into the restroom, did you? What took you so long? He jested upon seeing them. Lu Muyun's expression darkened as she approached and pinched Song Qian. You're the one who fell into the restroom. At this juncture, Lu Muyun changed the subject. By the way, how did you end up here? Weren't you heading over there just now? She gestured towards the nearby BMW dealership. It seemed she recalled that when she went to the restroom earlier, Song Qian intended to visit the BMW showroom. However, upon returning from the restroom, they had entered the BMW store directly, and they hadn't seen Song Qian during their brief exploration. Song Qian shook his head, clarifying, I meant the Audi dealership. It was only then that he realized he had indeed gone to the Audi showroom while they had visited BMW, which explained the delay. You prefer Audi? Lu Muyun inquired. I was merely browsing, Song Qian replied, waving his hand lightly. Since you both just visited the BMW store, let us take another look there. The 3 of them chatted amiably as they made their way into the BMW dealership. The sales staff at the BMW showroom greeted them with warm smiles. Welcome. I am salesperson Xiaolu. Which model catches your eye? I can provide you with some insights. Song Qian pointed at the BMW X6. This one looks impressive. Excellent choice. Sir, this model boasts powerful performance, ample space, a high chassis, and exceptional off-road capabilities, Xiaolu enthusiastically elaborated. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao and Enshuaman had taken a considerable time to gather their wits after their ordeal. Both were still in pain, gasping for breath. Juanhao, what just transpired? Those wretched security guards were supposed to target Song Qian. Why did they end up assaulting us instead? Enshuaman frowned, massaging her aching body. This is utterly baffling. Su Juanhao shouted, perplexed. I too found it strange. I instructed them to confront Song Qian, yet they turned on us. He rolled up his pant leg to inspect his calf, where he had sustained some abrasions from the beating. Those damn security guards. He couldn't comprehend why the head of security had been so jovial when he called him over, only to turn aggressive moments later. Could it be? Enshuaman hesitated, sensing the pain throughout her body, that what Song Qian referred to as divine retribution might. Fortunately, she clutched her head tightly, despite receiving a few blows. She had only endured superficial injuries and her face remained unscathed. Otherwise, how could I face anyone at the wedding the day after tomorrow? Nonsense about divine retribution. Su Juanhao scolded. You actually believe the nonsense that fool Song Qian spouted? If there were any divine retribution, he would have perished long ago. How could a simpleton survive to this day? The two exchanged insults and took a moment to rest. Fortunately, the Audi dealership responded swiftly, compensating them with 50,000 yuan, thus settling the matter amicably. Brother Juanhao and Xu Emin, disregarding her aches, gently entwined her arm around Su Juanhao's, playfully pouting. You promised to buy me an Audi A4. Yet I was assaulted by those wretched security guards. How about this? You could buy me a BMW 5 Series instead. The Audi A4 costs no more than 300,000 yuan, while the BMW 5 Series nears 500,000, an immediate increase of 200,000. Moreover, driving a 5 Series would certainly be more prestigious. This was a wedding gift, and Xu Emin was determined to negotiate. Besides, having been struck by the Audi security, the mere thought of driving an A4 would only evoke painful memories. How unbearable that would be. Su Juanhao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then. We shall purchase the BMW 5 Series. Wow. And Xu Emin squealed. Brother Juanhao, you are the best to me. I'm going to adore you forever. He. Ignoring her discomfort, she began to laugh. Compared to the earlier incident, the gloom in her heart dissipated. If it weren't for that little episode, she would never have been able to afford a more luxurious vehicle. Su Juanhao had promised her a car costing no more than 300,000 yuan. And now the price was about to soar to 500,000. The two stood up, and under the watchful eye of the Audi store manager, they were finally escorted out of the dealership as if they were banishing a plague. Brother Hao is so good to me, unlike that fool Song Qian, who once gifted me the most extravagant present, a mere mobile phone. How miserly. Soon, she would be driving a BMW 5 Series, unlike Song Qian, who wouldn't even be able to afford a tractor. Being with Song Qian would mean a lifetime of hardship. Only with Su Juanhao could she drive luxury cars. A few minutes later, they arrived at the BMW dealership. The staff greeted them with warm smiles. Welcome, esteemed guests. What type of vehicle would you like to see? Please show us the BMW 5 Series, Su Juanhao replied. Right this way, the staff gestured for them to follow, leading them past a BMW X7. Upon seeing the grand vehicle, Xu Emin felt a twinge of envy. How much is this car? She inquired. The staff responded with a smile. This is an imported BMW X7. After all the paperwork, it cost just over 2 million yuan. Xu Emin's heart raced with excitement. If only I could drive such a luxurious car one day. Sitting in one would be pure bliss. Just then, the staff continued. Earlier, a gentleman named Song purchased one outright and has gone to the garage to pick it up. He should return shortly. This model offers exceptional value. Mr. Song? Xu Emin paused, taken aback. Which affluent young master is this? His wealth is simply extraordinary. If only he could become acquainted with such a magnate, it would be splendid. A vehicle worth over 2 million can be purchased outright. His net worth must surely be in the tens of millions. Anxue displayed a glint of avarice, a yearning within her gaze. In the BMW showroom, Song Qian was test driving a vehicle. Sister Mu Yun, I initially intended to look at the BMW X6. Yet I ended up purchasing the X7 with a price nearly doubled. Am I spending excessively? Song Qian turned her head to glance at Lu Muyun in the passenger seat. Lu Muyun waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What difference does it make between 1 million and 2 million? Since you are acquiring a new car, you might as well choose a superior model." At this juncture, Lu Muyun shifted the subject. Chapter 90. And Xu Mian's envy furthermore, were it not for your successful treatment of my sister. What use would my vast fortune serve given my health condition? Should I leave it to my stepmother and 2 younger brothers? Wouldn't you agree? Song Qian pondered for a moment, seemingly finding some truth in that statement. What significance did Lu Muyun's wealth of over 100 million hold? Without encountering him, her ailment would have remained unhealed. Even if Lu Muyun and Zhao Qiki traveled abroad, they would likely incur expenses exceeding 10 million without guarantee of a cure. Yet, Song Qian only charged 2 million. Adding the value of this car, it amounted to a mere 4 million. And the most reassuring aspect was that Lu Muyun experienced no suffering throughout the entire treatment process. Song Qian stroked his chin and nodded, sensing the validity in the argument. At this juncture, he shifted the conversation, recalling, "Earlier at your residence, I overheard your family mention that the Zhao family owes your Lu family 1 billion. Which is practically a dead debt. Is that accurate?" Lu Muyun furrowed her brows and sighed. "Indeed, it has been outstanding for 5 years. Despite the Zhao family's wealth, they refuse to pay, and we have resigned ourselves to considering it a bad debt, with no hope of recovery." Song Qian chuckled, "You gifted me a car, and I assure you, I will guarantee the recovery of that billion." Wait, Lu Muyun quickly waved her hands. The 2 conditions proposed by Lu Ji were merely jest. Please do not take them to heart. Zhao Qiki added, "Song Gu, please do not overexert yourself. The Zhao family possesses several martial practitioners, and we must avoid any conflict with them." Song Qian laughed once more. "Rest assured, I am earnest in my debt collection. Why would I seek conflict with them?" At that moment, a staff member from the rear of the car interjected, "Mr. Song, shall we return to the dealership? There are still some formalities to complete." "Very well, you drive," Song Qian replied, descending from the driver's seat to take a position in the back. A few minutes later, they arrived back at the BMW dealership, parking the vehicle and preparing to enter the store to complete the paperwork. Just as they reached the entrance, they stumbled upon Xu Mian and her companion. At that moment, Xu Mian sat in her newly purchased BMW 5 Series, radiating joy, with Su Juanhao in the passenger seat. "Oh my, I just overheard the staff mention that a Mr. Song purchased an X7 with full cash payment for over 2 million. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Xu Mian alighted from the car, her expression dripping with sarcasm as she scrutinized Song Qian. A Mr. Song buying an X7 outright? This country bumpkin wouldn't even be able to afford a single tire, much less a full purchase. You think too highly of him. Su Juanhao exited the passenger seat, also casting a derisive glance at Song Qian, his face brimming with arrogance. As Song Qian opened his mouth to respond, Xu Mian seized the opportunity to continue. "Song Qian, do you see this? My BMW 5 Series just completed the formalities, costing a total of 490,000, a gift from Juanhao." And Xu Mian boasted, her expression one of triumph. At that moment, Su Juanhao's gaze fell upon Lu Muyun and Zhao Qiki standing just behind Song Qian, causing him to momentarily falter. "Miss Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Muyun stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Song Qian. "I accompanied Dr. Song to purchase a car. Surely, you do not intend to interfere?" No. Su Juanhao hastily waved his hands. "Miss Lu is here to buy a car. We wouldn't dare meddle in her affairs." "My apologies, Miss Lu." Lu Muyun raised an eyebrow, confident in Su's reluctance to intervene. Zhao Qiki interjected, "After the lesson we provided yesterday, it seems you have yet to learn your place. How audacious to speak so disrespectfully in front of Dr. Song. If we do not teach you a lesson, you may never understand the consequences of your actions." Su Juanhao and his companion quickly offered their apologies, retreating into their vehicle like timid turtles. The staff accompanying Song Qian turned to leave, as there were still some formalities to complete that needed to be finalized by the end of the day. Once the group had departed, and Xu Mian and her companion exited the car once more. She was incredulous. How could Song Qian possibly afford the X7, especially paying in full? It was worth over 2 million. Clinging to Su Juanhao's arm, she stealthily followed behind, determined to witness for herself whether Song Qian had truly made such a purchase. At that moment, she encountered the same sales representative from earlier. "Missin, you're back." The staff greeted with a smile, approaching them eagerly. "May I inquire if a Mr. Song, who purchased a luxury X7 for over 2 million, goes by the name of Song Qian?" The sales representative hesitated. Divulging client information was a significant breach of protocol that could lead to severe repercussions from the manager. Yet, this was a client they could not ignore. Yes, that client is indeed named Song Qian, the sales representative confirmed, showing in Xu the congratulatory message shared in the sales group. Upon viewing it, and Xu expression darkened. She could hardly believe that Song Qian had indeed purchased a luxury vehicle worth 2 million. How was he so affluent? And Xu felt a wave of distress wash over her. After all her hard work alongside Su Jianhao, who had only promised to buy her an Audi upon their engagement, and after enduring a beating to finally acquire a BMW 5 Series, here was Song Qian, having bought a $2 million luxury car outright. It was utterly infuriating. What on earth made Song Qian so wealthy? Could it be that he was being supported by Lu Muyun? That seemed unlikely, even if Lu Muyun were to fund him. It wouldn't he warrant such an extravagant gift. A few minutes later, they returned to the car. That fool really did buy a $2 million luxury vehicle. And Xu lamented from the driver's seat, her heart heavy with discontent. She had once dreamed of the day when she could afford an X7 herself, only to find that the ex-boyfriend she had looked down upon had managed to buy one outright. The irony was almost unbearable. Don't be foolish. Su Jianhao consoled her. That car wasn't just given to him. It must be that Lu Muyun, in a bid to retaliate against Song Qian, deliberately purchased an extravagant vehicle for him, thereby ensnaring him in a mountain of debt. With Su Jianhao's words, and Xu regained her composure. It seems there is some truth to this. If that's the case, then it stands to reason that Song Qian purchased this BMW X7 through usurious means. Otherwise, how could it be explained? Su Jianhao retorted. Although she harbored such thoughts, she remained somewhat unconvinced. Driving her newly acquired vehicle at a leisurely pace, she arrived at the intersection, where she parked by the roadside. She was eager to observe whether Song Qian would emerge shortly, driving his new car. After completing the necessary formalities, Song Qian prepared to head home. Alone, he drove outward, followed closely by Zhao Kiki and Lu Muyun in their respective vehicles. Upon reaching the intersection, Song Qian spotted a BMW 5 Series, occupied by Xu and Su Jianhao. In Xu, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your recent nuptials, Song Qian feigned sincerity, pressing down on the accelerator as his car surged forward. Chapter 91. Celebrating the purchase of a new car as dusk fell, Song Qian returned to the town. At that moment, his phone rang. Brother, are you back? Came the slightly anxious voice of Song Yao as he answered the call. I've returned to the town. I'll be home shortly. By the way, you all should start cooking. I'm going to buy some vegetables now, and we'll be back shortly, Song Qian replied with a smile. The distance from the town to Taohua village was still considerable. On foot, it would take at least 40 to 50 minutes. Song Yao, feeling a bit concerned, inquired, Are you sure it's convenient? Should I borrow a motorcycle to pick you up? There's no need, Song Qian dismissed. I just bought a new car. I'll drive it back shortly, and we can celebrate at home tonight. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's expression darkened. What? You spent over 2 million on a new car? We still need to build a house. How can you spend money so recklessly? It's not from that money. I'll explain when I get back, Song Qian said, abruptly ending the call. At the vegetable market in Jijiat town, Song Qian purchased a large quantity of vegetables. Just then, he unexpectedly ran into Wang Ergu, who, along with his underlings, helped carry the bags for him, bowing and smiling throughout the process. As they arrived at the car, Wang Ergu was momentarily stunned. Brother Song, is this BMW X7 yours? Song Qian nodded gently. I just bought it today. My goodness! Wang Ergu exclaimed. Brother Song, you are incredibly wealthy. This car costs over 2 million. Wang Ergu's companions were equally astonished. There's no need to make such a fuss. It's just a car, Song Qian replied nonchalantly. Though inwardly he felt immense joy. Since obtaining the inheritance, his life had undergone a remarkable transformation. His master had once foretold that after bestowing the legacy upon him, he would possess immense wealth and countless beauties. It seemed that this prophecy was indeed coming to pass. Brother Song, what business are you engaged in lately? Can I join you? I, Wang Ergu, would like to follow your lead. Would you be willing to provide a meal for me? The business I am currently involved in is not suitable for you. Following me would be futile, but I will consider it if opportunities arise in the future. Song Qian responded as he walked, with several underlings trailing behind. Thank you, Brother Song. I will remember your words, Wang Ergu said, carefully following behind, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, around Song Qian's car, a crowd of over 10 spirited young men and 5 or 6 attractive women had gathered, all pointing and commenting. This car is simply magnificent. I heard it's worth 1.5 million. You know nothing. That's the official price. You can't possibly buy it directly from the factory. To purchase this car, it would cost at least 2 million. It might even exceed 2 million. The first year's insurance and taxes alone would ensure it doesn't go for less than 2 million. This is just too extravagant. My Jetta could probably only buy one of its wheels. The disparity between the wealthy and the poor is simply too vast. At that moment, Song Qian, accompanied by Wang Ergu and his companions, approached the car. He got inside, while they placed the vegetables in the back. Take care, Brother Song. Song Qian drove towards Peach Blossom Village, leaving Wang Ergu and his group astonished by the roadside. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Just a few days ago, Brother Song seemed rather foolish, yet now he found himself behind the wheel of an extravagant vehicle. How remarkable! They had even contemplated confronting him that day, only to find themselves thoroughly outmatched. In the future, they must certainly align themselves with Brother Song. Inside the car, Song Qian held his phone, dialing a number. Having purchased a new car, it was only fitting to celebrate this milestone and inform the villagers of Peach Blossom that he was no longer the naive fool he once was. Soon, he reached Zhang Yibei. Yibei, I've bought a new car today. Come over for dinner tonight to celebrate. You bought a new car? Is it a Wuling or a Chaman? Although Zhang Yibei was aware that Song Qian had some money, these brands were the most esteemed in the countryside, favored by everyone for their affordability and practicality. Song Qian chuckled at her assumptions. This busted girl truly underestimated him. I want to spoil the surprise. You'll find out soon enough. He ended the call and called Xu Taohua next. Sister Taohua, I bought a new car. Please wait for me at the village entrance. We'll head to my place for dinner. My sister is already preparing the meal. All right, I'll be there shortly. Xu Taohua replied, her excitement palpable. She had been poised to call Song Qian herself. Little brother Qian, don't forget what I mentioned yesterday. You must come to my house tonight to celebrate your new car purchase. Before Song Qian could respond, she added, by the way, I bought some sexy stockings that all you men love in town today. I'll model them for you. I'm sure you'll like them. He chuckled at her enthusiasm, feeling slightly embarrassed. This charming widow, Xu Taohua, was indeed becoming quite attached to him. He thought it prudent to manage her affections. I want to keep you. I'll see you at the village entrance. Before he could finish his sentence, Xu Taohua interrupted. I'll be waiting for you. At home, his mother and sister were busy preparing dinner. What? Your brother bought a new car? Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, glanced at Song Yao while sought ing vegetables. Her expression not entirely pleased. Song Qian had previously mentioned earning 200,000 yuan, yet their family's financial situation rendered that amount trivial. Just yesterday, he had spent 60,000 yuan and was still insisting on building a house. Now, he had seemingly squandered a significant portion of that money on a new car, regardless of the car's quality. It would surely cost at least 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. Calculating that, it seemed as though the 200,000 yuan had nearly evaporated. This child, after all the hardships endured these past 2 years, truly does not understand the value of money. Just like that, 200,000 yuan is almost gone. Song Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, he just called me, mentioning that Sister Taohua and Zhang Yibei would also be joining us for dinner. Unbeknownst to Song Yao, her mother harbored concerns. However, one thing was clear to her. Song Qian had earned 2 million by assisting that female CEO with her medical treatment. Even after spending over 100,000 on a car, he still had around 170 to 80,000 left, an ample sum. Once Song Qian returned, she intended to have him build a new house. At that moment, her father, Song Jiangfu, entered the room. Xiao Yao, did you say your brother bought a car? Song Yao nodded once more, stating that her brother had mentioned it during their recent phone call, and it was likely true. He was even planning a celebration. Upon hearing this, Song Jiangfu's expression soured. This child, honestly, after finally earning some money, he frivolously spends it. Even if our family were wealthy, we cannot afford such extravagance. Chapter 92. Only fools buy luxury cars. Song Jiangfu expressed his grievances, feeling a pang of heartache. From the tone of his parents, Song Yao sensed something amiss and hurriedly reassured them. It's merely a car. My brother likely spent no more than around 80,000. If funds are tight, he can always take a job at Jiangxing Hospital. Who knows, perhaps Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital has already advanced him a month's salary, and in a moment of joy, he decided to purchase a car. Please, refrain from criticizing him. Today is a splendid day. With Song Yao's comforting words, the couple felt somewhat consoled. At the entrance of Taohua village, Xu Taohua, dressed vibrantly, stood by the roadside, eagerly awaiting. Just then, Zhang Yibei approached. Sister Taohua, who are you waiting for? Xu Taohua turned, smiling at Zhang Yibei. Isn't this our village beauty, Zhang Yibei? You've grown quite a bit. Xu Taohua glanced at Zhang Yibei, admiring her appearance. The young lady was exceptionally beautiful. By estimation, she wore at least an F cup, a sight to behold. Zhang Yibei, initially taken aback, merely smiled gently. Upon noticing Xu Taohua's teasing gaze, she suddenly understood. Sister Taohua, you are no less impressive yourself. How dare you jest about me? If you keep it up, I might just surprise you. With playful antics, the two engaged in a light-hearted scuffle, their laughter echoing beautifully. Enough of the antics. You are here waiting for Song Qian, aren't you? Xu Taohua inquired after they ceased their playful tussle, raising her gaze to the distance. Indeed, Zhang Yibei replied with a grin. Song Qian called to tell me he bought a new car, so I thought I would wait here to be the first to sit in the passenger seat. I want to experience it too. Xu Taohua joked, oh come now. As a young lady, why would you sit in the passenger seat? That spot is reserved for his future wife. Zhang Yibei dismissed the jest lightly. Why fuss over such details? I simply enjoy sitting in the passenger seat. If he happens to buy a luxury car, I wouldn't mind marrying him. With a carefree demeanor, she continued. But honestly, that's unlikely. I estimate his car is worth no more than 100,000 yuan. I refuse to believe he could afford a luxury vehicle. In the nearby villages surrounding Taohua, several people had purchased cars, including Zhang Yibei's family, who had bought a Jetta for 90,000. Other villages boasted vehicles costing, at most, around 200,000. Zhang Yibei was confident that Song Qian's car would be in the vicinity of 100,000. Listening to Zhang Yibei's words, Xu Taohua's expression darkened. Could it be that this village beauty had developed feelings for Song Qian? This was troubling news. In a scenario where both competed for Song Qian's affection, Xu Taohua's chances of success were far less than Zhang Yibei's. With her beauty and status as the village flower, coupled with her father, Zhang Yukai, being the village chief, Zhang Yibei's family was in an advantageous position. Feeling the weight of the situation, Xu Taohua knew she needed to step up her game. To win Song Qian's heart, she had to act swiftly. Yibei, as a girl, you speak so bluntly. What if Song Qian really buys a luxury car? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you? I was joking. Zhang Yibei chuckled and replied, his foolishness is just fine. Even if he bought a luxury car, I could never marry him. Just imagine if he were to act foolish again. I certainly wouldn't want to care for a silly husband. Zhang Yibei was merely jesting. Now that Song Qian had recovered, she genuinely wished him well, especially since he had taken her fishing and even helped her earn 2,000 yuan. Come on, Xu Taohua exclaimed, playfully pushing Zhang Yibei. It's best if you don't ride in his car. If Song Qian finds out that you've been bad-mouthing him behind his back, he might just have a go at you. Zhang Yibei stepped back a couple of paces, linking her arm with Xu Taohua's. Sister Taohua, I was just joking. Seeing you so upset makes me wonder if you've developed a fondness for brother Song Qian. He confessed to me yesterday that he wants to marry me. So you better not try to steal him away. Zhang Yibei said with a mischievous grin directed at Xu Taohua. Xu Taohua's expression faltered, a hint of panic crossing her face. What Zhang Yibei said could very well be true. Over the past few days, Xu Taohua had subtly expressed her feelings to Song Qian. Although he had acknowledged her affections, their relationship had not progressed significantly. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Yibei's laughter rang out again. I'm just kidding. He has confessed to me. My father wouldn't allow me to marry anyone anyway. If you like him, you better make your move quickly. Zhang Yibei's playful banter took on a serious tone for Xu Taohua. She bit her red lip, making a silent vow. She had to secure Song Qian for herself in the shortest time possible. Even if he didn't marry her, they needed to establish a substantial relationship. Just then, a silver BMW X7 sped toward them, halting abruptly in front of the two. Zhang Yibei's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, is that a BMW X7? A luxury car worth millions? What did you say? Xu Taohua, equally astonished, glanced between Zhang Yibei and the impressive vehicle. Worth at least $1 million? Zhang Yibei nodded emphatically. She had some knowledge about luxury cars, though not extensive. However, she could recognize that emblem without a doubt. From the driver's seat, Song Qian called out, what are you both dawdling for? Get in the car, we're going to my place for dinner. As they climbed into the car, they were so stunned that words eluded them. Just moments ago, Zhang Yibei had been contemplating sitting in the passenger seat. But now they both instinctively took their places in the back seat. Once Xu Taohua regained her composure, she excitedly asked Xiao Qian, Yibei just said that your car is worth over $1 million. Song Qian chuckled, Sister Taohua, you've been fooled by this one. This is a domestic replica. It merely resembles the original and costs only 120,000. Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua burst into laughter. I knew it. It's just a car. How could it possibly be worth millions? Only a fool would buy a car that costs that much. Song Qian's expression noticeably soured at her words. Zhang Yibei gazed into the rearview mirror, observing the change in Song Qian's expression, her laughter erupting uncontrollably, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Just a few days prior, Song Qian had been a fool, and now he had only just recovered. However, Sister Taohua, without hesitation, had labeled Song Qian a simpleton. Little Qian, did you hear that? Sister Taohua has declared that only a fool would purchase a luxury car worth millions, she chuckled. Song Qian, driving, chose not to respond to the two. In the span of just a few sentences, they arrived at the heart of the village. Zhao Tieju's home was situated right in the center, and upon reaching his doorstep, Song Qian spotted Zhao Taiju and his wife standing outside. Thus, he could only greet them, Brother Taiju, Sister Chenhua. As Zhao Taiju and his wife looked up, they recognized the driver as Song Qian. A little Qian, you've bought a car? Chapter 93. The purchase of a luxury car causes a sensation. Zhao Taiju stammered in disbelief. My goodness, it's a grand BMW. Is a BMW expensive? Zhou Chenhua inquired. Zhao Taiju nodded solemnly. Let me put it this way. Just this car belonging to Brother Qian, we would need to work tirelessly for 10 years without eating or drinking to afford it. So pricey? Zhou Chenhua gasped. When did Song Qian earn such money? How could he possibly afford such an extravagant vehicle? At that moment, Aunt Wan Air, known for her loud mouth in Taohua village, arrived. Her voice boomed, and she was notorious for letting everything slip. Oh my, the foolish lad has bought a car. TSK, this car is enormous. Aunt Wang circled the new vehicle, then approached the driver's seat, giving Song Qian a thumbs up. You silly boy, I heard your illness has improved. And you even bought a new car. How much did this cost you? Zhao Taiju interjected. You can't buy it for just a few thousand. It would require at least 200,000 to 300,000. This is a grand BMW. 200,000 to 300,000? Aunt Wang shouted. Everyone, come quickly. Song Qian has purchased a luxury vehicle, and it cost him 200,000 to 300,000. It is undoubtedly the most luxurious car in our Taohua village. Her loud announcement quickly attracted a throng of villagers. Song Qian had no choice but to step out of the car. Xu Taohua and Zhang Yibei, feeling somewhat bashful, also exited from the back seat and began chatting with the villagers. They speculated on the car's price, with some suggesting it cost 120,000 to 130,000, while others estimated 200,000 to 300,000. At that moment, Zhang Dabiao suddenly spoke up. You are all mistaken. When I was working at the construction site, our boss had an identical car, which supposedly cost over 2 million. This vehicle is a BMW X7, and it surely cannot be less than 2 million. Zhang Dabiao said, his eyes filled with envy. When did this foolish boy, Song Qian, strike such fortune? This is a 2 million luxury car, and he has brought it home. The excitement in Taohua village is bound to escalate in the coming days. Not only Taohua village, but even the neighboring villages might be buzzing. No one has ever purchased such an impressive car. Yet, the foolish Song Qian has done just that. A marvel indeed. The villagers surrounded Song Qian, showering him with praise. Little Qian, is this car truly worth such a sum? What business are you involved in that has earned you so much? This vehicle is astonishingly expensive, over 2 million. Just then, Zhang Yibei exclaimed, my goodness. It truly is worth 2 million. Look, it's exactly this model. She handed her phone to the crowd, revealing the silver BMW X7. The official price is 1.598 million, varying by location. Online estimates suggest that after all expenses, it should be just over 2 million. The villagers compared the images on the phone with Song Qian's car, utterly unable to contain their astonishment, their eyes wide with envy. When has anyone from Taohua village ever driven such a luxury vehicle? It was a dream they never dared to envision. However, the foolish lad before us has indeed taken to the road. Is this what they mean by fools have their fortune? Just a few days ago, this simpleton was merely foraging for mushrooms and wild vegetables. How is it that in the blink of an eye, he is transformed into a wealthy man? Such a change seems almost too abrupt. The villagers gathered around Song Qian, incessantly bombarding him with questions, while several others busily searched for the car's price on their phones. With nothing to conceal, Song Qian could only admit, I am merely fortunate to have purchased this vehicle. There is no need for such astonishment. In due time, you too may find yourselves behind the wheel of a luxury car. However, the villagers held a differing perspective. For over a century, Taohua village has languished in poverty, unable to prosper. The wealthiest among them is the village head, Zhang Yukai, who has managed to construct a modest villa and acquire a Volkswagen Jetta. his assets barely amounting to several hundred thousand. In comparison, Zhang Youcai's entire fortune would not suffice to purchase Song Qian's car, rendering him far from a wealthy man. If other families had the means to earn, they would have already risen to affluence. In a place like Huatsuan, where the mountains and waters are beautiful, what use is it if the land yields no golden treasures? The youth have all ventured out to find work, making it utterly impossible for Taohua village to attain wealth. Little Qian, what business have you been engaged in lately? Perhaps you could assist us as well. We do not aspire to luxury cars. A van would suffice. Indeed. My family wishes to replace our motorcycle, but we simply lack the funds. We are at a loss. Whatever business you are involved in, please take us along. We would gladly work for you, as long as we receive a fair wage. The crowd grew to 30 or 40 people, encircling the new car in layers. The news of Song Qian's luxury vehicle spread throughout Taohua village. These kind-hearted and simple villagers have sparked in Song Qian a desire to help them. Yet he has yet to conceive a suitable plan. After conversing with the villagers for a while, Song Qian returned to his car. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. The scene that had unfolded in the village repeated itself at Song Qian's home, where his parents and sister were equally astonished. After a considerable time, they regained their composure. Especially the elderly couple, upon learning that the luxury car was valued at over 2 million, could no longer contain their excitement and gasped in astonishment. Witnessing this, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. The family busied themselves and began to dine. This meal was filled with joy, with Zhang Yibei and Xu Taohua behaving as if they were part of the family, equally delighted. Throughout the meal, Xu Taohua wore a radiant smile, her heart racing as she frequently glanced at Song Qian, growing fonder with each look. After the meal, Song Qian decided to drive Zhang Yibei and Xu Taohua home. His parents and sister, eager to experience the thrill of riding in a luxury vehicle, joined them. Song Qian drove them around, allowing everyone to relish the experience, before finally returning to Taohua village after a circuit through Jijiat town. Inside the car, laughter and conversation flowed, filling the atmosphere with unbridled joy. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Yibei felt a lingering desire to remain in the car after arriving home. She hesitated to alight until Xu Taohua reminded her. Brother Qian, your car is truly comfortable. I wish to go fishing again tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Zhang Yibei implored. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating that he was temporarily occupied over the next few days, but promised to take them out once he was free. I want to go too. Xu Taohua eagerly raised her hand. Me too. Count me in, Song Yu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Soon, they arrived at Xu Taohua's doorstep. Like Zhang Yibei, Xu Taohua was reluctant to exit, casting a sorrowful glance at Song Qian, rolling her eyes playfully before throwing him a flirtatious look. Chapter 94. Sweet text messages from Xu Taohua. However, not getting out of the car was not an option. She had no choice but to exit. Upon returning home, the initial joy on Song Yongfu's face soon faded. Son, you are far too reckless with your spending. Had I known you had over 2 million, you should have prioritized renovating the house first and saved the rest for your future bride. With a deep sigh, Song Yongfu lamented, and now, you've gone and purchased a car. Indeed, added his mother, Lu Shufan. Do not hold it against your father for his complaints. You truly ought not to spend money so freely. While the car is indeed comfortable, over 2 million is an astronomical sum. Noticing the discontent on his parents' faces, Song Qian resolved to come clean. Mom, Dad, I initially intended to discuss the car purchase with you, but I knew you would disapprove, so I chose not to. Let us go inside and continue this conversation, he suggested. Once seated on the worn-out sofa, his parents exhibited a peculiar expression. There was a semblance of joy intertwined with a hint of bitterness regarding Song Qian's acquisition of a luxury vehicle. After all, such funds had not been allocated wisely. Once everyone was settled, Song Qian began to speak slowly. Mom, Dad, buying a car is a joyous occasion for our family. So please do not maintain such stern expressions. I need to share something with you that will alleviate your concerns. Determined to reveal the truth and spare his parents any further distress, he continued. Yesterday, I treated Miss Lu. She did not give me 200,000, but rather 2 million. Song Yao was present at the time. His parents' eyes widened with astonishment. 2 million? Did Miss Lu truly give you 2 million? Song Yongfu exclaimed, his mouth agape. Song Qian nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was indeed 2 million. My goodness, my son has earned 2 million. Song Yongfu exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and rising in excitement. Yet, in an instant, his expression darkened once more. Sigh. What good is 2 million if it merely buys a hunk of metal? Son, it is not just about earning money. You must also learn to preserve it. He continued. If you hadn't purchased this car, the Song family would have undoubtedly been the wealthiest in Taohua village, able to live with pride and exchange bulk liquor for high-quality erguo too. Was it truly the case that the 2 million would vanish just like that? Dad, do not be so quick to despair. I have yet to finish. The car was not purchased by me. It was a gift from Miss Lu to express her gratitude. I did not spend a dime. You mean? You didn't spend anything? Song Yongfu stammered, his earlier gloom dissipating, replaced by overwhelming joy. So your 2 million is still intact? Song Qian nodded emphatically. Not only is my 2 million safe, but I also earned a substantial amount today. Lu Muyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, who was afflicted with a rare ailment, has also been cured and rewarded me with another 10 million. This means I currently have nearly 12 million in my account. His parents and sister simultaneously gasped in disbelief. 12 million? Do you truly possess 12 million? Song Qian took out his phone and showed them the account information. This bank card was obtained when Lu Muyun and another accompanied him to buy a car, taking only a few minutes to process. The balance of 10 million remained untouched. Song Yongfu held the phone with immense excitement. The Song family had finally come into wealth. Song Qian, with his fortuitous luck, was about to turn his life around. Soaring like a phoenix, Lu Shufan and Song Yao leaned closer, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the string of numbers on the text message. Once their parents recovered from the shock, Song Qian continued, Since you know I now possess nearly 12 million, let's proceed with building a house as I propose. We shall demolish this one and construct a villa instead. Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Constructing a villa would only cost several 100,000 to 1 million. Given his newfound wealth, they would defer to his leadership. Song Yongfu smiled, no longer opposing the idea. If you wish to build a villa, then so be it. We support you. Lu Shufan nodded but then shifted the topic. But if we tear down this house, where will the 4 of us live? This concern had long been anticipated by Song Qian. Building a small villa would only take a month or 2. Provided the funds were in place, he suggested that they could even set up a temporary shelter for a couple of months. With the warm weather, they could manage for at least 1 night. If that proved insufficient, they could stay at a hotel in town. Additionally, he had another notion. The house belonging to Xu Taohua was spacious and vacant. They could squeeze in there if necessary. Xu Taohua would likely be agreeable. If all else failed, they could rent the old house of Zhang Yibei, who had built a new home but still had several dilapidated structures left standing, which could serve as a temporary refuge. Song Qian shared his thoughts with his parents. After listening, they suggested renting from the village chief, as it would be inappropriate to impose on Xu Taohua, a widow, and potentially invite gossip. Song Qian was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything was progressing. After reaching a consensus, the family of 4 went to bed joyfully. In his bedroom, Song Qian lay on the wooden bed, took out his phone, and prepared to play for a while. As soon as he opened it, he noticed a message from Xu Taohua. Little Qian, are you asleep? This was sent 10 minutes ago. Seeing that he had not yet replied, she sent another message 5 minutes later. Don't ignore your sister. If you don't respond, I'll come to your house to find you. However, Song Qian had been preoccupied with discussing the house with his parents and had not checked his phone. Hence he had not replied. Following that, several more messages arrived. Little Qian, do you dislike your sister so much that you won't even acknowledge me? Rest assured, I only wish to be your confidant and will not cling to you. I find it hard to sleep, as my mind is filled with thoughts of you. If you don't respond soon, I will come over. Song Qian grasped her phone, hastily responding to the messages. She had not checked her phone earlier and was now embarrassed to see the messages. She urged him not to overthink the situation. I have not thought less of you. Please do not belittle yourself. I was merely discussing some matters with my parents and missed your message. As soon as the message was sent, Xu Taohua promptly replied, Since it is this way, come to my house now, and I shall forgive you. Hurry over, do you hear me? Xu Taohua's voice, soft and melodious, resonated in the ears like a sweet nectar, exceedingly pleasant to hear. Chapter 95. At last, you have arrived. Please hold on a moment. My parents and sister are still awake. I shall seek you out once they have retired for the night. With that, Song Qian released the button, sending his voice message into the ether, pondering how intriguing Xu Taohua had become. She seemed impatient for his company, urging him to come forth without delay. Within the message, Xu Taohua's voice was sweetly playful, akin to a celestial melody. One could only imagine how enchanting her singing voice would be, surely capable of evoking joy in the hearts of all who heard it. Shortly thereafter, she sent several photographs, each more breathtaking than the last. One particularly captivating image showcased Xu Taohua in delicate slippers, her petite feet drawing attention with their charm. Another was a close-up of her face, accentuated by luscious red lips that outshone the most vibrant roses. "Am I beautiful, sister?" she asked, her voice in the background as soft and melodious as a lark's song. Song Qian couldn't help but smile at her pictures. This sister of the peach blossoms was truly stunning, a beauty that seemed to transcend the realms of mere mortals. "Then why are you not hastening to be with your enchanting sister?" Xu Taohua urged once more, sending yet another set of photographs, each one a portrait of breathtaking elegance and allure. In fact, a few of these images were so exquisite that Song Qian felt compelled to save them. Xu Taohua was, without a doubt, a captivating beauty. It was no wonder that Wang Mazi lost his composure at the mere sight of her. What man could resist such a figure? "I'll come shortly," he replied, mindful that his parents and sister had yet to fall asleep. While he could disregard the timing, he was acutely aware that Xu Taohua could not. Their relationship was not something he wished to reveal to his family just yet. Having recently recovered, he feared that sharing too much could lead to undue concern on their part, or worse, pressure to marry Xu Taohua immediately. In the past few days, an array of astonishing events had unfolded in Song Qian's life, catching fish, earning millions, and acquiring a luxurious automobile. Each incident was more shocking than the last. Gazing at Xu Taohua's photos, he felt a yearning to rush to her side and accompany his enchanting sister, yet he restrained himself. It was prudent to maintain a lower profile for the time being. Meanwhile, at the village chief's residence, Zhang Yibei lay restless in her bed, tossing and turning. Earlier that evening, while waiting for Song Qian at the village entrance, she had jokingly remarked to Xu Taohua that if Song Qian were to purchase a luxury car, she would marry him. At the moment, it had merely been a jest, yet now it lingered in her mind like an unshakable thought. Zhang Yibei found herself questioning her feelings. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for Song Qian? The image of Song Qian driving a luxury car, worth 2 million, replayed in her mind. He had confidently claimed he could drive it, and just yesterday, he had purportedly earned 2 million. Although Zhang Yibei was unaware of the full extent of his wealth, she was certain that his assets far exceeded 2 million. Otherwise, he would not have spent such a sum on a vehicle. "Brother Qian, I am truly in awe of you. I speak from the heart when I call you brother. Since your recovery, you have undergone a remarkable transformation, creating an array of extraordinary legends." Zhang Yibei mused to herself. She turned over, increasingly awake as sleep eluded her. What young maiden does not harbor romantic feelings? Could it be? Zhang Yibei tossed and turned. Unable to find rest, her mind filled with images of Song Qian, particularly his handsome visage while driving that luxurious car. "Brother Song Qian, I long to go fishing again." Ever since that fateful day of fishing, a series of peculiar events had unfolded around Song Qian, each one leaving Zhang Yibei utterly astonished. Every occurrence seemed miraculous in Peach Blossom Village. For instance, Wang Erguo was tamed by Song Qian. Moreover, Song Qian claimed he could heal. And he indeed cured that female CEO, earning a staggering 2 million in the process. It was simply exhilarating. Today, Song Qian had acquired yet another luxury vehicle. Each event lingered in Zhang Yibei's thoughts, making her feel as if she were dreaming, yet it felt so vividly real. At Song Qian's home, an hour had passed. He sat up in bed, dressed himself, and stepped outside to use the restroom. Then, with a leap, he soared into the air. In the next moment, he landed in the courtyard of Xu Taohua's home. The straight distance from Song Qian's house to Xu Taohua's was merely 500 or 600 meters. Yet Song Qian traversed it in just 2 or 3 seconds. The unparalleled legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor was truly formidable. Since receiving this legacy, it was the second time Song Qian had employed the technique of shrinking distance. This skill allowed him to traverse the heavens and the earth with ease. Were it not for the darkness of night, he would not have dared to demonstrate it openly, fearing the villagers might perceive him as a monster. In the living room of Xu Taohua's home, the lights still burned bright. Adjacent to it was a bedroom, the master suite belonging to Xu Taohua, where the light remained aglow. Song Qian glanced toward the living room before turning to the courtyard gate, noticing that it had not been closed. The open gate was left ajar for him. Approaching the entrance, he gently closed the gate and locked it. Even this slight sound caught Xu Taohua's attention. Just as Song Qian secured the door, a sweet voice resonated from within. "Little Qian, please close the door. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Come in and sit down." "Sister Taohua, who else could it be but me?" Song Qian swiftly made his way into the living room. At that moment, Xu Taohua, clad in a mini skirt and flesh-colored stockings, wore a cream-colored camisole that exuded an air of coolness. Her feet were adorned with pink slippers as she swayed her delicate waist gracefully, moving with a rhythm that accentuated her enchanting curves, all while smiling radiantly as she approached Song Qian. You finally made it. Sister Taohua, weren't you supposed to be sleeping? Why are you dressed so beautifully? You look like a fairy. It's truly captivating. Observing Xu Taohua's charming demeanor, Song Qian felt compelled to offer sincere praise. I thought I had grown old and unattractive, that no one would even glance my way. Thankfully, you possess a modicum of conscience and have finally come. Xu Taohua approached Song Qian, gently linking her arm with his. Sister thought you were afraid of her and dared not come, yet you possess a modicum of conscience, not disappointing her. Xu Taohua exudes a subtle scent of rosemary. Her hair flows like clouds, cascading over her shoulders, with strands near her ears still slightly damp, likely from a recent bath. Song Qian tilts her head, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from Xu Taohua. This perfume is exquisitely intoxicating. Xu Taohua bites her lower lip with her upper teeth, revealing a charming smile. Is it truly fragrant? Song Qian nods emphatically, declaring it indeed delightful, enchanting in its allure. Xu Taohua leans her head against Song Qian's shoulder, her crimson lips slightly parted, her gaze dreamy and captivating. Chapter 96. Engaging in serious matters. Are you truly enchanted by this? Xu Taohua remarked, raising her long, elegant legs and gently resting them upon the coffee table, admiring their beauty. She then squinted her eyes at Song Qian. You, my friend. I asked you to come over early, yet you dawdled, making me wait for over an hour. Are you perhaps feeling guilty? A bit apprehensive? Song Qian wrapped his arm around Xu Taohua's fragrant shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Guilty? I haven't stolen anything. Xu Taohua took Song Qian's hand and placed it on her body, teasingly saying, You've stolen my heart, yet you deny having taken anything. However, seeing as you've come to keep me company, I shall forgive you. With that, Xu Taohua rose from her seat, her steps like a lotus, swaying her supple waist as she approached a nearby cabinet. She opened a drawer and retrieved a small box. Returning to Song Qian, she declared, Today, while visiting Jijia town, I encountered a jewelry store having a promotion and, feeling my neck bare, I bought a necklace. Could you assist me in putting it on? Xu Taohua opened the box and presented the necklace to Song Qian, revealing a price tag of 1880. The delicate necklace appeared to weigh less than 3 grams. Sister Taohua, you truly spare no expense, Song Qian remarked, admiring the necklace. A charming heart-shaped pendant dangled from its end, exquisite in its design. Do not be deceived by the price tag, Xu Taohua explained. This is not gold, but rather gold sand. It merely caught my eye, so I purchased it for 99. It's just a decorative piece. She squinted at Song Qian, adding, If you were generous, perhaps you might buy me a genuine one someday. Aside from the one my husband gifted me on our wedding day, no other man has ever given me a necklace, haha. Xu Taohua's intention was not to take advantage of Song Qian, but to use the act of gifting as a means to deepen their bond. If Song Qian could give her a necklace, she could reciprocate with gifts of her own, thus strengthening their relationship. Ah, I see now, Song Qian realized, understanding that the necklace was made of gold sand, making it quite affordable as a trinket. Perhaps another day, I will buy you a platinum one, he suggested. Moving behind Xu Taohua and lifting her hair from her neck, clumsily assisting her in fastening the necklace. Unintentionally, as he gazed upon her, he noticed the rosy hue gracing Xu Taohua's neck, earlobes, and delicate cheeks. Once the necklace was adorned, Xu Taohua turned to face him, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, gazing at Song Qian with a softness reminiscent of gentle waters. Retracting her gaze, she looked at the heart-shaped pendant. Be a little more meticulous, she advised. As the pendant was askew, please help me adjust it so it rests beautifully in the center. Xu Taohua leaned closer to Song Qian, their proximity allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats. Xu Taohua exuded a captivating fragrance, enchanting Song Qian as he breathed in the air, feeling as though he had been transported into a sea of blossoms. He extended his hand to assist Xu Taohua in adjusting her pendant. Her figure was simply exquisite, curvaceous in all the right places, with a graceful S-curve that rendered her a breathtaking portrait from every conceivable angle. The delicate pink slippers accentuated her adorable little feet as she stood before Song Qian, their gazes locked in a moment of deep affection. After a span of 10 seconds, she diverted her gaze towards the door. When you entered just now, did you ensure the front door was closed? At this late hour of the night, I would prefer not to be disturbed by outsiders. Song Qian nodded, having secured it long ago. Satisfied, Xu Taohua nodded in return and extinguished the lights in the living room. Let us relocate and engage in more serious matters. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she took hold of Song Qian's large hand. In the pitch-black living room, the sounds of chattering echoed. Two little mice scurried about, playfully chasing each other while foraging for food, occasionally chirping in a manner that seemed to harmonize with the enchanting music that filled the air. Eventually, Xu Taohua succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, before dawn had broken, Song Qian returned home. At that hour, his parents and younger sister were still asleep. Feeling somewhat guilty, he retreated to his small room and indulged in a brief nap, only rising when Song Yo called for him. In the dilapidated courtyard of his home stood the newly purchased BMW X7, which starkly contrasted with the surrounding decay, appearing utterly out of place. Stretching his limbs and exhaling a sigh of relief, Song Qian prepared for the day ahead, which revolved around construction matters. Just as he finished washing his face, Zhang Yibei, accompanied by her father Zhang Yukai, pushed open the rickety wooden gate of his courtyard and stepped inside. Village Chief Zhang Yibei, what brings you here? After entering the house, Zhang Youcai's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Song Qian's new silver BMW X7. Word had spread throughout the village the previous night that Song Qian had acquired a luxury vehicle, but Zhang Yukai found it hard to believe. It was only after Zhang Yibei confirmed the news that he began to entertain the notion, but upon hearing the car's value of 2 million, he could hardly maintain his composure, insisting that Zhang Yibei must have misjudged. Thus, early in the morning, he had come to see for himself. Xiao Qian, Yibei mentioned you bought a luxury car worth 2 million. I thought it was a fabrication, but I never imagined it was indeed a BMW X7. This is remarkable. Zhang Yukai circled the vehicle 3 times, inspecting it from top to bottom, left to right. The more he admired it, the more awestruck he became. A 2 million luxury car was simply extraordinary. Zhang Yibei approached Song Qian and said to her father, "Now do you believe it? I told you last night, but you refused to accept it." Song Qian stepped to the side of the car and opened the driver's door. "Uncle Zhang, feel free to take a look." Zhang Yukai, beaming with excitement, climbed into the driver's seat, exploring every feature with a childlike glee. "Luxury cars are on an entirely different level compared to my own modest vehicle worth just a few thousand. This is truly comfortable," he exclaimed, his laughter resonating with boundless enthusiasm. Observing her father's joyous demeanor, Zhang Yibei, however, cast a shadow of skepticism. "Our family's car is worth a mere 100,000 yuan. Selling it would hardly suffice to purchase even a single wheel of that new vehicle," she remarked. Zhang Yukai turned his head, gazing at Zhang Yibei through the window. "You little imp, is that any way to speak?" he chided. Zhang Yibei pouted. "I merely stated the truth. Our car cannot possibly be compared to Song Qian's new one." A faint blush crept across Zhang Youcai's aged face, revealing his slight embarrassment. Chapter 97. I beseech you to help us earn money. Although the daughter spoke rather bluntly, her words were indeed truthful. The luxury car owned by Song Qian, with each wheel valued at 70 to 80,000, seemed entirely plausible. As they reveled in the splendor of the vehicle, Zhang Yukai suddenly shifted the topic. "By the way, little Qian, since you can afford such a lavish car, it would be prudent to consider renovating your family's house, as it is quite dilapidated." Song Qian had been contemplating this matter herself, so she was taken aback when Zhang Yukai broached the subject first. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang. I share the same sentiment." After a brief pause, Song Qian mustered her courage to speak. "Uncle Zhang, our house is indeed in a state of disrepair, and we find it unnecessary to renovate. Last night, I discussed with my parents the idea of tearing it down and rebuilding." Upon hearing this, Zhang Youcai's face brightened with joy. This was indeed good news. As the village head of Taohua village, he had invested considerable effort into addressing the poverty issues faced by Song Qian's family, particularly regarding their crumbling abode. If it were to collapse unexpectedly, it would reflect poorly on him as the village leader. "Wonderful. This is excellent news," Zhang Yukai exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. As he spoke, he opened the driver's door and stepped outside the car. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the surroundings, then returned his gaze to Song Qian and patted her shoulder. "How large do you plan to build the new house?" "We are still contemplating the details," Song Qian explained. "However, there is a concern. Once the house is demolished, we will have nowhere to stay temporarily." "Uncle Zhang, I'm aware that your family has an old house that is currently vacant and used for storing miscellaneous items. Would it be possible for us to borrow it for a couple of months?" At this juncture, Song Qian added, "Rest assured, I will ensure it is not a burden to you. During our stay, I will pay you a monthly rent of 1,000. Upon hearing the mention of rent, Zhang Yukai chuckled heartily. Lending the empty house to Song Qian's family posed no loss to him, and it would indeed assist them in resolving their accommodation dilemma for the next 2 months. This was a positive development. Why should he charge rent? Furthermore, with Song Qian purchasing a luxury car worth 2 million and now planning to construct a new house, which would undoubtedly cost over 1 million. This was monumental news for Taohua village. It would surely bring him prestige as the village leader. Zhang Yukai waved dismissively. Little Qian, do you consider me a stranger? There is no need to mention rent. I shall have eBay clean up the house, and you can move in whenever you wish. It's settled. Zhang Yukai spoke earnestly, looking at Song Qian, and firmly patted her shoulder again. At that moment, Zhang Yibei interjected, as for the rent, that is unnecessary, however. You must take me fishing a few times. The last fishing experience was delightful, and I wish to witness you catch a big fish again. Zhang Yibei's face lit up with enthusiasm as she spoke. The vivid image of Song Qian catching a large fish during their previous outing lingered in Zhang Yibei's mind, filling her with excitement and joy. It was truly remarkable how effortlessly Song Qian could cast a net and have fish swim right into it. Not to mention his ability to catch large fish with his bare hands. It was simply extraordinary. Song Qian smiled and nodded. It's a deal. At this moment, Song Qian's parents and younger sister had also arrived in the courtyard, listening attentively to the conversation between Song Qian and village chief Zhang. Upon hearing Zhang Youcai's agreement, the group expressed their gratitude with haste. After a few polite exchanges, Zhang Youcai's gaze turned towards Song Qian. Little Qian, he began. With your ability to purchase a luxury car worth 2 million, you must have earned quite a fortune. Our Peach Blossom village is impoverished. What business are you engaged in? Is there any way you could involve our family, or at least the villagers of Peach Blossom? As he spoke, Zhang Yukai sighed deeply. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Song Yongfu, then produced a lighter, and they both lit their cigarettes. After taking a couple of deep puffs, Zhang Yukai continued, as the village chief, I yearn to alleviate the poverty in Peach Blossom Village. But despite my efforts over the years, there has been no progress. It seems I have been a village chief in vain. His tone was earnest and laden with a touch of self-reproach. Within Peach Blossom Village, as the village chief, he had access to slightly broader information and had managed to earn some money, even building a villa and purchasing a car. Yet, the villagers remained trapped in their poverty. If only someone could lead the entire village to earn a bit of money, build some new houses, and perhaps even afford vehicles, that would be a great blessing. Uncle Zhang, Song Qian replied, what you mentioned was also brought up by some villagers last night. Allow me to ponder it a little. The wealth Song Qian possessed, amounting to millions, was not solely due to a twist of fate in acquiring a legacy, but also significantly influenced by luck. Had it not been for his encounter with Lu Muyun, he might not have prospered. Zhang Yukai patted Song Qian on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. I hope you won't let me down. I thank you in advance. Just as Song Qian was about to respond, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. Soon after, 7 or 8 villagers arrived at Song Qian's home, initially admiring the luxury car before converging beside him. Little Qian, you've struck it rich. Could you lend us a hand? If there are any lucrative projects, let us earn a little too, they implored. Indeed, while you reap great profits, allow us to gain some small returns. We are terrified of our poverty and hope you can guide us all. In the ensuing minutes, more villagers trickled into the dilapidated courtyard, and in a short span, it became crowded with 2 to 3 dozen individuals. Among them were Xu Taohua, Zhao Taizhu, and Zhou Chunhua, who had also come. They surveyed the luxury car before beseeching Song Qian for assistance. Seeing Song Qian's newfound wealth and his acquisition of a $2 million vehicle, they were eager for him to help them earn money as well. Left with little choice, Song Qian reluctantly nodded in agreement. As for the means to generate income, he would need to contemplate it thoroughly. He even considered that if he could not devise a way for the villagers to earn, he might simply accumulate more wealth himself. Perhaps distributing sums of 80,000 or 100,000 to each household. After all, he remained confident that he would continue to prosper in the future. Moreover, in the Lu family group, there exists an external debt of 100 million. As long as Song Qian can retrieve this debt, he will also receive a commission of 20 million. Acquiring these funds would certainly allow the villagers to revel in jubilation. Upon witnessing Song Qian's agreement, the villagers' faces lit up with smiles, surrounding him with expressions of gratitude and thanks. They eagerly anticipated the arrival of good news from him. Ever since Song Qian's unfortunate affliction, their courtyard had never been so lively. However, this morning, it was indeed bustling with activity. As the saying goes, the poor in the bustling city receive no inquiries, while the rich in the remote mountains have distant kin. This adage rings true. Nevertheless, the villagers of Taohua village are inherently kind-hearted. During the past 2 years of Song Qian's plight, there were still some villagers who extended their helping hand to his family. Chapter 98. Clearly bitten by a dog, the gathering in the small courtyard was filled with laughter and chatter. At that moment, the sound of a car approached. And upon stopping, several individuals entered, prompting Song Qian to swiftly greet them. "Is this the residence of the esteemed physician, Song?" the leading figure inquired, raising his voice. "You must be Mr. Zhang," Song Qian responded, shaking hands with him. "I am Song Qian. I was the one who contacted you yesterday." "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zhang replied with a smile. "We spoke on the phone yesterday, and I heard you intend to construct a villa. I made it here early this morning. What kind of design does physician Song envision?" As he spoke, Mr. Zhang produced a collection of blueprints. These designs were quite popular in the countryside, predominantly featuring charming 3- to 4-story villas, exquisitely crafted. Song Qian examined the blueprints, which soon attracted his parents and sister, all of whom gathered around to scrutinize the plans, pointing and discussing various features. The courtyard was bustling with villagers, who also expressed their interest. Almost 100 designs circulated among them, with opinions shared on which were appealing and which were not. Simultaneously, the villagers praised Song Yangfu, commending him for raising such a remarkable son. They noted that he had just purchased a luxury car yesterday and was now set to build an opulent villa. Some villagers even approached Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, discreetly inquiring whether Song Qian had a girlfriend, eager to introduce potential brides. After deliberating for approximately 20 minutes, Song Qian and his family finally settled on a design for the villa. The new structure would be a 4-story building, encompassing over 1,000 square meters, with construction and renovation costs amounting to over 1.3 million yuan. This extravagant investment astonished the villagers, who once again gathered around, filled with admiration and envy. "Little Qian, you have truly made it. Yesterday, you spent over 2 million on a luxury car, and today, you're investing more than 1.3 million in a house. Remarkable, indeed." Until now, in our Peach Blossom Village, the wealthiest was village head Zhang with his villa and car. But now, with Song Qian's accomplishments, the Song family has undoubtedly taken the lead. In just 2 days, the expenditure of over 3 million yuan not only established the Song family as the wealthiest in Peach Blossom Village, but also made them the unrivaled leaders throughout the entire Jijia town. With Song Qian at the helm, no one dared to claim a higher status. Once completed, this villa would undoubtedly become a landmark of Peach Blossom Village. The neighboring villages, which had deemed them impoverished, would think twice once the villa was built. Absolutely. Although it is the Song family constructing the villa, it brings honor to all of us in Peach Blossom Village. It is splendid, truly splendid. The villagers surrounded the Song family, offering sincere accolades. Yet they still felt somewhat unfulfilled. Just days ago, they had viewed them as simpletons, and now they had transformed into affluent individuals. This remarkable change was indeed astonishing. As they continued to express their admiration, many clustered around Song Qian, broaching the topic of wealth generation, hopeful that he might lead them to prosperity as well. Fearing that Song Qian might not take the matter to heart, Zhang Yikai seized the opportune moment and repeatedly urged Song Qian to pay close attention to the issue at hand. By noon, with the assistance of the villagers, Song Qian and his family of 4 successfully relocated to the old residence of Zhang Yikai. Today, Huatsuan was bustling with activity. The villagers appeared excited and fervent, all eagerly anticipating good news from Song Qian, hoping for a day when they could reap substantial profits. Song Qian's father, Song Yangfu, beamed with pride, as his son had succeeded, purchasing a luxury car and planning to build a villa, giving the family newfound hope, allowing him to hold his head high before the community. Occasionally, he engaged in light conversation with the others. Meanwhile, Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, radiated joy, mingling seamlessly with the villagers, all wearing smiles of happiness. Afternoon. The construction team arrived. Song Qian's dilapidated house was swiftly demolished. Soon after, large excavation equipment began to arrive at the site. Within mere hours, the villa was set to commence construction. The construction team, introduced by Lu Muyun, took the project very seriously, conducting the building process with remarkable urgency. In the afternoon, Song Qian searched for a store specializing in ritual supplies and ordered several inexpensive urns, along with a large wreath. Tomorrow marked the wedding banquet of Xu Taohua and Su Juanhao. Previously, he had saved diligently to purchase a mobile phone for Xu Taohua, who had deemed him stingy. This time, he decided to be more generous and present her with an extravagant gift. An urn accompanied by a wreath ought to be sufficiently impressive, he mused. Song Qian even speculated about the couple's reaction upon receiving the gift, Would they be frantic or infuriated to the point of spitting blood? He found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next day. As evening approached, Xu Taohua called Song Qian, stating she needed to see him and invited him to her home. Unable to decline, he leisurely made his way to Xu Taohua's residence. Upon entering the yard, Xu Taohua rushed toward him. "Look at this. All thanks to your mischief," she exclaimed, pointing at her neck in an accusatory manner. Song Qian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Taohua, it was unintentional." He noticed several bruises on Xu Taohua's neck, the very result of his playful antics from the previous night. "Why didn't you inform me of my remarkable medical skills sooner?" Song Qian quipped, producing a silver needle in a swift motion. Before Xu Taohua could react, he had already inserted the needle into her neck. "What are you doing?" she shrieked, attempting to retreat, but Song Qian firmly held her in place. "I'm treating you. It'll be over in 2 minutes." At that moment, Xu Taohua glanced down to see a gleaming silver needle still quivering against her skin. "You rascal," she complained. "Zhang Yibei asked me about the marks on my neck, and I told her it was just a mosquito bite. After scratching it a few times, it left a mark. Can you guess what Zhang Yibei said?" At this juncture, Xu Taohua played coy, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she gazed at Song Qian, before finally revealing the latter part of her statement. Zhang Yibei remarked that there could not possibly exist such enormous mosquitoes, pointing out that the marks resembled bite impressions, clearly indicating a dog-s attack. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's expression fell. He then lifted his gaze towards Xu Taohua, a smile gracing his features. "Indeed, we are all akin to dogs, ha ha ha." Xu Taohua, with her hands clasped behind her back, stood at a slight angle to Song Qian, unfazed by his comment, and chuckled in response. After sharing a laugh, she shifted the conversation. "By the way, I heard from Song Yao that your former girlfriend, and Xu Emon, along with the individual who once left you dazed, is set to marry tomorrow. She has insisted on inviting you to the wedding." Chapter 99. Advising Song Qian against attending the wedding. "Are you truly planning to go?" "Why not?" Song Qian retorted with a smile. "This is a significant event for them, as in Xu Emon's former boyfriend. I ought to present a grand gift to ensure they have an unforgettable wedding, don't you think? After enduring so much humiliation over these past 2 years, it's time for retribution. Why not? I must go. Moreover, I intend to make quite the spectacle of it." "Are you really going?" Xu Taohua asked, her confusion evident. Song Qian nodded once more. "Do you think I jest? I have already prepared the gift, and I assure you it will arrive punctually at the wedding venue." Seeing the earnest expression on Song Qian's face, Xu Taohua was convinced he spoke truthfully and that he had indeed prepared some sort of gift. "Little Qian, heed your sister's advice. And Xu Emon's invitation to the wedding is surely not out of goodwill. You really ought to reconsider attending. Furthermore, the person who once harmed you is said to have a prominent family background. What if you face hostility from them should you attend?" At this point, Xu Taohua stepped closer, locking eyes with Song Qian, and gently tapped him. "I've been single for over 2 years, and it's taken so long to find a man like you. Please don't disappoint me. I cannot bear to lose you. Listen to me, for once. Do not go tomorrow. I am truly not jesting." Her worried gaze was fixed on Song Qian, emanating genuine concern for his safety. The past actions of those individuals had indeed been unjust and excessively cruel. However, one cannot resist the strong arm of authority. If Song Qian were to go, he would undoubtedly fall into their trap. What if something were to happen? "Do not worry. I am quite aware of the situation," Song Qian assured. Glancing at the mark on Xu Taohua's neck, which had faded, he removed the silver needle before continuing. "I am merely delivering a gift. One does not strike those who come with goodwill, correct? Besides, they are getting married tomorrow. What could they possibly do to me?" "What a stubborn mule," Xu Taohua exclaimed, slapping Song Qian lightly. "If you insist on going, I will accompany you." "Please, no," Song Qian exclaimed, hastily waving his hands. "I will simply deliver a gift and return. There is no need for you to come along." Xu Taohua, unwilling to be left behind, felt like a wild horse untethered, ready to unleash her pent-up emotions. Preparing to present both a floral wreath and an urn, ensuring the couple would have a wedding they would never forget. Her presence would only hinder his plans. "No, I must go with you." Xu Taohua had an inkling that the gift Song Qian intended to present was far from ordinary. "All right," Song Qian reassured, "I will be fine. You should not follow. I will just take a brief stroll and return." The conversation circled this topic as Xu Taohua pleaded repeatedly, but no matter her arguments, Song Qian remained resolute in his decision not to take her along. With no other recourse, Xu Taohua had to concede. At Song Qian's home, his father, Song Yongfu, were a look of concern on his face. Son, your ex-girlfriend in Xu Taohua has repeatedly insisted that you attend the wedding tomorrow. Surely, you do not intend to go. Do you? Song Qian nodded, responding, she has made it clear that my presence is required, and I must attend to put an end to our past entanglements. Song Zhongfu shook his head, letting out a weary sigh. Why not heed my advice and refrain from going? His mother, Lu Shufan, interjected, indeed. It was in Xu Taohua who caused you such distress, leading to the loss of your job and nearly bringing ruin upon your father and me. As Lu Shufan spoke, she could not suppress her sorrowful breaths. The past 2 years had felt like living in hell, and the family of 4 had endured immense suffering, particularly the elderly couple. Song Zhongfu had suffered a broken leg and frequently fell ill, while Lu Shufan herself was not much better off. Now that Song Qian had recovered. Having recently purchased a luxury car and begun constructing a villa, their lives had just begun to return to normalcy, and they could hardly withstand further turmoil. Rest assured. Mom and Dad, my connection with Xu Taohua is one of misfortune. If I do not resolve this matter, she will undoubtedly seek me out again. I am determined to attend tomorrow. Seeing that they could not dissuade Song Qian, the family felt powerless. After a few moments, Song Zhongfu slowly spoke, in that case. When you arrive at the wedding, do your best to avoid any conflict. Speak what needs to be said and return. Song Qian nodded in agreement. In Jiangqing, at the Lu Group, in Lu Muyun's office, she reclined in her genuine leather chair, gazing at Zhao Kiki sitting diagonally across from her. Kiki, have you gathered all the information? Zhao Kiki nodded solemnly, stating, yes. I have confirmed that Song Ji's ex-girlfriend in Xu Taohua and her new husband Su Jiwenhao are indeed getting married tomorrow at the Dihao Grand Hotel. Furthermore, here. Zhao Kiki took a sip of water. Moreover, that scoundrel Su Jiwenhao has hired several martial artists with the intent of targeting Song Qian. If he goes alone, he may encounter significant trouble. Should we offer him assistance? We must certainly help. Lu Muyun replied emphatically, not only should we assist him, but we must do everything in our power to ensure his safety. As she spoke, Lu Muyun took out her phone and called her grandfather, Lu Taichu. Grandfather, I would like to borrow 2 individuals. Lu Muyun recounted the situation to Lu Taichu, who readily agreed after listening. Once she hung up, Zhao Kiki inquired, Miss, should we also go tomorrow? Will Song Qian object? We absolutely must go. Lu Muyun contemplated briefly before adding, regardless of Song Qian's opinion, we will attend. If necessary, we can split our forces. We must guarantee his safety. Understood. Zhao Kiki smiled and nodded. Later, at Song Qian's home, after finishing dinner, he returned to his bedroom. Tonight, he was staying in a house borrowed from Zhang Yibei. Although it was still a mud brick house, it was far superior to his own, with a larger bedroom and a much brighter and more spacious atmosphere. Closing the door behind him, Song Qian leaned against the headboard and sat on the bed. Suddenly inspired, he entered the lotus space once more. Within the lotus space, it seems that day and night are indistinguishable. The lush trees and various flying creatures create an atmosphere of remarkable vibrancy. Although it is called the lotus space, it is indeed a small world unto itself. At the center of this realm lies a vast lake, its surface shimmering with light, and the water exudes a subtle fragrance. As Song Qian approached the lake's edge, he cupped his hands to wash his face. After refreshing himself, he took a sip of the lake's water. Suddenly, Song Qian gasped in astonishment. The taste was exquisitely sweet. Could this truly be the legendary spiritual spring? If so, these would be invaluable treasures. Once more, he cupped his hands to taste the water again. It was crisp and sweet, invigorating to the soul. Chapter 100. The bridal procession of the Yin family. With a sudden shift in consciousness, Song Qian returned to reality, rising from his bed and licking his lips. The taste of the lake still lingering, sweet and profoundly evocative. He procured a mineral water bottle, and with a flicker of intention, entered the lotus space once more, filling the bottle with lake water. Upon his return to the physical realm, the lake water sparkled with crystalline clarity, resembling an exquisite elixir. As he slightly opened the bottle, a rich fragrance wafted forth, intoxicating and reminiscent of fine perfume. He unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. The refreshing sweetness instantly flooded his palate, cascading down his throat, warming his entire stomach. Marvelous! This is indeed a treasure. At that moment, an idea sparked in Song Qian's mind. The flora within the lotus space flourished abundantly. He pondered the effects of using this lake water to nourish the crops in the real world. Would they thrive as they did in the lotus space? Resolute, he found a small spray bottle, filled it with tap water, and added a few sips of the precious elixir from the mineral water bottle, mixing it thoroughly. He then discarded the empty bottle and, with the spray bottle in hand, made his way to his vegetable garden. He evenly distributed the mixture across the soil, observing intently for any signs of change. However, after a while, nothing stirred, leaving him somewhat disheartened as he returned home. The following day, Song Qian drove his BMW X7 directly to the Dihao Grand Hotel. After parking, he rented an electric scooter and rode towards the community wherein Xu Taohua resided. Outside the community, a lively scene unfolded. A procession of cars adorned with red double happiness characters lined up, drawing the admiration of onlookers. The townsfolk spoke highly of Xu Taohua, noting her beauty and the promising match she had made. Her fiancé, Xu Taohua, hailed from a distinguished family. Indeed, Xu Taohua's mother served as the deputy director of Jiangcheng Hospital, while he himself held the position of director there. His father occupied a high-ranking role within the government. Rumor had it that Xu Taohua also worked at the hospital, making for a perfectly matched couple, their prospects enviable. And Xu Taohua's employment had been arranged by Xu Taohua himself. A crowd gathered, exchanging whispers of admiration as they expressed their envy for the young couple. Within Xu Taohua's beauty and Xu Taohua's handsomeness, they were a picture-perfect match, both enjoying commendable careers, a union that inspired envy amongst the spectators. As Song Qian parked the electric scooter by the roadside, he sat atop it, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, a subtle and almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. Such unions are often deemed blissful, yet is that truly the case? Just then, the voices of the onlookers resumed. It seems I have heard that Xu Taohua, during her university years, had a boyfriend whom she ultimately discarded. People aspire towards higher grounds, just as water flows downward. I have been informed that this young man hails from Peach Blossom Village and is exceedingly impoverished. Xu Taohua's choice, without a doubt, is commendable. And I would have made the same decision, would I not? However, one person expressed their curiosity, stating that not only did she cast him aside, but she also had her current partner give that young man a severe beating, rendering him somewhat foolish. Look, that's the young man, someone exclaimed, pointing at Song Qian. Indeed. He is the one riding the electric scooter. He was Xu Taohua's former boyfriend. He visited our community 2 years ago, and I have encountered him a few times. This foolish lad truly possesses loyalty. Even as his ex-girlfriend prepares to marry another, he remains foolishly intent on witnessing the ceremony. Just thinking about it is disheartening. A few meddlesome aunties approached Song Qian. Young man, your ex-girlfriend has married someone else. It is time for you to move on. Today is her wedding day, and we advise you to leave. Yes, 2 years ago Xu Taohua assaulted you. Who knows if he might do so again today? One must learn to let go. Do you understand? Song Qian, perched upon his electric scooter, gazed up at them. Thank you for your concern. I have moved past my folly. Since my ex-girlfriend is marrying, I at least wish to take a look. An aunt who favored wealth over character immediately bristled. Why do you refuse to heed our advice? She bellowed, pointing at the procession of luxurious vehicles. Do you see? Such an extravagant convoy. The rental alone costs tens of thousands a day. Can you provide Xu Taohua with happiness? Do you possess wealth? Another aunt interjected. I overheard someone mention that the least expensive car in that convoy is an Audi A4, while the preceding vehicles are worth millions. Song Qian offered a cold smile, unimpressed. What is there to boast about? I merely fear traffic congestion. My new car is not here. Had it been, among these vehicles, only the lead car would be deemed acceptable. On any ordinary day, this convoy would indeed appear opulent. Yet, Song Qian did not share this sentiment. What is there to celebrate? Most of the cars are valued at 60 to 70,000. Is that truly remarkable? Furthermore, there is even an Audi A4 at the rear. The aunties, upon hearing this, instantly became displeased. Sour grapes, they muttered. Look at you, riding a shabby electric scooter, and it's rented at that. How dare you speak so boldly? Indeed, it is clear you are envious and resentful, unable to let go of Xu Taohua, which is why you come here to bask in her celebration. Undeterred by the disdainful remarks of the aunties, Song Qian dismissed their opinions with indifference. He distanced himself from them on his rented electric scooter, unwilling to engage in explanations. A group lacking insight, attempting to elucidate matters to them would yield no fruitful result. He preferred to quietly await the moment Xu Taohua would emerge. He had just halted his electric scooter when a striking red sports car approached, coming to a precise stop right beside Song Qian. Moments later, the window rolled down, revealing a face that could enchant or devastate nations. With porcelain skin and a sharply defined chin that could pierce the soul, complemented by a smile brimming with allure, she left the nearby matrons momentarily speechless. The newcomer was Lu Muyun, who gracefully exited the vehicle. Little Qian, I didn't expect to find you here, she exclaimed. Sister Muyun, what brings you here? He inquired. With a charming smile, Lu Muyun stood alongside Song Qian. I came to see you, and to join in the festivities. Is that not permissible? Song Qian nodded with a grin. Now that you're here, feel free to join the revelry. After all, I am here for the same reason. Ha. The previously startled matrons widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 101. The Grand Gift Prepared by Song Qian. Ah, behold. This is Miss Lu Muyun from the Lu family of Jiancheng. She is extraordinarily beautiful, isn't she? It seems she shares a close relationship with that young man. Indeed. Another matron remarked. Did you not catch that? Their titles of brother and sister indicate a certain intimacy. At that moment, one matron had a sudden inspiration and approached Song Qian and Lu Muyun with a beaming, ingratiating smile. Miss Lu, is your company still in need of security personnel? I've heard that your security staff enjoys excellent wages. My son has just graduated from the police academy and is currently seeking employment. Might it be possible for him to work as a security guard for your esteemed company? Miss Lu, my son is currently employed as a chef in a restaurant, and his culinary skills are quite remarkable. Does your company's dining establishment require chefs? I would be most grateful if you could consider him for a position. Do you need a cleaning lady? I am quite capable. Is there a need for restroom attendants? I am very professional in that regard. More than 10 matrons were eager to seek employment opportunities. Lu Muyun's expression darkened, and she hesitated to respond. Once the matrons fell silent, she lifted her chin and waved her hand dismissively. I'm truly sorry, but there are no available positions. Unwilling to give up, the matrons pressed on for further chances. Lu Muyun arched her brows and cast them a stern glance, causing the group to retreat sullenly to the side. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers erupted within the community. Su Juanhao, carrying and Xu Mian, walked slowly along the red carpet, emerging from the community and approaching the wedding car. Upon reaching the front of the vehicle, they spotted Song Qian. Su Juanhao set Xu Mian down and, taking her delicate hand, moved closer to Song Qian with a look of contempt. Song Qian, I never expected you to have the audacity to show up, and Xu Mian interjected, her face adorned with derision. You're being supported by Miss Lu, yet you still have the gall to accompany her. How shameless. Indeed, Su Juanhao added haughtily. A kept man riding a dilapidated electric scooter, and you dare to present yourself before me? Don't you feel ashamed? I am embarrassed for you, ha ha ha. The two continued their brazen mockery of Song Qian. This conclusion was drawn from their earlier observations. On the day they went to purchase a vehicle, Song Qian had driven a newly acquired BMW X7, which had infuriated Xu Mian, leading to a quarrel between them. After much effort, Su Juanhao had managed to appease her. Following extensive analysis, they reached a significant conclusion. The foolish Song Qian was being supported by Lu Muyun. They later learned that the car had not been purchased by Song Qian himself, but rather gifted to him by Lu Muyun. This revelation only further confirmed their suspicions. What pride could a kept man possess? It was merely a matter of enjoying the fleeting benefits of youth. When Lu Muyun was pleased, she would keep Song Qian by her side, granting him a meager allowance. When she was displeased, she would simply cast him aside. A kept man eventually becomes tiresome over time. Listening to the words of the two individuals, Lu Muyun wore a cold smile, finding their remarks utterly absurd. The notion that she, Lu Muyun, would keep a toy boy like Song Qian was indeed the most ludicrous joke one could imagine. In truth, she harbored feelings for Song Qian, but the timing was not yet ripe. These two blind fools would ultimately come to regret their words, especially that in Xiuman. One day, when she realizes the depth of Song Qian's medical prowess, she will surely curse her own blindness. Lu Muyun sneered, slightly furrowing her brow. How dare these ignorant creatures belittle the esteemed Dr. Song? Time will reveal their folly, and they will indeed regret their arrogance. Regret? And Xiuman retorted, Miss Lu, allow me to kindly remind you, if you wish to sponsor a pretty boy, at least choose a more suitable one. Supporting a fool will only lead to your own regret. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Song Qian. The wedding is about to commence. We shall await you at the Imperial Grand Hotel. I hope you still dare to come witness the happiness between me and Hao Go. With that, and Xiuman turned and entered the wedding car. Wait and see. I have a surprise for you, Su Juanhao said, also stepping into the wedding car, a wicked smile gracing his face. A ninth-grade martial artist had already been summoned. Regardless of whether Song Qian attended the wedding, he would ensure that Song Qian faced dire consequences today. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the procession of cars slowly departed. After parking his electric bicycle by the roadside, Song Qian entered Lu Muyun's sports car. Inside the vehicle, Lu Muyun smiled and inquired, Where's your new car? Why opt for an old electric bike instead of driving your new one? My car is parked at the hotel, Song Qian explained with a chuckle. I was concerned about traffic, so I left it there and rode the electric bike over. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun smiled brightly. If you've purchased a new car, then you ought to acclimate yourself to the traffic. Why take an old electric bike? Indeed, Song Qian replied with a laugh. In the future, if I face traffic, I will drive. It is certainly more comfortable to be seated in a car. Ha ha ha. The vehicle he owned was merely for show. When pressed for time, no car could match his speed. With the art of spatial contraction, he could leap and soar through the air. For Song Qian, the car was merely a toy. By the way, what is your plan regarding the matter with Shuaman today? Surely you do not intend to merely spectate? Lu Muyun asked playfully. Of course not. Song Qian pondered whether to reveal his intentions regarding the flowers and the urn. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clarified, I have prepared a grand gift. When they are wed, I shall present it. A grand gift? Lu Muyun questioned, her face filled with curiosity. What do you intend to give? You will find out when it arrives, Song Qian replied, pulling out his phone to call the florist. Boss, is the item I requested ready? Rest assured, my young friend. It has been prepared for quite some time. Just let me know when you need it delivered, and I will personally bring it over. When placing an order for a wreath and an urn, although the items chosen were of modest value, Song Qian had a particular request. He insisted that the proprietor ensure a precise delivery. In appreciation for the proprietor's efforts, he generously offered an additional 5,000 as a gratuity. The total expenditure for the urn and the wreath amounted to only 4,000 yuan, yet the tip was a substantial 5,000, naturally prompting the proprietor to dedicate his utmost attention to the task. Thank you, esteemed proprietor, Song Qian remarked with a smile. Please package the items securely and deliver them to the vicinity of the Dihao Grand Hotel. When I require them, I shall call you, and you can assist me in bringing them to the venue. On the other end of the line, the proprietor was somewhat bewildered. How could a wreath and an urn be dispatched to a hotel? Should they be sent to the funeral home or perhaps to a cemetery nearby? What was the meaning behind this arrangement?